Mother-in-law, the 3-year marriage agreement has come to an end. You worthless fool, get out of my house immediately. 3 days later, the son-in-law becomes the head of a prominent family, and the mother-in-law pleads for mercy. Good son-in-law, I beseech you, do not leave my daughter. Third young master, the Mu family is in dire straits. We implore you to return. Indeed, young Master Mu, only your bloodline can save the Mu family. The old patriarch has declared that if you return, the position of patriarch will be yours. Before Mu Shang stood a sleek, jet-black Rolls-Royce, with several elders gathered at the door, their faces etched with desperation. Mu Shang, clad in flip-flops and carrying 2 large bags of vegetables, observed the scene before him with an impassive expression. Return? Only now do you think of summoning me back? Mu Shang scoffed coldly. The memory of being expelled from the Mu family haunted him now. In their time of need, they come to seek his aid? They could go as far away as possible. Mu Shang, why are you so slow? It took you this long just to buy groceries? Upon returning home, Mu Shang was met by his mother-in-law, Zhao Lin, who lounged on the sofa, cracking sunflower seeds with evident irritation. Mother, I truly apologize. I encountered some issues along the way. Stop making excuses. What problems could a man living off his wife's earnings possibly have? You are just slacking off. Do you think we can starve while you dawdle? No wonder people call you a useless wretch. You can't even manage this trivial task. Zhao Lin hurled the seeds on the floor, pointing an accusatory finger at Mu Shang. Get to cooking and clean this mess up. Yes, yes. Mu Shang said nothing further, lowering his head as he carried the bags into the kitchen. The Jiang family, a second-rate clan in the Jiangnan region, had taken Mu Shang in 3 years prior when he was found unconscious. Jiang Zhengji orchestrated a wedding that created a stir throughout Jiangnan, primarily because the region's most beautiful woman, Jiang Wan, had married a man considered a burden by the Jiang family. The absurdity of the situation was well known among the upper echelons of Jiangnan society. Yet, Mu Shang's true identity remained known only to Jiang Zhengji. He was affiliated with the most elite organization in Donghua country and had narrowly escaped death due to betrayal. Aware of Mu Shang's low standing in the Jiang family, Jiang Zhengji implored him to marry his daughter, hoping to shield the Jiang family for 3 years. In gratitude for saving his life, Mu Shang acquiesced. However, after their marriage, despite being called husband and wife, Mu Shang and Jiang Wan had never shared an intimate moment they had barely touched. After Jiang Zhengzi's passing, mother-in-law Zhao Lin treated him with cold disdain, a son-in-law living off his wife's family, stripped of dignity. Mu Shang had long grown accustomed to this, silently enduring Zhao Lin's tirades, though the resentment simmered within him. Upon Jiang Wan's return home, she cast a frosty glance at Mu Shang before retreating to her room. After a bath, she sat wrapped in a towel by the window, the light enhancing her fair skin, droplets of water glistening on her shoulders, yet her expression bore a faint trace of melancholy. Sigh, being alone is truly exhausting, Jiang Wan lamented as she gazed into the mirror, releasing a long sigh. Mu Company, Su Group both are top-tier families, and now even the Dragon Gui Company, a mere petty enterprise, dares to humiliate me. Yet tears welled in Jiang Wan's eyes, her words trailing off. She recalled Mu Shang toiling in the kitchen. Other husbands were elite professionals, if not powerful figures. At least they were respectable men. Yet her husband was a quintessential good-for-nothing, a mere house husband. Dinner is ready. The familiar voice broke her reverie, and Jiang Wan turned to find Mu Shang leaning against the doorframe, having stood there for an indeterminate time. What are you doing here? Didn't you learn to knock? Jiang Wan hastily wiped her tears, her face hardening as she pointed toward the door. Now get out. It's mother who asked me to call you for dinner. Mu Shang stepped closer, noticing the tear streaks on Jiang Wan's face. After a moment's hesitation, he offered, Are you in trouble? Do you need my help? Help? What could you possibly do to help? Jiang Wan's smile was tinged with sorrow. Had it not been for my father bringing you back 3 years ago, you wouldn't even have the right to be here. We exist in entirely different worlds. He'll say it again. Now get out. 3 years had passed, a torment inflicted by the marriage orchestrated by Jiang Zhengji. Mu Shang, why have you not called Jiang Wan for dinner yet? Hearing the commotion, Zhao Lin ascended the stairs and, upon witnessing the scene, erupted in anger. Why is my daughter crying? Have you bullied her? You worthless fool? How dare you? I did not. Mu Shang began to protest. Did not what? You ungrateful wretch, consuming our resources and now turning against us. Zhao Lin, already irritable from hunger, found her anger exacerbated by Jiang Wan's tear-stained face. Mu Shang, being a mere good-for-nothing, couldn't retaliate against her tirade. Look at other sons-in-law. They buy luxury cars and mansions, run companies, while you still dwell in this shabby neighborhood. Your salary is dependent on Jiang Wan. What use are you? Bang! Zhao Lin's fury escalated as she hurled a teacup at Mu Sheng, who barely managed to turn his head as the glass shattered against the wall. Dodging? Pick it up, she barked. Mu Sheng said nothing, bending down to collect the shards of glass, slowly gathering them in his palm. Suddenly, he clenched his fist tightly, crimson blood seeping through his fingers, but he lifted his gaze to Jiang Wan's still red eyes, feeling a mix of frustration and helplessness. Zhao Lin was right. He had been humiliated in the Jiang family, and so had Jiang Wan, his wife. Otherwise, why would she hide away in her room, weeping in solitude? He felt guilt towards Jiang Wan. You worthless fool. Even after being scolded, you remain in this pathetic state. 2 months remain until the deceased will comes into effect. Once the time is up, you two will divorce. Otherwise, the Jiang family will forever endure this suffering. Only 2 months left. Mu Sheng murmured in shock. Before his death, Jiang Jingji had drafted a will to prevent his family from looking down upon Mu Sheng and forcing a divorce. All the savings in his bank account could only be accessed after Mu Sheng and Jiang Wan had been married for 3 years now. Only 2 months remained until that deadline. You worthless fool. What are you mumbling about? Mother, enough already. It wasn't Mu Sheng's fault. Perhaps Zhao Lin's words had been too harsh, prompting Jiang Wan to interject. Whether it was him or not, such a spineless man must leave our home. Mu Sheng returned to his room, still hearing Zhao Lin's berating from outside. He sat on the bed, casting the bloodied glass shards into the trash, exhaling a heavy sigh. Having been at the Jiang family for 3 years, I safeguarded them for 3 years. Uncle Jiang, I have repaid the life debt I owed you. He had once been a king among soldiers, a god within the dragon team. At Jiang Zhengzi's request, he had taken on the role of son-in-law for 3 years, unwavering. Enough. Mu Sheng's eyes snapped open, slowly suppressing the rage within his chest. Naturally, dinner was served without calling for Mu Sheng. After Zhao Lin finished her meal, she discarded all the leftovers into the trash, ensuring that Mu Sheng wouldn't find anything to eat. Such a good for nothing. Zhao Lin would be pleased to see him starve. A car roared to life downstairs, a stunning Porsche slicing through the night, its tail lights gleaming. Mu Sheng stood by the window, clearly observing the resolute expression on Jiang Wan's face, her teeth clenched as if readying for battle. What was happening? A flicker of concern crossed Mu Sheng's gaze. He recalled the sight of Jiang Wan secretly weeping in her room before dinner, and the more he pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. It had only been 2 months since leaving the Jiang family, and he was most apprehensive about any unforeseen incidents occurring during this brief period. Hello, this is Mu Sheng. You wanted me to return, didn't you? Mu Sheng abruptly dialed a number. I need to know Jiang Wan's whereabouts within 3 minutes. The Wang Club. The Mu family swiftly located Jiang Wan's destination within a minute. As one of the most prestigious private clubs in Jiangnan, it was frequented by the affluent and influential. Mu Sheng was uncertain why Jiang Wan had deemed it necessary to visit at such a late hour, but he nonetheless entered despite the disdainful looks from the security personnel. On the 3rd floor of the club stood a group of individuals. Upon seeing Jiang Wan, Mu Sheng halted in his tracks. Hasn't it been resolved yet? Indeed, Sister Wan. No matter how we argue, Longue Company insists they lack sufficient materials and that we must wait for a month. But by then, it will be too late, Ling Yanran lamented. They also stated that if you do not come in person, we might as well forget about this matter. After 3 requests, President Jiang, you finally graced us with your presence. A well-dressed young man at the door said cheerfully. Our boss is waiting for you in the private room. Please come in. Zhang Yu, stop your snide remarks. I've investigated, and your company is not lacking materials. Let us not forget that the contract we signed still resides in my possession. Jiang Wan shot a cold glance, her voice laced with ice. Of course I am aware. Our boss has expressed his willingness to pay the penalty for breach of contract, the young man replied with a smile. However, I wonder which penalty is greater, that of Mu Ran Company or yours. You. Jiang Wan's face turned ashen. Mu Ran Company was a titan in Jiangnan's real estate sector. She had fought tooth and nail to secure a cooperative opportunity with them, and the consequences of a breach at this juncture were unfathomable. Consider it well. The young man observed Jiang Wan's furious expression with evident satisfaction. When his gaze landed on Mu Sheng behind her, he was taken aback, then scoffed derisively. Why did you bring your useless husband to such an occasion? Mu Sheng frowned slightly, meeting the young man's gaze heated. Hey, what are you doing here? Upon seeing Mu Sheng, Jiang Wan felt a surge of anger. Though her father was generally decent, how could he have been so blind as to allow her to marry such a spineless man? It was one thing to be useless at home, but to embarrass her during such a critical moment was intolerable. I was concerned about you, so I came to check, Mu Sheng replied honestly. What good does your concern do? Don't cause me any trouble here, just hurry back home. Jiang Wan scoffed disdainfully, venting her pent-up frustration on Mu Sheng. Mu Sheng sighed inwardly. In just 2 months, this absurd marriage would reach its conclusion. Initially contemplating whether to seek assistance from the Mu family, witnessing Jiang Wan and her mother's attitude had extinguished any sympathy he might have felt. Inside the private room, the atmosphere was charged. Rows of champagne bottles, their bubbles still lingering, lay across the table, glimmering with a golden hue. Wang Gui, the head of Longgui Company, sat sprawled on the sofa, legs apart. Upon Jiang Wan's entrance, he stood with a smile. President Jiang, you finally arrived. Spare me the pleasantries. Jiang Wan brushed aside Wang Gui's hand, her expression cold. How much more are you willing to add to continue supplying materials to me? President Jiang, there's no need to be so irate. First, let's have a drink. Wang Gui gestured toward the table. Fine. Jiang Wan picked up a glass and downed its contents in one go. Excellent. President Jiang truly knows how to indulge. Wang Gui laughed heartily. If you're willing to spend the night with me, I won't just add money, I would even give you this batch of materials for free. However, if you refuse, it would be unfortunate. I just inquired with several friends who own material companies, and they're out of stock as well. Wang Gui's gaze was lecherous, his words dripping with veiled threats. Upon hearing such a demand, Jiang Wan was instantly enraged. Wang Gui, don't be ridiculous. Even if the company were to go bankrupt, I would never agree to such a proposition. Refuse? Do you believe you even have the luxury of refusing? Wang Gui's expression turned icy. His subordinates within the private room understood the cue immediately, exiting and locking the door behind them. What are you doing? Jiang Wan recoiled, feeling a surge of fear at their actions. After all, she was merely a woman. Just as she stepped back, Wang Gui seized her wrist, exclaiming, of course, I intend to have my way with you. Wang Gui's eyes gleamed with excitement. At long last, he had invested so much effort and money to win Jiang Wan over from Jiang's Mulong, and the thought thrilled him to no end. Pinned to the sofa, Jiang Wan was momentarily dazed. Never had she been so forcibly cornered. Staring blankly as Wang Gui approached, she shut her eyes. She's my wife, you best keep your distance. When the anticipated actions did not unfold, Jiang Wan was puzzled, and a familiar voice suddenly broke through her thoughts. Mu Sheng, wasn't he told to leave? Jiang Wan opened her eyes to see Mu Sheng gripping Wang Gui's arm with a strength akin to steel, rendering the latter utterly immobile despite his face turning crimson. Jiang Wan had not anticipated that the man she deemed a mere freeloader would stand up at this critical moment. So you are the Jiang family soft-hearted man? Wang Gui was taken aback, then sneered. Dare to oppose me? I'll give you a chance. Kneel down, bow twice, and leave quietly, and I will pretend this never happened. Mu Sheng remained silent, his gaze fixed on Wang Gui, tranquil yet unnerving. This is Mu Sheng? Jiang Wan thought to herself, recognizing that the man before her exuded an intimidating aura entirely different from the meek husband she was accustomed to. Wang Gui winced as Mu Sheng tightened his grip, flashing a menacing glare. You coward, you're courting death. He swung a palm toward Mu Sheng, only to find himself suddenly airborne. His feet left the ground as he was hurled backward. You think you can strike me? Mu Sheng scoffed. As his words fell, the corpulent man, weighing nearly 200 pounds, was propelled directly into the wall of the private room with a resounding crash. What kind of strength was required for that? Bang! The subordinates outside the door heard the commotion and rushed in, momentarily stunned by the scene before them. No one anticipated that Mu Sheng would intervene at such a critical moment. To them, Mu Sheng was merely a coward. Had he lost his mind? Did he dare to lay hands on the head of Longgui Company? You're asking for it. Useless fool, I told you to leave. Who would have thought you would dare to sneak back in? Take him down. Several henchmen brandished their weapons and rushed forward. One thug led the charge, swinging a metal pipe with ferocity toward Mu Sheng's head, intending to bring it crashing down. If that blow connected, Mu Sheng's head would undoubtedly shatter like a watermelon. Chapter 3. What gift will you deliver? Mu Sheng cast a fleeting glance, then lifted his leg to deliver a horizontal kick, seemingly indifferent to the perilous scene unfolding. A resounding crack echoed throughout the room as bone shattered. "Ah, my leg! My leg!" The leading thug collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony while clutching his calf. His cries filling the air. Mushang stepped forward with his left foot and threw a punch, colliding with another thug's fist midair. A deafening sound of bones fracturing reverberated once more as the thug was propelled into the wall, his body nearly folding in half, his head drooping limply, unconscious. In an instant, two of their number were incapacitated, leaving the remaining thugs in a state of shock. What is happening? Wasn't it said that the son-in-law of the Mu family was a spineless coward? How can he be so formidable? "You useless bunch, what good are you to me?" Wang Gui bellowed, pointing at Mushang, his voice hoarse with rage. Yet, the thugs, filled with trepidation, hesitated. They had witnessed the fate of the two who had previously attacked and dared not confront Mushang. "Are there still any henchmen? Bring them out." Mushang cast a cold glance at Wang Gui, advancing slowly. Wang Gui, terrified, stumbled backward, pointing at Mushang, his voice trembling. "You, Mushang, you reckless fool. Do you have any idea what it means to offend me? Do you believe I won't cease all material supplies starting now? If the company collapses, Jiangwan will certainly face dire consequences in the Jiang family. Get lost, get lost." Wang Gui continued to shout. Mushang halted before him, his gaze as frigid as ice. In that moment, Wang Gui felt as though he had plummeted into an abyss, engulfed by an encroaching darkness that threatened to consume him. He shuddered, his shouts abruptly silenced. "If there is a next time, I will take your life." With those words, Mushang took Jiangwan's hand and exited the private room. Wang Gui remained curled in the corner, his complexion shifting between shades of blue and purple. Too frightened to speak, casting venomous glances at Mushang's retreating figure. Ling Yanran had been waiting at the door, and upon seeing Jiangwan emerge from the private room, she hurried over. Just as she was about to speak to Mushang, Jiangwan shook her head, signaling that the matter had been resolved. The two drove home in silence. Upon arriving, as they opened the door, Jiangwan's mother, Zhao Lin, noticed them enter. A quick glance at the slight swelling on Jiangwan's arm surprisingly did not provoke her anger. "Jiangwan, come here for a moment." "Mom, what's wrong?" Jiangwan approached, puzzled. "Mushang, take a seat," Zhao Lin commanded. Mushang frowned slightly, sensing an unusually serious atmosphere. However, he remained silent and obediently sat down. Zhao Lin continued. "With less than 60 days remaining until your father's will is read, it would be difficult and somewhat hasty for you two to divorce and quickly find new partners. Therefore, Jiangwan, I have found a suitable match for you. He will return to the country next week, and I can arrange for you two to meet and get acquainted before discussing anything further." "I disagree," Mushang interjected coldly. His anger was not born of jealousy. He recognized that even after 3 years of marriage, there was no love between him and Jiangwan. Thus, the impending divorce felt like a liberation. Yet, what he valued was his dignity. If Jiangwan were to be with someone else before their divorce was finalized, he would be branded a cuckold, an intolerable affront to any man. "You worthless fool. Did I ask for your opinion?" Zhao Lin retorted angrily. "I am merely informing you. You have no say in this matter." Mushang clenched his fists, accustomed as he was to Zhao Lin's scorn. However, this particular issue struck a nerve that he could not allow to be crossed. Just as he prepared to speak again, Jiangwan suddenly stood up and approached Zhao Lin, declaring, "Mom, I cannot agree to this. If I do so, I would be no different from those promiscuous women outside. What difference does it make? You are both getting divorced. It is only natural to start dating someone else now," Zhao Lin countered, clearly taken aback by Jiangwan's strong reaction. "Do you wish to spend your life with this spineless fool, enduring mockery and disdain?" "Yes, I admit I look down on him, but even if I don't intend to spend my life with him, I will never engage in such behavior before the divorce," Jiangwan stated emphatically. She recalled Mushang standing protectively before her at the Imperial Club, a sudden wave of emotion washing over her. Ever since her father had brought her home, Mushang had been diligent, never retaliating against beatings and insults. After such a long time, one might develop feelings for a loyal dog, let alone a person. Moreover, had it not been for Mushang today, she might have truly fallen victim to Wang Gui's schemes. "I will not consent to this matter. You dare defy me," Zhao Lin exclaimed. Mushang sighed, realizing at that moment that this woman harbored more than mere disdain for him. She was willing to stand up for him, even if only out of sympathy. "If you're tired and need assistance, just let me know," Mushang murmured softly before turning to return to his room. "What?" Jiangwan did not catch his words. You worthless fool. I'm not finished speaking. Come back here. After the lesson, Mu Sheng imparted. Wang Gui indeed refrained from cutting off supplies, and matters at Jiang Wan's company stabilized. That evening, Mu Sheng was engrossed in a book in his room when the door suddenly swung open. Jiang Wan entered, dressed in a purple dress, tossing a bundle of cash onto Mu Sheng's bed. This is your allowance for this month. The thick stack amounted to nearly 10,000. Mu Sheng glanced at it, replying nonchalantly, So much? What do you think it's too much? Jiang Wan had initially intended to find an opportunity to express her gratitude towards Mu Sheng, but upon noticing his indifferent demeanor, an inexplicable anger surged within her. Tomorrow, my grandfather will finish his treatment and prepare to be discharged. Our family plans to visit him, so remember to buy some decent gifts and clothes. Don't embarrass us. With that barrage of words, Jiang Wan slammed the door behind her as she exited. What has gotten into this woman? Mu Sheng furrowed his brow. Moreover, her insistence on having him accompany her was quite unlike Jiang Wan's usual demeanor. Nevertheless, since she had given him such a substantial amount of money, Mu Sheng resolved not to be remiss. Selecting appropriate clothing and gifts before accompanying Jiang Wan to the most prestigious hospital in Jiangnan City. The 5th floor of the hospital boasted state-of-the-art facilities, with each patient room nearing 50 square meters in size. Upon entering the room, they found it already crowded with visitors, who silently averted their gazes when Jiang Wan and Mu Sheng arrived. Look, the worthless son-in-law has come, murmured one voice. I truly do not understand how Jiang Wan could choose such a man. Keep your voice down. Don't disturb grandfather. The surrounding whispers were quiet. Yet Zhao Lin found them irksome. She shot Mu Sheng a glare, her expression suggesting that if it weren't for this worthless son-in-law, they wouldn't be looked down upon by others. Mu Sheng kept his head down, trailing behind Jiang Wan. He had grown accustomed to being overlooked and, having weathered many storms, found solace in this ordinary life. Ah, Jiang Wan, you actually brought that worthless husband along. Aren't you afraid grandfather will see him and be upset? An annoying voice suddenly pierced the air. Jiang Wan looked up to find her most detested elder brother, Jiang Mulong, who often bullied her due to their grandparents' favoritism towards him. Hello, uncle. Hello, second uncle. Jiang Wan feigned ignorance and politely greeted them before approaching the hospital bed, holding the gifts. Grandfather, this is a gift I brought for you, wishing you a speedy recovery. Lying on the bed was an elderly man with graying hair and a haggard appearance, who nodded slightly. Just place it there. Mu Sheng followed suit, presenting his prepared gift. Grandfather, I wish you good health. Seeing Jiang Wan ignore him, Jiang Mulong's frustration boiled over. Slap. The moment the gift was placed on the table, it was abruptly knocked to the floor, plunging the room into an unexpected silence. Who do you think you are, to present a gift to my grandfather? Chapter 4, Immobilized. The one who struck down the gift was none other than Jiang Mulong, whose cold laughter momentarily stunned everyone present. How dare you present a gift? You worthless son-in-law. Do you not understand the customs? The Jiang family only accepts gifts from their own. Jiang Mulong sneered, and furthermore, did this gift even cost over 10,000? Not yet. It is a custom piece worth 9,003, crafted with precision. Mu Sheng replied earnestly. Ha ha ha. Before Mu Sheng could finish, Jiang Mulong burst into laughter. 9,003? Such a pitiful gift, and you dare to present it? Oh, right, I should not mock you. For you are a good-for-nothing without an income. This little sum must have come from the Jiang family, right? Of course, he does not work. Without our family to support him, where'd he find the means? Jiang Lin chimed in, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Instantly, the gazes of those around Mu Sheng brimmed with disdain. Having heard of the Jiang family's son-in-law, they were astonished to see him so utterly pathetic. Living off the Jiang family, even a dog would be more useful than him. As Mu Sheng surveyed the gift that lay scattered on the ground, he quietly picked it up, clenching his fists tightly, reminding himself that the 3-year agreement was nearing its end, and such trivial matters were not worth his concern. Jiang Mulong, what do you mean by this? This is a gift that Mu Sheng prepared with great care. Jiang Wan, hearing the harsh words, stepped forward to shield Mu Sheng. And what of it? That gift is utterly worthless. Allow me to enlighten you. The gift I have prepared is a personal consultation from the renowned physician Lu Jianhua of Yanjing, a master of Donghua. His consultation fee exceeds 2 million, and even securing an appointment requires considerable connections. As her words fell, Jiang Mulong scoffed at Mu Sheng, stating, Your meager some wound tea even covered the transportation cost for him to come from Yinjing to Jiangnan. What? The esteemed physician Lu Jianhua? Someone gasped in astonishment. One of the 4 great physicians of Donghua. My heavens, Jiang Mulong managed to secure him. This gift is indeed extraordinarily valuable. In comparison, the worthless gift from the good-for-nothing pales in significance. Jiang Mulong's dismissal was not unwarranted. In an instant, those around began to gather, their voices filled with praise and astonishment, for Jiang Mulong's gift was truly magnificent. Jiang Wan's expression shifted between shades of green and purple. Her teeth clenched as she pointed at Jiang Mulong. Jiang Mulong, I know you have a bit of money, but what is there to show off? This is not mere boasting. It is my heartfelt filial piety towards my grandfather, Jiang Mulong declared with pride. Meanwhile, Mu Sheng remained silently in the corner, lost in thought. As memories flooded back to him, he recalled a time when he was still with the Mu family, having met Lu Jianhua, who back then was merely a small assistant among many medical teams. Mu Sheng vaguely remembered explaining medical texts to Lu Jianhua. Who would have thought he would rise to become one of the 4 great physicians of Donghua? Step aside, a good dog does not block the path. Jiang Mulong turned, irked, addressing Mu Sheng. Clutching the gift, Mu Sheng silently retreated to a corner. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Wan felt a surge of frustration, wishing to voice her thoughts. But her disappointment only deepened. Indeed, how could someone so spineless ever dare to resist? If he truly cared, he would not live day by day, merely surviving. Back then, at the Imperial Club, he only played petty tricks, right? As the gathering of Jiang family members commenced, each presented their exquisite gifts. The floor adorned with a dazzling array of opulent wrappings. Jiang Mulong glanced at the black box in Mu Sheng's hands, poised to ridicule him once more when the hospital door swung open, revealing a man in a white coat. I apologize for being late. The man in the white coat entered with an air of regret. All eyes fell upon him. Who are you? I beg your pardon for not introducing myself sooner. The man smiled. I am Li Nong, a disciple of Dr. Lu Jianhua. My master is unavoidably occupied, so I came instead. He mentioned that once third master is discharged, he will definitely pay a visit for a personal consultation. Ah, it is Dr. Li. Quickly, come, Jiang Mulong exclaimed with delight. My grandfather has just recovered from a serious illness and intended to have the divine physician assess his health before discharge. However, as a disciple of the divine physician, you must also possess remarkable healing skills. Indeed, the man in the white coat smiled as he settled by the bedside, and the surrounding Jiang family members did not impede him. They had heard of Li Nong, one of Lu Jianhua's many apprentices, who had even earned the title of one of the 10 best doctors in Yinjing. Though he could not compare to the renowned Lu, he had mentioned being delayed due to his master-esque commitments. Li Nong placed his hands on the old man's wrist, demonstrating his expertise for a moment before rising and stating, Third Master has early-stage lung cancer. After receiving treatment at the hospital, he has considerably improved and is ready for discharge. However, the efficacy of Western medicine is still limited. He has residual blood stasis in his lungs that requires acupuncture to eliminate completely. I see. Indeed, as expected of the divine physician's disciple, he discerned the root of the ailment immediately. No wonder the old man has been coughing recently. It turns out there is residual blood in his lungs. The hospital's treatment has proven inadequate, but what can be done? After all, hospitals cannot provide the same level of personalized care as a renowned physician. Thankfully, Mulong's efforts have brought in Dr. Li. As Li Nong spoke, the surrounding Jiang family members nodded in agreement, casting approving glances at Jiang Mulong. In their eyes, Jiang Mulong had always been favored by his grandfather, and now that he had invited a renowned physician who could eradicate the old man's ailment, his status in the Jiang family was destined to soar. However, just as Li Nong prepared to administer acupuncture, an unfamiliar voice floated into the air. Acupuncture cannot be performed on the lungs. Grandfather's condition is not a mere case of lung cancer. If needles are inserted, it could lead to serious complications. What? Li Nong was taken aback. Although his skills did not match those of Lu Jianhua, he had been practicing medicine for 20 years. Who dared to challenge him now? He looked over to see Mu Sheng standing in the corner. Who are you? Li Nong furrowed his brow. Dr. Li is treating a patient. What do you know? You good for nothing? Jiang Mulong immediately retorted with ire. Do you even understand medicine? You are merely standing by and hindering my grandfather's treatment. How do you intend to compensate for this? If you are so capable, why do you still remain in our household, living off us? Zhao Lin shot. Mu Sheng a disdainful glance. Everyone, please remain calm, Jiang Wan interjected at that moment. While she did not believe Mu Sheng could heal, a part of her secretly hoped he might bring her some glory. She turned to Mu Sheng and asked, Mu Sheng, do you possess a medical qualification certificate? I can trust you, but grandfather's illness cannot be taken lightly. Mu Sheng shook his head, stating he did not have one. Growing up in the Mu family, he had perused countless medical texts, deeming such certification to be of little consequence. The moment he spoke, Jiang Mulong and Li Nong laughed derisively. How absurd! You know nothing yet dare to instruct others on treatment. Someone throw him out. Jiang Mulong shouted angrily. Please leave. Yes, do hurry and go. Do not force us to take action here, making things uncomfortable for everyone. Two Jiang family members echoed, their expressions filled with anger. Had it not been for their grandfather's presence, they would have acted long ago. Very well, I shall take my leave then. Mu Sheng sighed, rising to exit. If he were to intervene forcefully, he would undoubtedly be obstructed by the crowd, for in their eyes, he was merely a son-in-law living off the family. Jiang Mulong regarded Mu Sheng with a mocking gaze. You worthless fool, leave without claiming to be a member of the Jiang family, for you bring only shame. A derisive snicker emerged from the crowd. Jiang Wan shook her head in disappointment. The sight of Mu Sheng, who lacked any real ability yet still attempted to show off, filled her with embarrassment. Being cast out like this was truly the epitome of humiliation. Hello, is this Jianhua? Stepping out of the hospital room, Mu Sheng dialed a number directly. Are you young Master Mu? The voice on the other end faltered, incredulous, unable to believe that he was hearing Mu Sheng's voice once more after all these years. 7 years ago, while at the Mu family, he had received guidance from Mu Sheng and, through that mentorship, mastered the art of medicine, ultimately becoming one of the 4 esteemed doctors. He could never forget that kindness. After becoming a renowned doctor, he had sought news of Mu Sheng, only to learn that he had been expelled from the Mu family and was missing. Now, upon hearing the familiar name Jianhua, he instantly recognized it. Mu Sheng glanced around before continuing. Are you currently in Jiangnan? Are you too occupied to attend to matters yourself? So you sent your disciple to treat a patient known as Jiang San? Young Master Mu, how do you know this? The voice on the line was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend. How do I know? I merely smile lightly, Mu Sheng replied, his tone rising, his gaze sharpening with intensity. Because your well-taught disciple is about to kill someone. Chapter 5. The golden needle in hand, Mu Sheng stood in the corridor for a moment until he saw Lu Jianhua hurriedly ascending to the 5th floor. Young Master Mu, I finally see you, Lu Jianhua exclaimed, gripping Mu Sheng's hands tightly. Without you, I, Lu, would never have achieved such success. After leaving the Mu family, I searched high and low for you, yet found nothing until today. Lu Jianhua's eyes glistened with tears, struggling to continue. I serve in the military these past years. Mu Sheng waved his hand dismissively, saying nonchalantly, Old Lu, my guidance back then was merely casual. Your achievements are solely due to your own efforts. No, young Master Mu, I can never forget your kindness. Lu Jianhua shook his head repeatedly. Enough. You, a man in your 60s, crying before me? Passers-by might think I'm bullying the elderly. Mu Sheng jested. Besides, I'm no longer a young master of the Mu family. From now on, just call me Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu, Lu Jianhua repeated, somewhat unaccustomed. By the way, Xiao Mu, you mentioned over the phone that my disciple Li Nong is about to kill someone. What exactly is happening? Mu Sheng briefly recounted the events. And upon hearing them, Lu Jianhua's anger ignited. That brat, I asked him to notify me, yet he ended up treating someone instead. And Xiao Mu, you are a person of great significance. How is it that you have become a live-in son-in-law here? If you need money, just tell me. Mu Sheng smiled, indicating that his presence in the Jiang family was due to gratitude, not financial need. He had summoned Lu Jianhua to avoid being obstructed. Very well. Since it is your wish, I shall not press further. Lu Jianhua sighed, feeling regretful. However, if you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out. While I may not possess many skills, after 10 years of practicing medicine, I have made connections with numerous top figures across various fields. Mu Sheng nodded, choosing not to elaborate, his gaze drifting to the window, reflecting on the passage of time. The Mu family. It had been over a decade since he last returned. He wondered how it had changed. Just as the two finished speaking, a sudden, anguished wail echoed from the hospital room behind them. Through the glass, They could see the elderly patient's complexion deteriorating rapidly, his lips turning purple, his body trembling and stiffening. Witnessing this, the Jiang family members knew the situation had worsened. Dr. Li, my grandfather. He won't be in danger, will he? Jiang Mulong panicked, realizing that if anything happened to his grandfather, the entire Jiang family would be doomed. I don't know. The needle has just been inserted. At that moment, Li Nong was equally at a loss. Though not a renowned doctor, he had some skills, yet this was his first encounter with such a dire situation. What on earth is happening? Grandfather, you must not be in danger. Jiang Mulong lamented. Look at what you've done. Enraged, he struck Li Nong hard across the face. If my grandfather dies because of you, you won't live either. Li Nong fell to the ground, covering his face, unable to defend himself. It was undeniable that the old man's condition had drastically changed after the needle was inserted. Could it be? Li Nong recalled Mu Sheng's words before he was expelled, his brow furrowing in realization. Were his words true? Everyone out, as the room descended into chaos. Mu Sheng pushed the door open. Li Nong looked up, seeing the figure following Mu Sheng. Master? Why are you here? Silence, you worthless thing. You've tarnished my reputation. Lu Jianhua glared fiercely at Li Nong, then turned to the now unconscious elder, whose eyes were shut tight, dark spots spreading like ink across his face. Jiang San was teetering on the brink of death, and Mu Sheng could sense that if the dark spots reached the chest and invaded the heart, not even a deity could save him. There was no time to delay. Everyone out. I must prepare for treatment and ensure my grandfather escapes this peril. Do not disturb me until I am finished. Mu Sheng extended his fingers and strode toward the bed. Master, Li Nong looked at Mu Sheng, bewildered. Did you not hear me tell you to leave? Lu Jianhua, now even more furious, kicked Li Nong aside, commanding, do as Mr. Mu says. Everyone out. During the treatment, no one is allowed to peek or enter the room. After saying this, Lu Jianhua closed the door, leaving the Jiang family members and Li Nong standing outside, exchanging glances. Moments later, they finally regained their composure. The renowned Dr. Lu has arrived? They murmured in disbelief. Dr. Lu is here. My grandfather is saved. Yet, why was he addressing that worthless fellow as Mr. Mu? Did Dr. Lu mistake him for someone else? Some Jiang family disciples found it odd. Thank goodness my master is here. Otherwise, if something went wrong, I too would face disaster. Though the Jiang family is not a top-tier clan, the implications of a patient dying would be enough to ruin my reputation, Li Nong thought, feeling immense relief. As for Lu Jianhua's respectful demeanor toward Mu Sheng, he had no mind to contemplate. Why is that useless Mu Sheng allowed to stay behind? One wondered. Indeed, the way he commands feels as though he is the doctor. Jiang Mulong fumed inwardly, vowing to teach him a lesson once he emerged. That useless fellow. I hope he doesn't cause any trouble inside. The onlookers peered anxiously through the tightly drawn windows, unable to see anything within. Li Nong explained. My master prefers to practice medicine in seclusion. Otherwise, it would affect the treatment's outcome. I just hope that useless fellow doesn't ruin things. Jiang Wan gazed at the closed door, silent, her hands clenched tightly, overwhelmed with anxiety. Inside the room, if anyone were to witness the scene, they would be astounded to see the man hailed as one of the 4 esteemed doctors, Lu Jianhua, standing respectfully beside Mu Sheng as if he were a student. Mu Sheng looked at the nearly lifeless Jiang San and murmured, Since you encountered me, your fate is not yet sealed. Old Lu, bring me alcohol and fire. As his words fell, Mu Sheng flicked open a small box, revealing a black cloth that unfurled to reveal 9 golden needles, which leapt into the air like dragons emerging from the sea, deftly grasped by his fingertips. In the next instant, 1 golden needle ignited a flame, gently landing on Jiang Sanya's shoulder. Heaven and earth, yin and yang. Mu Sheng intoned, black evil break. As he spoke, energy surged through the acupuncture point, while simultaneously, the dark spots that had nearly engulfed Jiang Sanya's body began to recede at a visible pace. The retreating dark spots coalesced at the 9 needle points, taking on a grotesque form, releasing a faint, foul odor. Get out! With a delicate tremor of his fingers, Mu Sheng swiftly plunged the golden needle. A startling scene unfolded as, the moment the needle extracted from the acupoint, a dark stream of energy surged forth, yet before it could coalesce, Mu Sheng's palm struck it apart. 1 needle after another was extracted, causing beads of sweat to form on Mu Sheng's forehead. Manipulating the needles was an immensely taxing endeavor. Most would falter and lose consciousness after merely removing one, even if they could discern the ailment's source. Time passed quietly. Lu Jianhua stood nearby, his gaze fixed intently on the unfolding spectacle, paralyzed with awe. He was acutely aware that, in the realm of medicine, he could not rival Mu Shang. This had been true a decade ago, and it remained so, leaving him in the dust. Chapter 6. Kneel down an hour later. All 9 golden needles had been withdrawn from the acupoints, and the once brilliant golden glow in the room began to fade. Mu Shang let out a long sigh. The treatment was complete, and Jiang Sanyi's malevolent toxins had been largely expelled. It was merely a matter of time before he regained consciousness. Exhaustion washed over Mu Shang, for it had been quite some time since he had exerted such effort to save a life. As he opened the door, he was greeted by a throng of Jiang family members gathered anxiously outside, their faces etched with concern. "Dr. Lu, you have finally emerged," they exclaimed. "Dr. Lu, how is my grandfather?" The crowd paid little heed to Mu Shang, brushing past him to confront Lu Jianjun, who stood behind him. It went relatively smoothly. "The issue has been resolved. Jiang San is still inside, but I estimate he will awaken soon." Facing the crowd, Dr. Lu waved his hand and said, "However, it is all thanks to Mr. Mu. If it were not for him, Jiang San would not have been saved." As Lu Jianjun spoke, he glanced at his phone, noticing dozens of missed calls, and slapped his forehead in realization. "Oh no, I was pulled away by Mu Shang amidst my busy schedule. I haven't dealt with the matters on my end. Apologies, but I have a meeting to attend, and I've already delayed too long. I must leave. However, this truly has little to do with me. If you wish to express your gratitude, it should be directed towards Mr. Mu." With that, Lu Jianjun hurriedly departed. "Mr. Mu's merit?" The crowd was taken aback by Dr. Lu's words, and only then did they notice the sweat-drenched Mu Shang standing at the door. "A good-for-nothing. No. Mu Shang, you treated my grandfather? Did you not claim to have never studied medicine?" A member of the Jiang family questioned incredulously. Yet, regardless of their disbelief, this was an acknowledgement from Dr. Lu himself. "Ah, that is merely my master's benevolence. He purposely bestowed the credit upon this fool," Li Nong interjected, a sneer curling his lips. "It is evident that a worthless individual could not possibly cure an ailment that has stumped the hospital for years. That sweat-drenched appearance of his is likely from merely serving tea inside. Everyone, please follow me. I can substantiate my claims," Li Nong scoffed, brandishing silver needles as he led the crowd into the ward. Inside, Jiang San lay upon the bed, eyes tightly shut, but the dark spots had faded, and a healthy flush began to emerge on his skin. Li Nong perched himself at the bedside and spoke calmly. "My master has already administered most of the needles, but due to urgent matters, he left 3 behind. I shall now proceed to awaken Jiang San and completely cure his lung ailment." "Dr. Li, is this true? Are you saying my grandfather will never suffer from this illness again?" Jiang Mulong's face reflected disbelief. The crowd was equally astonished. They were well aware that Jiang San's affliction had plagued the Jiang family for years. Basking in the astonishment of the onlookers, Li Nong nodded confidently. "If I were to take action, it would be as natural as breathing. Heavens, grandfather's illness can truly be cured. Doctor, you are indeed a miracle worker, a perfect partnership of master and disciple, and the medicine works wonders." Li Nong waved his hand lightly, silencing the crowd. His derisive gaze fell on Mu Shang, dripping with contempt. "You, good for nothing, can you achieve this?" "I cannot," Mu Shang replied, shaking his head. "Jiang San's poisoning runs deep. To cure him with just a few needles is a feat beyond even the divine. However, if you proceed with the needles, Jiang San's life will be in peril." Before Li Nong could revel in his anticipated triumph, Mu Shang's words struck him like a thunderclap, causing him to leap from the bedside, pointing an accusatory finger at Mu Shang. You are spouting nonsense. I have treated thousands of patients, received countless accolades. How is it that I have become a quack in your mouth? Good for nothing, I demand an apology. Apologize now." Li Nong's voice trembled with rage. "Otherwise, I will have my lawyer sue you. Good for nothing, you are relentless, aren't you?" Jiang Mulong turned to glare at Mu Shang. "Dr. Lu is simply kind-hearted and does not wish to take credit for his achievements. Yet you, who do not even possess a medical license, dare to present yourself as my grandfather's savior? Do you think you are worthy?" The crowd of Jiang family members stirred, their voices rising in condemnation of Mu Shang, their words harsh and unrelenting. Jiang Wan felt increasingly uncomfortable her face burning with shame. Though Mu Sheng was indeed a good-for-nothing, he was still her nominal husband. His disgrace reflected upon her as well. When would Mu Sheng cease to be so useless? Mu Sheng regarded Li Nong with an impassive expression. In 60 seconds, you will kneel before me in supplication. Kneel before you? Ha! Li Nong sneered. I see that not only are you a fool, but you also delight in daydreams. Once I awaken Jiang San, we shall see how you crawl out of here. Good for nothing. Just watch how I administer the needles. With silver needles in hand, Li Nong concentrated intensely, the crowd holding their breath in anticipation. Yet only Mu Sheng recognized that Li Nong was stimulating sensitive acupoints, aiming to hasten Jiang San's awakening. Unfortunately, following Mu Sheng's 5 needles, Jiang San's acupoints had temporarily sealed. To act now would be tantamount to threatening his life. He moved. Grandfather's eyes have flickered. A keen-eyed member of the Jiang family exclaimed, "Did you see that?" Li Nong cackled, "Good for nothing. Are you trying to embarrass me? In the end, it will be you who faces disgrace." 30 seconds remain. Mu Sheng coolly noted, glancing at his watch. Truly, one does not shed tears until one sees the coffin. Frustrated, Li Nong tightened his grip on the needles, believing Jiang San was on the verge of awakening. Thus, it would be Mu Sheng who would be humiliated. Yet, in the next moment, Jiang San's previously rosy complexion drained of color, as if his life essence had been siphoned away in an instant. His skin shriveled, his pallor ghastly, and the once rising chest fell still. In that fleeting moment, vitality vanished. What is happening? Li Nong stammered, his expression frozen in shock. Despite having cautiously stimulated 2 inconsequential acupoints, the situation was now more dire than before. To his horror, it seemed Jiang San was already lifeless. "Dr. Li, is my grandfather awakening?" Jiang Mulong, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, inquired. 10 seconds remain. Mu Sheng stood aside, casually observing. After 10 seconds, you shall find no opportunity to kneel. Good for nothing. Silence yourself. Jiang Mulong retorted, exasperated by Mu Sheng's interruptions. "Dr. Li, please proceed with the needles. Once my grandfather awakens, I will ensure this good-for-nothing kneels before you." The most robust of the Jiang members glared at Mu Sheng, urging, "Get rid of him." The room filled with shouts of agreement. In the next moment, a dull thud echoed as Li Nong's knees crashed against the tile floor, facing Mu Sheng in supplication. "Mr. Mu, Dr. Mu, I implore you to act swiftly. I was disrespectful earlier. Others may not discern it. But Li Nong is acutely aware that if he delays even a moment longer, Master Jiang will undoubtedly succumb to death." Thud! Thud! Li Nong's head pounded like a pestle, drawing blood. The onlookers stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded, with only the oppressive echoes of the hospital room remaining in their ears. Li Nong knelt. He even referred to this inept individual as a divine physician. Chapter 7. Seizing credit apologies. "Master Mu, I was blind to your talents just now. Please, I implore you to take action." Li Nong's forehead struck the ground, resonating with each thud. "Master Mu, I beg you act swiftly." Deep down, he understood that if Master Jiang truly died, he would be a murderer in every sense. All his past fame and accolades would vanish. The young heirs in the room swallowed hard. Just moments ago, Li Nong had been so adamant, yet now he was kneeling before Master Mu. The abrupt shift left everyone bewildered. Mother-in-law Zhao Lin was flabbergasted. What on earth was happening? She had no intention of assisting him. But Master Jiang was not meant to die. Master Mu spoke indifferently, approaching Master Jiang and grasping the silver needle at his arm. "What kind of acupuncture technique is this?" Li Nong was utterly perplexed, having never seen such a unique method of needle insertion. Yet, he dared not breathe a word, fearing he would hinder Master Mu's treatment. As a few needles were placed, Master Jiang gradually regained vitality, slowly opening his eyes as if awakening from a long slumber. "Where am I now?" "Grandfather, you're still in the hospital. It was Master Mu who brought you back to consciousness," Jiang Wan said joyfully, stepping forward. Thanks to Master Mu's intervention. She wondered when he had learned medicine. Her beautiful eyes regarded Master Mu, as if he were shrouded in a great mystery. Is it truly him? Master Jiang's gaze fell upon Master Mu, filled with disdain. This incompetent cured me? Indeed, father, we owe this to my husband. If you doubt it, ask Dr. Li. Zhao Lin quickly interjected, pointing at Master Mu with her hands on her hips, proudly surveying the room. It was Master Mu, but their connection was minimal. Observing Master Jiang's expression, Li Nong's eyes shifted, and he sneered. Master Jiang, I was merely anxious earlier. In truth, after I administered the needles, your condition improved. The sudden outburst was merely the remnants of poison in your system. Are you implying that it was entirely your treatment that worked? Jiang Mulong questioned, perplexed. Indeed, the results of the treatment had nothing to do with him. Without the groundwork laid by my master and myself, he could never have cured Master Jiang. Li Nong's expression was fervent, claiming the mantle of a selfless savior. Ultimately, he pointed at Master Mu, exclaiming, otherwise, how could this mere house husband possibly comprehend medicine? Master Mu's lips twitched. He had never encountered someone so brazenly shameless. The previously astonished Jiang heirs suddenly felt as though they had been duped by Master Mu. Indeed, this man, who lived off the Jiang family, could not possibly understand medicine. If he truly did, he would not have been unable to produce a medical license and been expelled from a ward. No wonder, Master Mu, I thought you had suddenly become a divine physician. Jiang Mulong sarcastically chimed in. It seems Lu the physician did all the work, and this incompetent merely seized the opportunity. How shameless! The crowd erupted in loud jeers, their anger palpable as they realized they had almost been deceived by this inept fool. How can you speak such blatant lies? Jiang Wan's face darkened. Ha ha ha, Jiang Wan. You surely do not believe that your worthless husband was the one who saved grandfather, do you? His actions were merely opportunistic. Jiang Mulong laughed heartily, clutching his stomach. Grandfather? I don't believe it was like that, Jiang Wan insisted, growing anxious. Silence. Grandfather roared. What do you know, girl? Do you truly think your husband possesses any skill? Indeed, he understands nothing about medicine. Li Nong's smile widened as he pointed at Master Mu, accusing, your needlework was chaotic and lacked any discernible method. Clearly, just random jabs. What do you truly know about acupuncture? Master Mu was disinclined to engage further. The art of acupuncture was a profound secret of the Mu family, intricate and esoteric. Even Lu Jianhua had only scratched the surface. Even if he were to explain, none present would comprehend, and he had no desire to undertake such a thankless task. If you say I lack understanding, then what am I, master? Li Nong retorted angrily. Only a rudimentary grasp. Very well. Once Master Jiang is discharged, my master and I shall return to provide a personal consultation. At that time, we will see how you manage to maintain your faade. Li Nong continued to mock. In his eyes, this was simply an opportunity seized by Master Mu, and once his master arrived, this incompetent would surely be exposed. I too am eager to see your expression when your master arrives. Master Mu replied with a knowing smile. Still defiant, are we? Jiang Mulong spat, disdainfully. Even Lu Jianhua is someone I invited. If you possess any skill, why didn't you bring him here yourself? Ha ha, lost for words now, are you? An inept fool remains an inept fool. Stop overestimating your worth. The crowd did not hold back their ridicule, viewing Master Mu as a worthless wretch, lacking even the dignity of a servant. Enough. Master Jiang's voice boomed, silencing the room instantly. Let us refrain from further discussion. I am well aware of who deserves credit. I shall express my gratitude to Dr. Li. And as for the project in collaboration with Muron Company, I believe Jiang Mulong is better suited to oversee it. Of course, the Jiang family will not forget your contributions. For now, you may escort Master Mu out. Grandfather Jiang Wan's body trembled, her face as pale as a ghost. The contract with Muron Company had been hard-won, and she had endured countless trials at the hands of Longueway Company. To relinquish that contract now was unbearable. Must I repeat myself? Grandfather's expression hardened. Jiang Wan bit her silver teeth, but dared not speak further. Grandfather had long held authority in the household. She had no power to resist. Jiang Mulong turned to Jiang Wan and Master Mu, a smirk gracing his lips, as if to say, what does it matter if you obtain the contract? You worthless fools are destined to be beneath my heel for all eternity. Bang! The door slammed shut, nearly hitting Master Mu's nose. Once thrust out of the ward, mother-in-law Zhao Lin could no longer contain her fury, pointing at Master Mu and berating him. It is all your fault, you worthless wretch. If you had any competence, we would not have faced such humiliation today. How dare you try to claim credit for something that is not yours? Look in the mirror. Master Mu lowered his head, refraining from retorting. He understood Jiang Wan and her mother were upset. After all, had it not been for him, they would not have been expelled from the ward. And Jiang Wan had even lost the contract. Jiang Wan's silence and despondent demeanor as she returned home concerned Master Mu. Get back to your room. From now on, you are not permitted to attend any gatherings of the Jiang family without my consent. Otherwise, you will ruin our family's business. Zhao Lin shouted, slamming the door behind her, her annoyance at the sight of him palpable. Master Mu remained silent, retreating to his room. As he was preparing for sleep after a shower, he heard the faint sound of sobbing from Jiang Wan's room above. After a moment's hesitation, he quietly ascended the stairs, and upon seeing Jiang Wan weeping into her pillow, his heart felt as though it were fracturing, aching intensely. How long had she been bearing such pressure? How long had it been? Mushi has always regarded Jiang Wan as a formidable woman, capable of standing alone in the company. However, Mushi overlooked the fact that, despite her strength, she is still a woman, and her emotions have been building up for quite some time. Why is this happening to me? Is it simply because I am alone and vulnerable? It is utterly unfair. Jiang Wan sobbed, her shoulders trembling, resembling a wounded rabbit curled up in the corner. Feeling utterly helpless. Do you need assistance? After standing quietly behind her for a long while, Mushi finally spoke. How did you get in? Leave me alone. Jiang Wan raised her head to respond, but suddenly froze. Under the moonlight, Mushi's eyes were calm, yet profound, akin to the vastness of the starry sky. In that moment, Jiang Wan recalled Mushi administering an injection in the hospital earlier that day, realizing he was no longer the spineless coward who merely endured humiliation. He exuded an inexplicable strength that commanded respect. Can you help me? Jiang Wan was surprised at her own words. As long as you desire it. I can make it happen, Mushi replied, gently patting her shoulder before turning to leave. Chapter 8. Taking over the company in the opulent office of the Muron Company. Mushi sat across from an elderly man clad in a black suit, who exuded the poise and sophistication befitting a person of high status. Young Master Mushi, you finally agreed to meet me, the elderly man, Su Lao, exclaimed with excitement. He was the same individual who had intercepted Mushi in a Rolls-Royce a few days prior, serving as a steward for the Mushi family and the primary representative in the Jiangnan region. The luxurious surroundings and the man's address made Mushi feel somewhat awkward. He straightforwardly stated, I am here to request your assistance. Young Master Mushi, whatever you require, the Mushi family will do our utmost. Su Lao Ziplit Witao Hestitino. Mushi nodded, unsurprised by his response, and continued, I need a sum of money. The amount is at your discretion. Additionally, I would like you to handle some matters concerning your Jiangnan branch. Certainly, I will discuss the financial matter with the master, and if all goes well, the funds will be transferred within 10 minutes. Su Lao readily agreed. As for the branch, the master mentioned that it is a welcome gift for you. As long as you sign this contract, not only can the Muron Company assist you, but you could also sell the company without issue. Su Lao stepped, retrieving a pre-prepared contract from his drawer and presenting it to Mushi. His promises were evidently in line with the family's intentions. Mushi swiftly signed the contract, and Su Lao, as if holding a treasure, carefully placed the document in his bag, releasing a long sigh of relief. Then, he cautiously looked at Mushi and said, Young master, the master, unfortunately, does not have much time left. He truly wishes to see you before he departs. My father? Mushi was taken aback and fell into silence. Years ago, as one of the heirs of the family, his mother had given birth to him at the age of 40 amidst immense familial pressure, leading to brutal conflicts among brothers. Fearing for Mushi's safety, his father had arranged for him to be secretly sent away from the Mushi family. Tragically, during his escape, they were discovered, resulting in his mother's death while protecting him. Mushi vowed to uncover the truth behind her demise. Though he understood his father's difficulties, he could not forgive him for his mother's fate, a feeling of abandonment that lingered throughout his years in the military. I will return, Mushi said softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Good. Su Lao was so overwhelmed by Mushi's agreement that he jumped to his feet, his eyes glistening with tears. I will inform the master immediately. Observing this, Mushi turned to gaze out the window, his heart filled with mixed emotions. After years of separation, his father remained his father, bound by blood. Moreover, with his father gravely ill, the urgency to return grew stronger. Once he had settled his affairs, he would visit. Mushi resolved to leave. His return home motivated solely by the desire to see his father. As someone who had traversed the mountains of death and endured the chaos of battle, material wealth held little sway over him. Young master, you Haventy mentioned what you needed us to handle at the Muron Company. Su Lao suddenly recalled as Mushi was about to depart. The contract modification between the Muron company and the Jiang family will have my wife, Jiang Wan, replaced by Jiang Mulong. In a few days, Jiang Mulong will come to the company to submit their new contract and proposal. Mushy stepped through the door, stating slowly, and my request is that when Jiang Mulong arrives, he is to be dismissed. Ding. Upon returning home, Mushy's phone chimed with a notification, followed by a message alerting him of a substantial deposit. Your bank account has received 10 billion yuan. Even though he had anticipated this, the sheer magnitude of the sum still startled him. I merely asked for some funds, and you transferred 10 billion? Do you consider 10 billion a trifling sum? Mushy gazed at his phone, a bitter smile creeping upon his face. It appeared that the Mushy family had grown exponentially stronger since his departure, now regarded as the foremost among the 4 prestigious families of Yanjing. The trivial amount they casually provided far surpassed what the entire Jiang family could muster. In the following days, after the contract with the Muron company was seized, his mother-in-law, Zhao Lin, returned home with a sour expression, offering Mushy little kindness. Meanwhile, Jiang Wan's situation at the company grew increasingly precarious. She discovered that Jiang Mulong was systematically bribing upper management and selling stocks to undermine her authority in the company. Mushy had not anticipated this. He initially believed Jiang Mulong would seek collaboration with the Muron company following the contract acquisition. Instead, he was targeting Jiang Wan, aiming to exploit the contract modification to completely undermine her. However, Mushy, now in control of the Muron company, remained unconcerned. The more greed Jiang Mulong displayed, the harder he would fall. One day, Zhao Lin returned home early, her demeanor suggesting she had some joyous news. Daughter, there's a banquet this evening, and many of my friends will be attending. A banquet? Jiang Wan was taken aback, as she had not heard her mother mention it before. Yes, dear. Remember to dress beautifully. Important figures will be present tonight. Zhao Lin affirmed, then glanced at Mushy, her smile instantly vanishing. Coldly, she remarked, You, useless wretch, are coming too. Mushy nodded and continued to clean the floor. Is Mushy really going? Jiang Wan wondered, perplexed. Her mother had always despised Mushy, and following recent events at the hospital, had prevented him from attending any gatherings. Was this a sign of change? We will leave first, and you can join us later once you finish cleaning. After preparing herself, Zhao Lin took Jiang Wan's hand and elegantly walked out of the room. Upon reaching the door, she shot Mushy a disdainful glance and snorted. The location was somewhat distant, and after a moment's hesitation, Jiang Wan pulled 100 yuan from her bag and placed it on the table. Mushy, if you're running late, take a taxi. Why give this useless person money? What a waste. Just let him walk over. Zhao Lin snatched the money back. Mom, he is still my husband. I'll tell you, starting today, you are not to call him husband. The door slammed shut behind them, yet Mushy continued mopping the floor, feeling a flicker of warmth in his heart. Though he had yet to assist Jiang Wan in any tangible way, and she doubted his capabilities, their relationship was gradually drawing closer. Chapter 9. The matchmaking banquet. Upon Mushy's arrival at the venue, he found the private room already filled with dishes. Oh, Mushy is here. Sister Zhao, is this the useless wretch you were just talking about? Zhao Lin invited only the neighbors nearby, who had long heard of Mu Sheng. Upon seeing him enter, they greeted him with cheerful smiles. Mu Sheng nodded in acknowledgement and quietly took a seat beside Jiang Wan. Ignore him. Let's continue eating, Zhao Lin coldly huffed, finding Mu Sheng utterly displeasing, wishing she could expel him on the spot. By the way, Sister Zhao, you specifically invited us today. Is there some good news? A plump woman inquired curiously as she shifted closer to Zhao Lin. No rush. He will be arriving shortly, Zhao Lin replied with a smile. Andy, you're making me anxious. Just as everyone's curiosity piqued, a knock echoed from outside the door. Zhao Lin immediately sprang from her chair, eagerly rushing to open it. Standing outside was a tall, handsome man in a white suit, holding a bouquet of flowers. Good day, Annie, he greeted with a slight bow and a smile. Zhang Wenjie, you finally come. Zhao Lin welcomed him in, gesturing to the neighbors. These are your old neighbors. Do you still recognize them? Is this Zhang Wenjie? The neighbors were taken aback, realizing that the guest Zhao Lin had invited was none other than the son of their former neighbor, who had moved overseas 5 years ago. No wonder Zhao Lin had called them all together. Come, sit here. Zhao Lin led Zhang Wenjie to Jiang Wan's side, shooting a glare at Mu Sheng. You useless fool. Why don't you make some room? I haven't finished my meal, Mu Sheng replied, casting a calm glance at Zhao Lin. You, useless fool, how dare you retort me? Zhao Lin was nearly driven to madness by Mu Sheng's defiance. It's fine, Annie. I can sit anywhere, Zhang Wenjie interjected, though his eyes scrutinized Mu Sheng from top to bottom. It was said that Jiang Wan had married a good-for-nothing. Now it seemed to be true. Turning his gaze back to Jiang Wan, Zhang Wenjie was instantly captivated by her figure, voluptuous and ripe as a peach. Just the sight of her made his mouth dry. And with his extensive experience with women, he sensed that Jiang Wan was still innocent. This woman, I must have her. After swallowing hard, Zhang Wenjie found an empty seat, producing a box from his belongings and politely presenting it to Zhao Lin. Auntie, I just returned to the country. This is a gift I prepared for you. Zhao Lin opened the box with delight, revealing a stunning necklace adorned with brilliant rubies that sparkled magnificently under the light. The crowd gasped in awe. What a beautiful necklace. Of course, Zhang Wenjie nodded, his gaze gleaming with pride as he continued. These rubies were acquired in France and crafted by the renowned British artisan, Tony. The diamonds and platinum complement each other, embodying wealth and longevity. Wow, Zhang Wenjie, you truly went all out. Zhao Lin beamed, unable to hide her joy. This gift must be incredibly expensive. Not too extravagant, just a little over $500,000, bought with my usual pocket money, Zhang Wenjie casually replied, though his smirk betrayed his satisfaction. My heavens, $500,000? That's at least $3 million in local currency. The crowd cast envious glances at him. They could hardly believe that their former neighbor, who had lived next door 5 years ago, was now soaring high in society. Huh, I've merely opened a few companies and engaged in overseas trade. Zhang Wenjie waved his hand dismissively. That is not worth mentioning. What does that make us? You're too modest. Someone chimed in. By the way, Wenjie, do you have a girlfriend now? I haven't sought anyone since my last relationship, Zhang Wenjie remarked, his gaze lingering on Jiang Wan. Actually, I've always had someone in my heart. Wow, a heartfelt young man, such a rarity these days. The revelation sparked another wave of excitement among the guests. How wonderful. It's a pity my daughter married a good-for-nothing so early. If I had a son-in-law like you, I'd be living in luxury, Zhao Lin remarked, glancing pointedly at Jiang Wan. Mom, what are you saying? Jiang Wan responded, flustered. Mu Sheng is still here. What difference does it make if this useless fool is present? Zhao Lin dismissed her daughter's concern. Zhang Wenjie, noticing Zhao Lin's disdainful expression, couldn't he help but smirk inwardly. He had already investigated the couple's relationship and Mu Sheng's background in preparation for this evening, which was precisely why he felt so confident appearing here at Zhao Lin's invitation. Feigning ignorance, he looked down at Mu Sheng with an air of superiority. Oh, so, this is Miss Jiang Wan's husband? May I ask what you do for a living? Mu Sheng's expression darkened, his fists clenched beneath the table, veins bulging like coiling dragons. He was not naive. He understood Zhao Lin's intentions for this gathering. It was evidently a matchmaking event to introduce Zhang Wenjie, designed to publicly humiliate him and enhance Zhang Wenjie's image in Jiang Wan's eyes. For such a person, Mu Sheng could not summon the energy to respond. Oh, Wenjie, don't mind him. He's just a good-for-nothing living off his wife's income, Zhao Lin coldly remarked. Auntie, please don't say that. A man must have his own career. Zhang Wenjie feigned concern, addressing Mu Sheng. Mu Sheng, may I inquire about your educational background? I know the CEO of Mu Ran Company. With my recommendation, I can secure you a suitable position. Me? Mu Sheng felt his patience wearing thin. I have no qualifications. No qualifications? Ha ha ha. How is that possible? Mu Shen, have you not even completed middle school or high school? In Mu Sheng, your words are excessive. While you're not wrong, you are being supported by your wife. Why pretend to be aloof? A useless person remains useless, even when given opportunities. To the onlookers, Mushing has become a complete failure, without a career and yet claiming superiority, leaving them puzzled as to why he still lingers in the Jiang family. Zhang Wenjie's expression turned cold. Typically, he would have dealt with a person of Mushing's social status harshly, but in the presence of Jiang Wan, he needed to maintain his composure. It's nothing. I understand the youthful arrogance. Perhaps you've never tasted such exquisite cuisine before? Zhang Wenjie tossed a menu in front of Mushing, generously offering, order whatever you desire. This meal is on me. Wenjie truly exuded confidence. Indeed, the audacity of this useless man to be ungrateful while being treated to a meal is a level of sophistication that a lifelong failure could never attain. Zhao Lin politely interjected, Wenjie, this is too much. Not all. I just returned to the country, and Aunt Zhao hosted a banquet for me. So I owe you my gratitude. Zhang Wenjie waved dismissively. The others, upon hearing this, regarded Zhang Wenjie as exceptionally gracious, showering him with praise, and deemed Mushing's previous remarks utterly excessive. Are you certain I can order freely? Mushing inquired, a smile unexpectedly gracing his face as he received the menu. What? Do you think I can't afford it? Zhang Wenjie retorted, disdain evident in his voice. I've dined on all sorts of exquisite dishes abroad. Order whatever you wish. It's insignificant. He assumed Mushing had likely never encountered such fine cuisine and was taken aback by the prices. How pathetic, the women scoffed, their disdainful gazes fixated on Mushing, portraying an air of sophistication, even counting every penny when ordering. Mushing smiled silently, inscribing a string of letters on the menu. Moments latte. The hotel manager entered, holding the menu with a serious expression. Esteemed sir, are you certain you wish to order these dishes? Yes, why wouldn't I? Zhang Wenjie replied coldly, feeling the pressure of maintaining his facade before the crowd, now confronted by the manageress' inquiry. Each dish, 2 servings, he commanded. The manager lowered his head, recognizing that anyone capable of writing such a string of English characters must hold a significant status. He merely wished to confirm that there was no mistake in the order. Soon, the waitstaff began to bring forth an array of exquisite dishes, and the table was soon laden with culinary delights. The final presentation included 2 small plates of white caviar, delicately adorned with a hint of gold, an utterly enticing sight. Here, Jiangwan, Musheng said, lifting a plate of caviar and using a silver spoon to gently scoop a spoonful to offer her. This is for you. Do give it a try. Jiangwan paused, instinctively reaching to push it away, but upon seeing Mushing's earnest expression, she slightly parted her lips to taste it. This flavor is extraordinary. The caviar, upon entering her mouth, released a subtle briny fragrance, rich and sweet, surprisingly delightful. What do you think? Isn't it marvelous? Mushing asked confidently. Indeed. Mushing, how did you know that the caviar here is so exquisite? Jiangwan questioned, a hint of curiosity in her voice. Lowering her gaze, she realized she had unconsciously devoured nearly half the plate, a blush rising to her fair cheeks. I'm sorry, Mushing, it's just too delicious. I couldn't help myself. Not to worry, I'll finish what's left. Your drool doesn't bother me. Mushing chuckled. What did you say? Jiangwan retorted, flustered and indignant. You dare find fault with me? Letting you eat is already a privilege. Don't overstep, Mushing. All right, I won't complain. I enjoy your drool enough to savor it daily, he teased. You're impossible. Jiangwan's cheeks flushed deeper, her delicate fists raining down playfully on Mushing. Zhang Wenjie, observing this flirtatious exchange, felt his anger surge, casting a disdainful glance at the couple. What do we have here? Caviar? You impoverished souls truly fail to comprehend the allure of what I've grown weary of abroad, yet you strive to order it. Enough, Wenjie. Don't bother with this useless fool. It's only a matter of time before the marriage ends, so don't take it to heart, Zhao Lin interjected, rising to pour a drink for Zhang Wenjie. Zhao Lin's ambitions for her daughter to divorce Mushing were fueled by Wenjie's status and background. In her eyes, Mushing was unworthy of her daughter, while only a promising young man like Zhang Wenjie deserved her. Rest assured, Aunt Zhao, once I'm with her, I will treat her well and ensure she suffers not a bit, Zhang Wenjie declared, his confidence bolstered by Zhao Lin's support. With a grand gesture, he called out, Waitstaff, bring 2 bottles of the finest wine. Before long, 2 bottles of wine were delivered. Zhang Wenjie, now a man of stature, found everyone eager to ingratiate themselves with him, raising their glasses in flattery. As the evening wore on and the shadows lengthened, the table was cleared of empty bottles. Zhang Wenjie, smiling, summoned the waiter. Although he had exchanged little with Jiangwan and had even been ignored, he had secured support from Zhao Lin. With his mother-in-law's backing, he felt assured of winning Jiangwan's affection. Let us settle the bill, he announced, nonchalantly producing his bank card while casting a deliberate glance at Jiangwan. At that moment, gasps erupted as the guests beheld the card in Zhang Wenjie's hand. A golden card from Donghua Country. Donghua Country boasts the largest bank in the world, a deposit exceeding 100,000 grants a bronze card, while 1 million is required for a silver card, and over 5 million for a golden card. Zhang Wenjie's father possessed a fortune exceeding 100 million, yet it did not imply that he had such funds readily available. The golden card had taken him considerable effort to acquire. After a moment, a waiter approached. I apologize, sir, but your card balance is insufficient. Zhang Wenjia's anger flared. What nonsense is this? I deposited 1 million just days ago. How can you claim my balance is insufficient? I'm terribly sorry, sir. Your balance is 670,000 Donghua dollars, but this bill totals 13 million. The waiter's voice was not loud, yet everyone in the private room heard it clearly. 13 million? What could they possibly have consumed? Zhang Wenjia panicked, pointing an accusatory finger at the waiter. There are only 8 of us. A dozen dishes don't cost over 10 million. Are your dishes priced at 1 million each? Fetch your manager. This must be a mistake. Zhao Lin also grew anxious, hastily chiming in. Indeed, over 10 million for a meal? This is more akin to robbery. This should be around $1,000. A meal can't possibly cost that much, the others echoed, insisting that there must be an error in the bill. After all, a dinner costing 13 million was beyond their wildest imaginations. Amidst the commotion, only Mushing remained calm, observing the scene with a faint smile. While the others were oblivious to the truth, he understood perfectly. He had ordered a special caviar made from albino sturgeon, roe mixed with black truffle from the Alps. An extraordinarily rare delicacy, priced at a staggering $100,000 per teaspoon, the most expensive caviar in the world. This caviar is unique and exceedingly precious. Thus it is offered as a secret dish in this establishment. Before leaving the Mu family, Mu Sheng had dined here with his parents and was aware that only by inscribing a specific sequence of English letters could one procure it. Zhang Wenjia, unfamiliar with this custom, could not fathom that the stack of caviar amounted to nearly $1 million. After ordering 2 servings, he found himself facing a bill of 13 million. At this moment, witnessing Zhang Wenjia's expression akin to that of someone who had consumed excrement, she nearly burst into laughter. Sir, the manager soon entered, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit. May I assist you with something? What on earth is wrong with your hotel? Zhang Wenjia stepped forward, visibly agitated. How could you possibly miscalculate the bill? The manager remained composed, taking the bill from the waiter and methodically verifying each item. He then shook his head, stating, Sir, we have not made an error in the billing. Your total is indeed 13 million, and we have even applied a discount. That is utter nonsense. Faced with such a staggering amount, Zhang Wenjia could no longer contain his frustration, seizing the manager by the collar and demanding, Explain why these dishes cost so much. This is extortion. I will call the police. The manager calmly disentangled himself from Zhang Wenjia's grip. Having worked here for decades, he had encountered numerous affluent patrons, and it had never occurred to him that someone capable of ordering such delicacies would lack the means to pay. Adjusting his sleeves with a serene demeanor, he replied, I apologize, sir, but the white sturgeon caviar you ordered is a limited edition, priced at 6 million per serving. You ordered 2 servings, totaling 13 million. I specifically inquired whether you wished to order this dish before it was served, and we have surveillance footage to corroborate. Even if you were to alert the authorities, the evidence is in our favor. Zhang Wenjia's expression shifted as realization dawned upon him. His eyes reddened as he turned to glare at Mu Sheng. You spineless coward, did you conspire against me? You told me to order freely. Mu Sheng merely shrugged, unperturbed. Jiang Wan covered her mouth in astonishment, unable to believe that what they had just consumed was so exorbitantly priced. Did I just eat over $1 million worth of food? Are you implying that you do not intend to pay? The manager smiled faintly, exuding an aura of authority. With a swift motion, dozens of burly men wearing sunglasses flooded into the room, their intimidating presence unmistakable. They were clearly not mere thugs collecting protection money. Mr. Wu, is this group attempting to dine and dash? The leading man pointed at Zhang Wenjia and his companions. What should we do, Wenjia? Yes, Wenjia. You invited us to this meal. The crowd grew increasingly anxious, as they were merely ordinary individuals who had never encountered such a spectacle. No, we did not dine and dash, Zhang Wenjia shouted, pressured by the imposing figure before him. I will pay right now. Then please proceed with the payment. Zhang Wenjia stammered, panic evident on his face. 13 million was an unimaginable sum for him. However, if he failed to pay, it seemed he would be forcibly removed. Amidst the chaos, only Mu Sheng remained composed in his seat, inciting further irritation in Zhang Wenjia as he recalled that the caviar, consumed by both Mu Sheng and Jiang Wan, had been ordered at his behest. A sudden idea struck him, and he declared, I will pay, but only for what I consumed. I did not order those 2 servings of caviar, nor did I partake, so I am not obliged to pay. Jiang Wan, taken aback, exclaimed, Zhang Wenjie, do not forget that you said you were treating Mu Sheng. When did I ever say I was treating this coward? You should pay for what he ordered. Zhang Wenjie retorted coldly, clearly seeking to instigate discord. Indeed, Wenjie claimed he was treating. But who would know this coward would order such expensive items? Another chimed in, directing their scorn towards Mu Sheng. Are you suggesting that whoever consumes should pay? Mu Shen interjected calmly. Zhang Wenjie, momentarily taken aback, found hope in Mu Sheng's words and nodded eagerly. Yes, that is precisely what I mean. Jiang Wan rushed to Mu Sheng's side, whispering urgently, Mu Sheng, do not pay him any mind. Let us leave. The Zhang family was merely a second-tier clan. And given Jiang Wan's modest family background, they could barely manage a monthly income of several tens of thousands, with savings amounting to no more than 2 million. Mu Sheng rose, gently addressing Jiang Wan. Why should I leave? As long as you enjoy it. I am more than happy to treat you to as much as you desire. Jiang Wan, momentarily taken aback by Mu Sheng's resolute gaze, quickly regained her composure. But that is 13 million, not 1,300. How could you possibly afford that? I will cover today's meal completely. But if I pay and you consume what I have paid for, what then? Mu Sheng posed, casting a meaningful glance at Zhang Wenjie. Jiang Wan was taken aback by the implication. Covering the entire bill meant 13 million. How could Mu Sheng possibly have such wealth? Mu Sheng, do not act rashly. Even if you sold your house, you could not gather such a sum. Regardless, this coward should not expect us to pay, Zhao Lin added, dismissing Mu Sheng's intentions. Zhang Wenjie laughed heartily. You intend to pay the bill? If you truly foot the entire bill, I will regurgitate everything I consumed and return it to you. It's a deal. Mu Sheng nodded, retrieving a bank card from his pocket. Then I shall pay. The manager, indifferent to who was settling the bill as long as payment was made, nodded in agreement and stepped out with the card. Zhang Wenjie sneered, casually taking a seat, convinced that Mu Sheng was about to be humiliated. Fool, let us see how you extricate yourself from this predicament. Chapter 12. Regurgitate everything manager. There seems to be an issue with his bank card. Moments later, a waiter rushed in, anxiety etched across his face as he whispered urgently to the manager. The manager's expression shifted, and he promptly followed the waiter out. Huh, your card cannot possibly cover such an amount. Zhang Wenjie guffawed, turning to Zhao Lin. Do not worry. Even if he cannot pay, I will cover my share. As for this coward, whether he could afford it or would end up with broken limbs was of no concern to him. Let that coward suffer. The crowd's disdainful gazes fell upon Mu Sheng. Relying on his wife for living expenses, how could he ever afford such a sum? They anticipated his inevitable downfall. Pitying him, Wenjie, we owe you a debt of gratitude. Otherwise, we would have been dragged down by this coward. A slightly plump woman spat at Mu Sheng, her expression one of utter contempt. Zhang Wenjie feigned humility, yet his heart bled. 6 million was a staggering amount. But if he could publicly humiliate Mu Sheng and win Jiang Wan's affection, it would be worth it. Jiang Wan regarded Mu Sheng quizzically, perplexed by his audacity to boast despite lacking the means. Having known him for some time, she found it hard to believe he was that kind of person. What could be his motive? The manager, who had just departed, returned at that moment, cradling a bank card in his hands. Mr. Mu, this is your bank card, he announced. The manager was astonished. Just moments ago, when he had swiped the card, the attendant informed him that it contained an astounding 1 billion. Initially, he suspected a malfunction with the POS machine, but upon summoning the manager, he learned that the card indeed held an incredible sum, freshly deposited. To possess a bank card with 1 billion in deposits is no small feat. This is the receipt for your purchase. As it is your first time at our establishment, we are pleased to present you with a Diamond VIP membership card. With this card, you are entitled to a minimum of 40 off all purchases, he continued. Mr. Mu nodded, accepting it nonchalantly. What does this mean? Just moments ago, the neighbors, including Zhang Wenjie, had mocked Mr. Mu, and now they were all left dumbfounded. He actually made a payment? Hey, why did you suddenly give him a VIP membership card? How could this useless fool possibly afford it? Zhang Wenjie exclaimed in panic, grabbing the manager's shoulder in disbelief. The manager turned to him, coldly stating, I have 3 points to clarify with you. First, the decision to grant a VIP membership card is entirely ours. If you're dissatisfied, feel free to lodge a complaint. Second, Mr. Mu has indeed made a payment, unlike you, who merely seeks to dine for free. Third, I would appreciate it if you could treat this gentleman with the respect he deserves. With that, the manager forcefully removed Zhang Wenjia's hand, directing a respectful gaze toward Mr. Mu. Jiang Wan, let us depart, Mr. Mu said, not even glancing at Zhang Wenjia as he exited the private room. This must be a scam, right? Useless fool, stop right there. Explain yourself. Despite the manager's admission, Zhang Wenjia remained incredulous and attempted to pursue, demanding clarification. However, just as he reached the doorway, a hand pressed firmly on his shoulder. Turning around, he found a manager regarding him with a stern expression, while a burly man behind him held him firmly in place. What are you doing? Zhang Wenjia felt a surge of unease. Who was it that boasted about making you regurgitate everything you consumed? The manager inquired seriously. And who do you think you are to lecture me? Zhang Wenjia retorted angrily. In his eyes, the manager was merely a worker, and having already paid, he felt the manager had no right to confront him. Let go of me, release me. To be a man is to keep one's word. However, Mr. Mu is disinclined to engage in such rough work, so we shall assist him, the manager replied with a frosty demeanor. He recognized the value of cultivating a good relationship with Mr. Mu, given his mysterious identity and background, and he had long harbored disdain for Zhang Wenjia, so he would not let him escape easily. Black dog, come forth. Zhang Wenjia's complexion paled. Bang! The burly man struck him forcefully in the abdomen, causing Zhang Wenjia to double over, his strength overwhelming for an ordinary person to withstand. With a retch, he expelled everything he had just consumed. The room was immediately filled with an unpleasant odor. As Mr. Mu reached the doorway, he turned back, a faint, cold smile gracing his lips. The attentive manager seized the moment, exclaiming, "He hasn't finished yet." Black dog again. Bang! Bang! 2 more punches landed, and Zhang Wenjia collapsed to the ground, covered in his own vomit. Jiang Wan, do not look. Mr. Mu covered Jiang Wan's nose. Mother, please take a cab home. I need to discuss something with Mr. Mu. As they exited the private room, the night had darkened and the vibrant neon lights illuminated the city of Jiangnan, transforming it into a sleepless metropolis. Sitting on a stone bench, Jiang Wan suddenly turned to Mr. Mu, inquiring, how did you manage to have so much money in your bank card? Furthermore, how did you know about the special caviar served here? Have you dined here before? A barrage of questions poured forth, as her mind brimmed with curiosity. She had initially perceived him as a mere freeloader, yet he had just effortlessly settled a $1 million bill. Coupled with the incident at the hospital and his remarkable skills, he seemed to embody an enigma that Jiang Wan yearned to unravel. If I claimed to have won the lottery, would you believe me? He teased. What do you think? Jiang Wan smiled, her mischievous eyes scrutinizing Mr. Mu as if attempting to pierce through his thoughts. Very well, I shall speak the truth. Mr. Mu relented, not wishing to disclose his connection to the Mu family at this juncture. After a brief pause, he fabricated a reason, saying, the hotel owner is actually my friend. I didn't pay at all. The amount of 13 million was a figure I had him state intentionally. Ah, I see. Jiang Wan replied, realization dawning upon her. So everything, including the confrontation with the owner, was orchestrated by you? Indeed. I only decided to act upon encountering the hotel owner. Had Zhang Wenjia not provoked me, I would have preferred to avoid such actions. Mr. Mu nodded in affirmation. Zhang Wenjia is indeed quite detestable, Jiang Wan concurred. During dinner, Zhang Wenjia's unabashed gaze remained fixed on her. Were it not for the presence of others, Jiang Wan would have erupted. Ding ding ding. While they were conversing, Jiang Wan's phone suddenly rang. Upon glancing at the message, her previously flushed cheeks turned icy. What is it? Mr. Mu sensed something was amiss. This Jiang Mulong has gone too far. Do you know what he has done? Mr. Mu shook his head. He had no idea what Jiang Wan's phone contained. He poached 3 of my consultants. Even Zhang Yupeng, whom I had meticulously trained, was taken by Jiang Mulong. When I confronted him, he mockingly retorted that if my company were managed well, how could consultants be stolen away? Now, a significant portion of my staff has left, and I've lost crucial contracts. Jiang Mulong's actions are clearly aimed at driving my company to ruin. Jiang Wan voiced her grievances, feeling overwhelmed as the path ahead appeared bleak, leaving her uncertain of what to do next. So, what you mean is if you can reclaim this contract from Jiang Mulong, all your company's troubles will be resolved? Mr. Mu asked. That's the theory, but how is that even possible? My grandfather is clearly biased towards Jiang Mulong, and he continues to undermine my company. We are suffering losses every month, and things are dire. What if I told you that I can indeed help you retrieve this contract? Mr. Mu replied with a smile, seemingly unperturbed by the situation. Jiang looked momentarily dazed. Retrieve the contract? Mr. Mu, are you dreaming? It was that Jiang doubted Mr. Mu, but rather that his claims seemed utterly implausible. Of course, Mr. Mu affirmed. Tomorrow morning, you will accompany me to the Muron Company. Chapter 13. You are not qualified to enter after returning home together. Jiang and Mr. Mu found her mother-in-law, Zhao Lin, seated on the sofa with a grim expression. Why are you only just getting back? Zhao Lin coldly questioned as they stepped inside. I was held up by some matters. I've just resolved them, Mr. Mu explained. Stop right there. Did I give you permission to leave? Get back here. Zhao Lin pointed at Mr. Mu, reproaching him. I see you are increasingly disregarding this family. Mr. Mu furrowed his brow, aware that since his marriage, Zhao Lin had never treated him with kindness. However, her inexplicable scolding this time, even with a desire to endure, stirred feelings of indignation within him. Useless fool. Don't think that a little cleverness allows you to take advantage of others. Zhao Lin scoffed. I'll tell you, while Zhang Wenjie may not have seen through your ruse, I certainly have. You know the hotel owner, and the inflated prices of the meal were deliberately set by you. Weren't they? Mother, it was Zhang Wenjie who went too far. Jiang interjected from his side. Jiang, this is none of your business. It is this useless fool who is beneath contempt. He previously took advantage of my father in the hospital, only to have the contract revoked. Now, just 2 days later, he has made another blunder. In a few days, you must apologize to Zhang Wenjie. Otherwise, do not return to our home. Mu Sheng found Zhao Lin increasingly unreasonable. Yet she remained Jiang mother. So he chose to ignore her and headed straight to his room. No matter how Zhao Lin berated him, he did not look back. Zhao Lin, seething with rage, glared at Mu Sheng's retreating figure and spat. You coward. You dare to disregard my words. Once I inherit the estate, I will be the first to break your legs. Mu Sheng pretended not to hear her and continued to his room. After a quick wash in the bathroom, he returned to his bed, where he found Jiang sitting cross-legged, her gaze fixed intently on him. Is there something you need? Mu Sheng frowned. What? Can't I come to your room if there's nothing going on? Jiang felt a twinge of displeasure, although it was her suggestion to sleep separately. Mu Sheng's demeanor made it seem as though he despised her. Fine, but I'm going to sleep now, she replied. Leaning against the doorframe, Mu Sheng smiled. Would you like to join me? Ugh. A blush crept onto Jiang face. Surprisingly, she did not get angry at Mu Sheng's bold remark. Instead, she turned her gaze to the window and said, I came here to apologize on behalf of my mother. She spoke out of anger. So please don't take it to heart. I truly don't mind staying in the Jiang family. It is solely because of you, Mu Sheng replied casually. The transaction he made with Jiang father was to remain in the Jiang family and protect Jiang for 3 years. Because of me? Jiang paused, the weight of those words striking her heart like a hammer. Did he endure all of this solely for her sake? Get some sleep. I will be here tomorrow, Mu Sheng said, lying down on his bed. The next morning, Jiang Mulong, clad in a brand new suit, stood proudly at the entrance of the Muron Company with his team in tow. Although the contract had long been signed, he was merely there to change the person in charge. The remaining tasks were not extensive. However, Jiang Mulong harbored ambitions. He wanted to use this opportunity to prove to the higher-ups of Muron Company that he could surpass Jiang, even signing more contracts with them. His lavish spending to invite Liu Jianhua to treat his grandfather had already garnered him favor, and as long as this collaboration with Muron Company went smoothly, he was certain he would be the heir of the Jiang family without a doubt. Mu Sheng, why do you suddenly mention that useless fool? Consultant Zhang frowned and turned to see Mu Sheng standing at the entrance, his eyes widening in disbelief. What is that coward doing here? Upon seeing Jiang beside Mu Sheng, Jiang Mulong's expression soured. Damn it! Jiang must be reluctant to part with his contract and wants to find an opportunity to salvage it. Jiang Mulong's face turned cold as he approached Jiang, forcing a smile. Oh, look who it is, my dear cousin and her useless husband. What brings you both here? You should know this contract has nothing to do with you anymore. You and T want to embarrass yourselves at Muron Company and jeopardize my chance at this contract. Would you? He had long harbored deep-seated resentment towards Jiang. Ever since Mu Sheng's arrival, it was common knowledge in Jiangnan that the Jiang family was harboring a coward, and he felt he was losing face whenever he stepped outside. What business do I have with you? Mu Sheng replied indifferently. Indeed, your presence here has no bearing on us, but just take a look at the Muron Company's building. Is it a place for someone like you to enter? Get lost. Loser. Just seeing you brings me bad luck. Jiang Mulong exclaimed, pinching his nose as if he had encountered something foul. Consultant Zhang chimed in mockingly, Jiang Wan, why are you still bringing this useless man along? Don't forget, it was this fool who caused you to lose the contract. Jiang Wan gritted her teeth in anger. Zhang Yupeng, you ungrateful wretch. What right do you have to speak to me like that? It was I who brought you into our team when you were down and out, and now you are the first to leave. So what? People strive for better opportunities. Your pathetic company will collapse sooner or later. Why should I stay in your team? Zhang Yupeng retorted nonchalantly. After today, everyone will know about your loss of the Muron company contract. We'll want to work with you then. Considering our past collaboration, I might give you a scrap of bread if you beg me. But as for you now, hurry up and leave before you embarrass yourself. As he spoke, Zhang Yupeng reached out to slap Jiang Wan's face. With the mask of civility torn away, he feared no repercussions, knowing Jiang Mulong would back him up. Where my wife and I are concerned, your consent is irrelevant. At that moment, Mu Sheng intervened, gripping Zhang Yupeng's arm. Zhang Yupeng was taken aback. He had never expected Mu Sheng to stand up at this moment. In his eyes, Mu Sheng was nothing but an utterly useless coward. Raising his fist in anger, Zhang Yupeng shouted, what right do you have to touch me, you trash? Thud! Mu Sheng remained unmoved, delivering a kick to Zhang Yupeng's knee. Zhang Yupeng's legs buckled, and he fell to the ground, rolling across the lobby, his suit now in disarray. You coward! You dare strike me? You're asking for death. Zhang Yupeng scrambled to his feet, furious. You've soiled my hands, Mu Sheng replied, dusting off his palms as he stood there nonchalantly, transforming before Jiang Wan into a sturdy tree, shielding her from the storm, instilling in her an inexplicable sense of security. Mu Sheng, which version of you is the real one? Jiang Wan mused internally, her eyes darting around. Enough. Consultant Zhang, today marks the beginning of my collaboration with Muron Company. Do you truly wish to create chaos? Jiang Mulong interjected. Zhang Yupeng immediately ceased his antics. After all, this contract was significant, and nobody wanted to jeopardize it at such a crucial moment. Nevertheless, he shot a resentful glare at Mu Sheng. Once we are out of this company, I will make you pay. Mu Sheng merely smiled faintly and said nothing. Is President Feng available? Jiang Mulong approached the reception desk respectfully. Is it regarding the Jiang family's contract? The receptionist blinked in surprise. President Feng is in the room. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mulong eagerly headed toward the door, his lips curling into a smile before entering. Cousin, you might as well remain at the entrance. After all, ordinary folk have no right to enter. His gaze fell on Zhang Yupeng, and he frowned. You are too filthy. You should stay outside as well. Umph. Zhang Yupeng scoffed, sitting down and casting a hostile glance at Mu Sheng and Jiang Wan. Once the person in charge is changed, I wonder what face you two will have left to stay here. Mu Sheng, should we leave? Jiang Wan nervously grasped Mu Sheng's arm. Today, Jiang Mulong appeared so pleased that he showed no signs of losing the contract. If he emerged with a new contract, he would surely mock them even further. Jiang Wan regretted listening to Mu Sheng's suggestion. Mu Sheng held Jiang Wan's hand reassuringly, exuding confidence. Don't worry, I've got this. Jiang Wan's face flushed crimson. Oh, that coward has no other talent but to boast, Zhang Yupeng sneered, rolling his eyes. I was wondering why you still had the courage to come here today. Jiang Wan, turns out you were persuaded by this coward. Even our Jiang, Xiao has to make an appointment to see President Feng. You, a useless person, think you can just change the contract? What do you take yourself for? This is nothing but a daydream. Listening to the conversation between the two, the receptionist wore a mocking expression. She was well aware of who General Feng was. Apart from Chairman Su, the entire Mu Ran company was under his dominion. It was inconceivable for even the most illustrious family in Jiangnan to sway his decisions, let alone a mere son-in-law. As they spoke, Jiang Mulong had already stepped out of the room. Zhang Yupeng's face instantly radiated sycophancy. Young Master Jiang, you finally emerged. What do you think of my proposal? It should be under your name now, right? As he spoke, Zhang Yupeng cast a disdainful glance at Mu Sheng and the others. I overheard this pathetic fool claiming he had the ability not to sign the contract. It nearly made me laugh to death. And you too, what are you staring at? The contract has been signed. Shouldn't you hurry along? Zhang Yupeng mocked, pointing at Mu Sheng with derision. Slap! Before his words could fully dissipate, Jiang Mulong swung his hand fiercely. The surroundings fell abruptly silent. Chapter 14. Deception You. Why did you hit me? Zhang Yupeng stood there, his expression frozen in shock. He could hardly fathom that Jiang Mulong would strike him at such a moment. He covered his left cheek, bewildered. Jiang Mulong's face darkened significantly. He ignored Zhang Yupeng entirely and turned to Jiang Wan, gritting his teeth. Jiang Wan, you are truly ruthless. Only he knew what had transpired in the room. Upon entering the private room with the contract, General Su had learned of the change in contract responsibility and immediately rejected it, stating that there would be no further cooperation with the Jiang family. Jiang Mulong was unprepared for such a turn of events. The Mu Ran company was a titan in the real estate industry. If this news spread, countless companies would cease their collaboration with the Jiang family. If that should come to pass, would his grandfather not kill him? Why had this happened? Jiang Mulong's first thought was Jiang Wan. It must be that she had meddled in some way. No wonder she had come here early this morning. She was here to revel in his misfortune. As for Zhang Yoping's mention of Mu Sheng, that spineless fool could never connect with Mu Ran company. Get lost. Why are you still here? Jiang Mulong vented his frustration, delivering another slap to Zhang Yoping's face. From today onward, you are fired from our company. Zhang Yupeng stood there dumbfounded. He had only just managed to transition from Jiang Wan's company to Jiang Mulong's, and now, in the blink of an eye, he was dismissed? Jiang Mulong paid no mind to Zhang Yoping's expression and stormed away, feeling humiliated after being mocked by Jiang Wan. Miss Jiang. At that moment, General Feng exited the office, his gaze lingering on Mu Sheng with surprise. The infamous coward from Jiangnan was surprisingly valued by old Su. Nevertheless, he spoke. Our company prefers to collaborate with diligent teams such as yours. We wish to sign this contract again, with you as the designated responsible party. Do you agree? Yes. I agree. Jiang Wan nodded dumbfoundedly. She was astounded by General Feng's words. Recovering the contract and being designated as the responsible party was something she had never dared to dream of. What Mu Sheng had said was indeed true, and it had come to fruition. Mu Sheng stepped aside, watching Jiang Wan sign the new contract with a dazed expression. Was it really this simple? Clutching the contract, Jiang Wan descended the stairs, still in disbelief. Of course, Mu Sheng smiled, a hint of sweetness in his heart. Over the past 3 years, he had never seen Jiang Wan so joyfully radiant. Jiang Wan, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Just as they exited the elevator, Zhang Yupeng blocked Jiang Wan at the door, pleading, please let me return to your team. I promise I will perform well. People strive for greatness. Our small shop cannot accommodate such a revered figure as you. Jiang Wan's gaze icy, swept over Zhang Yoping's face before she turned to enter the car. Jiang Wan, I beg you. After being dismissed by Jiang Mulong and witnessing Jiang Wan reclaim the project contract, Zhang Yupeng stared at the exhaust fumes, feeling regret wash over him. How did you manage to do this? In the driver's seat, Jiang Wan's eyes scrutinized Mu Sheng. Reclining in his seat, Mu Sheng gazed out at the passing scenery. I have a friend who works at Mu Ran Company. I sought his assistance this time. Another friend of yours? Jiang Wan's eyes narrowed with suspicion. She felt it was all a bit too coincidental. And how could your friend possibly persuade General Su? After her initial excitement, Jiang Wan suddenly adopted a serious expression, fixing her gaze on Mu Sheng. Mu Sheng, I don't want you to deceive me. All right, I understand you have many questions. Feel free to ask. Mu Sheng responded earnestly. I will clarify as best as I can. Jiang Wan inhaled deeply, calming herself. In her heart, she indeed had many questions. Fine. Regarding the incident at the Imperial Club, and today, are you particularly skilled in combat? Why have I never seen you fight before? I was once a soldier and possess some martial arts skills. Mu Sheng nodded in acknowledgement. Besides, you've never encountered danger. You were a soldier? A look of surprise crossed Jiang Wan's face. Did you meet those friends of yours while serving? Yes. But if you're so formidable, why do you remain indifferent when my mother scolds you? Why do you silently endure when my relatives insult you? Because it is unnecessary. I will only intervene when you're in danger. Jiang Wan opened her mouth to continue questioning, but found herself at a loss for words. A wave of bitterness washing over her. This man before her, possessing both skill and connections, had endured humiliation for a full 3 years, all for her sake. Why are you so foolish? Mu Sheng chuckled, unable to resist ruffling her hair. You bear more than I do. Why should I care? Jiang Wan's cheeks flushed as she quickly dodged Mu Sheng's hand, staring resolutely ahead. Though inexplicably, she felt no anger at his affectionate gesture, only a warmth that colored her cheeks. Then, why exactly do you stay with the Jiang family? Jiang Wan hastily shifted the topic. Years ago, your father saved my life, and I owe him a debt. He asked me to protect you for 3 years. Mu Sheng replied nonchalantly. In truth, I'm merely a housekeeper in your family, and your mother is my elder. It's nothing significant. Then I will tell my mother when I return home, instructing her not to speak ill of you again. There is no need. I only wish to inform you. There is no necessity for others to know. Mu Sheng shook his head. In a month and a half, it'll be time for your father's will. Your mother will undoubtedly insist on our divorce by then, so informing her now holds no meaning. Do you truly wish for us to divorce? Jiang Wan's teeth clenched in anger. Seeing his indifferent demeanor stirred something uncomfortable within her heart. Did he truly look down upon her? Wasn't it you who first mentioned divorce? Mu Sheng was utterly perplexed. Do as you please. Jiang Wan's face darkened as she abruptly pressed the accelerator. The engine roared to life, leaving Mu Sheng in utter confusion. Had he said something wrong? Upon returning home, Jiang Wan's phone rang. Jiang Wan, your grandfather wishes for you to come to the hospital and bring that useless fool along. Jiang Mulong's voice on the other end was laced with mockery, causing Jiang Wan discomfort. She hadn't anticipated that, after just altering the contract, Jiang Mulong would directly report to her grandfather. I'll be there right away, Jiang Wan replied in a low tone. The two soon arrived at the hospital, once again in the top-tier ward. However, the hospital was not as crowded as before. Only Jiang Mulong and a few others were present. Although grandfather Jiang still lay in bed, his condition had improved significantly. Grandfather Jiang, in just a couple of days, you'll be able to be discharged, Li Nong said with a cheerful smile as he put away his acupuncture needles. Having learned from past experiences, Li Nong now targeted only non-critical areas for acupuncture. Grandfather Jiang's recovery was primarily due to Mu Sheng's previous treatments. Once you are discharged, my master will visit for a personal consultation to ensure your health and longevity. Jiang Sen smiled broadly, nodding repeatedly. Thank you, Dr. Li. Your words are truly delightful. He continued to smile, unable to contain his joy. This is just a small token of my appreciation. He gestured for someone to escort Dr. Li out. You were too polite. It was merely a small effort, Doctor. Li replied, his face beaming with delight as he accepted the red envelope. Earning money with just a few acupuncture needles was astonishingly effortless. As he passed through the doorway, he spat contemptuously at Mu Sheng, exclaiming, You waste. Just wait until my master arrives to teach you a lesson. Proving innocenza, dreadly. There's no need for you to stoop to the level of such a coward. It's merely a waste of time. Jiang Mulong derided coldly after seeing off Dr. Li. Jiang Wan, you have finally arrived. Jiang Mulong's mother, Chen Shui, sneered, You haven't bothered to consider your grandfather's health even once. Do you think everyone can be as accomplished as Jiang Mulong, casually spending millions to summon renowned physicians for their grandfather's treatment? In my eyes, he is undoubtedly the next heir to the family head. Of course, unlike some individuals who snatch contracts away and then resort to underhanded tactics to reclaim them. As Jiang Mulong's family spoke, the younger members of the Jiang clan gathered around, their words dripping with sarcasm. Even Jiang Sanni frowned, a look of disdain and disgust evident in his eyes. He had explicitly stated that the contract with Muru & Company was to be given to Jiang Mulong for collaboration. Yet she sought to reclaim it. Although it appeared to be Muru & Company's decision, he did not believe for a moment that Jiang Wan was involved. Grandfather, it's not as you think. Jiang Wan's delicate face stiffened. She never anticipated that Jiang Mulong would be the first to cast blame. Oh, are you suggesting that your superior planning garnered Muru & Company support? Jiang Mulong interrupted. Anyone with eyes can see that my proposal was superior. Furthermore, your team has been decimated. Thus, Jiang Wan must have resorted to unsavory means, perhaps even compromising herself, to regain this contract. Jiang Mulong was clearly intent on tarnishing Jiang Wan's reputation to vent his frustration over the stolen contract. The younger members of the Jiang family, hearing this, nodded in agreement, wondering how Jiang Wan could attain such a position without dubious tactics. After all, Muru & Company was not her own enterprise. Jiang Wan, do you realize that your actions are bringing disgrace upon our family? Indeed, you present yourself as pure and virtuous. Yet you would resort to such unscrupulous methods for a contract. What difference is there between you and those women selling themselves outside? Pathetic. I almost feel sympathy for you. Living off handouts is one thing, but now you wear a green hat? If I were you, I'd deconsider any at all, ha ha. The younger members of the Jiang family grew agitated, mercilessly mocking Jiang Wan with harsh taunts. Jiang Wan was so enraged she began to cry. I did not do such a thing. How dare you accuse me? Did you not? Huh? Who would admit to such a thing? Jiang Mulong scoffed. Jiang Wan, you must clarify this matter now. Jiang San's voice turned icy. He abhorred anything that tarnished their reputation. If Jiang Wan had truly acted inappropriately, he would have no choice but to expel her from the Jiang family. Grandfather, I swear I did nothing wrong. Please believe me, Jiang Wan pleaded, her face flushed. Even if the contract was taken from me, I would never resort to such actions. Then how did you convince Muru and Company to designate you as the person in charge? Jiang Mulong challenged, his disbelief evident. He too was puzzled as to why General Feng would appoint Jiang Wan as the head. It was Mu Sheng stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Jiang Wan. You? Laughter erupted as everyone turned to Mu Sheng. Jiang Mulong pointed at him. Jiang Wan, if you're going to fabricate excuses, at least make them plausible. You think they chose you as the head because of Mu Sheng? Everyone knows he is a useless coward, spending his days doing laundry and cooking. How could someone like him possibly have connections with Muru and Company? If he said he was their security guard, I might believe that. The laughter grew louder, mocking Jiang Wan's attempt to shift blame onto Mu Sheng. Today, as contract was assigned by General Feng, right? If you doubt it, I can call him right now, Mu Sheng declared, pulling out his phone, his tone frosty. Seeing Mu Sheng actually willing to make the call silenced the crowd. Even Jiang Wan paused her tears, her eyes glued to Mu Sheng's phone conversation. She too was eager to learn the truth about the friend Mu Sheng claimed to have. Hello, who is this? A voice soon answered on the line, unmistakably General Feng's. Having spoken earlier that morning, Jiang Mulong recognized the voice, but it seemed General Feng did not know Mu Sheng. General Feng, this is Mu Sheng, he stated, ignoring Jiang Mulong. Oh, it's Brother Mu. What can I do for you? The voice on the other end was warm and welcoming. Needless to say, this contract was personally assigned by Old Su, with explicit instructions to avoid offending anyone named Mu Sheng. General Feng recalled vividly their earlier conversation. General Feng, there seems to be a misunderstanding regarding the contract you assigned to our Jiang family this morning. Could you please clarify the circumstances? Mu Sheng recounted the events in the ward. After he finished, the line fell silent for a moment. Finally, General Feng spoke again. His previously calm tone now laced with anger. How ridiculous. I don't understand why you would think that. I'm happily married, and my wife and I share a strong bond. Let me reiterate. I chose Jiang Wan as the designated head solely based on the merits of her proposal and out of respect for Master Mu. There's nothing more to it. I do not wish to hear this rumor again from anyone. If it reaches my wife's ears, prepare for legal consequences from Muru and Company. A group of fools. With that, General Feng hung up, leaving the room steeped in an eerie silence. His words were clear. His choice to appoint Jiang Wan as the head had nothing to do with her, but rather was based on Mu Sheng's reputation. Speechless, Jiang Mulong felt a burning shame across his face. Jiang San's expression darkened as well, for General Feng's words had implicated him as well. Now, can you see that my words hold truth? Mu Sheng finally spoke. Even if that is the case, what does it matter? Grandfather clearly designated me to oversee this contract, and you shamelessly took it for yourself, showing utter disregard for our family. As Jiang Mulong faced his defeat, his mother, Chun Shui, suddenly interjected, pointing coldly at Mu Sheng. We may have wronged Jiang Wan, but that was due to our ignorance of the truth. But you snatched the contract away. If outsiders knew, they would think our Jiang family is beneath you. Jiang Mulong echoed her sentiment. You have violated family rules by stealing our family business, Jiang Wan. You are in violation of the family's code. Indeed, the crowd turned their accusatory gazes toward Mu Sheng, condemning him for his malicious intent. I did not do such a thing. Jiang Wan attempted to speak, but overwhelmed by the cacophony of accusations, she felt powerless. Enough. Jiang Sanya's expression was frigid, and with disdain he remarked, since you have managed to have Mu Ran Company designate you, it is evident that you possess exceptional qualities. Henceforth, the Jiang family will have the resources and support allocated to you. From now on, your company must thrive independently. Grandfather, Jiang Wan's complexion turned as pale as paper. Although her company was commendable, it was heavily reliant on the support of the Jiang family. Without their backing, even with the contract from Mu Ran Company, it would be arduous to sustain the business, considering the vast network and resources the Jiang family provided. Your grandfather has granted you the opportunity for independent development. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? Jiang Mulong scoffed, reveling in his own triumph. You dare to seize my contract? I shall summon grandfather to deal with you. Let us see how you will respond. Some individuals are truly ungrateful, forgetting the wellspring of their fortune. I previously argued against granting Jiang Wan so many resources, and now, withdrawing half the funding is simply deserved. Such an ingrate. How dare you covet our contracts? Jiang Mulong's mother, Chen Shui, taunted. Mother, please do not be angry. It is unwise to let such people disturb your peace. Jiang Mulong consoled, patting her back. Laughter erupted among the crowd, and the once quiet hall was again filled with merriment. Jiang Wan's fingers trembled with indignation. Among the Jiang family, I received 5 million in support for my company, while Jiang Mulong was granted 50 million. If not for my relentless efforts, how would we have reached this point? Now, with half the funding and support withdrawn, how can I survive? Why must the disparity between individuals be so vast? And you, a worthless outsider, how dare you meddle in Jiang family affairs? Jiang Mulong pointed an accusatory finger at Mu Sheng, berating him. Apologize at once. Or do you wish to wait for grandfather's command? Chen Shui huffed, her face brimming with arrogance. Even if you are acquainted with the upper echelons of Mu Ran Company. What of it? With a mere word from us, you shall kneel. Mu Sheng smiled, a radiant grin lighting his face. In this world, being weak is indeed a sin. In the past, he would have bowed his head in submission, indifferent to humiliation. However, he would no longer yield. Yielding only invites further encroachment and fails to protect those around him. From this day forth, Jiang Wan, you shall no longer rely on the Jiang family support. Mu Sheng grasped Jiang Wan's hand and turned to leave. Chapter 16. A sensation in Jiangnan. Mu Sheng. Do you truly believe this is feasible? After leaving the hospital, Jiang Wan felt a surge of anger, yet her face was marred by deep worry. Despite the Jiang family's unreasonable actions igniting her fury, without their support, her company would likely face insurmountable challenges. All the prospective partners would withdraw their investments. She could not solely rely on a single project from Mu Ran Company for survival. Do you still care for the Jiang family? Mu Sheng suddenly asked from amongst the crowd. Or perhaps you wish to remain within the Jiang family. He continued. If Jiang Wan truly wished to sever ties with the Jiang family, a single phone call from Mu Sheng would suffice to bring it to ruin. I do not care for the Jiang family. Jiang Wan bit her lip, revealing her buried thoughts. Though I grew up in the Jiang family, my status as a woman has rendered me insignificant in their eyes. Jiang Mulong's family has always targeted me. I strive to run my company to prove to my grandfather that women are equally capable as men. It is a matter of pride, so Mu Sheng, I still wish to remain within the Jiang family. I want to demonstrate that a woman can possess the ability to stand on her own and even qualify to lead a family. Upon seeing Jiang Wan's unwavering determination, Mu Sheng was moved. I understand now. Do not worry, I shall assist you in achieving this. Upon returning home, Mu Sheng remained in his room, retrieving a phone from the drawer. It is me, he spoke into the receiver. After a moment of silence, a series of restrained coughs followed. Mu Sheng, is that you? You finally decided to call your father. Hearing this long unheard address, Mu Sheng felt a twinge of discomfort. Father, how is your health? The family has found several reclusive masters to treat my ailment, and I am much improved, came the aged voice from the other end. Although weary, Mu Sheng could tell there was no severe issue. My son, what brings you to contact me? I need a favor. Mu Sheng paused, then continued. I require a business venture in Jiangnan. It does not need to be substantial. Are there plans to establish a company in Jiangnan that is comparable to Mu Ran Company? Of course, no problem. I will arrange it immediately. The voice on the other end readily agreed. After hanging up the phone, Mu Sheng sighed, lying on his bed. This call to his father held significant meaning for him. It signified that he had finally released the shackles of the past with his father. Time waits for no man. He had lost his mother, and now he would not lose his father as well. Soon, Jiangnan Finance reported breaking news. The wealthiest in Yanjing, the Mu Group, was set to open a second subsidiary in Jiangnan, directly named after Mu Sheng. This development sent shockwaves through the business world. Even a formidable entity like Mu Ran Company was merely an inconsequential branch under the Mu Group, as they were not taken seriously. Following the establishment of a new subsidiary, the Mu Group swiftly took decisive action, executing a monumental endeavor that left many aghast. A vast tract of abandoned land near the bay in Jiangnan had attracted the attention of numerous enterprises, yet none could afford it alone. The only solution was for companies to band together and divide it. However, upon the Mu Group's entry, they immediately offered 50 billion to acquire the expanse of land, causing many enterprises to retreat in fear. After securing the land, the Mu Group announced plans for reclamation and urban development, intending to create Jiangnan's premier coastal villa district. With an initial investment exceeding 100 billion, this grand initiative sent tremors throughout Jiangnan, causing the entire business community to quake. Jiangnan Finance fervently reported on the matter, and it quickly became a topic of conversation among the populace. On this day, Jiang Wan received a call from the Mu Group's subsidiary, inviting her to negotiate a contract. Eager to partake in the venture, Jiang Wan was utterly stunned. "Mother, have you seen today's news? The Mu Group is entering Jiangnan, making bold plans to establish a luxurious city." At dinner, Jiang Wan excitedly shared the news, adding, "And you know what? The Mu Group even called me, inviting me to discuss a contract. Is that true? This project will undoubtedly bring our family immense profits. It may even surpass the Jiang family's annual revenue." Zhao Lin beamed with delight, unable to contain her joy. "If grandfather finds out, he might even make you the family heir." To avoid upsetting Zhao Lin, Jiang Wan hesitated to mention her intention to forego the Jiang family support. However, with this significant development, her worries were alleviated. She simply wondered how much business this contract could yield. Zhao Lin was filled with anticipation. "Mother, there's something else you may not know. This is all thanks to Mu Sheng." Jiang Wan enthusiastically linked her arm with Mu Sheng's. "Really?" Zhao Lin's smile abruptly faded. "Yes, truly." Jiang Wan insisted, while recounting how the contract was taken and how Mu Sheng was acquainted with the upper management of Mu Ran Company. "That must be the doing of President Feng. It has nothing to do with this worthless fellow." Zhao Lin shook her head, unwilling to concede. "By your logic, does that mean he shares the Mu surname? Is this subsidiary established solely for Mu Sheng?" "Mother, why are you veering off topic?" Jiang Wan replied, exasperated. She merely wished for her mother to treat Mu Sheng better, yet Zhao Lin spiraled into unfounded speculation. "I stated with certainty that he was not." Zhao Lin cast a glance at Mu Sheng, who was quietly engrossed in his meal, his demeanor far from that of an accomplished man. With a disdainful huff, she chose to remain silent. After dinner, Jiang Wan took it upon herself to peel an apple for Mu Sheng. Ever since he had taken her hand and left the Jiang family, their relationship had taken on a subtly intricate form. Meanwhile, the Jiang family convened an urgent meeting. Relatives gathered in the conference room, their expressions solemn. Elder Jiang sat on the bed, his countenance dark enough to draw water from. "Has Jiang Mulong returned?" Elder Jiang's voice was frigid. No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Mulong entered the room, his head bowed, a grim expression on his face. The relatives dared not breathe, particularly Jiang Mulong's parents, Chen Shui and Jiang Haichao, who remained utterly silent. "Have you obtained any information, Jiang Mulong?" Elder Jiang inquired. "I consulted a friend at the Muron Company," Jiang Mulong stammered. He said, before he could finish, Elder Jiang slammed his hand on the table, demanding, "What did he say?" Jiang Mulong trembled at the force of the blow and quickly divulged what he knew. He mentioned that the Mu Group has established a new subsidiary in Jiangnan, with the head being General Su from the Muron Group. The collaboration between the Mu Group and Jiang Wan's company is genuine, and it's rumored that the project is substantial. "Possibly, what possibly?" Jiang Mulong was urged by Chen Shui, who was growing impatient. "The project's profits may exceed 100 million. As the words hung in the air, everyone fell into stunned silence. 100 million? It was uncertain if the entire Jiang family could muster that sum. The notion that Jiang Wan and the Mu Group's collaboration could yield such profits was unfathomable. Jiang Wan claims to have no ties with the Muron Company, yet I suspect she has long since entangled herself with them. Jiang Mulong seethed with indignation. There are countless companies vying for a partnership with the Mu family over a project worth more than 100 billion. Even a small leak could fill ordinary families' coffers. And now the Mu family has specifically chosen to collaborate with Jiang Wan. If she remained with us, the profits would have been ours. Jiang Mulong, because of your departure, you must do everything in your power to bring Jiang Wan back." Elder Jiang coughed angrily, his eyes red with fury. "Otherwise, your entire family will be expelled from the Jiang family." Jiang Mulong, Jiang Haichao, and Chen Shui stood pale with shock. They had never anticipated such a drastic decision from Elder Jiang. He was known for his resolute actions, leaving them no room for defiance. Now get out. Chapter 17. The forceful response. The once mighty Jiang Mulong and his family were unceremoniously escorted out by security. Father, expelling Jiang Wan from the Jiang family was not our intention. It was grandfather's decision. Why must we plead for her return? Jiang Mulong protested bitterly. Jiang Haichao shook his head, resigned. This situation arose because of you. You must face it. Jiang Mulong's expression darkened. He had initially planned to rally some relatives to pressure Jiang Wan, but upon learning she was the target of his appeal, their attitudes shifted. They understood that Jiang Wan, now aligned with the Mu group, had risen far above her previous status. To offend her for the sake of a fallen Jiang Mulong was not a wise decision. Mulong, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I'm swamped with work at the company. Mulong, I'm currently traveling. I'm so sorry. Not a single relative answered his call. Damn it. After hanging up, Jiang Mulong's teeth nearly ground to dust, his expression icy. Cursed Jiang Wan. She must have entangled herself with the Mu family to secure this opportunity. What a pathetic fool, unaware of her own humiliation. Chun Shui remarked sarcastically, dismissing the earlier call from Mu Sheng. Regardless, we must bring Jiang Wan back. No one can alter your grandfather's decision. Sui Chao Saith. The Jiang family was their lifeline, their mansion and luxury cars all tied to the Jiang legacy. Leaving would be unthinkable. However, the thought of how to persuade Jiang Wan to return gave Jiang Mulong a headache, as he had often mocked her previously. Let me try calling her first. Jiang Haichao picked up his phone. As her elder, she should show me some respect. At that moment, in Jiang Wan's residence, Zhao Lin had left early to play cards, leaving only Jiang Wan and Mu Sheng in the house. Jiang Wan smiled as she watched television, occasionally glancing at Mu Sheng. How did you manage to secure this contract for me? She suddenly inquired, taking a bite of her apple. Did I not tell you? I asked a friend for help. But that's the Mu family. Jiang Wan exclaimed, astonished. I share the same surname. Mu Sheng replied with a grin. If you had connections with the Mu family, would you be living here as an outsider? Jiang Wan retorted. Mu Sheng merely smiled at her skepticism. He had no intention of becoming too entangled with the Mu family. Just then, the phone on the table rang. Jiang Haichao. Why is he calling me? Jiang Wan was about to answer when Mu Sheng snatched the phone away. Don't answer. Why not? Jiang Wan was taken aback, but she trusted Mu Sheng's judgment. It's because your collaboration with the Mu family has come to Elder Jiang's attention, and he intends to send someone to plead for your return. This call is likely from Jiang Mulong and his father. Though Mu Sheng did not answer, he accurately deduced the situation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan's cheeks flushed with indignation, recalling how Jiang Mulong had humiliated her in the hospital. Had it not been for Mu Sheng standing up for her, she would have found it impossible to clear her name. What should we do then? She asked. Mu Sheng pondered for a moment before responding. You mentioned that you wanted to stay in the Jiang family to reclaim your dignity. You were constantly targeted by Jiang Mulong's family, and now that they come to beg for mercy, it would be foolish to grant them an easy reprieve. Yes, I will follow your lead, Jiang Wan affirmed, biting her lip in determination. If that's the case, why should we show them any respect? Without further ado, Mu Sheng hung up the phone. Bang! On the other end, Jiang Haichao slammed his phone to the ground, his face twisted with rage. Father, what did Jiang Wan say? That wretch! How dare she refuse to answer my call? Jiang Haichao seethed with fury. As a prominent elder of the Jiang family, he felt humiliated by Jiang Wan's dismissal. Haichao, you must assist us. We cannot afford to be expelled from the Jiang family, Chen Shui implored, worry etched on her face. Rest assured, Jiang Haichao spat. Though he was seething with anger, he remained quite rational. We simply need to visit Jiang Wan's family, perhaps bring a few gifts, and we should be able to win her back. Mulong, let's go. I will accompany you to see Jiang Wan. Jiang Haichao sneered, eager to confront her and discover her audacity in hanging up on him. Jiang Mulong nodded fiercely, his heart brimming with resentment, eager to unleash it upon Jiang Wan. Soon, after disembarking from their vehicle, the three of them arrived at Jiang Wan's doorstep, their faces marred with disdain at the shabby decor of the neighborhood. Indeed, the most unremarkable member of the Jiang family. This place is only fit for our family servants, Jiang Mulong scoffed derisively. Chen Shui wrinkled her nose in disgust, vowing to disinfect herself thoroughly after leaving. By the way, Mulong, have you purchased a gift? Yes, I spent 20,000. They probably have never seen such a sum before. Jiang Mulong suppressed his laughter and pressed the doorbell. Inside, Jiang Wan heard the chime, but did not rise, as Mu Sheng had instructed her not to. She watched as Mu Sheng approached to open the door. A useless fool? Jiang Mulong was taken aback to see Mu Sheng at the door. Where's Jiang Wan? She is ill and is not receiving guests today, Mu Sheng replied flatly. She was perfectly fine yesterday. What could possibly be wrong? Engerd bimushenkis itsid diminor. Jiang Mulong snapped. Get out of my way and let me in. I said no guests today, Mu Sheng asserted, attempting to shut the door. Damn, you pathetic coward. What gave you the right to treat me this way? Jiang Mulong exploded in fury, having been denied entry without even seeing Jiang Wan. He raised his fist and swung it towards Mu Sheng's back. Bang! It was as if Mu Sheng had eyes on his back. He dodged the punch and swiftly kicked Jiang Mulong in the knee. Jiang Mulong's face turned pale as he collapsed to the ground, howling in agony like a slaughtered pig. Seeking revenge, when Jiang Haichao saw his son being assaulted, he too lunged at Mu Sheng, only to be met with a swift kick to his abdomen before he could utter a word, leaving him kneeling in pain beside his son. In mere moments, both Jiang Mulong and his father found themselves on their knees at Mu Sheng's doorstep. How dare you hit my son, you coward! Chun Shue's fury ignited upon witnessing her husband and son being attacked. She was ready to confront Mu Sheng. Just as she moved forward, Mu Sheng turned sharply, his gaze as frigid as ice, a suffocating aura enveloping her, as if someone had seized her throat. If you dare take another step, I shall strike you as well. Mu Sheng's voice was cold and menacing. In the face of his glare, Chun Shui recoiled. His expression was far from that of a feeble man, but rather that of a formidable executioner. She felt a sudden urge to relieve herself. Get lost. Mu Sheng turned away and slammed the door shut. The corridor fell into silence. Chapter 18. The Sinister Scheme. Father, what should we do? Jiang Mulong groaned, clutching his stomach as he stood up, unable to conceal his anger. What else can we do? Keep knocking. Jiang Haichao gritted his teeth, this time adopt a more respectful demeanor. Do not stoop to the level of that coward. Despite their seething rage, they recalled their grandfather's words. Failure meant expulsion from the Jiang family. Thus, while losing face was trivial, being cast out was grave. If they lost the protection of the Jiang family, their previous enemies would surely make their lives miserable. Bang! 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 The knocking resumed in the corridor. What do you want now? Mu Sheng opened the door, visibly irritated. Although Jiang Mulong longed to strike Mu Sheng, he restrained his anger and bowed his head, saying, Mu Sheng, this is a gift for your wife. I hope you can overlook our previous conflicts and allow us to apologize to Jiang Wan, so she may return to the Jiang family. Each word was gritted out, for apologizing to such a coward was the most humiliating act he had ever committed. Apologies are acceptable, but we shall not accept trash gifts, Mu Sheng replied dismissively. You. Jiang Mulong's eyes reddened, but he bit back his anger and withdrew the gift into his pocket. Upon entering the room, he saw Jiang Wan watching television on the sofa, which only fueled his frustration. Mu Sheng was indeed toying with them. However, they had come to request a favor, and their posture had to be humble. Cousin, what brings you here? Jiang Wan feigned surprise as she looked at Jiang Mulong. Jiang Wan, I sincerely apologize for the incident at the hospital, Jiang Mulong said, bending slightly forward, his tone heavy with remorse. Jiang Wan's mouth fell agape in astonishment as she glanced at Mu Sheng. She had never anticipated that he would actually fulfill his promise. Her most despised relative, Jiang Mulong, was genuinely apologizing, and his demeanor was one she had never witnessed before. What are you doing? At that moment, Zhao Lin returned from the entrance, inadvertently interrupting the scene. Mom, Jiang Mulong has come to apologize to us, Mu Sheng interjected. Zhao Lin was even more intrigued. Typically, this relative, boasting of his superior status, never visited their home. Yet here he was, offering apologies. Had the sun risen in the west? Jiang Haichao and Chun Shui stood by in silence, embarrassed and unwilling to speak. Aunt Zhao, I came to apologize for offending my cousin at the hospital. Jiang Mulong was the first to speak, pushing the unwanted gift Mu Sheng had scorned into Zhao Lin's hands as a token of goodwill. This is a deer necklace? Zhao Lin unwrapped the gift, and her face immediately lit up with excitement. She had seen this necklace on the official website, priced over 20,000, and had regretted not purchasing it. Now, with a smile spreading across her face, she reveled in the delight of the gift. Well then, about this matter, Jiang Wan, fearing her mother would scold Mu Sheng, had refrained from revealing their expulsion from the Jiang family. Zhao Lin assumed they were merely dining together. and promptly waved her hand, saying, "All right, Aunt will assist you. You may leave now." Satisfied, Zhao Lin donned the necklace around her neck. "Mom, this is my affair." Jiang Wan frowned. Jiang Mulong had come to apologize specifically to her. Hearing Zhao Lin's acquiescence, Jiang Mulong exhaled in relief. Simultaneously, he clenched his fists, vowing to retaliate for the humiliation inflicted by Mu Sheng. "Thank you, sister-in-law, for taking care of Jiang Wan's return to the Jiang family. Should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to let us know. We will help however we can," Su Haichao eagerly chimed in. Zhao Lin pondered for a moment. Being the opportunist she was, she saw no reason to turn down an offer and immediately demanded, "All right, my television and air conditioner are broken. Please bring me 2 replacements tomorrow. Also, the kitchen exhaust hood is malfunctioning, and the refrigerator has some issues. Oh, and remember to buy reputable brands. I fear the safety of appliances from small workshops." In conclusion, Zhao Lin added. Chun Shui's face darkened. It seemed Zhao Lin viewed them as mere wallets. Certainly, I will send someone to the appliance store tomorrow to purchase everything." Jiang Haichao readily agreed, eager to leave the humiliating situation behind. Although Jiang Mulong had not bowed an apology, he had at least offered one. Having been bullied by him throughout her life, Jiang Wan finally felt a sense of relief, and she regarded Mu Sheng with newfound respect. In the following days, the new appliances swiftly arrived at their home, much to Zhao Lin's delight, and upon returning home, she would immediately check on the new furniture to prevent Mu Sheng from damaging them with his rough handling. Meanwhile, at a certain club, Jiang Mulong was surrounded by 2 alluring women, while a middle-aged man sat in the corner of the room. If Jiang Wan were present, she would certainly recognize him as Wang Gui, the man who had confronted her at the royal club. "Jiang Xiao, what is it that you call me here for? How is your collaboration with Jiang Wan's company progressing?" Jiang Mulong sneered coldly, diving straight into the matter. Previously, I was threatened by Mu Sheng at the royal club, so I had no choice but to comply with the supply terms, Wang Gui lamented, shocked by the unexpected ferocity of the coward, who managed everything with meticulous precision, leaving him unable to find an opportunity to retaliate. "I now offer you a chance. Will you take it?" "Yes, you. The Jiang family will not hold it against you," Jiang Mulong declared. Wang Gui was taken aback, furrowing his brow as he gazed at Jiang Mulong. "Jiang Xiao, you wouldn't be toying with me, would you? Jiang Wan has recently collaborated with the Mu Group, and her status in Jiangnan is soaring. As a mere small company, how could I possibly take action against her? I fear that once Jiang Wan speaks, the material suppliers collaborating with her will be countless, won't they?" Jiang Mulong wore a confident expression, his words laced with a hint of resentment. "Do not worry. There is no need for you to act personally. You will never be discovered by the Mu Group. All you need to do is add some substandard materials to the supplies you deliver to Jiang Wan. When issues arise during the collaboration with the Muron company, do you think the Mu Group will continue working with her? But Jiang Wan is your sister." Wang Gui's heart skipped a beat. If he were to proceed with such a plan, Jiang Wan would likely be utterly blacklisted by the Mu Group, never to rise again. "I no longer consider her my sister." Jiang Mulong abruptly pushed away the woman in his arms, speaking viciously, if it weren't for her family's incompetence. How could the Jiang family be ridiculed by other clans? She resorts to any means to gain power, and yesterday, I faced grandfather's punishment because of her. I would rather see her dead. Wang Gui was momentarily stunned, then shook his head. He had not anticipated Jiang Mulong's profound disdain for his sister. Yet their grievances were of no concern to him. If he could gain some advantage, perhaps even win Jiang Wan's affection, he would not mind other matters. "All right, when shall we commence this plan?" "Not so fast. That woman, Jiang Wan, is quite astute. If you simply adulterate the materials, she may very well catch on." Jiang Mulong cautioned, shaking his head. "I will first bribe her subordinates. You will gradually introduce various inferior materials into the supplies. Once an engineering mishap occurs, Jiang Wan will be left without a defense. As for that incompetent fool, I've already arranged for someone to give him a beating just to relieve my frustrations. When Jiang Wan loses everything, I want to witness her kneeling before me, begging for mercy." Jiang Mulong clenched his fist, the voluptuous woman in his embrace letting out a soft gasp. "Just say the word, Jiang Xiao," Wang Gui replied eagerly. "Stay close to me, and you shall reap the rewards." Jiang Mulong smirked. "As far as I know, Jiang Wan has been married to that incompetent fool for 3 years, and he hasn't even laid a finger on her. Jiang Xiao, are you implying Their eyes locked. Both men understood each other's unspoken thoughts. The room erupted with a sinister and gleeful laughter. That afternoon, Mu Sheng lounged on the sofa, engrossed in a drama. Jiang Wan's attitude towards him had notably improved, and she would now sit beside him to watch television, though they maintained a distance of 1 or 2 meters. Do you have plans for tonight? Jiang Wan suddenly turned to Mu Sheng. No, I'm at home all day. What could possibly come up? Mu Sheng replied, shaking his head. Then accompany me tonight to meet my best friend. She just returned from abroad, and I need to pick her up, Jiang Wan said, adding, if you don't want to go, then never mind. Of course I would like to, Mu Sheng quickly agreed. As twilight descended, the streets of Jiangnan were aglow with lights. At the entrance of a resplendent commercial district, vehicles whizzed by, and the air was filled with chatter. A red BMW gradually pulled up and parked at the curb. As the car doors opened, the appearance of Mu Sheng and Jiang Wan immediately drew the attention of numerous passersby. The alluring short skirt paired with her long, fair legs captivated onlookers as they stepped out of the vehicle. Is this woman a model? Her figure is stunning. She is truly beautiful. That guy next to her must be her boyfriend, right? Though he dresses rather casually, upon closer inspection, he's quite handsome. The murmurs of admiration quickly shifted as another beauty clad in a white printed t-shirt and brown ankle boots approached. Sister Wanner, you made it. Upon seeing Jiang Wan, Shen Yingxia waved as she walked over. Jiang Wan gently embraced Shen Yingxia, smiling, Yingxia, I haven't seen you since you went abroad in high school. I can't believe how beautiful you've become. You're not too shabby yourself, Shen Yingxia replied with a smile. Then her gaze turned to Mu Sheng beside her. So, you must be Mu Sheng? Her eyes were filled with disdain. Having heard rumors that Jiang Wan had married a man who was utterly useless and lived off her, she was taken aback to see him accompanying Jiang Wan today. Furthermore, by the looks of Mu Sheng, his attire was likely worth no more than 200 yuan, barely enough to buy even one of Jiang Wan's earrings. Mu Sheng nodded, calmly saying, hello. Unfazed, Shen Yingxia discreetly pulled Jiang Wan aside and asked, Sister Wanner, what are you doing with this incompetent fool? Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan frowned. She knew that Shen Yingxia was her close friend, yet Mu Sheng was her husband, a fact that could not be changed. Moreover, Mu Sheng had helped her immensely in recent days. If not for him, though she had not fully accepted him yet. Jiang Wan was beginning to recognize their relationship. He is not an incompetent fool. At least for now, he is still my husband, Jiang Wan asserted, her tone firm as she displayed an unusual anger. You wouldn't actually be considering him your husband, would you? Shen Yingxia exclaimed, her expression akin to seeing a ghost. No, but I'm trying my best, Jiang Wan nodded earnestly. Su Shui and Zhang may have already arrived, and your boyfriend is likely inside ordering. We should hurry in so he doesn't have to wait long. Seeing Jiang Wan unwilling to dwell on the topic, Shen Yingxia could only helplessly acquiesce. All right then. As Mu Sheng prepared to follow behind, Shen Yingxia suddenly turned around, blocking his path with a frosty expression. Mu Shen, I hope you will divorce Jiang Wan immediately. Do not hinder my best friend's future. Shen Yingxia's tone was chillingly firm. Someone like you has no right to marry Jiang Wan. Mu Sheng replied indifferently. Who I marry seems to be of no concern to you. She is my best friend. Of course it matters. Shen Yingxia retorted. My best friend and I have always belonged to the upper echelons of society. You are utterly unworthy and ill-suited to be with Jiang Wan. You have no idea of the disparity between you and her. It's like my car here. You will probably never even afford to ride in it once. Shen Yingxia pointed towards her black Maserati, her expression one of superiority, as if she and he were from entirely different worlds. Thus, I advise you to divorce her sooner rather than later, to spare yourself the embarrassment. I am unworthy? I am not qualified to enter your circles? Mu Sheng gazed at Shen Yingxia, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Do you not find your words rather ludicrous? As he spoke, Mu Sheng's demeanor shifted, exuding an aura akin to a battle-hardened warrior who had traversed mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. His gaze alone rendered Shen Yingxia's legs heavy as lead. The pride you cling to is utterly trivial in my eyes. Were it not for Jiang Wan, you would not even have the right to exchange words with me. Casting a dismissive glance at her, Mu Sheng turned and strode into the restaurant, leaving Shen Yingxia rooted in shock. Hearing Mu Sheng echo her own words back to her, she was momentarily stunned, then seething with rage, retorted, Ha? Mu Shen, I do not know where you derive your audacity to speak to me in such a manner, but today I will ensure Jiang Wan is completely disillusioned with you. With that, Shun Yingxia ground her teeth and followed him into the restaurant. Jiang Wan, over here. It's been a while. Jiang Wan, Su Shui and Zhang Mei, already seated, waved to her. Oh, Yingxia's friend has arrived. I am Yiwen, a friend of hers. Hello, this is my husband, Mu Sheng, Jiang Wan introduced. Greetings, Mr. Mu. The man in the suit, seated at his desk, promptly rose to greet Mu Sheng with a handshake. Upon seeing Jiang Wan's extraordinary beauty, he mused that it was improbable for her spouse to be an ordinary individual. Consequently, Yiwen resolved to cultivate a friendship with Mu Sheng, believing that having more acquaintances would open more avenues. Mu Sheng, exhibiting polite demeanor, shook hands and replied, Hello, but I am not the president. You may simply call me Mu Sheng. Mr. Mu is exceedingly modest. May I inquire which company you manage? Yiwen, wearing glasses, continued to probe. He, a mere stay-at-home husband, questioned whether he had the right to address Mu Sheng with such reverence. At that moment, a cold voice chimed in from behind, causing Yiwen to turn around, and to his surprise, it was his girlfriend, Shen Yingxia. Yingxia, please do not jest. If Mr. Mu lacked capability, how could he wed such a stunning woman? Yiwen sensed an underlying tension, but pressed on with his inquiries. Mu Sheng furrowed his brow slightly, but chose to remain silent. Everyone knows he is a good-for-nothing live-in son-in-law, who in Jiangnan is unaware. Shen Yingxia retorted with a sneer, harboring deep-seated resentment. She had not anticipated that a mere jab would provoke such a reaction from him. It was essential to note that, while Shen Yingxia was not as esteemed as Jiang Wan, she hailed from a respectable family, her father's wealth amounting to millions. A trivial sum from her could easily overshadow someone like Mu Sheng. Determined to humiliate Mu Sheng, she unflinchingly exposed him before her boyfriend. Yiwen hesitated upon hearing Shen Yingxia's remarks. Mu Sheng, however, remained unfazed and acknowledged, Indeed, I am a live-in son-in-law. Is that truly the case? Yiwen could hardly contain his disdain, shaking his hands vigorously. How filthy could those hands be from daily chores? Furthermore, to shake hand with a mere son-in-law would only tarnish his own status. Yiwen's expression revealed his contempt, deeming the earlier interaction a waste of his time. The two other girlfriends seated nearby exchanged bewildered glances at Mu Sheng, whispering amongst themselves. What on earth is Jiang Wan thinking? Why choose this good-for-nothing? Back in university, Jiang Wan was renowned as a campus beauty, with suitors flocking to her door. Why has her standard dropped so drastically? It is said that Mu Sheng was designated by Jiang Wan's father for marriage. Alas, Jiang Wan's promising future has been squandered on a good-for-nothing. Their murmurs of pity for Jiang Wan were tinged with disdain for Mu Sheng, their gazes akin to that of onlookers surveying a stray dog. Fear not. Although he is Jiang Wan's husband, a divorce is imminent. Shen Yingxia cast a derisive glance at Mu Sheng, adding coldly, once the time is ripe. Jiang Wan can easily cast him aside. Shen Yingxia. Jiang Wan frowned, feeling that her friend had overstepped. Did I say anything incorrect? Shen Yingxia retorted defiantly, taken aback by Jiang Wan's anger on behalf of someone she deemed worthless. He is indeed a good-for-nothing. No, he is not entirely without merit. At the very least, Mu Sheng was once a special forces soldier and possesses considerable fighting skill. Jiang Wan countered, sitting beside Mu Sheng in a show of support. Moreover, he has protected me on several occasions. Chapter 20. Brother Tiger, a special forces soldier? Is that true? Yiwen, intrigued, inquired further. Which unit did you serve in? Classified. Mu Sheng replied, shaking his head. The name of the dragon team was not something known to the average person. Huh, I suspect he never served and is merely concocting stories. Shen Yingxia scoffed, Be careful, Wanner, you might be deceived. Mu Sheng would never lie to me. Besides, he truly is formidable. Jiang Wan insisted, standing firm in her belief. Shen Yingxia, harboring animosity towards Mu Sheng, retorted, Formidable? My boyfriend is quite skilled as well. He has practiced Taekwondo for 3 years. To determine the truth, let them spar. Can he hold his own? Yiwen scoffed, his gaze filled with skepticism. Renowned Taekwondo black belt here. Ordinary individuals could scarcely withstand my blows. I sense no threat from him. If I were to unleash my full strength, he would undoubtedly suffer a humiliating defeat. What's the worry? Jiang Wan has mentioned he is a retired special forces soldier, so of course he can fight. Indeed, Yiwen, feel free to give it your all. Do not hold back, Mu Sheng. Aren't you a master? The other two girls encouraged, eager for entertainment, anticipating the spectacle of Mu Sheng being thoroughly beaten. What say you, Mu Sheng? Jiang Wan turned to him, clearly concerned for his well-being. He is not worthy of my involvement, Mu Sheng replied casually. At that moment, Yu interrupted with laughter. Good for nothing. Are you jesting? Not worthy of my involvement? Do you believe I can send you to the hospital with just 3 punches? Feigning reluctance to engage, he taunted Mu Sheng, who was met with laughter from the crowd. Kid, I offer you one last chance. If you're scared, just admit it. As Mu Sheng hesitated, Yuan stripped off his suit jacket, revealing a muscular physique. With a fierce stance, he declared, if you apologize and promise never to pretend to be a special forces soldier again, I will spare you this once. Otherwise, we shall fight. The commotion attracted the attention of diners, who turned to witness the unfolding drama. Mu Sheng, are you up for this? If you cannot win, it is perfectly fine, Jiang Wan expressed her concern. Mu Sheng chuckled wryly. Given your inquiry, is there any reason for me to refrain from action? Has this good-for-nothing finally decided to fight? Muscle-bound brawler versus a pretty boy? The outcome is hardly in doubt. Should we call an ambulance in advance? Excitement rippled through the crowd. As they cleared a space for the impending confrontation, Yuan warmed up, executing a backflip, which elicited gasps of awe from the spectators. Meanwhile, Mu Sheng maintained a stoic expression, showing no sign of concern. This muscular guy appears quite formidable. Indeed, each punch seems packed with power. This pretty boy seems utterly unprepared for the onslaught. The observers exchanged murmurs, already envisioning Mu Sheng's impending defeat at the hands of Yuan. Good for nothing. Are you ready? If you are scared, it is best to withdraw now. Yuan towered over Mu Sheng. Let us begin, Mu Sheng replied nonchalantly. Just as Yuan prepared to launch his attack, a sharp voice interrupted from behind. Wait, who dares interrupt? I was just about to strike. Yuan spun around, seething with anger, only to be left dumbfounded. Who? Brother Tiger. Shuning Xia was taken aback, her gaze shifting to the man standing behind Yuan. Clad in a black short-sleeved shirt that could scarcely contain his bulging muscles, he bore a long, narrow scar that ran from left to right across his face. The flesh twisted and protruding in a manner reminiscent of a centipede, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light that was somewhat intimidating. With a resounding thud, he slammed the dagger he held onto the table, causing everyone present to gasp in shock. I said, do you have any objections? The man in the short sleeve surveyed Yuan with a chilling smile. Of course not. Yuan immediately lowered his head, his earlier bravado dissipating in an instant. Shuning Xia, too, dared not breathe, fully aware that this was Tiger Brother. Although she did not know him personally, she had often heard her friends mention him. Zhang Tianhu, one of the 4 heroes of Jiangnan City. In Jiangnan, Zhang Tianhu's reputation was particularly formidable. He was a seasoned underground fighter, having killed countless opponents with his refined Muay Thai techniques. More importantly, he had the backing of Lord Long. Who was Lord Long? A figure who divided half of Jiangnan City's wealth and power, with an incomprehensible number of enterprises under his command. A legendary character, the local overlord of Jiangnan City. Tiger Brother, who are you looking for? Yuan feigned a casual demeanor, creating a path. Though he practiced Taekwondo, it was mere child's play compared to the lethal Muay Thai. Not to mention the formidable background of Tiger Brother, which was not something he dared to offend. Who among you is Mu Sheng? Step forward and allow me, Zhang Tianhu, to cripple one of his hands. The burly man in the short sleeve scanned the room, his fierce expression on full display. Zhang Tianhu? Upon hearing the name, everyone was struck dumb. The notorious Zhang Tianhu had arrived. This Mu Sheng dared to provoke him? Wasn't that pretty boy just now named Mu Sheng? Someone in the crowd muttered. Zhang Tianhu strode towards Mu Sheng, towering over him. So you're Mu Sheng? Yes, Mu Sheng nodded. The crowd held their breath in anticipation, not daring to make a sound. Zhang Tianhu was notoriously ruthless. To engage him meant certain injury or death, and Mu Sheng was likely in deep trouble. Mu Shen, you should leave quickly. At that moment, Jiang Wan, fueled by an unknown surge of courage, suddenly stood up and addressed Mu Sheng. Who dares to meddle in my affairs? Zhang Tianhu turned around, momentarily stunned, then revealed a lecherous grin. What a beauty! I've heard that this good-for-nothing Mu Sheng has a stunning wife. And indeed, she is beautiful. Why not join me for a drink? You dare? Jiang Wan stepped back, pulling out her phone. Do you believe I will call the police right now? Who do you think you're trying to scare? Zhang Tianhu snatched the phone from her, smashing it to pieces on the ground. Having been a well-behaved girl all her life, Jiang Wan had never encountered such a scene before. Panic washed over her, but she still tried to maintain her composure. Shijin Musheng. I am from the Jiang family. You cannot touch me. The onlookers watched in silence. Zhang Tianhu's fearsome reputation rendered everyone too terrified to intervene. The Jiang family? Huh, stick with me, and I'll ensure you live luxuriously. Zhang Tianhu laughed heartily, reaching out to grab Jiang Wan around the waist. Get away from me. Jiang Wan was on the verge of tears. Bang! For the first time, Mu Sheng moved, seizing Zhang Tianhu's arm and fixing him with a steady gaze. I advise you to kneel before I take action. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd as they witnessed this scene. They never expected a seemingly cowardly man to confront Zhang Tianhu at such a moment and utter such defiant words. Was he courting death? Yet, unbeknownst to them, a subtle detail escaped their notice. While Mu Sheng smiled, his hands rhythmically rubbed together, a gesture that, if seen by his former comrades, would have instinctively made them retreat 10 feet, holding their breath. They knew this was a sign that he was about to kill. This hand. You might as well cripple yourself. Mu Sheng fixed Zhang Tianhu with a cold stare, his eyes brimming with icy intent. Kid, quite arrogant, aren't you? Zhang Tianhu scoffed, glancing dismissively at Mu Sheng. It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like this. If I'm in a good mood today, I might just cripple another one of your hands. Haha, is he scared dumb? Seeing Mu Sheng remain unmoving, Zhang Tianhu roared with laughter, thrusting the dagger toward Mu Sheng. Yet, his gaze remained fixed on Jiang Wan's face, anticipating that once this good-for-nothing was taken care of, Jiang Wan would be his to command. However, just as the dagger was about to pierce Mu Sheng's arm, he suddenly moved. With a swift twist of his wrist, Mu Sheng snatched the dagger from Zhang Tianhu's hand as if performing a magic trick, then, in a flash, stabbed it toward Zhang Tianhu's wrist with blinding speed. The sound of the blade slicing through the air was deafening. Zhang Tianhu let out a blood-curdling scream as his entire wrist fell to the ground, the severed edge glistening like a mirror, and in the next moment, blood gushed forth like a fountain. In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded. They had never anticipated that Mu Sheng would strike with such brutal ferocity, cleaving off Zhang Tianhu's entire hand in one swift motion. The speed and decisiveness of the act had transpired in the blink of an eye. Jiang Wan, too, was momentarily dazed, her mind still ringing, incredulously staring at Mu Sheng. She knew he could fight, but never imagined he would be this powerful. Looking at the man she had shared a roof with for 3 years, Jiang Wan suddenly felt a sense of estrangement. Despite their long acquaintance, she realized she hardly knew him at all. Damn, you dare to lay a hand on me? Do you know who I am behind me? Lord Long, you are finished. Zhang Tianhu writhed on the ground in agony, his legs weak. The moment Mu Sheng had disarmed him had revealed the true skill of a master. He dared not linger, clutching his wrist and attempting to flee. Mu Sheng swiftly pursued him, blocking Zhang Tianhu's path, coldly declaring, Lord Long, if he offends me, he will share the same fate. What do you want? Zhang Tianhu's face paled. Apologize. Mu Sheng pointed at Jiang Wan, his voice icy and unyielding. His woman? Jiang Wan was momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. She had never witnessed Mu Sheng display such dominance before. I want to apologize for anything. Zhang Tianhu could no longer contain his fury, unleashing a torrent of curses. Throughout his life, he had never apologized to anyone, especially not in front of so many onlookers. What good was a reputation if you were bowed down? Bang! A smile curled at the corner of Mu Sheng's mouth as he stepped forward, raising his foot to deliver a powerful kick to Zhang Tianhu's abdomen. Ah, you little bastard. You will regret this. Zhang Tianhu wailed, doubling over in pain, collapsing to the ground. If you want to keep your other hand, stop being so defiant in my presence. Mu Sheng's voice was soft, but Zhang Tianhu discerned the palpable threat within. He immediately caved in, nodding repeatedly. I apologize. I will apologize right now. Mu Sheng took a step back, his expression inscrutable as he regarded him. Miss Jiang Wan, I was wrong. I was unreasonable earlier. Please forgive me. Zhang Tianhu lowered his head, practically squeezing those words out. Jiang Wan, still in shock, nodded dumbly. Brother, Zhang Tianhu looked at Mu Sheng with desperate eyes, truly afraid of the man before him. Get lost. At Mu Sheng's command, Zhang Tianhu clutched his wrist and scrambled out of the restaurant, rolling and crawling. The restaurant fell into a profound silence. Now that the trouble has departed, let us continue. Mu Sheng cast a glance, discarding the dagger, and approached Yuan. His voice was cold, snapping Yi Wen out of his daze. He watched Mu Sheng expressionlessly wipe the blood from the dagger, a shiver running down his spine, especially at the sight of the calmness on Mu Sheng's face. It was as if the man who had just severed a hand moments before was someone entirely different. Such ruthless methods evoked an intense discomfort in everyone present, and Yi Wen realized that should he dare to make a move against Mu Sheng, he might very well meet the same fate as Zhang Tianhu. No, I won't compete anymore. Yi Wen shuddered and immediately distanced himself 5 meters from Mu Sheng. Mu Shen. No, President Mu, I concede. My skills are lacking, and I bow to your superiority. Shen Yingxia gradually regained her composure, inhaling sharply as she gazed at Mu Sheng. Her eyes filled not only with astonishment, but also with trepidation. Was he truly that ruthless? If she offended Mu Sheng, would he treat her similarly? The mere thought sent chills down her spine. Grasping Yi Wen's hand, the two fled the scene as if in a panic. The remaining 2 friends, equally frightened, hastily claimed they had urgent matters at home and followed Shen Yingxia in her escape. I apologize for scaring you and your friends away. Observing Shen Yingxia and her companions in flight, Mu Sheng could only shrug in resignation. It's fine. They weren't here to enjoy a meal anyway. Jiang Wan shook her head, feeling no fear herself, and inquired, Shall we head home now? I wouldn't mind a stroll with you. The pair exited the restaurant, although they had not dined. The events of the evening had dulled Jiang Wan's appetite. As they walked along the riverbank, she suddenly perceived that perhaps this path was not such a poor choice after all. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianhu exited, cradling his injured hand, and promptly made his way to the hospital. Fortunately, Mu Sheng's surgical precision meant he could reattach his hand, and shortly after the operation, he left the hospital. At this moment, within the Imperial Club, at the highest floor, Zhang Tianhu stood respectfully at the entrance, facing an elderly man clad in a black silk robe, who toyed with a ring in his hand, exuding an ineffable air of intimidation. Master Long, the influential figure governing the underground forces of Jiangnan, Zhang Tianhu pleaded, You must take charge of this matter for me. Having lost a hand and publicly apologized, he had never suffered such a significant setback since his debut. Let this matter rest, Zhang Tianhu. In the future, avoid provoking Mu Sheng. Master Long leaned back in his chair, his back turned to Zhang Tianhu. Anger flashed across Zhang Tianhu's face as he retorted, But Master Long, he said that if you sought him, you'd meet the same fate. He is nothing but a coward. Why do you fear him so? Master Long scoffed, tossing the ring onto the table. The Mu family has made significant moves in Jiangnan. Do you think it is merely superficial? Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianhu felt a sudden realization, his breath quickening. The Mu family has approached me. Master Long continued coldly. They explicitly informed me that Mu Sheng is the future head of the Mu family. Zhang Tianhu's expression shifted, recalling Mu Sheng's figure, and he felt internal turmoil. Mu Shen, merely a coward from the Jiang family, while the Mu family was one of the most prestigious clans in Yanjing, represented 2 entirely different realms. The assertion that Mu Sheng was to become the future head of the Mu family left Zhang Tianhu utterly astonished. Do you know what else they said when they approached me? Master Long pressed on. Zhang Tianhu was struck dumb, uncertain how to respond. If Mu Sheng were harmed, the entirety of Jiangnan would pay the price. As the words fell, cold sweat broke out on Zhang Tianhu's forehead. Despite his disbelief regarding Mu Sheng's formidable background, he understood that Master Long's words were never mistaken. He immediately dismissed any thoughts of revenge against Mu Sheng and silently harbored resentment toward Jiang Mulong. Had it not been for him, Zhang Tianhu would never have suffered such a grievous loss. As for why Mu Sheng is a Doran's son-in-law within the Jiang family, I cannot fathom nor dare to speculate. This warning is to prevent you from engaging in reckless actions. Master Long stated blandly, You may leave now. After Master Long's words, Zhang Tianhu, drenched in cold sweat, lowered his head and replied, I understand. Master Long, rest assured, I will not disclose this matter to anyone. That evening, a family was gathered for dinner. After finishing her meal, Mother Zhao Lin placed her chopsticks on the table and casually tossed a few hundred yuan notes onto the surface, stating coldly, Tomorrow evening, Master Jiang Sen will be discharged from the hospital, and a banquet will be held alongside his birthday celebration. Moreover, since my father has a penchant for antiques, ensure you prepare a suitable gift. Mom, 300 yuan is hardly sufficient, Jiang Wan exclaimed, exasperated at the sight of the money in Zhao Lin's hand. Previously, you gifted him 10,000, and the present was mocked by Jiang Mulong. Zhao Lin replied icily, besides, he has offended others. Both Dr. Li and Dr. Liu will be attending. Just managing to avoid humiliation would be a feat. Spending more money would merely be a waste. It's fine. 300 yuan will suffice. Mu Sheng interjected with a confident smile. Jiang Wan hesitated at a loss for words. 300 yuan. What could it possibly buy? Chapter 22. The painting is a fake. Jiangnan was a tumultuous place, yet there were only 3 renowned antique shops. Mu Sheng chose the largest one, known as Qianbao Hall, the most prominent antique establishment in Jiangnan. Although he had anticipated what he would find upon arriving, he was taken aback by the opulence of the shop's exterior. The grand golden entrance was resplendent, with the copper doors standing nearly 10 meters tall, surrounded by towering walls and imposing stone lions. Even the signboard above was crafted from exceptionally rare wood, indicating the shop's extraordinary significance. What exactly was the origin of Qianbao Hall? Furrowing his brow, Mu Sheng examined the flamboyant characters on the signboard. Growing up in the Mu family had honed his discerning eye, and he could tell that the decorations in Qianbao Hall rivaled those of his own family. Moreover, it was said that the owner of Qianbao Hall could identify thousands of antiques at a glance, distinguishing the genuine from the counterfeit, which served as the inspiration for its name. Although it was breakfast time, a considerable line had already formed outside, indicating the shop's bustling business. Conversations among patrons revealed that Qianbao Hall held a prestigious position in Jiangnan, not only due to its owner, but also because of the vast array of antiques within. Many came hoping to discover rare items among the wares of esteemed collectors. After patiently waiting for a moment, Mu Sheng finally reached the entrance. A service staff member promptly greeted him with enthusiasm. Welcome to Qianbao Hall. While we cannot claim to have every type of antique, we do boast a 99% likelihood of having what you seek. In our collection, you will find both genuine items and those of dubious authenticity. Of course, should you uncover a treasure among them, Qianbao Hall will not reclaim it. The staff member guided Mu Sheng inside, showcasing the antiques that sparkled under the lights in the display cases on either side. I wish to visit the treasure hunting area, Mu Sheng stated. The treasure hunting area? The staff member paused, casting a disdainful look over Mu Sheng. The expression on their face betrayed their disbelief. The treasure hunting zone was typically reserved for seasoned collectors with decades of experience, while Mu Sheng appeared to be no more than 20 years old, clearly seeking a bargain rather than genuinely pursuing antiques. The treasure hunting area is ahead, though it is somewhat crowded. Feel free to wait here. The staff member remarked dismissively, losing interest in Mu Sheng. They assumed that guiding a customer of such apparent means would yield meager commissions, even if he did make a purchase. Unperturbed by the staff member's attitude, Mu Sheng surveyed the surroundings. Indeed, many were waiting near the treasure hunting area, so he decided to wander around Qianbao Hall. In his idle exploration, he noticed a beautifully framed scroll hanging on the wall, clearly treated as a prized possession by the shop and displayed prominently. As Mu Sheng approached, several burly security guards moved closer, watching him intently. Mu Sheng glanced at the scroll, sighed, and turned away, his interest waning. What a pity. Hearing Mu Sheng sigh, an elderly man and a young girl emerged from the office of Qianbao Hall and immediately turned their attention to him. The girl frowned deeply and exclaimed, "Hey, you there? Why are you shaking your head and sighing? Do you think there's something wrong with this painting?" The voice of the young lady rang out sharply with dissatisfaction, immediately filling the hall of Qianbao Tang. Mu Sheng glanced at the girl, appearing to be around 19 or 20, dressed in extravagant attire. Her delicate, pale face was marred by a somewhat harsh expression, which displeased Mu Sheng. However, since he was there to purchase antiques, he chose not to engage with her further. Just as Mu Sheng prepared to step aside, the young lady blocked his path, continuing her interrogation. "Did I permit you to leave? With your shabby attire? You likely lack the means to engage with such high-end items for a lifetime." Her voice dripped with arrogance and disdain. The painting before them was a rare collection of his grandfather's, so upon witnessing Mu Sheng's apparent disregard for it, she felt compelled to intervene. "Oh," Mu Sheng replied coldly, uninterested in further dialogue. The shop was crowded, and the staff's attitude was poor. He decided to explore other places. "Qing Xian, do not be rude," an elderly man interjected suddenly. The young lady fell silent and obediently stood beside him, though she shot an angry glare at Mu Sheng, clearly upset by his indifference. The old man wore a green Zhongshan suit and had a head of gray hair, but still exuded vitality. It could be surmised that he was the owner of Qianbao Tang. Approaching Mu Sheng, he extended an apology. My young brother, I sincerely apologize. My granddaughter has a rather poor temperament. Please forgive her. Mu Sheng nodded, indicating it was of no consequence. He had no intention of clashing with the young lady. However, the girl was not pleased, pointing an accusatory finger at Mu Sheng. Grandfather, this painting cost a fortune, 100 million, acquired from someone else. A price this poor wretch could never hope to earn a lifetime, and yet he looks down on it. Furthermore, she declared, as a signature piece of our Qianbaotang, he is clearly here to tarnish our reputation. This painting had hung in Qianbaotang for 2 years, garnering praise from countless passers-by, including many renowned masters and wealthy patrons who had expressed interest in acquiring it. Currently, a wealthy individual was in the Qianbaotang office negotiating the purchase of the painting. Therefore, upon hearing his granddaughter's words, the old man paused, his gaze fixed on Mu Sheng, inquiring, young brother, may I ask your name? Mu Sheng replied indifferently. Mu Sheng, he stated. The old man continued, I understand from my granddaughter that you appear somewhat disappointed upon viewing this painting. May I inquire as to what has led to such sentiments? Moreover, the old man patiently probed, but before he could finish, Mu Sheng's indifferent voice interjected, the painting is well crafted, but alas, a forgery is still a forgery. Boom! The atmosphere in the hall shifted dramatically at those words. Bystanders widened their eyes, staring at Mu Sheng. They had been casually discussing antiques, but this fellow had audacity. A painting worth over 100 million, a prized possession, and he claimed it was fake? This was the only authentic work of Wu Datsu in the entirety of Jiangnan. The old man twitched his lips, stunned by the sudden shift in mood. He had never anticipated that Mu Sheng would utter such a statement. He was Mu Sheng, the son-in-law of the Jiang family, a man who merely lived off others. Countless eyes turned toward him, and suddenly, a wealthy second-generation acquaintance of the Jiang family recognized Mu Sheng. The son-in-law? Isn't that just a good-for-nothing? Upon hearing this, the crowd's gaze toward Mu Sheng was now filled with intense scorn. So it's that useless Jiang family member. I heard he doesn't even have a job, merely living off others and waiting to die. How could such a man possibly discern the authenticity of a painting? Indeed, perhaps he's merely seeking attention with his outrageous claims. Shameless waste. The young lady's expression darkened considerably. In her eyes, Mu Sheng was merely attempting to provoke Qianbaotang. Even his critique of the painting was an affront, tarnishing their reputation. Useless. Do you even understand the significance of this painting? Don't think you can speak freely just because you're associated with the Jiang family. Believe me, I can have you thrown out immediately. As her words fell, the security personnel at the entrance swiftly surrounded Mu Sheng, their eyes filled with hostility. Each guard held a stun baton, ready to act at a moment's notice should the young lady give the command to subdue him. The old man waved his hand, signaling the guards to step back. He then cast a meaningful glance at Mu Sheng, speaking sternly, young brother, while one may indulge in reckless eating, one must not speak carelessly. To be frank, I am from the ancient family of Yanjing, and I am also the owner of Qianbaotang. This painting was indeed acquired from the ancient family. Mu Sheng regarded the old man with unexpected interest, realizing he was from the ancient family of Yanjing. But according to your claim, do you mean to say that the experts who have authenticated this piece failed to notice its flaws? Are they all lacking in discernment? They are indeed lacking, Mu Sheng replied without hesitation, nodding. The old man's patience waned, his composure slipping. The essence of Qianbaotang was not merely in antiques, but in the discerning eyes of its appraisers. Without top-notch discernment, they could not have amassed such a collection. As the owner, the old man's expertise was naturally superior. Mu Sheng's remarks were tantamount to disparaging their reputation. Had he not just arrived in Jiangnan, the old man might have suspected that someone had deliberately sent Mu Sheng to create chaos. His face flushed, the old man took a deep breath and continued. Then tell me, where exactly does this painting falter to be classified as a forgery? If you cannot specify, do not blame me for expelling you, even if you are from the Jiang family. The old man's voice grew somber, and this time, he was genuinely angry. This good-for-nothing is truly audacious. Indeed, he dares claim to have superior discernment compared to the appraisers of Qianbaotang. How old is he? What makes him capable of discerning authenticity? Perhaps he merely seeks to impress Miss Qingxian. Some gazes shifted toward the young lady. Let us see how he gets out of the situation. Whispers filled the air. The young lady's fury reached its limit as she approached the old man. "Grandfather, why are you still wasting words with him? I'll take care of it now and have him thrown out." Upon finishing her words, she unleashed a fierce kick aimed at Mu Shang's abdomen, her foot slicing through the air with lethal intent. Martial arts training? As Mu Shang observed the girl's attack, a subtle smile crept across his lips. "I recall that Miss Gu's teacher is a master. This good-for-nothing, unable to defend himself, shall surely be expelled in disgrace. Just watch the show." Below, the crowd murmured, envisioning the spectacle of Mu Shang being crippled and expelled from Qianbaotang. Hearing the crowd's discussions, the old man's expression shifted. He instinctively reached out to intervene, for his granddaughter had trained under a formidable master. Though she had only trained for 2 years, her strength surpassed that of an ordinary adult. If her kick landed on the defenseless Mu Shang, it could potentially result in severe injury or worse. But it was too late. Whoosh! The girl leaped forward, her elastic right leg thrusting forcefully toward Mu Shang, unleashing her full power, causing the air to ripple in its wake. The onlookers paled. Miss Gu's prowess was indeed formidable. A triumphant look adorned the young lady's face. She had long found the loquacious youth before her insufferable, and, as a woman, she held a particular disdain for a good-for-nothing like Mu Shang. She was determined to use her full strength in this attack. However, in the instant Mu Shang reached out, the smile vanished from the young lady's face, replaced by shock and even fear. His grip firmly held her ankle, rendering it immobile. How is this possible? Moreover, observing Mu Shang's calm demeanor indicated what? It revealed that he had effortlessly caught her kick without exerting full strength. It is often said that honest words are hard to hear. Knowing well that I detest falsehoods, she still dared to inquire about the painting's authenticity. Mu Shang sighed, seemingly feeling helpless. His gaze fell upon the girl, and he added, "By the way, your footwork is quite impressive." Gu Qingxian had never been so lightly regarded before. Her temples throbbed violently. In an instant, her right fist swung out, striking fiercely at Mu Shang. Yet he extended a hand and caught her fist effortlessly. With a serious expression, he remarked, "Practicing such martial arts is detrimental to your health. If you continue, you will inevitably become a cripple. However, I shall only remind you once." With that, he flicked his wrist slightly. A lingering force spread like a tidal wave, causing Gu Qingxian to lose her balance and retreat repeatedly until she thudded onto the ground, shock evident on her face as she stared at Mu Shang. Her expression shifted from astonishment to fury. When had she ever faced such defeat? Pointing at Mu Shang, she shouted, "I concede you possess some strength, but no matter how powerful you are, you cannot belittle the dignity of our Qianbao Hall. Someone expel this ruffian." As her voice fell, the security personnel, who had been lurking nearby, charged forward. "You dare cause trouble in Qianbao Hall? You're courting death." Several guards lunged at him, but just as they were about to touch Mu Shang, a furious voice rang out, "Stop right there." The guards froze instinctively, their massive fists halting inches from Mu Shang. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Gu Qingxian might have been unable to defeat Mu Shang due to her inattention, but it was clear that if the towering guard struck him, he could very well perish on the spot. After the giant halted his fist, everyone turned their gaze to the source of the voice. An elderly man clad in a black suit stepped forward, his demeanor unassuming, yet his gaze piercing as it fixed on Mu Shang. "Su Lao, why are you here?" Gu Qingxian exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the elder. Then, turning her ire back to Mu Shang, she muttered resentfully, "You useless wretch, it's your fault for disturbing Su Lao. You deserve to be punished." However, before she could finish, a sharp reprimand interrupted her. "Gu Qingxian, be silent. If you do not apologize to young Master Mu right now, I, Su Zebing, will never step foot in Qianbao Hall again." The elder's voice was strained, trembling with tension. He had never anticipated that a simple outing to purchase antiques would lead him to encounter his own young master, Mu Shang. Moreover, had he delayed by even a second, it was likely that his young master would have been expelled. Mu Shang, what brings you here?" Su Lao hop, okay, inting bao, but was halted by Mu Shang's piercing gaze. He could only swallow hard and stammer nervously. The elder's actions left everyone dumbfounded, including Gu Qingxian and the surrounding security personnel, who gasped in disbelief as they looked at Mu Shang. The elder was astonished. Su Zebang was a significant figure he had painstakingly befriended, backed by the Mu family. If he could establish this connection, the Gu family of Yinjing might ascend to greater heights. Yet, how could such a prominent figure show such deference to this young man? Gu Qingxian inhaled deeply, feeling as if her mind might explode. Who exactly was this boy? Chapter 24. Apology. Witnessing the scene. The onlookers felt a chill run down their spines. Even the elder was taken aback, but having lived for decades. He quickly gestured for Gu Qingxian to apologize to Mu Sheng. Standing frozen, Gu Qingxian glanced at her grandfather's expression, slowly stepping forward, begrudgingly uttering, "I'm sorry." Mu Sheng regarded Gu Qingxian with indifference, his voice cold. "I hope there won't be a next time." As those words fell, his entire demeanor seemed to shift. Standing before them like a deity of death, exuding an aura that sent shivers through the onlookers. Gu Qingxian trembled at this transformation. She had never anticipated such an imposing presence from him. Just standing there, she felt an overwhelming pressure that made her legs quake, instinctively wanting to retreat. Mu Sheng had taken lives, many lives. Gu Qingxian swallowed hard, realizing her shirt was already drenched with sweat. The elder, startled, strode up to Mu Sheng, bowing repeatedly. "Thank you, young Master Mu, for your mercy. I shall ensure my granddaughter receives proper guidance henceforth. Young Master Mu, I merely came to purchase antiques, and was unaware of your presence." Su Lao's voice trembled as he stood to the side. Mu Sheng nodded slightly, not elaborating further. Given Su Lao's years of service to the Mu family, he held some goodwill towards him. Moreover, this matter was not directly related to him. So Mu Sheng had no intention of lingering. "Mr. Mu, please wait a moment." The elder's voice broke through his thoughts, prompting Mu Sheng to furrow his brow, but ultimately halt his steps. "What is it? Young Master Mu, forgive my ignorance, but you mentioned that this painting is a forgery. I wish to understand what exactly is wrong with it." The elder's inquiry was genuine. If it truly were a forgery hanging in Qianbao Hall, it would tarnish their reputation irreparably. "Very well, bring the painting down," Mu Sheng replied after a moment's thought, gesturing. "Qingxian, hurry," the elder commanded. Reluctantly, Gu Qingxian approached the scroll, retrieving it from its gilded frame, and handed it to Mu Sheng with a reluctant ear. Deep inside, she still felt unconvinced. This painting had been meticulously selected by her grandfather. How could it possibly be fake? "Be careful, don't damage it." As soon as her words left her lips, Mu Sheng extended his hand, effortlessly tearing the painting in half. The spectacle left everyone around in shock. The elder gaped at the ripped scroll, his heart racing. Only Su Lao maintained a semblance of composure, but he remained stunned, unable to react to his young master's actions. This was a genuine masterpiece by Wu Daozi. It could fetch upwards of 80 million at auction, with the potential to reach 2 or even 3 billion. Such a precious painting had just been destroyed. "What are you doing?" Gu Qingxian exclaimed in outrage, but was cut off by her grandfather's stern reprimand. "Qingxian, no disrespect." With a pout, Gu Qingxian stood aside, feeling aggrieved. Yet, she began a plot. If this boy had deliberately damaged the painting, even if he were Su Lao's esteemed guest, he must pay the price. Mu Shen, however, disregarded the gazes of those around him, pulling a thin thread from the torn painting and tossing it to the ground. His voice icy and suffocating. "This is nylon thread, a synthetic fiber. How could such a thing exist 700 years ago?" Silence enveloped the room as no one dared respond. Staring at the nylon thread on the ground, everyone was left dumbfounded. The elder's mouth hung open in shock. The genuine painting he had confidently claimed turned out to be constructed with nylon thread, an utter disgrace to Qianbao Hall. His face shifted through shades of blue and purple before he finally reacted, crumpling the painting into a ball and ordering it to be burned. He then turned to Mu Sheng, his expression increasingly respectful. "Thanks to young Master Mu's intervention, I would have remained oblivious, subject to ridicule. This is our Qianbao Hall's supreme card. Should you visit in the future, young Master Mu, you shall incur no charges. By the way, Mr. Mu, you are here to purchase antiques, correct? Mr. Mu, you indeed came to buy antiques?" The elder inquired, noticing that Mu Sheng carried no antiques, implying he was there as a buyer. Subsequently, he rushed back to his office, retrieving a beautifully packaged gift box and presenting it to Mu Sheng. "This is a token of my apology, a small gesture of goodwill," the elder stated with utmost respect. "Grandfather, this is for Gu Qingxian to see," the old man said, and could not help but grow anxious. The old man slammed the table angrily, shouting silence. Gu Qingxian immediately fell silent. Mu Sheng accepted the gift box. He, too, was in need of an antique. Although he was unaware of what the old man had bestowed, he presumed it would not be of inferior quality, thus saving him the effort of selection. After nodding in gratitude, Mu Sheng's figure had already departed from Qianbao Hall. At this moment, Elder Su also rose, cupping his hands in respect towards the old man. Gu Muxian, I shall take my leave now. Should Mr. Mu visit Qianbao Hall in the future to purchase anything, it will be charged to my account. Of course, that is no problem, Gu Muxian replied. After a brief exchange with Elder Su's departure, the hall returned to a profound silence. Unable to contain herself any longer, Gu Qingxian inquired, Grandfather, who exactly is this person? Why did you forbid me from approaching him? Even Elder Su shows him such deference. Isn't he merely the son-in-law of the Jiang family, living off the family? Gu Muxian continued to gaze at the departing figure of Elder Su. After a long while, he let out a deep sigh and turned to her. Qingxian, do you know what I perceive in him? What is it? I see a future where Jiangnan, and indeed the entire Donghua, will undergo a transformation because of him. Impossible. Upon hearing her grandfather's words, Gu Qingxian screamed as if she had seen a ghost. Transform the Jiangnan landscape? Grandfather, are you overestimating this young man? Although Jiangnan does not compare to Yanjing, it boasts over 100 noble families, and the number of top-tier clans is certainly no fewer than 10. A strong dragon cannot overpower a local snake. Aside from the Mu family, the foremost clan, even the Gu family can only claim a small corner here. You speak of a transformation in the entire Jiangnan landscape. Unless the 4 great clans of Yanjing personally intervene, it is simply improbable. Jiangnan is vast, with noble families scattered throughout, including entrenched underground forces. It is deeply rooted and difficult to change. Yet now, my grandfather claims that this youth possesses the capability to stir the winds and clouds of Jiangnan and even Donghua. How can I not be astonished? Grandfather, you must be mistaken. Even with Elder Su's support, he lacks such ability. Gu Qingxian stammered. No, I am not mistaken. The old man's voice was cold and unwavering. They say my ability to appraise treasures is divine, but my judgment of people is equally astute. If this young man can successfully develop, he will undoubtedly carve out a place for himself among the figures of future Donghua. Gu Qingxian, remember, from this day forth, if the opportunity arises, you must spare no effort to cultivate a relationship with him. Chapter 25. Better than a radish. After leaving Qianbao Hall, Mu Sheng hurried to the Jiang family villa. Today marked the day of Grandfather Jiang's discharge from the hospital, coinciding with his 70th birthday. Although the Jiang family was considered a second-tier noble family, they had invited numerous guests for such an important occasion. Various luxury cars lined the entrance of the villa, with a bustling crowd creating a lively atmosphere. Jiang Wan and Zhao Lin stood among the throngs of vehicles, with Zhao Lin frequently glancing at her watch, revealing her impatience. At that moment, a shared bicycle slowly approached, and Mu Sheng parked it to the side, quickly making his way over. I apologize for my tardiness. There was heavy traffic. The scale of the banquet at the Jiang family was immense, with an overwhelming number of attendees. The distance from Qianbao Hall to the Jiang residence was not short, and Mu Sheng had indeed spent considerable time navigating through the congestion. The Jiang family, being a prominent clan, was accustomed to luxury vehicles, so Mu Sheng's arrival on a bicycle drew many curious glances and laughter. Is it that the Jiang family's inept son-in-law, Mu Sheng? Yes, him. I saw him in the hospital, trying to take credit for Dr. Li's work. He nearly had his face swollen. I heard that Master Lu is coming to the banquet today. Let's see how he embarrasses himself. Several Jiang family youths reminisced about the incident at the hospital, finding it amusing that this inept individual not only brought shame upon himself, but also caused Jiang Wan to lose a contract, a fact that had nearly become common knowledge within the Jiang family. Just watch. This inept fool is standing beside Jiang Wan, probably too timid to even touch her. I bet they haven't even held hands in 3 years. The Jiang youths and their guests exchanged laughter as they entered. Hearing the ridicule from around her, Zhao Lin's expression darkened further. Why are you so late? Today is such an important day, and you arrived on that broken bicycle. Don't you have any shame? Where's your gift? Show it to me. Zhao Lin coldly interrogated. It's right here, Mu Sheng replied with a smile, retrieving a box from his pocket. The box appeared ordinary and unremarkable. You didn't buy some worthless trinket, did you? Zhao Lin cast a disdainful glance at the box, her anger rising. Once you enter, don't stand too close to me. I can't afford to be embarrassed. And when Dr. Li and Master Lu arrive, you better apologize to them properly, understand? I will not apologize. Mu Sheng shook his head nonchalantly, as if he had not taken Li Nong's threat to heart. Frustrated by Mu Sheng's attitude, Zhao Lin stomped her foot. Not apologizing? This inept fool has no boundaries. Just as she prepared to berate him further, a voice called out, "Please, Jiang family disciples, join me in celebrating Grandfather Zhang's birthday." As the words fell, the crowd surged like a tide into the hall. Zhao Lin shot Mu Sheng a cold glance, swallowing her insults. At this moment, Jiang Wan quietly approached Mu Sheng, handing him a small box. "Mu Sheng, I know $300 won't buy much, but this is something I prepared for you." The box was exquisitely wrapped, suggesting that the gift within was of considerable value. "No need," Mu Sheng earnestly declined. "I truly have a gift that is presentable." "Really?" Jiang Wan's doubtful gaze lingered on Mu Sheng's face. "What would I gain by deceiving you?" Mu Sheng shook the box in his hand again, asserting that the gift sent by Gu Mushuan, given his status, would undoubtedly be of high quality for such an occasion. "Even if you have prepared something, keep it for now. Is your gift truly better than mine?" Jiang Wan insisted on placing the gift in Mu Sheng's hands. "All right, thank you. What is there to thank? If you truly wish to show gratitude, then strive for some dignity in the future," Jiang Wan replied, rolling her eyes, and did not say more. At this moment, the banquet table was already filled with guests. All the Jiang family members were present, along with several outsiders. Grandfather Jiang appeared festive, his face glowing, clearly benefiting from Mu Sheng's acupuncture treatment. Before the banquet commenced, numerous Jiang family youths on the side were chattering away, discussing which family had earned how much or who had just bought a luxury vehicle. They were engrossed in their discussions, hardly paying Mu Sheng any heed. Mu Sheng was indifferent, lacking interest in such topics. However, Jiang Mulong was evidently unwilling to let Mu Sheng off the hook. "Inept fool, today is grandfather's 70th birthday. What gift did you bring?" He sneered. "It better not be another gift bought with family funds, or worse, that you came empty-handed." Jiang Mulong's smile was insincere, his eyes filled with contempt. He could never forget the scene where Mu Sheng had acted against him at Jiang Wan's family home, and now that he had the opportunity, Jiang Mulong was determined to retaliate and relieve his pent-up resentment. "I brought a gift," Mu Sheng replied calmly. "Ha ha ha, you brought a gift?" Jiang Mulong burst into laughter. "Show us what you bought." "Yes, hurry up and show us." Everyone turned their attention to Mu Sheng, eager to witness this inept fool's embarrassment, which added to their amusement. "No need to look," Mu Sheng waved his hand dismissively. He had long seen through the Jiang family's fade. Regardless of what gift he presented, it would only invite ridicule. Thus, to avoid unnecessary trouble, Mu Sheng chose not to argue. "Don't. It's rare for you, a useless coward, to prepare a gift," Jiang Mulong sarcastically remarked as he descended from the podium, seizing the gift that Mu Sheng had placed on the table and tearing it open before everyone. Bang! A rectangular object fell out of the box. A gift, a broken stone? All eyes were glued to Mu Sheng's present, widened in astonishment. It was a piece of jade, translucent and clearly marked by the passage of time. Beneath the jade, various strange symbols were engraved. The characters bold enough to faintly discern a line of text. "Commanded by heaven, may longevity and prosperity endure." Those fond of antiques immediately recognized it. Jade seal? This is the jade seal of Emperor Qianlong? You gifted a jade seal? Upon seeing this item, Jiang Mulong could no longer contain himself and burst into uproarious laughter. "Ha ha ha, this is too funny. You presented jade seal as a gift? How much did you spend on this? It's so fake that it's obvious. I can tell at a glance that it's south nothing but street vendor junk. Indeed, such an item could not even be found in the Jiangnan Museum. How did you acquire it? Who do you think you are?" The laughter of the crowd echoed throughout the hall, with guests unable to suppress their amusement. Even Jiang San wore a smile, finding this cowardly fool utterly ridiculous. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Lin turned away with a sullen expression, muttering bitterly, "Useless waste." Mu Sheng remained silent, merely gazing at the jade seal, his heart tumultuous. With his discerning eye, he could easily see the authenticity of the jade seal, but he never anticipated that this elderly man would gift such an extravagant item. Although Qianlong possessed 25 jade seals, most had long been lost, and each remaining one was worth a fortune. Seeing Mu Sheng speechless, the crowd assumed he was at a loss for words after Jiang Mulong's mockery, leading to another round of laughter. "Useless coward, let me show you the gift I prepared." Jiang Mulong clapped his hands twice, and a female secretary emerged from the crowd, holding an exquisite golden silk box. He took the box from his secretary and rose, unveiling it before all. At that moment, the audience erupted in astonished gasps. 1,000-year-old ginseng. Ginseng is a potent tonic, and 1,000-year-old ginseng is a rare gem among them, undeniably precious. In the past, 1,000-year-old ginseng was auctioned in Jiangnan, fetching a price in the millions. Now, viewing this ginseng, it was likely worth even more. This ginseng is invaluable, and I spent considerable effort to acquire it. Jiang Mulong clearly intended to belittle Mu Shang while showcasing his superiority, yet he refrained from being too overt. He continued to compare it to Mu Shang's gift, stating, "Useless coward. Remember, if you lack the means to give a gift, just say so. We do not dislike the poor. What we despise is someone like you who, despite having no money, insists on buying counterfeit goods to pretend otherwise." The relatives of the Jiang family echoed his sentiments. It was shameful for Mu Shang to present such a blatant fake jade seal. The disparity between Jiang Mulong's gift and Mu Shang's was as stark as heaven and earth. "Cousin, I admit your gift is impressive." Jiang Wan frowned, attempting to defend Mu Shang, but he had not prepared just one gift. She retrieved a present from her pocket, placing it on the table, regretting not inquiring about what Mu Shang had prepared beforehand, for otherwise, she might have swapped her gift. Even if there was more than one, it was likely another fake, wasn't it? Jiang Mulong scoffed. "Jiang Wan, I'm not criticizing you, but you are someone who has secured a partnership with the Mu Group. Though the cooperation hasn't begun, you've likely profited quite a bit already. Yet, after grandfather just got out of the hospital, you present such a gift. This clearly demonstrates your lack of regard." Chun Shui coldly interjected, her words laced with venom. She envied Jiang Wan's collaboration with the Mu Group and resented the matter of her apology, harboring no goodwill towards Jiang Wan. Sure enough, as her words fell, Jiang Sanyi frowned, clearly displeased with Jiang Wan's actions. "If I were the one collaborating with the Mu Group, I certainly wouldn't present such rubbish as a gift." Another wave of laughter erupted, disdainful gazes directed squarely at Jiang Wan's face. Flushed with embarrassment, Jiang Wan stammered, She had just received news of the collaboration with the Mu Group and was unaware of the specific details or projects. How could she possibly expect any profit? "Jiang Wan, don't be upset. Although I presented a stone." At that moment, Mu Shang spoke calmly. "It is still better than a carrot that cannot be eaten." A smile graced Mu Shang's lips, light and carefree. As his words hung in the air, an immediate silence enveloped the crowd. "Carrot?" Everyone froze, astonished as they turned to Jiang Mulong. Mu Shang erupted into hearty laughter, filling the hall with a cheerful atmosphere, perhaps influenced by his mirth. Even Jiang Wan bore a charming smile. To be honest, Mu Shang rarely mocked anyone unless he truly could not hold back. Previously, he had encountered a high-fidelity counterfeit painting in Qianbao Hall and merely shook his head at it, for it had some level of craftsmanship. However, this time, Jiang Mulong had clearly presented a long, withered carrot. Natural ginseng is renowned for its restorative properties, enhancing energy, stabilizing vital signs, and benefiting the lungs and spleen, making ginseng highly valuable. The older, the more precious. Due to its rarity, some individuals resorted to deceit, passing off inferior goods as genuine. Having studied medicine, Mu Shang could instantly identify the quality of ginseng. Yet, the so-called 1,000-year-old ginseng before him was evidently a carrot dried and coated with ginseng powder, with ginseng roots cut from other ginseng plants meticulously attached. This was no longer a matter of quality. It was outright absurdity. Jiang Mulong, unable to discern the truth, mistook the carrot for a treasure, effectively insulting everyone's intelligence. "How hilarious! What are you laughing at?" Jiang Mulong's face flushed crimson. "Apologies. I truly could not contain myself." Mu Shang covered his mouth, stifling his laughter. "I have never seen such a realistic carrot." "Carrot? Are you blind? Unable to distinguish between a carrot and ginseng?" Jiang Mulong shouted, his neck turning red. This so-called 1,000-year-old ginseng had been acquired from the countryside some time ago, and without consulting an expert, he was unsure of its authenticity. Now, under Mu Shang's scrutiny, he felt a twinge of panic. Nevertheless, he feigned composure, displaying the ginseng to the doctor beside him. "Dr. Li Nong, you are well-versed in knowledge. Please ascertain whether this is a carrot or ginseng." Dr. Li Nong accepted the ginseng. He had come early to the venue, seeking revenge for a grievance against the hospital, and his master had instructed him to dress formally for an important meeting. Li Nong was puzzled. After all, it was merely a matter of treating Jiang San. Such a second-rate family would normally revere them, especially given his master's esteemed status. Having arrived at the banquet, he was indeed warmly welcomed and seated in an important position just next to Jiang San. As Li Nong scrutinized the ginseng for a moment, he slightly furrowed his brow and shot an unpleased glance at Jiang Mulong. Jiang Mulong's heart sank. This was bad. Jiang Wan also caught this detail, her heart leaping with joy, realizing once more that Mu Sheng had been correct. However, Li Nong's next words extinguished Jiang Wan's hopes. Young Master Jiang, this is indeed authentic ginseng, a genuine 1,000-year specimen. Li Nong nodded, firmly asserting its authenticity. He then turned to Mu Sheng, coldly demanding, Mu Sheng, as a worthless outsider, having achieved nothing, it would be prudent not to critique such rare medicinal materials. If our industry colleagues heard this, they would surely find it laughable. If you do not understand, it is better to remain silent. Jiang Wan was taken aback, not expecting Li Nong to speak in such a manner. A look of delight instantly spread across Jiang Mulong's pale face. He understood that Li Nong was assisting him. Dr. Li, please take a closer look. This ginseng. Jiang Wan was unwilling to give up. What is wrong with this ginseng? Are you questioning my judgment? Doubting that a seasoned practitioner with over a decade of experience cannot discern the authenticity of a mere ginseng root? I assert it is genuine, and it is genuine. Li Nong interrupted Jiang Wan's skepticism with a resounding voice, authoritative and firm. At that moment, an elderly man in the audience stood up, nodding in agreement, stating that this ginseng was indeed authentic. Based on his decades of experience running a pharmacy, it was worth at least 5 million. Of course, how could one even question that? This fool must be blind. As the elderly man spoke, a chorus of agreement erupted from the crowd, their reproaches ringing loudly. Seated at the head table, Zhao Lin gritted her teeth in anger, exclaiming, "You worthless wretch! If you keep speaking nonsense, I shall have you thrown out." Li Nong stood on the stage, looking down at Mu Sheng with an air of triumph, as if to say, "I have discerned that this ginseng is counterfeit. So what? This time, I am clearly siding with Jiang Mulong, delivering a hard slap to your face. You pathetic fool. I have always maintained that you know nothing about medicinal herbs." Jiang Mulong, invigorated, shouted, "You coward, come here and apologize." "Yes, you must apologize." Chen Shui scoffed at Mu Sheng. Just as a multitude of relatives began to berate Mu Sheng, a servant entered, addressing Jiang Sanyi. "Master Jiang, Lu Jianhua has arrived and is waiting outside. Quickly, bring in the divine Dr. Lu." Jiang Sanyi urged. Lu Jianhua was renowned throughout the capital as a miraculous physician. Even his apprentices had cured long-standing ailments. Moreover, having heard Jiang Mulong mention that Mu Sheng had administered acupuncture on his arm while he was unconscious, Jiang Sanyi felt an inexplicable discomfort, as if Mu Sheng had caused some issue. He had long awaited this visit. At this moment, a sinister expression crept onto Li Nong's face. Within the hospital room, Mu Sheng refused to acknowledge his usurpation of credit, boldly asserting that even Lu Jianhua would not comprehend his acupuncture technique. Now that his master had arrived, he was certain Lu would expose Mu Sheng's true nature. Given past events, it would be a time for public condemnation, leaving this fool with no face to remain. At the hotel entrance, Li Nong personally welcomed him. "Say, master, please come in." Lu Jianhua entered the hall, looking sharp in his tailored suit, exuding vitality and a beaming smile, but suddenly noticed Li Nong and frowned, casually knocking the ginseng from Li Nong's hand. "Li Nong, why are you holding onto a rotten radish? This is long spoiled and is covered in filth. Dispose of it immediately. It is too dirty." The room fell into a stunned silence. Everyone was momentarily dumbfounded. "Is this genuinely a radish?" Chen Shui gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. Just a second ago, she had been mocking Mu Sheng, even wishing for him to kneel in apology, only to be slapped in the face the next moment. Lu Jianhua's reputation was universally acknowledged. As the foremost physician in the capital, if he declared it was a radish, even a fool would realize its veracity. It turned out Mu Sheng was indeed telling the truth. Li Nong felt a burning embarrassment on his face. He had not anticipated his master would expose him, nor could he refute it. Jiang Mulong's expression was equally grim. "Dispose of it immediately." Lu Jianhua frowned, unaware of the earlier deception in the restaurant. He tossed the radish into the trash bin, disdainfully wiping his hands. Chapter 27. Expulsion from the Master's Teachings. Jiang Sanyi, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Lu Jianhua, impeccably dressed, clasped his hands before Jiang Sanyi. He had forgotten that Mu Sheng was present. Initially, he had planned to leave casually attired, but rushed to buy a new suit upon recalling the occasion. Mu Sheng was his esteemed mentor, deserving of utmost respect regardless of age. Is something wrong? Lu Jianhua frowned, sensing a peculiar atmosphere in the hall. The crowd was silent. Even Jiang Sanyi appeared slightly displeased. It's nothing, just some immature relatives bickering. Observing the disdain directed at her son, Chun Shui could no longer contain herself and interjected, Divine Dr. Lu, please examine my father. Yes, the examination is urgent. Jiang Hai Chao nodded vigorously. Jiang Wan's beautiful eyes narrowed. She wished to stand up and compel Jiang Mulong to apologize to her husband, but at that moment, she couldn't interrupt her grandfather's examination and could only watch as Chun Shui diverted the conversation. Mu Sheng sat below, smiling in silence. Divine Dr. Lu, please take a look at my grandfather, urged Jiang Sanyi, unwilling to dwell on the unpleasantness. Naturally, that is no issue. Lu Jianhua, unambiguous in his intent, had come primarily to attend to Jiang Sanyi. He retrieved a stack of silver needles from his pocket, laid them on the table, and gently placed his right hand on Jiang Sanyi's wrist, slightly squinting as he appeared deep in thought. The crowd held its breath, not daring to utter a word. Time passed quietly, and after about half a stick of incense, everyone remained seated in silence, not daring to move. It appears there are indeed some hidden needles that have caused a blockage in your blood vessels, though it is not severe. However, over time, it may lead to a sensation of numbness in your arm, Lu Jianhua explained. Indeed, Jiang Sanyi replied, his expression one of dawning realization. As expected of Divine Dr. Lu, you discerned the ailment immediately. Jiang Haichao praised from the side. Lu Jianhua took out the silver needles and began to heat them over a flame, but suddenly recalled that Mu Sheng had previously used silver needles. Fearing that Mu Sheng might have left some hidden complications, he hesitated to proceed and set the needles down, inquiring, by the way, where's Mu Sheng? Has he arrived? Who? The crowd was momentarily taken aback, unsure if they had heard correctly. Your husband, Mu Sheng, Lu Jianhua reiterated, unaware of the true nature of Mu Sheng and Jiang Wan's relationship, nor the lowly status he held within the Jiang family. Divine Dr. Lu, do you have business with Mu Sheng? Jiang Haichao asked. Yes, did he not administer acupuncture on grandfather's arm? Lu Jianhua questioned, knowing that the intricate technique on Jiang Sanyi's arm could likely only have been performed by Mu Sheng. The audience was filled with astonishment. Realizing that Lu Jianhua could perceive that Mu Sheng had indeed performed acupuncture. Could it be that this previously scorned individual possessed some skill? Confusion filled their minds. Damn it, I just remembered. It's all Mu Sheng's fault. Jiang Mulong exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Blame Mu Sheng. What has he done? Lu Jianhua asked, puzzled. You are unaware. After you left, Mu Sheng recklessly administered acupuncture on grandfather's arm, attempting to steal Dr. Li's credit. I believe the blockage in grandfather's arm is a result of Mu Sheng's chaotic needling, right? Jiang Mulong expressed his indignation, as if Mu Sheng were a heinous criminal. Zhao Lin awkwardly chuckled. Realizing that the hospital incident had been brought up, she thought to herself that this pathetic fool was bound to embarrass himself. Having been ridiculed for attempting to claim credit, now it was all too humiliating. Master, Mu Sheng merely acted recklessly. He nearly exacerbated grandfather's hidden ailment. Had I not intervened, grandfather could have faced serious health risks. Li Nong secretly delighted, wanting to ridicule Mu Sheng and witness his expression in this moment. However, in front of his master, he could not be too excessive, so he feigned indignation on his master's behalf, exclaiming, Master, he claimed my acupuncture was haphazard and that you only understood the surface of the matter. He truly infuriated me in the hospital. He regarded Mu Sheng with disdain, insisting on defending his master's honor. Indeed, this spineless individual has made mistakes in the past, but this time he has audaciously cast his errors upon my grandfather, whose health is already precarious. Such an affront cannot be overlooked. An apology is imperative. Jiang Mulong fixed his gaze on Mu Sheng, a smirk dancing at the corners of his lips. Chun Shui, with a smile devoid of warmth, urged, Apologize, you worthless creature. Do not overestimate your own abilities in the future. Yes, an apology. This transgression is egregious. had it not been for the timely intervention of physician Li. The consequences would have been dire. Jiang Haichao wore a look of disdain, asserting, "I've always said, what does a mere house husband know about acupuncture?" The previously silent crowd erupted in derision upon hearing this. "Ha ha ha, spineless fool. Weren't you once quite arrogant?" Li Nong could no longer contain his laughter, recalling how, in the hospital, he had claimed it was his acupuncture that saved old Master Jiang. "Do you even deserve that credit? You are truly deluded. Now, kneel before me and apologize." Li Nong's voice grew louder, culminating in a near shout directed at Mu Sheng. The image of kneeling before Mu Sheng in the hospital was a haunting memory for him. Seizing the opportunity, Li Nong aimed to force this spineless individual to kneel and bow his head, seeking to absolve the resentment he harbored against Mu Sheng. "Spineless fool, did you hear that? Kneel this instant," Jiang Mulong coldly reprimanded. However, in the next moment, an unforeseen spectacle unfolded. Lu Jianhua, seated nearby, suddenly darkened in expression and, before the gathered crowd, delivered a resounding slap to Li Nong's face. The sound echoed. Lu Jianhua exerted all his strength, sending Li Nong tumbling off the stage and crashing onto the seats, scattering dishes and cups across the floor. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, their astonishment palpable. Lu Jianhua had always been a gentleman. When had they ever witnessed him in such a furious state? "Physician Lu, what on earth is happening?" Chun Shui stood beside him, her face a mask of disbelief. She could not comprehend why Lu Jianhua had so suddenly turned against Li Nong. Lu Jianhua stepped down, his voice icy as he declared, "Forgive my inadequacy. I cannot treat the ailment of old Master Jiang." He now realized the Jiang family had regarded Mu Sheng as a mere spineless fool, igniting his fury. Were these people utterly foolish? Mu Sheng's medical prowess was enough to command respect. Countless esteemed physicians desired to witness his skills, but were unable to do so. With a mere word, he could secure a place among the elite of Yanjing. And yet, such a remarkable figure was belittled by the Jiang family as a worthless parasite? It was utterly absurd. "Master, what have I said wrong for you to strike me?" Li Nong was bewildered. The events had transpired too swiftly for him to grasp why his master had turned against him. "You ask why I struck you?" Lu Jianhua's fury surged anew as he delivered another fierce slap to Li Nong's face. "You truly do not understand? Let me clarify. Mister, Mu stated that your acupuncture is haphazard, and indeed it is. He said my understanding of acupuncture is superficial, and to him, it is nothing more than that." With each slap, Lu Jianhua's rage reached its zenith, leaving Li Nong bloodied and curled up in agony, crying out in despair. "I truly regret not making you leave the hospital then. You are no longer my disciple from this day forth." His thunderous voice reverberated. All present stood frozen, struck by a profound shock as Lu Jianhua's pronouncement echoed like thunder. He had transformed before their eyes, no longer the affable, genteel figure they knew, but instead radiating a chilling demeanor that left Jiang Mulong speechless. The most shaken of all was Li Nong, who had always perceived Mu Sheng as a mere, spineless parasite. Yet now the truth appeared to be drastically different. "Master, Lu Master, I see my errors now." Li Nong nil, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded for another chance, utterly panicked. The fame, connections, and even his title as a divine physician were all derived from Lu Jianhua's reputation. Should he be cast out, he would lose everything. Even a hospital that once feared offending Lu Jianhua would no longer accept him. "Get away from me, you blind fool." Lu Jianhua pointed angrily at Li Nong. Although he had once been his disciple, his current predicament stemmed from Li Nong's own arrogance and folly. "Mr. Mu," Lu Jianhua's demeanor shifted, and he approached Mu Sheng with respect, humbly acknowledging, "It was my oversight to take such a person as my disciple without discerning his character. Henceforth, I shall be more diligent in my considerations before accepting students." "Very well, let this be a lesson learned." Mu Sheng waved his hand dismissively. Li Nong's repeated provocations had indeed tested his patience. Lu Jianhua nodded repeatedly, rendered speechless. What? The spectators found themselves once again in a state of shock. What was transpiring? The esteemed divine physician of Yanjing was displaying such deference to Mu Sheng. Moreover, it was evident that this respect was sincere. Unable to contain herself, Chun Shui inquired, "Physician Lu, what do you mean? Did you not heal old Master Jiang?" "Indeed," Jiang Haichao chimed in, equally perplexed. Lu Jianhua shot Jiang Haichao a glance and retorted with a sneer, "Ridiculous. Did I ever claim that I was the one who cured old Master Jiang? Upon exiting the ward, I distinctly stated that it was Mr. Mu's achievement. Are you all deaf? But wasn't that merely your modesty, Master Lu? Chen Shui was left speechless. The others nodded in agreement, having believed this to be the case during their time in the hospital. How laughable! Lu Jianhua found humor in their naivety. As a physician, do you think I cannot discern who deserves credit? I have saved countless lives. Do I need to clarify every time that it was not my doing? In your eyes, does Mr. Mu not possess the capability to heal? I shall state it plainly. Without Mr. Mu from years past, there would be no Lu Jianhua today. This declaration rendered all present visibly uncomfortable, as the foremost physician of Yanjing was revealed to have a profound connection with Mu Sheng. How could this be? Particularly for Jiang Mulong and his family, who had dismissed Mu Sheng as a complete failure. How could he possibly be worthy of such association with Lu Jianhua? Physician Lu, I apologize. I truly had no idea. Chen Shui managed a bitter smile, struggling to comprehend. But why do you hold such respect for Mu Sheng when you are a renowned healer yourself? Lu Jianhua paused, sighing heavily. For Mu Sheng had previously instructed him to keep his identity concealed, and he was uncertain if Mu Sheng was still connected to the Mu family. A decade ago, I met Mr. Mu, who bestowed upon me a long-lost medical tome. It is through my study of this text that I have attained my current standing. Lu Jianhua fabricated an excuse. So that is the case. No wonder you regard Mu Sheng with such reverence, the crowd understood, some marveling at Mu Sheng's fortuitousness in inadvertently establishing a connection with the esteemed physician. Fortunate fool, Lu Jianhua's gaze turned cold as he declared, now that you have insulted my benefactor, I am unable to treat old Master Zhang's ailment. After clarifying the situation, he rose with a deep-seated chill in his demeanor. No, please do not. Old Master Jiang urged, Mu Sheng, come and persuade physician Lu to stay. The pulmonary ailment had plagued grandfather Jiang for several years. Although it has now been cured, he remains uneasy and insists that Lu Jianhua personally examine him before he can truly relax. The attention of the crowd swiftly converged on Mu Sheng, as they had not anticipated that this seemingly ineffectual individual would become the key to retaining the esteemed physician. Mu Sheng, perhaps you could persuade him, Jiang Wan hesitantly suggested. After all, grandfather Jiang was her grandfather, and she found it impossible to disregard his condition. Upon hearing Jiang Wan's plea, Mu Sheng's icy demeanor softened slightly as he nodded in agreement. He clasped his hands in front of Lu Jianhua and said, Old Lu, I must trouble you once more. Were it not for Mr. Mu's intervention, I would not have lingered. Lu Jianhua snorted, resuming his seat. He promptly retrieved his silver needles and began to administer them to Grandfather Jiang's arm. With a flushed face, Grandfather Jiang dared not make sound. After deftly inserting 15 needles, Lu Jianhua swiftly withdrew them, disregarding Grandfather Jiang's eager entreaties, and pocketed the needles. He simply bowed to Mu Sheng before turning away with a frosty expression. Grandfather, how do you feel? Jiang Mulong finally inquired, 10 minutes after Lu Jianhua's departure, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the crowd, as the previous atmosphere had been suffocating. My wrist feels significantly better, Grandfather Jiang replied, astonished as he flexed his arm and felt a warm sensation coursing within. I must admit, despite his temper, Lu Jianhua's medical skills are indeed impeccable. Jiang Wan, I owe you my gratitude for this. A joyful expression adorned Grandfather Jiang's face as he took Jiang Wan's hand, exclaiming, I hardly know how to thank you, my dear. Grandfather, this is merely what I ought to do, Jiang Wan replied. Observing this exchange, Jiang Mulong and Jiang Haichao wore expressions of displeasure, akin to having ingested something foul, particularly at the affectionate manner in which Grandfather Jiang treated Jiang Wan, an affection that was rightfully his alone but now seemed to be bestowed upon her. Jiang Wan's collaboration with the Mu family is a stroke of fortune for us, and now that we have invited Lu Jianhua to treat my ailment, I am compelled to make an announcement, Grandfather Jiang declared. Jiang Mulong's heart raced at this statement, fearing that Grandfather might be considering transferring the position of head of the Jiang family to Jiang Wan as a show of gratitude. This was the last outcome he wished to witness. Dad, please think carefully, Chen Shui interjected. The Jiang family has only just begun to stabilize and cannot afford to take such risks. Indeed, Grandfather, you must consider whether she possesses the ability and qualifications to shoulder such responsibilities, Jiang Mulong added, his anxiety palpable beneath his words. Grandfather Jiang smiled faintly. I am acutely aware of the heavy burden on Jiang Wan's shoulders, which is precisely why I have made this decision, to find someone to assist her. Mulong, you will serve as the deputy head regarding Jiang Wan's company and the collaboration with the Mu family. Remember to give your utmost support to the projects in her charge. The moment those words left his lips, everyone present was left in stunned silence. They had not anticipated that Grandfather Jiang would extend such a significant advantage to Jiang Mulong, who had just offered a counterfeit ginseng and nearly offended Lu Jianhua. By appointing Jiang Mulong as deputy head, it implied that he would receive half of the benefits from the collaboration with the Mu family. Jiang Wan's expression soured. Although Grandfather Jiang appeared to favor her on the surface, in reality, he continued to show preference for Jiang Mulong, fearing that she might monopolize the partnership with the Mu family. Grandfather, even with my relentless efforts, do I still not measure up to Jiang Mulong in your esteem? Jiang Mulong's family could not suppress their laughter upon hearing Grandfather's words, well aware that his actions were intended to bolster Jiang Mulong and undermine Jiang Wan. This clearly indicated that Grandfather had always viewed Jiang Mulong as the future head of the family. Mulong, do not forget to express your gratitude to Grandfather, Qin Shui urged. Jiang Mulong, unable to contain his smile, quickly responded, "Thank you, Grandfather. I assure you, I will not disappoint you." But Grandfather, the company entails numerous matters he is unfamiliar with. Jiang Wan interjected, her brow furrowed. Then you both shall collaborate closely with Mulong. Discuss any issues as they arise, Grandfather Jiang said, releasing Jiang Wan's hand, his expression quickly turning frosty. He cast her a cold glance and stated, "Enough of this matter. Let the banquet continue." Understood. Jiang Wan clenched her teeth, her mind swirling with unspoken words. At that moment, Mu Sheng spoke up softly, "Grandfather, is it not rather unjust to Jiang Wan?" His voice, though gentle, commanded the attention of the crowd. What audacity did this feckless individual possess, daring to question Grandfather? Jiang Mulong immediately erupted, pointing at Mu Sheng and exclaiming, "You dare to contradict Grandfather? How brazen!" Some individuals mistakenly believe that their acquaintance with a physician grants them the right to act with impunity. Qin Shui remarked with a sardonic smile. "How deluded you are!" The crowd seethed with indignation. Now that Grandfather is in good health, one wonders where you derive your confidence to threaten him with Lu Jianhua. Jiang Mulong scoffed, viewing Mu Sheng's current bravado as an alliance with Lu Jianhua, which, now that Grandfather's health had improved, rendered him obsolete. Grandfather Jiang scowled at Mu Sheng. "You insolent fool. How dare you question me? I have refrained from commenting on the worthless items you gifted, yet you presume to interrogate me? Guards, dispose of this counterfeit jade seal." "Yes, sir." 3 attendants nodded and promptly took the jade seal along with its packaging, exiting to discard it. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. Mu Sheng shook his head, returning to his seat amidst the laughter, sighing, stagnation, and ingratitude. The Jiang family is not far from ruin. The banquet continued. After more than half an hour, nearly all the gifts had been presented. Although the Jiang family was considered a second-tier clan, the number of attendees was considerable, with numerous businesses coming to pay their respects. Gifts piled high upon the table, in a particularly infuriating turn of events. Another gift from Jiang Wan on behalf of Mu Sheng was discarded on the floor and used as a stabilizer beneath a wobbly table. As Jiang Mulong had declared that the table was unstable and needed the gift from the worthless fool to serve a purpose. This remark elicited another round of laughter from the crowd. "Mu Sheng, they have gone too far," Jiang Wan exclaimed at the dining table, observing that only they were served leftovers while others feasted on ginseng and abalone. "You were the one who encouraged Lu Jianhua to treat Grandfather. And now they not only disregard your good intentions, but also treat us this way. I anticipated that Grandfather Jiang would act upon your collaboration. I merely did not foresee him employing such shameless tactics." Mu Sheng replied coolly, as if he had foreseen the developments. "Why? If he intended to intervene in my contract, why summon me back to the Jiang family?" Jiang Wan questioned, perplexed. When she was invited back, she believed Grandfather would begin to regard her more seriously and refrain from previously oppressive behavior. Instead, the situation had worsened. Isn't it obvious? Grandfather Jiang values the collaboration with the Mu family, not your worth. Inviting you back to the Jiang family merely facilitates his gradual encroachment upon your company, Mu Sheng analyzed. What should we do? Are we to passively allow him to continue this way? Jiang Wan felt a surge of indignation. If this persisted, Her position would inevitably be hollowed out by Jiang Mulong's family, rendering her powerless. Rest assured, as long as I am here, the spoils they have consumed will eventually be regurgitated. Mu Shang raised an eyebrow, a hint of coldness lacing his words. Each time you assist me, does your friend not grow weary of the trouble? Jiang Wan could not help but inquire. If you feel guilty, perhaps you should repay me in kind. Mu Shang jested. I sleep alone in a cold room every night. Repay you in kind? Jiang Wan's cheeks suddenly flushed, and she turned her head away, feeling that the words spoken were somewhat ambiguous. Strangely, she felt no anger. Instead, there was a faint sense of joy. Since Mu Shang had undergone a transformation, she harbored a peculiar question in her heart. Nearly all the men she encountered outside were captivated by her, yet after marrying Mu Shang, no matter how alluringly she dressed at home, even when revealing herself, he maintained an expression of calm indifference, as if he were watching an animation. At that moment, Jiang Wan even suspected whether Mu Shang preferred men. Otherwise, how could a vigorous man have no thoughts about her? Humph, it seems I still possess considerable charm. What are you laughing at? Mu Shang noticed the sudden smile at the corner of Jiang Wan's mouth and was puzzled. I recalled something joyful. Is that not permissible? Jiang Wan pouted. Mu Shang shook his head, choosing not to pursue the matter further. He would not interfere with Jiang Wan's actions, and moreover, the Jiang family served as a sharpening stone for her. Otherwise, when he departed, Jiang Wan would likely find it difficult to handle matters alone. The strength given by others is never as effective as one's own, a truth Mu Shang understood well, which is why he never regarded the Mu family as his capital. Old Master Jiang, the granddaughter of Sun from Qianbao Hall, Gu Qingxian, has arrived. A voice announced, drawing everyone's attention to the entrance. A remarkably luxurious limited edition Rolls-Royce came to a halt, and a young lady emerged from the back seat, holding a gift box and adorned in exquisite designer attire. It was none other than Gu Qingxian. Old Master Jiang certainly has a grand presence to have even Gu Qingxian attend. Indeed, I never anticipated the Jiang family would have ties to the Gu family. Although the Gu family was merely a branch in Yanjing, they were considered a first-class family in Jiangnan, and Gu Mushuan was a renowned figure in the region, valued at tens of billions. How could such a person attend Old Master Jiang's birthday banquet? This astonished everyone. Miss Gu, Old Master Jiang was equally bewildered. What was happening? Gu Qingxian had come? He had not invited her at all. Miss Gu, I have come to congratulate the old master. Gu Qingxian held a gift, her voice clear and melodious. Suddenly, she kicked something on the ground and looked down. The gift box had been discarded, and beside it lay the jade seal that had been thrown like a stone. Miss Gu, that is trash. It need not be acknowledged, Old Master Jiang chuckled. Yes, Miss Gu, please come in. Jiang Mulong's gaze was fixed intently on Gu Qingxian. Her figure was mesmerizing. She was stunningly beautiful, clad in form-fitting jeans that accentuated her curves. Jiang Mulong had never encountered a beauty of such caliber, especially from the esteemed Gu family. He eagerly exclaimed, Miss Gu, please come this way. Do not mind such rubbish. The servants will take care of it. In the end, he shot a fierce glare at Mu Shang, a failure, thinking, what kind of shabby gift did you bring? Now it has landed at Miss Gu's feet. Should you not kneel and apologize? Shabby gift. Gu Qingxian found it amusing. This was a gift from her grandfather to Mu Shang. The box alone was crafted from wood dating back to the Qianlong era, a royal production worth no less than $1 million. Yet now, it was considered trash by the Jiang family? This is a gift prepared by my grandfather. On what basis do you label it as garbage? Gu Qingxuan's expression turned icy. What? How is that possible? Jiang Mulong instinctively gasped, unable to contain his astonishment. This worthless stone was given by that failure Mu Shang. How could it possibly be a gift from your grandfather? Indeed, Miss Gu, you must be mistaken, Jiang Haichao chimed in, unable to restrain himself. This gift clearly belongs to Mu Shang. It could never have been sent by the Gu family. This gift was indeed prepared by my grandfather for Mu Shang. Is it so strange for him to present it? Gu Qingxuan's face darkened. She picked up the jade seal from the ground, raising her voice. This is the Qianlong jade seal, purchased by my grandfather for 58 million at an auction. Do you dare to tell me this is just a piece of trash? Jiang Wan stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her mouth agape enough to fit an apple. 58 million for a jade seal. At that moment, Old Master Jiang, facing Gu Qingxian, dared not exhibit any arrogance, quickly descending from stage. Miss Gu, surely there must be some misunderstanding. Before he could finish, Gu Qingxian bluntly interrupted. I care not for your misunderstandings. Your Jiang family has thrown my grandfather's precious gift on the ground. I will inform my grandfather of this incident. Our Gu family will not tolerate such humiliation. Old Master Jiang's heart quaked. Gu Qingxian intended to inform her grandfather? For a second-rate family to offend a prominent family was akin to lighting a candle in an outhouse, courting disaster. Swallowing hard, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Chapter 30. Begging for mercy, Old Master Jiang hurriedly exclaimed, I am deeply sorry. I truly did not know this was a gift from the Gu family, which is why it ended up on the ground. His aged face contorted in distress, displaying all the signs of his discomfort. With the collaboration of the Mu Corporation, the Jiang family's business was flourishing. In time, they could potentially join the ranks of the first-class families in Jiangnan. However, offending the Gu family at this juncture could spell disaster for the Jiang family. I apologize, Miss Gu. I thought this was something Mu Sheng bought from a street vendor. Jiang Mulong added earnestly. Just because it was not gifted directly by my grandfather does not justify calling it trash. This jade seal is priceless. Are you blind? Gu Qingxian retorted coldly. Old Master Jiang was the archetype of a bully who feared the strong. Before the Gu family's immense stature, he had long since lost his temper. Repeatedly slapping his own face, I am sorry. We were blind and mistook your grandfather's gift for garbage. Please forgive us this time. Do not let my grandfather know. Gu Qingxian regarded Old Master Jiang with a frigid stare, her gaze as chilling as ice, as if she were surveying a mere dog. She was inherently a proud woman. Had it not been for her grandfather's request, she would never have attended the Jiang family's banquet. Now, faced with such a situation, how could she easily let it go? Too late. Gu Qingxian approached Mu Sheng and, with a thud, threw the gift onto his table. Mu Sheng, this is a birthday gift from my grandfather to the Jiang family, but now it is yours. I will inform my grandfather of today's events. Old Master Jiang was jolted. If the Gu family learned of this incident, the consequences would be dire beyond imagination. Wait, Mu Sheng. Gu Qingxuan's arrival seems to be for your sake. Moreover, the jade seal in her hand appears to be a gift from the Gu family. Although I cannot fathom how you are connected with the Gu family, you are now the Jiang family's only lifeline. Suddenly, Old Master Jiang trembled, directly clutching Mu Sheng's leg, his face a portrait of desperation. Weeping profusely, Mu Sheng, I'm your grandfather. I implore you, please say a few good words on our behalf. Jiang Wan was dumbfounded. Old Master Jiang, who usually commanded great authority, had never been seen like this. Mu Sheng, will you truly assist him? This family can be extinguished without a second thought. Gu Qingxian frowned at Mu Sheng, expressing her disdain. Upon hearing the term extinguish the family, Old Master Jiang trembled further. Son-in-law, my dear son-in-law, I beseech you to appeal to Miss Gu. After all, you are part of the Jiang family. We cannot stand idly by. If the Jiang family were to perish, what would happen to your mother-in-law, your wife? I beseech you. All right, enough. Mu Sheng waved his hand in exasperation. Although he found Old Master Jiang insufferable, now that the man was kneeling, weeping profusely, he felt somewhat annoyed. He gestured dismissively and turned to leave. Had it not been for Mu Sheng's influence, today's events would not conclude here. Upon hearing Mu Sheng speak, Gu Qingxian scoffed, picking up the gift and turning to chase after him. You are unworthy of these two gifts. Yes, someone please escort Miss Gu. Jiang San Yi remained prostrate on the ground, unable to lift his head, regret gnawing at his insides. 58 million for a jade seal. A single seal worth as much as the profits of the Jiang family for an entire year. Had the Gu family departed? The overwhelming aura had rendered him speechless. Only then did the others dare to approach, encircling Jiang Sanyi. Is everything all right? How could it be? Jiang Sanyi's heart ached unbearably. What kind of situation was this? The family head begging a useless son-in-law for mercy. Would the Jiang family ever show their face again after this? Jiang Sanyi. I have matters at home and must take my leave. I apologize, Jiang Sanyi, but this is truly beyond my control. The birthday gift is here. If you find it unsatisfactory, there is nothing I can do. The guests, seated with Lang Ping, began to rise. Their presence had initially been to capitalize on the Jiang family's collaboration with the Mu family, but now that the Jiang family had offended the Gu family, despite the latter's lack of retribution, no one wished to linger. Who knew what might happen if they stayed longer? What if Gu Qingxian held a grudge? Hearing this, Jiang Sanya's expression grew even darker. Grandfather, do not be angry. This good-for-nothing has merely latched onto the Gu family's support and will not bask in it for long. Jiang Mu long consoled. Once you are no longer of use to the Gu family, what will you fight me with? In Jiang Mulong's eyes, Mu Shang's connection to the Gu family was merely a means for the latter to exploit him, and inevitably, he would be discarded once his usefulness faded. Jiang Sanyu remained silent, his face as dark as water. After following for so long, haven't you had enough? As they walked along the riverbank, Mu Shang suddenly halted, turning back with a nonchalant tone. Where I go is none of your business. A graceful figure emerged from behind a tree. Gu Qingxian, indignant, retorted. It was your grandfather who summoned you, wasn't it? Mu Shang was baffled. Had pointing out a counterfeit painting truly warranted such gifts in the presence of Gu Mu, Son's granddaughter? I want to tell you. Gu Qingxian pouted, adopting an expression of defiance. Very well, then you may follow me at your leisure. With that, Mu Shang prepared to depart. Gu Qingxian blocked his path, stating, My grandfather says you are no ordinary person, yet I fail to comprehend why someone so esteemed would hide in a second-rate family as a mere son-in-law. Had I not come today, I fear my grandfather's gift would have been tossed into the trash. There was no other person in Jiangnan who could receive such praise from her grandfather, which made Gu Qingxian curious as to why Mu Shang chose to remain a humble son-in-law within the Jiang family. This has nothing to do with you. Mu Shang frowned. Ah, it seems my grandfather has misjudged, Gu Qingxian remarked. She had once posed this question to her grandfather, who had advised her that a gentleman conceals his talents and waits for the right moment to act, and that Mu Shang's allure indicated he was no ordinary individual. However, now she perceived him as nothing more than a spineless coward. You may as well believe your grandfather was mistaken. Mu Shang found her unreasonable and turned to leave. You, Gu Qingxian, incensed, chased after him. She had never encountered such an icy man. Who are you, and why are you with my junior sister? At that moment, a somewhat gloomy male voice emanated from behind. That annoying Su Ke, how is he here too? Gu Qingxian thought, frowning. Yet the next second, a fist shot through the air, striking toward Mu Shang with astonishing speed, threatening to incapacitate him. With a swift sidestep, Mu Shang evaded the blow and turned to assess the man standing behind Gu Qingxian, his gaze dark and penetrating. Chapter 31. Three fists. Mu Shang sidestepped a punch and turned to scrutinize the man behind him, his eyes filled with an unsettling intensity. A tall, imposing figure stood there, nearly 6'3", looking down at Mu Shang with disdain, as if observing an ant. Hey, I'm talking to you. The voice was cold and accusatory, prompting Mu Shang to furrow his brow. Su Xixiang, I don't believe I need to report my whereabouts to you. Gu Qingxian stepped protectively in front of Mu Shang, her distaste for the man evident. She quietly turned to Mu Shang, whispering, This man is Su Ku, another disciple of my master, from the Su family in Jiangnan. He is always pestering me, and is particularly bothersome. Just ignore him. The Su family? The Su family of Su Zhankui? Mu Shang inquired, his eyes reflecting a contemplative glimmer. Although the Su family lacked the influential backing of the Gu family, they were still a top-tier family in Jiangnan, far superior to the Jiang family. Gu Qingxian, noticing his familiarity, couldn't help but ask, How do you know the name of the Su family's head? You seem well acquainted with them. We've met once. I taught him a few techniques, Mu Shang replied nonchalantly. Years ago, the Mu family's Lu Jianhua and Su Zhankui were both servants of the Mu family, and Mu Shang had recognized their medical and martial talents, offering them guidance. He never imagined that Su Zhankui would establish the Su family and become its head, outstripping Lu Jianhua in skill. You taught him a few techniques? Gu Qingxian interjected. Though the Su family has only recently risen to prominence, Su Zhankui's prowess is such that even my grandfather speaks highly of him. You? Spare me the exaggeration. Her disbelief was palpable. What kind of person was Su Zhankui? A martial arts prodigy who had made a name for himself in Jiangnan. Mu Shang had been merely a child at that time. Little did she know, Mu Shang had astonished the Mu family with his extraordinary talent, which had led to his father's two brothers turning against him, compelling his father to send him away from the Mu family. Were you? Su Ke spat, his tone dripping with disdain. Do you not understand that Gu Qingxian is my woman? From the moment he laid eyes on Gu Qingxian, Su Ke had been smitten. Gu Qingxian had always treated him with indifference, which he had attributed to her personality. But now, witnessing her whispering with Mu Shang, he could not tolerate it. You little brat, you're courting death. Su Ke roared, launching a heavy punch toward Mu Shang. Mu Sheng merely smiled lightly, and before Su Ke could strike, Gu Qingxian stepped in front of him, delivering a palm strike of her own. Bang! Their fists collided. Gu Qingxian paled, stumbling back 2 steps, only to be steadied by Mu Sheng, who gritted his teeth and declared, Su Ke, who I associate with, is my business, and you have no right to interfere. Mu Sheng, don't bother with this type. Let us go. Su Ke had entered his master's tutelage before Gu Qingxian, and his strength surpassed hers, which was one reason she tolerated him. As soon as she spoke, Su Ke was momentarily taken aback, followed by a sardonic smile. I thought it was someone important. So it's Mu Sheng? You're the useless son-in-law of the Jiang family? The title of Jiangnan's greatest waste was now common knowledge. Coward, kneel and slap yourself. Perhaps I'll consider not breaking your hands. Sununtai kiskiviko seated, otserving Mosheng's hand resting on Du Kingsuan's voiced. Su Ke, do not overstep. Gu Qingxian gritted her teeth. No matter how one looked at it, Mu Sheng was a person of importance to her grandfather, and if he were harmed, how could she explain that to him? You pathetic coward hiding behind a woman. Su Ke yelled in anger. Staying home and living off a woman is one thing, but now you're out here, still cowering behind her. If you have any guts, come out and fight me. Fight? Mu Sheng regarded him with a bemused smile. You truly wish to engage me? What are you afraid? Su Ke retorted with a cold smirk, jabbing a finger at Mu Sheng, enunciating each word. I give you a chance. If you're scared, kneel down and apologize. Gu Qingxian is mine, not some useless coward like you can touch, even in your wildest dreams. Mu Sheng snorted derisively. I fear you 1T withstand my strike. You think I can't defeat you? Sununtai kiskiviko vos incredulos. He turned his head and cast a scornful glance at Gu Qingxian. Qingxian, I truly cannot comprehend where you found such an oddity. Not only is he inept, but he also overestimates himself. Upon hearing Mu Sheng's words, Gu Qingxian was utterly incredulous. Mu Sheng, what are you saying? This Su Ke is the second strongest under my master, and apart from the elder brother, no one in the younger generation of Jiangnan can defeat him. We should leave quickly. He wouldn't dare to act against me. You must hurry home. After a moment of shock, Gu Qingxian hastily tugged at Mu Sheng towards the Jiang family's direction. If this fellow continued to speak, even she would be unable to save him. Yet, no matter how forcefully Gu Qingxian pulled, Mu Sheng remained steadfast, like an unyielding pillar, quietly observing Su Ke. 3 punches, Mu Sheng declared. What? If you are still standing after 3 punches, I shall leave your fate in your hands. Mu Sheng circled around Gu Qingxian and spoke with an air of indifference. From a moment he attempted to ambush Su Ke from behind, Mu Sheng had deemed him a worthless individual. Su Ke was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. I have never encountered anyone as arrogant as you. Even my master could not defeat me in 3 punches. If you're going to spout such nonsense, do not blame me for being impolite. Rest assured, I will shatter your limbs and send you back to the Jiang family. As he spoke, Su Ke forcefully stomped the ground, causing it to quake, and struck like thunder. Don't! Gu Qingxuan's face paled, but it was already too late to intervene. She could only watch helplessly as the punch hurtled toward Mu Sheng, who stood protectively before her. Alas, perhaps she should prepare a few million to handle the aftermath. As he had provoked Su Ke first, surely her grandfather would not blame her. In a moment, the fists collided. There was no embellishment, only unadulterated strength. Mu Sheng met Su Ke's blow with his own, and the force was so tremendous that Su Ke's complexion turned ashen. Was this man made of steel? His fists were astonishingly hard. He staggered backward several steps, barely stabilizing himself when Mu Sheng's fist appeared before him once more, swift as the wind. Second punch. Mu Sheng's voice boomed as his fist descended. Su Ke could only raise his arms in defense. Bang! The earth trembled violently. Mu Sheng's punch sent Su Ke crashing into the Jiang family's railing, his visage paling to the extreme as he looked at Mu Sheng in shock, blood spewing from his mouth. Su Ke gasped for breath, realizing that the previous punch had likely broken his bones. Yet there was no time to assess his injuries. Terror enveloped his face as Mu Sheng stood before him once again. Quickly, too fast. Third punch, Mu Sheng uttered, his tone as chilling as the whisper of death. Bang! As the third punch was raised, Su Ke found himself kneeling on the ground, pleading for mercy. Spare me, big brother. Absurdity. After sustaining 2 punches, he could no longer withstand a third. He was doomed. In the face of impending death, Su Ke, devoid of dignity, knelt before Mu Sheng. All of this unfolded in an instant. Mu Sheng took a step back, clapping his hands. I told you, you couldn't withstand my blows, yet you refused to believe me. Who knew your strength was so formidable? Suka thought to himself, lowering his head and repeatedly imploring, Big brother, it was my fault for underestimating you. Please spare my life. Get lost. Mu Sheng waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. Suka remained sprawled on the ground, motionless. This was impossible. The scene before Gu Qinxian left her jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. She knew Suka well. His strength was beyond question. Yet he couldn't endure even 3 punches from Mu Sheng. Previously, she had thought Mu Sheng arrogant, even reckless, but now, she was genuinely astonished. Grandfather, I suddenly find myself beginning to believe your words. Watching Mu Sheng's retreating figure, Gu Qinxian felt that she could no longer fathom him. Not only could he discern the counterfeit paintings within Qianbao Hall, but his strength was equally astonishing. What reason could there be for such a figure to remain concealed within the Jiang family? Then let us follow grandfather's advice and spare no effort to win Mu Sheng over. A smile blossomed on Gu Qinxuan's face, radiant and enchanting. Just wait. Even if you are mysterious and exceptional, once I take a liking to you, you will undoubtedly submit beneath my pomegranate skirt. With that, she pointed at Mu Sheng and addressed Suku. Suku, if you dare to bother me again, I shall have Mu Sheng deal with you. I won't, big sister. I promise. Suka quickly backtracked, his voice trembling. He had been thoroughly terrified by Mu Sheng's 2 punches. How could he still harbor any ill intentions towards Gu Qinxian? Seeking death, was he? Leave. I shall pretend today, as events never transpired. Gu Mushuan could never have imagined that he had sent his granddaughter to deliver gifts to the Jiang family to forge a connection with Mu Sheng, only for her to misconstrue his intentions. Upon returning home, Mu Sheng had just finished his bath and lay on the bed when Jiang Wan pushed the door open and coldly remarked, You finally returned? Mu Sheng nodded, casting a fleeting glance at her alluring nightgown, her long, fair legs gleaming enticingly. He had to admit, the title of Jiangnan's most beautiful woman was well-deserved. Her figure was voluptuous, stirring something within him. What is the matter? Is there something you need? Mu Sheng inquired nonchalantly. The banquet for old Master Jiang had yet to conclude, but Jiang Wan seemed to have returned early. Who was that woman today? Jiang Wan asked icily. She is from the Gu family. Didn't old Master Jiang mention it? Mu Sheng replied helplessly. I had no idea she would come today, embarrassing your grandfather in public. Seeing Mu Sheng's expression, Jiang Wan felt an inexplicable surge of anger. That's not what I meant. I want to know how you know her, and why she only shows you respect at the banquet. What are you trying to ask? Mu Sheng felt a vain throb on his forehead. Why was Jiang Wan suddenly directing her ire at him upon her return? You must have known her for quite some time, right? Jiang Wan said with a hint of jealousy. I can see she has an interest in you. You left early today to find her, didn't you? You men are all the same, feasting on what is before you, while coveting what is out of reach. Mu Sheng was speechless. He could not fathom why she was suddenly spouting such nonsense. Yet he had to admit that a woman's intuition was indeed formidable. Yes, she did come looking for me just now, he conceded. I knew it. You two are definitely involved, she exclaimed, furiously snatching a pillow and hurling it at Mu Sheng's face. From now on, do not enter my room. I've never entered your room, Mu Sheng replied, exasperated. They had always slept in separate quarters. Not in the past, and not in the future either. Jiang Wan raised another pillow. For some reason, she felt particularly irate. Mu Sheng seemed to understand and took the pillow from her, grinning mischievously as he scrutinized her. I say, are you perhaps jealous? Her cheeks flushed instantly. As if he had struck a chord, she hurriedly retorted, jealous? Why would I be jealous of my fake husband? Besides, you think I'm a useless coward, right? Mu Sheng interjected. That is not what I meant. Jiang Wan shook her head in denial. Though she protested, her gaze could not help but drift toward Mu Sheng. In her heart, while she did not consider Mu Sheng a coward, he certainly did not seem like a remarkable man, one that would attract the interest of women. Yet now, Gu Qinxian was clearly pursuing Mu Sheng and only heeded his words, leaving her feeling somewhat unsettled. Could it be that I am truly jealous? Jiang Wan was startled by her own thoughts. Impossible. But why was she so worried about Mu Sheng? Her expression betrayed her inner turmoil, and she shot Mu Sheng a fierce glare. I'm still your nominal wife. Until we are divorced, you are not allowed to get too close to other women. With that, she rushed out in a flurry. Mu Sheng, feeling helpless, lay down to sleep, for he had important matters to attend to the following morning. At dawn, outside the entrance of Mu Ran Company, a throng of people surged, eagerly anticipating the establishment of a new branch of the Mu family group in Jiangnan. The Jiangnan family dared not approach the Mu family directly. Instead, they sought to connect through Mu Ran Company, as it was indeed founded by the Mu family. Stop right there. Just as Mu Sheng prepared to enter the company, a cold voice sliced through the air. Two burly security guards, clad in uniforms, stood before him, their muscular forms presenting a striking visual impact. Mu Sheng frowned. Hello, I'm looking for Su Zebang. Who is Su Zebang? One of the guards seemed taken aback, as if he had never heard of such a person within the company. You must mean General Manager Su? The other guard quickly responded with a sneer. Many seek General Manager Su. What makes you think you can? He scoffed. Do you have an appointment? No, Mu Sheng admitted candidly. Are you an employee of Mu Ran Company? Not all. Mu Sheng shook his head. Having exchanged only a few words, the guard's arrogance intensified. Given the Mu family group's reputation, they had recently turned away numerous individuals attempting to meet with General Manager Su. Judging by Mu Sheng's appearance, he seemed like a mere laborer. Tell Su Zebang that Mu Sheng is here. Mu Sheng stated matter-of-factly. I will give him 5 minutes. If I do not see him, I will leave. The guards found his request amusing. Who do you think you are? You expect our general manager to see you? Get out now. Mu Ran Company is not a place for people like you. Mu Sheng, uninterested in further banter, walked directly toward the sofa. There are 4 minutes remaining. If you do not notify him, you may find it difficult to maintain your bravado in the future. With that, he sat down, his patience wearing thin. However, as soon as he settled, the 2 guards approached him menacingly. Are you deaf? I told you to leave. You, a mere laborer, do not deserve to sit on our company's sofa. The lead guard pointed toward the entrance, his tone threatening. Mu Sheng frowned. He had visited Mu Ran Company before, but had never encountered these guards. He glanced at his watch, his voice icy. 3 minutes left. You're asking for trouble. The guard, fully enraged, reached out to grip Mu Sheng's shoulder, his muscles bulging with tension. A cruel smile crept across his lips, as he believed a display of force was necessary to assert his authority. The other guard crossed his arms, grinning. They were seasoned fighters, just days prior. Someone had dared to challenge them and had ended up in the hospital, still recovering. Just as the lead guard prepared to strike, a clear sound from the elevator interrupted them. The elevator, reserved for the upper management, opened to reveal an elderly gentleman in a suit, none other than Su Zebang. His expression was anxious, and his steps hurried. The guards immediately halted, greeting him with forced smiles. General Manager Su, is there something you need? Ignoring the others, Su Zebang's gaze frantically scanned the lobby until it landed on Mu Sheng seated on the sofa. He rushed over. Young Master Mu, I apologize for my tardiness. The guards were utterly stunned. This young man knew the general manager? How could that be? Mu Sheng glanced at his watch and replied with a hint of amusement. 2 minutes remain. You arrived a bit earlier than I expected. Su Zebang lowered his head, unable to speak. Are these 2 security guards recent hires? Mu Sheng turned to look at the guards. At this, the guards panicked and quickly knelt, pleading for mercy. Mu Sheng ignored them and stepped into the elevator. You 2 are dismissed from Mu Ran Company effective immediately. Go to finance and collect your severance. Now leave. Su Zebang shot them a fierce glare, causing them to tremble in fear, their faces pale. Deep down, they could not fathom how this seemingly impoverished laborer could be the esteemed guest of General Manager Su. Before they could ponder further, 2 other security guards escorted them out of the building. In the top-floor office of Mu Ran Company, Mu Sheng sat on the sofa while Su Zebang stood respectfully beside him. You mentioned last night that there were issues with the contract between Mu Ran Company and my wife. I am here. Please elaborate, Mu Sheng inquired calmly. Su Zebang nodded and retrieved a document from his drawer, handing it to Mu Sheng. Young Master Mu, please take a look. Mu Sheng scanned the document, frowning upon discovering that the materials used in the renovation, partnership between Mu Ran Company and Jiangwan Company, were mostly substandard, even containing traces of corrosion in basic infrastructure like electrical wiring. This was beyond mere cost-cutting. The renovation was tantamount to constructing a dangerous building. Jiangwan was not the type to engage in such nefarious activities, and Mu Sheng could not believe she would partake in this wrongdoing. Do we know who is responsible? Mu Sheng inquired. It was traced back to Wang Gui of Longgui Company, Su Zebang replied. Of course, we would not trouble you with this matter personally. Mu Shang's gaze sharpened at the mention of Wang Gui, the very individual who had threatened his wife with the materials. The audacity of this man was astounding. Sensing the icy aura emanating from Mu Shang, Su Zebang shivered and whispered, "Young Master Mu, should we?" He gestured to his throat, mimicking a slashing motion. Mu Shang shook his head. "I understand. The Mu family group is under scrutiny from many. This is likely not an isolated incident. We should play the long game and see what they are truly plotting. Replace the defective materials with acceptable ones discreetly. I wish to observe their next moves." Su Zebing notet promptly isung instustin. "By the way, young Master Mu," he added after a moment, "those individuals may still attempt to make a move against you." "Them?" Mu Shang paused, a dangerous grin curling at the corners of his mouth. The Mu family was the most prestigious in Yanjing, but it was not solely under the control of his father, Mu Yanwei. Following a recent conversation, his father had delegated authority to Mu Shang as the future head of the family. However, factions within the family still opposed him and had dispatched several assassins to eliminate him. Most had been thwarted by the Mu family's defenses, but a few had slipped into Jiangnan. Their motive was simple. If Mu Shang were to die, it would provide ample justification for fracturing the Mu family. "Would you like me to arrange for some bodyguards?" Su Zebang offered, reflecting Mu Yanwei's own suggestion. "Not necessary," Mu Shang replied coolly. "Let them come. Their time is running out." Su Zebang's expression turned serious. "Young Master Mu, do you mean? You've likely grown weary of Jiangnan," Mu Shang remarked with a smile. Su Zebang felt a chill run down his spine. He had been confined to Jiangnan for too long, bound by the tasks assigned by the Mu family, unable to refuse. He had never anticipated this day would arrive. "Rest assured, young master, I will not disappoint you." As Mu Shang departed from Mu Ran Company, he unexpectedly crossed paths with Zhang Wenjie at the entrance. "What a useless wretch. What are you doing at Mu Ran Company?" Zhang Wenjie exclaimed, astonished yet filled with disdain and anger. "Did you forget to check the calendar before leaving? Encountering a failure like you. Wasn't it you who knew the boss back at the restaurant?" Zhang Wenjie sneered, having received a call from Zhao Lin that left him infuriated upon learning the truth. Mu Shang cast him a disinterested glance, unwilling to engage. "Hey, where are the security guards?" Zhang Wenjie suddenly raised his voice. "Sir, is there something you need?" Immediately, two men dressed in security uniforms approached. "Security? How can your company allow anyone to enter?" Zhang Wenjie pointed at Mu Shang. "From now on, do not let such laborers into the company. Director Zhang, our company has no regulations against allowing laborers inside," the security guard replied with a wry smile. "Just moments ago, 2 security guards have been dismissed for their arrogance, and now they dare not make another mistake. You see, I am a newly appointed technical director." Zhang Wenjie, furious, pointed at the guard. "Are you daring to ignore my words?" "This is President Su's rule," the guard said helplessly. Mu Shang chuckled, unwilling to engage with such incompetence, and walked out of the wooden building directly to his car. Having lost face, Zhang Wenjie's expression stiffened as he glared at Mu Shang, who did not dare to retort even when insulted. "Just wait. Jiang Wan will eventually end up in my bed, and I shall make you wear the green hat." Chapter 34. Confrontation. On that day, the Jiang family convened an urgent family meeting, which even the third elder Jiang attended, for the matter was grave, concerning both the Jiang family and the Mu Group's West Sea project. The entire Jiang family regarded this with utmost seriousness. Even Zhao Lin was summoned. "Jiang Wan, how is the collaboration with the Mu Ran Company proceeding?" The third elder Jiang's expression was not favorable, clearly having received alarming news. This project was critical, forming the foundation for future cooperation with the Mu Group. If this matter was mishandled, how could they proceed thereafter? Jiang Wan, appearing bewildered, replied, "Grandfather, our collaboration has no issues." "No issues?" Jiang Haichao chimed in sarcastically from the side. "Jiang Wan, how much money have you actually made from this project?" Chun Shui had long held a grudge against Jiang Wan, having been humiliated at the recent birthday banquet, and now, seeing her in trouble, she seized the moment to strike. "Jiang Wan, I'm not saying this out of malice, but while making money from the project is fine, you cannot engage in unscrupulous acts." Jiang Wan was even more confused. "Make money? I have always been diligent and never engaged in such activities. By heaven's virtue, since taking on this project, Jiang Wan has been wholly attentive to the renovation progress, often spending sleepless nights at the company, and sometimes even rising early to inspect the construction site. For several days, her skin even darkened from sun." "Huh, diligent? Using waste materials for renovations is your diligence? Jiang Mulong sneered. Waste materials? Absolutely not. Jiang Wan frowned. She would not allow Jiang Mulong to tarnish her reputation. Grandfather, if you doubt me, you can visit the site. The materials I use are not the best, but they are certainly top quality within the price range. How could I possibly do such a thing? See for yourself. The third elder Jiang coldly slapped a stack of photos on the table. Jiang Wan, her face reddening, picked up the photos, but the more she looked, the paler her expression became. The person in the photos was someone from her team responsible for transporting materials, but the content revealed them swapping quality materials for waste to conduct renovations. This was taken by Mulong at the site. Do you still wish to visit the site? The third elder Jiang's voice was frigid as ice. Jiang Wan panicked, shaking her head vehemently. I had no knowledge of this. He acted on his own, unaware. Jiang Mulong shot up from the table, berating Jiang Wan. This person is clearly your subordinate, and you claim it has nothing to do with you? Do you take us for fools? It's obvious to anyone what's happening. You're trying to profit from the project to curry favor with the Gu family. Aren't you? Such a clever plan. Indeed, you seem so honest on the surface, yet underneath, you're so deceitful. If the Mu Ran Company's situation goes awry and it gets exposed, what will happen to our cooperation with the Mu Group? We haven't even signed the cooperation agreement with them yet. Do you think you can rest easy? The accusations from the crowd were incessant. The third elder Jiang's expression darkened. Although he did not favor Jiang Wan, he believed in her character. He never expected her to err in such a manner. Moreover, if this led to a failure in cooperation with the Mu Group, all the hopes of the Jiang family would be dashed. At that moment, Jiang Mulong stood up, exuding confidence. Grandfather, I anticipated Jiang Wan would struggle with such responsibilities, so I addressed this issue ahead of time. After capturing those photos, I intervened to prevent them from using waste materials. Upon hearing Jiang Mulong's words, the relatives of the Jiang family looked at him with admiration. Mulong truly has talent, managing to resolve such issues beforehand. It seems that appointing him as deputy was not in vain. Indeed, if Jiang Wan were solely responsible, this situation would have been disastrous. The grandfather nodded, a rare smile gracing his face. Mulong, you have indeed done well in this matter. Grandfather, I owe it to you for appointing me as deputy. Otherwise, I would not have uncovered so many pests within the project. Jiang Mulong feigned humility, his gaze pointedly directed at Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan's face flushed crimson, unable to retort. However, grandfather, while I intervened, there are issues with the materials company as well since these materials were requested by Jiang Wan, and they need to negotiate with her. Jiang Mulong added, Jiang Wan, you wouldn't be incapable of handling this matter, would you? If you cannot resolve it, perhaps it's best to hand the project over to Mulong. The third elder Jiang's voice was cold. Jiang Wan had never requested the materials company to act in such a way, but now, with Jiang Mulong attacking, she could only grit her teeth and bow her head. Grandfather, rest assured, I will resolve this matter. Resolve? Jiang Mulong's lips curled in a cold smile. Everything was proceeding according to his plan. He had not stopped the use of waste materials. He merely intended to wait until Jiang Wan was coerced by Wang Gue to compromise. Then he would fully expose her. At that point, having lost her reputation and the contract, the entire Jiang family would likely expel her. Dear cousin, do not say I did not assist you, Jiang Mulong remarked. Hearing his words, Jiang Wan's expression turned grim, her heart filled with resentment with no outlet. After the meeting ended, she stormed home, drinking down the tea on the table in one gulp, her hand repeatedly pounding her heaving chest. Mu Sheng was still at home cooking. Upon seeing Jiang Wan's furious demeanor, he could not help but inquire, who has angered you? Everyone at today's meeting was targeting me. I felt like I could explode. Jiang Wan gritted her teeth, throwing the photos she held onto the floor. Do not mind them. Consider their words as mere nonsense. Mu Sheng consoled as he set down his utensils and sat beside Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan understood this principle but could not tolerate the Jiang family's blatant favoritism. But they are being utterly unreasonable. Even if such a thing occurred, they could have simply informed me after stopping it. They had to ridicule me in front of the family meeting, clearly wanting to humiliate me. What matter? Do you need my assistance? Mu Sheng asked. Are you planning to seek help from your friend again? Jiang Wan suddenly turned and asked. Mu Sheng found himself a loss for words and could only nod. Seeing Mu Sheng's reaction, Jiang Wan immediately thought of the Gu family. Only they could orchestrate such a scheme. Although she understood that the Gu family's intervention could resolve these matters, The thought of Mu Sheng soliciting Gu Qingxian made her heart feel sour. No need. I can manage it myself, Jiang Wan retorted stubbornly. She organized the documents in her hand and pushed the door out. Very well, Mu Sheng sighed helplessly. Once Jiang Wan left, he picked up the scattered photos from the floor, his expression darkening. Initially, he had thought it was an external family's doing, but it turned out to be an internal betrayal. Mu Sheng returned to his room alone, pulled out his phone, and dialed without hesitation. Old Su, you have work to do. Chapter 35. Why are you here? That evening, Wang Gui and Jiang Mulong met once again. Both were quite exhilarated at the prospect of Jiang Wan's impending misfortune. Especially Wang Gui, who was previously interrupted by Mu Sheng, felt an overwhelming excitement at the thought of Jiang Wan soon lying bare on his bed. Jiang Wan, one of the 3 most beautiful women in Jiangnan City, was truly deserving of her title. Countless men had pursued her from one end of Jiangnan to the other. Thus, after Mu Sheng's marriage into the family, it was no wonder that so many looked down upon this spineless man. Now, the prospect of being with Jiang Wan filled Wang Gui with uncontainable enthusiasm. Moreover, Jiang Wan had never been touched by Mu Sheng. Ha, once I have Jiang Wan, if Jiang Shao encounters trouble in the future, he can come to me, and I will certainly help him out, Wang Gui chuckled. Jiang Mulong's eyes reddened as he nodded repeatedly. As long as he could resolve matters with Jiang Wan and become the head of the family, he was prepared to pay any price. By the way, Wang Gui, there is something I must mention, Jiang Mulong suddenly spoke after a pause. I've heard that Mu Sheng has some fighting skills, and if he gets involved, it could pose some trouble. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Mulong continued. Wang Gui was taken aback. He recalled that Mu Sheng indeed had some abilities, having once single-handedly sent him flying in a private room. Although he had never witnessed Mu Sheng in action, he presumed he possessed at least some skill. The stakes were high, as it concerned his chance to be with Jiang Wan, and he could not afford any mishaps. Noticing Wang Gui's troubled expression, Jiang Mulong swallowed hard. Actually, Wang Gui, I have some people who can assist you. No need. Wang Gui waved his hand dismissively. My brother Wang Qingquan may be in Yinjing, but he has some influence in Jiangnan. This time, I will ask him to bring the Black Flood to help. He may not be as fierce as Uge, but he has a large number of men. I will ensure that everything goes smoothly. This spineless man, no matter how skilled, could not possibly take on dozens of opponents alone, right? Ha. Truly, a figure from Yinjing with far-reaching connections. This time, Jiang Wan would likely find it impossible to escape. Jiang Mulong could not help but burst into laughter, clearly unable to contain his eagerness. The next day, Jiang Wan drove alone to a farmhouse on the outskirts. She felt a twinge of anxiety. Originally, she wanted to ask Mu Sheng to accompany her, but seeing him fast asleep made her somewhat irritated, prompting her to leave on her own. Upon entering the farmhouse, regret washed over her. Seated there was a man, Wang Gui, who had previously forced himself on her at the Emperor Club. She had thought the issue with the tamper materials was a problem with her subordinates, and that Jiang Mulong had introduced someone from her team, but she never imagined it would be Wang Gui. With no other choice, Jiang Wan steeled herself and sat down. Jiang Demarin, I didn't expect we would be collaborating again, Wang Gui said with a sinister smile. What a coincidence. Jiang Wan maintained a stern demeanor and cut to the chase. Wang Gui, do you realize that tampering with materials in our company is illegal? Ha, Jiang Wan. Do you think I, Wang Gui, am easily intimidated? Wang Gui reclined casually in his chair, a sly grin on his face. Do you dare to go public with this? Jiang Wan was momentarily at a loss for words. Did she dare? Once this matter became public, it would imply that they were falsifying documents in the project with Mu Ran Company, and if the Mu family found out, the contract could be terminated. Though uncertain of the Mu family's exact stance towards her, Jiang Wan was not willing to take that risk. What will it take for you to suppress this matter? Jiang Wan frowned and asked. Wang Gui sat up, his gaze appraising Jiang Wan's ample figure, and replied, It's simple. I'm doing this for profit. I'll set a price of 10 million. Once I receive that amount, I assure you I will retrieve all the waste materials and cease to trouble you. 10 million? Jiang Wan's complexion paled. The project was just beginning. How could she possibly raise such a sum? I can't come up with that much. And my grandfather wouldn't give me that amount either. Is there any other way to resolve this? Jiang Wan inquired. Another way? Wang Gui's response was expected. He chuckled. Well, I'd want to spend night with you, but your useless husband interrupted. Now, it's up to you to show your sincerity. Hearing this, Jiang Wan's face turned ashen. Spend a night? How could she possibly do such a thing? No way. She abruptly stood up to leave. With your attitude, I want to discuss this matter any further. Huh. I asked for your opinion to be gentle, but you're overstepping. Wang Gui's expression darkened as he snapped. You are here now, whether you like it or not. You will sleep with me. As he spoke, two thugs standing beside Wang Gui stepped forward, rolling up their sleeves, ready to subdue Jiangwan. Jiangwan was taken aback by the scene, retreating. However, two thugs blocked her escape. Just then, a loud voice rang out from outside. Boss, something's wrong. What are you yelling about? Wang Gui, in high spirits, kicked his chair aside and stormed toward the door, followed closely by his thugs. Boss, there's a guy claiming to be Mu Sheng who wants to see you, the voice outside continued. Mu Sheng. Wang Gui was momentarily stunned, thinking this spineless man had indeed come. Let that useless fool wait outside until I finish my business. But he is insisting on barging in. We can't stop him. The voice shouted desperately. Bang! In the next moment, the door was kicked open, and a youthful figure with a refined appearance strode in. Mu Sheng, what brings you here? Jiangwan felt a surge of joy and instinctively moved closer to Mu Sheng. Mu Sheng. So the spineless man had arrived? The crowd fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. The name Mu Sheng was well known. Who in Jiangnan did not recognize this first-class coward? TSK. He dared to barge in. Who would have thought the spineless man possessed such audacity? But so what? After 3 years of marriage, he had likely never even touched his wife. How pathetic. It was clear that he had come in only to witness his wife being forced. Boss, this guy doesn't know his place. Let me teach him a lesson. Let me handle it. This kind of useless trash is no match for me. Several thugs clamored. Said Aonden Mu Sheng. Jiangwan, hiding behind Mu Sheng, felt anxious. Mu Sheng, we should leave quickly. These guys are not good people. I fell for Jiang Mulong's trick. Now she understood that this whole scheme had been orchestrated by Jiang Mulong to lure her here. Though she was furious, the immediate priority was to escape. Don't worry. With me here, no one can harm you, Mu Sheng replied calmly, a glint of menace hidden in his eyes. Hearing Mu Sheng's words, Jiangwan felt slightly reassured. Her tension easing, it seemed that as long as Mu Sheng was present, even the gravest dangers could be effortlessly resolved. Ha ha! The thugs could no longer contain their laughter. You? This coward? Let me go first. I could crush this freeloader with a single slap. As a raucous thug jeered, Mu Sheng spoke coolly. The thug you stopped at the door earlier spoke just like you. He is now a vegetable because of me. The moment his words fell, the thug's expressions turned vicious. Chapter 36. Brother Black Flood, the lead thug, seized a bottle from the table and charged forward, shouting, You spineless coward, still so arrogant? You clearly don't know how to write the word death. The thug moved with remarkable speed, clearly trained in combat. By the time he finished speaking, the bottle was already hovering before Mu Sheng. Mu Sheng stood calmly, not moving an inch. Upon witnessing this, the lead thug's face twisted in rage. Since you're seeking death, I'll gladly send you on your way. The bottle swung through the air with tremendous force, and the thug wore a cruel smile, convinced that if this worthless man was struck by the bottle, he would either be dead or severely injured. However, the scene he envisioned did not unfold. A faint smile graced Mu Sheng's lips as he turned slightly, his fist striking the thug's chin with swifter force than a bottle of wine. In an instant, the raucous thug fell silent, his body reeling backward and crashing violently into a table, splintering it into a flurry of wooden shards that cascaded like snowflakes. With a single punch delivered, both Wang Gui and the onlooking thugs were left astounded. Goodness, this formerly pitiful wretch. Is he truly capable of such prowess? Among the crowd, only Jiangwan appeared somewhat composed. Having witnessed Mu Sheng in action before, her surprise still painted her face with disbelief. The henchmen flanking them instinctively took a step back. Ha! Mu Sheng, I anticipated your strength, Wang Gui snarled through gritted teeth, his tone laced with malice. Did you think I was unaware of your impending arrival? Back at the Imperial Club, I let you go once. This time, you shall not escape. No matter how formidable you may be, can you truly contend with a multitude? As his words echoed, a cacophony of hurried footsteps erupted from all directions, as if 100 individuals had materialized out of thin air, swiftly filling the restaurant to capacity. Jiangwan's complexion drained of color as she wondered how so many had suddenly appeared. Mu Sheng, what shall we do? She asked, her grip tightening on his sleeve in a fit of anxious desperation. Having grown up sheltered, she was unaccustomed to such chaos. At that moment, He Jiao emerged from the throng, positioning himself before Wang Gui, merely a few meters from Mu Sheng. He cast a glance back at Mu Sheng, his heart heavy with unspoken words. Wang Qingquan had called upon Long Yi for assistance, yet Su Zebang had preemptively thwarted this endeavor. Long Yi would never dare oppose the Mu family, thus instructing He Jiao to stand firmly with Mu Sheng and avoid any misidentifications. Despite He Jiao's uncertainty regarding Mu Sheng's newfound influence, the current predicament left him with no choice but to support him. Mu Sheng, run. You must escape, Jiang Wan urged, her face as pale as frost, attempting to push him away, but they were ensnared by the encroaching throng, leaving no avenue for retreat. In that harrowing moment, she squeezed her eyes shut, envisioning Mu Sheng risking himself to shield her, only to fall amidst a pool of blood. Yet, Mu Sheng wore a smile, unfazed by the throng of adversaries before him. Brother, He Jiao approached Mu Sheng, bowing respectfully. Brother He, we may address each other as such. There is no need for such formality, even if I were to ask you as my elder brother, Mu Sheng replied lightly. Wang Gui, mistaking the exchange as directed toward him, felt a swell of pride and declared, Brother He, I summoned you to deal with him. Strike down this spineless fool, but no need for you to lift a finger. My men will handle it. Wang Gui gestured violently, his voice hoarse. Do you harbor a grudge against him? Do you wish for me to strike him? He Jiao suddenly inquired, tilting his head toward Wang Gui. Indeed, this coward, Wang Gui asserted. But before he could finish, He Jiao surged forward, delivering a sharp slap to Wang Gui's face. The resounding crack echoed through the room, and Wang Gui's plump visage instantly swelled. Not satisfied, He Jiao followed up with a punch to Wang Gui's gut, causing him to collapse to the ground. Wang Gui, clutching his face, wore an expression of agony and confusion. Brother He, have you mistaken me for someone else? Not only Wang Gui, but everyone present was left in disbelief. What on earth was happening? Wasn't He Jiao summoned by Wang Gui? Why was he suddenly turning against him? I'm targeting you, He Jiao exclaimed furiously, delivering two more stinging slaps to Wang Gui's face. Wang Gui, are you truly so dim-witted as to provoke such a person? What is this all about? Who have I offended? Wang Gui was utterly bewildered. In his recollection, he had not crossed any significant figures. Mu Sheng, in his mind, was merely a coward, even less to be feared. Though filled with doubt, he dared not raise his gaze, allowing He Jiao to rain blows upon him. He Jiao moved closer to Mu Sheng, preparing to speak when Mu Sheng interjected, First, take my wife to the car. There were matters he needed to address, but not in front of Jiang Wan. Clinging tightly to Mu Sheng's sleeve, Jiang Wan was equally perplexed by the unfolding events. Why had those summoned by Wang Gui suddenly turned against him? Moreover, judging by the familiarity between He Jiao and Mu Sheng, it seemed they had known each other for some time. Rest assured, I will be fine. Wait for me in the car. Mu Sheng gently reassured her, patting her shoulder. Jiang Wan gritted her teeth, her eyes fixed intently on Mu Sheng. After this matter concludes, I shall provide you with an explanation, Mu Sheng promised. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan finally released her grip, as He Jiao escorted her from the farmhouse. He approached Mu Sheng with a respectful smile, saying, Brother, how did I perform in this affair? If needed, I can eliminate him right now. What? Everyone was stunned by He Jiao's declaration. What on earth was happening? A formidable underling of Long Yi was exhibiting such deference to Mu Sheng, akin to addressing Long Yi himself. He was merely a coward. He Jiao turned to Wang Gui, waving his hand dismissively. Wang Gui, you have offended Mr. Mu Sheng. Prepare to collect your remains. Damn it, He Jiao, I concede defeat today. Wang Gui spat defiantly, realizing that He Jiao had now aligned with Mu Sheng. He retreated a step, pressing against the wall, and threatened, He Jiao, though I may not rival you, I am not afraid. My brother, Wang Qingquan, is a figure of some significance in Yanjing. If you dare to harm me, he will ensure you meet a grim fate. He Jiao's movements faltered, his expression darkening. If this were a previous time, He Jiao would never have dared to confront Wang Gui. Though he merely ran a small company and earned less than Jiang Mulong annually, he had a brother who worked for a powerful figure in Yanjing. To act against him would surely invite dire consequences. However, the situation was different now. Long Yi had issued his command, and despite his confusion over Long Yi's inexplicable respect for this coward, he was compelled to act. He Jiao remained silent, casting a glance at Mu Sheng, awaiting his decision. Wang Gui, perceiving the silence as fear, allowed a smug smile to creep across his face. Mu Sheng, I was unaware of your capabilities, and thus offended you. I now see my error. Let us keep our distance in the future, shall we? He had to concede that the power this coward wielded exceeded his expectations. He spoke now to extend an olive branch to Mu Sheng. Mu Sheng rose nonchalantly, striding toward Wang Gui. Instantly, Wang Gui recoiled in fear. What are you doing? Do you intend to strike me? He Jiao gestured, and two men immediately approached to restrain Wang Gui, rendering him unable to resist. Mu Sheng halted before Wang Gui, pulling out a phone from his pocket and dialing a number directly. Old Su, has the matter been resolved? I am currently executing young Master Mu's orders, Su Zebang replied, his tone exceedingly respectful. Very well, expedite the process. Understood. After hanging up, Mu Sheng casually glanced at Wang Gui and stated, all right. Your brother has now been reduced to an ordinary man. His words were spoken lightly, as though a mere statement had determined the fate of everything. Ha! Wang Gui laughed maniacally, momentarily forgetting his precarious position. You are truly amusing. Do you know which family my brother serves? You think a single call can eliminate him? Ha ha! You are indeed a coward. Even He Jiao could not suppress a chuckle, finding the youth before him somewhat amusing. Could he accomplish what even Long Yi could not? However, at that moment, Wang Gui's phone rang unexpectedly, an eerie sound cutting through the tension. As he glanced at the caller ID, his laughter abruptly ceased, his expression frozen in shock. It was Wang Qingquan, his brother. Let him answer, Mu Sheng commanded. This is impossible. It's merely a phone call. It must be coincidence, or perhaps my brother is aware of my predicament and has come to rescue me. Wang Gui shook his head repeatedly, trying to console himself, while beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Taking a deep breath, he answered the call. On the other end was a familiar voice. Damn it. Wang Gui, you wretched fool. Who did you offend to cause this disaster? You useless scum. I swear I will kill you. How could I have a brother like you? His brother's voice resonated with a ferocious rage, volatility, and profound fear. Brother, what's wrong? Upon hearing the voice on the phone, Wang Gui trembled uncontrollably. What's wrong? I just got fired, and they said it was because of you. You scoundrel, while you flaunt your deceitful ways, you've dragged me into this. You're finished. When I return, I will end you. A loud crash echoed just before the call ended, the sound of the phone being violently smashed to the ground. Brother. At that moment, Wang Gui was utterly dumbfounded. Had it not been for the two men beside him holding him up, he might have collapsed to the ground, a puddle of despair. Meanwhile, the onlookers, including He Jiao, comprehended the severity of the situation. They shivered in fear. Wang Gui's brother, even the formidable Long Yi, would find it impossible to contend with, for he was a man from Yanjing. Yet now, a single call from Mu Sheng had stripped him of everything. Such power was undeniably terrifying. No, I was wrong. Brother Mu, I truly understand my mistakes. Wang Gui quivered as he knelt before Mu Sheng, his head bobbing like a garlic clove, pleading for mercy. Please, spare me. I am truly remorseful. I will work for you like a beast. As he spoke, he repeatedly slapped his face, staring at the young man before him with genuine fear. It seemed that with a mere casual phone call, Mu Sheng had orchestrated the dismissal of his brother, igniting a sense of hopelessness within Wang Gui. I have given you an opportunity at the Emperor Club, Mu Sheng remarked with a smile. Wang Gui remained on the ground, kowtowing, until He Jiao lifted him and shoved him into a sack. Mr. Mu, shall I take care of him? I assure you it will not trouble you. He Jiao bowed respectfully, his demeanor markedly transformed. Previously, he had viewed Mu Sheng as a mere weakling, someone who had pleased Long Yi in some manner. But now he understood that a man who could render Wang Qingquan destitute with a single word could easily do the same to him. No need. Tomorrow is the main event, and I will require your assistance in staging a performance, Mu Sheng replied with a smile, walking out. The surrounding ruffians observed He Jiao's deference, not daring to breathe a word. Jiang Wan was escorted home by He Jiao's subordinates. Once in her room, she tossed and turned, unable to find rest. A few times she contemplated calling the police, but recalling Mu Sheng's confident expression, she inhaled deeply and set the phone down. Her face bore a serious expression, laced with deep concern. Mu Sheng, I hope you remain unharmed. Otherwise, I shall never forgive myself. Even she was unaware of when she began to worry so deeply for Mu Sheng's safety. Meanwhile, at the Jiang family residence, Jiang Mulong awaited news from Wang Gui. However, by 10:30, when no call had come, he could no longer contain himself and dialed Wang Gui's number. The phone rang unanswered. It was switched off. Unwilling to accept this, Jiang Mulong called several of Wang Gui's subordinates, but they too were unreachable, their phones switched off. The only one who answered, upon hearing Jiang Mulong was looking for Wang Gui, screamed as if he had seen a ghost, and hung up. "Mulong, what is happening?" Chen Shui asked impatiently. She could hardly wait to witness Jiang Wan's disgrace. "Something must have happened. Wang Gui hasn't answered my calls." Jiang Mulong frowned, sensing something was amiss, as if trouble had arisen. "But it's fine, I have a backup plan." After a pause, Jiang Mulong continued, "Those incompetent fools I hired were never replaced. Even if something happened to Wang Gui, I can still ensure he is disgraced at tomorrow's family meeting. This time she is finished. How dare she steal our family's project?" Chen Shui exclaimed with glee. "Rest assured, mother, the next head of the Jiang family will undoubtedly be me, and only me," Jiang Mulong declared confidently, nodding. "Why does Jiang Wan have to compete with me?" The next day arrived swiftly. Elder Jiang held the family meeting as usual, unable to rest until the matter was resolved. Many relatives gathered, and at that moment, Jiang Mulong suddenly stood, slamming his hands on the table. "Grandfather, I regret my inability. I stopped one of Jiang Wan's subordinates from cutting corners, but it seems she had others who continue to do so. I fear the house being renovated from your own company has become a hazardous structure." The room fell silent in shock. "Father, how can you only listen to one side of the story?" Despite knowing his son was at fault, Jiang Haichao denied it vehemently. "Indeed, father. Don't wrong an innocent person. This must be Jiang Wan's doing," Chen Shui added. "Yes, grandfather, Jiang Mulong could never commit such an act. If I were that kind of person, I would kneel before Jiang Wan and apologize." Jiang Mulong suddenly roared at Elder Jiang, his eyes bloodshot and voice hoarse. Witnessing this, Elder Jiang hesitated. He had always considered Jiang Wan to be more honest, but in the face of profit, it was plausible she could resort to slander, as Jiang Mulong suggested. "Father, this is likely Jiang Wan's doing," Jiang Taoqin interjected. As Jiang Wan's uncle, he had always sided with Jiang Mulong. After all, if someone could cut corners, it was entirely possible they would frame Jiang Mulong. Exactly, to evade responsibility. What wouldn't they do? Jiang Taoqin's wife, Han Shui, chimed in. "I never expected Jiang Wan to be this kind of person." The relatives murmured, directing their accusations toward Jiang Wan. Upon hearing their support, Jiang Mulong could not help but smirk, casting a sinister glance at Jiang Wan, thinking, "Even if you have He Jiao on your side, do you believe you can make grandfather believe I am responsible just by interrogating my subordinates? At this point, you could jump into the Yellow River and still not cleanse yourself of this guilt. Jiang Wan, you cannot outmatch me." As for Mu Sheng standing beside He Jiao, Jiang Mulong dismissed him entirely, thinking a prominent figure like Long Ye's subordinate could never be summoned by this weakling. "I know you won't admit it." Mu Sheng smiled, seemingly having anticipated Jiang Mulong's defense. "You cowards, stay out of this. This is a family matter." Jiang Mulong frowned. "Now to get out of here." Facing Jiang Mulong's provocation, Mu Sheng merely smiled. "Soon, you'll be kneeling before my wife to apologize." As soon as he spoke, He Jiao yanked off the hood of the man kneeling on the ground. When Jiang Mulong recognized the man, his expression soured dramatically. "Wang Gui, how did he end up here?" The realization struck him. The phone had been unreachable because Wang Gui had been captured by He Jiao. Panic and unease surged within Jiang Mulong. "Speak of what you did." He Jiao kicked Wang Gui in the back. "I will speak now." Wang Gui, thoroughly intimidated by Mu Sheng's authority, hastily replied, "Elder Jiang, it was Jiang Mulong who instructed me to insert inferior materials into Jiang Wan's project, intending to ruin her reputation." "You're spewing nonsense." Jiang Mulong was thrown into a state of panic, suddenly pointing at Wang Gui. "Grandfather, he's just like those people, all brought here by Jiang Wan to slander me." "Slander you? You are not worthy." Wang Gui spat, his face flushed with rage. If it weren't for this scoundrel, would he have met such a fate? Even his brother was not spared. Everything was the fault of Jiang Mulong. He wished he could bite Jiang Mulong's bones in wrath. "Jiang Wan, did you send them to defame me? I tell you, I don't even know these people. How could I possibly collude with them?" Jiang Mulong snapped, turning his head to glare at Jiang Wan. "You despicable wretch, you are truly sinister. Don't know them?" "Jiang Mulong, are you blind and speaking nonsense? I have the call records on my phone, and there are dozens of calls from you. Wang Gui ground his teeth. At these words, Jiang Mulong was utterly flustered. Wang Gui suddenly bowed his head and pleaded with He Jiao. Brother He Jiao, could you please get my phone from my left pants pocket? He Jiao said nothing, glanced at Mu Shang, and upon receiving a nod of consent, retrieved Wang Gui's phone, unlocked it, and expressionlessly opened the call records. Last night's numerous call logs were crystal clear, each one made from Jiang Mulong's phone. Jiang Mulong, what else do you have to say? Wang Gui sneered. This, I don't know. My phone must have been stolen. Someone else made those calls. Grandfather, I truly know nothing. Jiang Mulong, seeing the situation deteriorate, immediately rushed to Jiang Sanyi's side, feigning a look of grievance. Jiang Sanyi's face turned a deep shade of purple. He was not foolish. He had already discerned that Jiang Mulong was the real culprit, the one who had slandered Jiang Wan and tampered with the materials. Initially, he had hoped that granting Jiang Mulong the position of deputy leader would encourage him to do well, but to his dismay, it had turned out like this. To strike against one's own kin was a grave taboo within the family. Jiang Mulong, you want me to take Jiang Wan to bed and then expose this matter, rendering her unable to stand in Jiangnan. Wang Gui continued. In that moment, Jiang Mulong's face turned ashen. He had orchestrated everything, believing it to be flawless. Yet he never anticipated that Wang Gui would turn against him at such a critical moment. How dare he? Wang Gui, I'll kill you, Jiang Mulong roared, lunging at Wang Gui. However, before his fist could land, He Jiao kicked him aside, sending him crashing to the ground, his face meeting the dust. Take care of yourself first. He Jiao spat on the ground, addressing Jiang Sanyi. Jiang Sanyi, I merely saw a pest and felt displeased. Now that the pest has been revealed, the rest is for you to handle. With that, He Jiao hoisted Wang Gui up and strode towards the elevator. The room fell into a hushed silence as numerous relatives watched the scene unfold, quietly distancing themselves from Jiang Mulong. Such behavior from Jiang Mulong would surely not go unpunished. If they continued to defend him now, it would be akin to seeking their own demise. Mulong, you have gone too far. How could you do such a thing? Jiang Taoqin, who had just been helping him, publicly admonished. Even if you despise Jiang Wan, she is still your cousin. How would you lay a hand on her? Indeed, how could I have trusted you so much? You have harmed the interests of the Jiang family. Even I cannot stand by you, and I certainly cannot plead for you. Chun Shui stood to the side, her face pale. Though she was not the primary culprit in this matter, Jiang Mulong was her son. If Jiang Sanyi were to punish him, her future would likely be fraught with difficulties. Dad, Jiang Mulong didn't mean to. Please let him off this time. Chun Shui pleaded beside Jiang Sanyi. Jiang Sanyi looked down at Jiang Mulong, who was kneeling at his feet, his expression icy. Mulong, I am very disappointed in you. Grandfather, I was wrong. I truly realize my mistake and will never do such things again, Jiang Mulong begged, knocking his head repeatedly. Other relatives kept their distance, fearful that if they spoke up, they would be implicated. Jiang Wan, he has wronged you. How do you wish to handle him? Jiang San glanced at Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan, being astute, understood that if her grandfather insisted on punishing Jiang Mulong, he would not ask for her opinion. His asking was clearly a means of finding a way out. Moreover, if she made any excessively harsh demands, she would likely incur her grandfather's resentment. With a sigh of resignation, Jiang Wan replied, Grandfather, you're the head of the Jiang family. Please handle this matter as you see fit. Very well. Jiang San nodded in agreement, addressing Jiang Mulong sternly. Mulong, for your actions, I am revoking your position as deputy leader on the Jiang Wan project. From today onwards, you're to stay home for a week and reflect. Grandfather, I realize my mistake, and I will sincerely reflect on it. Jiang Mulong nodded repeatedly. Yet a sinister smile crept onto his lips. For such a grave error, his grandfather was only granting him a week's respite. It seemed he truly valued him. Moreover, the Jiangwan project was already in disarray. He knew full well that the materials had been replaced with scrap. Being relieved of the deputy position was, in fact, aiding his escape. Thank you, grandfather, Jiang Mulong said repeatedly, scarcely holding back laughter. Enough. Let this matter end here, Jiang Sanyi said coldly. If anyone dares to commit such acts again in the future, I will not be lenient. With that, Jiang Sanyi and the others left the room without a backward glance. After his departure, the other relatives finally revealed smiles. Mulong, don't be angry that I didn't help you earlier. I had no choice in that situation, Jiang Taoqin, who had been the most vocal against him, explained. Yes, You know how grandfather's temper is. The more one speaks in your defense, the angrier he gets. Han Kurishimidin. Chun Shui ignored the two and burst into laughter. Jiangwan, you must be quite disappointed. My son standing in the Jiang family is something you can never match. Son, let us go. Who needs a project that is about to fail? Just wait to be troubled by the Mu family because of the scrap materials. Hearing his mother's derision, Jiang Mulong stood up, smugly turning to Jiangwan. Jiangwan, you may have one this time, but when I strike next, your luck may not be so favorable. As for you, useless wretch. He cast a disdainful glance at Mu Sheng, spitting on the ground. Don't let me see you again, or I swear I will strike you each time I do. With that, Jiang Mulong and his family swaggered out, their arrogance unabashedly on display. Jiang Mulong, you haven't forgotten your vow, have you? Mu Sheng stepped in front of Jiang Mulong, blocking his path. Jiang Mulong turned around, seeing Mu Sheng alone, and scoffed. Useless wretch, your so-called ally, Brother Hejiao, has left. Do you think you could take me on alone? While Jiang San may have forgotten, I have not. It would be wise for you to kneel now. Mu Sheng replied calmly. How dare you? Even if I said such things, what of it? As a dog of the Jiang family, you ought to know your place. Jiang Mulong gritted his teeth. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Do you believe I won tea and for my grandfather? Bang, bang. Mu Sheng, uninterested in further conversation, directly kicked out. His foot landed precisely on Jiang Mulong's knee, causing him to thud to the ground, landing squarely in the direction of Jiangwan. Wouldn't it have been better to kneel sooner? Mu Sheng remarked. Jiang Mulong gritted his teeth, astonished at Mu Sheng's audacity to kick him without regard for his grandfather's name. If you two wish, you can kneel together. I wouldn't mind kicking a few more times. There are some things Jiang San has forgotten, but I have not. Mu Sheng looked at Jiang Mulong's parents, who appeared infuriated and ready to retaliate, but then suddenly broke into a grin, remembering the incident at Jiang Wan's doorstep. Jiang Haichao and Chun Shui retreated, utterly cowed. Mu Sheng smiled gently, leading Jiang Wan down the staircase. As they reached the car, Jiang Wan settled into the driver's seat, but hesitated to start the engine. Mu Sheng could sense the weight of her earlier distress weighing heavily on her heart. Do you need a shoulder to lean on? He whispered, stepping closer. Mu Sheng, why does this always end up like this? Why does grandfather never consider my feelings? Does he truly believe that only Jiang Mulong matters to him because of blood ties? Jiang Wan could no longer contain her sorrow and collapsed onto Mu Sheng's shoulder, weeping openly. Mu Sheng softly patted her shoulder, his expression chillingly cold. To him, this was a lesson for Jiang Mulong. The favoritism shown by the Jiang family had reached absurd heights. A mere 7 days of reflection at home was a laughable punishment. Jiang Wan, do you still wish to remain in the Jiang family? Mu Sheng asked icily. Or are you still attached to it? His voice was frigid, and the actions of the Jiang family ignited a fierce anger within him. If Jiang Wan desired it, he could effortlessly obliterate the entire Jiang family. Jiang Wan hesitated, taking a deep breath. I remain in the Jiang family to reclaim my dignity. I must prove that my grandfather's judgment is flawed, that I am far more capable than Jiang Mulong. Rest assured, you will succeed, Mu Sheng affirmed with a serious nod. By the way, you mentioned wanting to discuss something with me. How did you know about this incident in advance? And has the issue with the materials truly been resolved? Jiang Wan, her nose reddened from crying, deftly shifted the topic. Well, I know you were invested in the project, so I sometimes patrol the site at night. I stumbled upon them cutting corners, and I knew that couldn't have been your directive, so I discreetly replaced the materials and wanted to find out who was responsible. Mu Sheng fabricated nonchalantly. So, the Black Serpent was summoned by you? Jiang Wan inquired curiously. It was a favor from a friend. I hardly possess such influence, he replied. Your friend? That would be Gu Qing Xian, right? Jiang Wan couldn't help but frown, feeling a pang of jealousy. I told you not to involve her. Why do you never listen? Yet she pondered that without the Black Serpent's intervention, both she and Mu Sheng might have fallen into Wang Gui's clutches yesterday, prompting her to mutter, next time, don't do that again. Understood. Mu Sheng chuckled helplessly. But Jiang Wan, could you possibly get off me? Startled, Jiang Wan looked down and gasped. In her earlier lament, she had not only leaned on Mu Sheng's shoulder, but had been pressed against him entirely. Clinging to him like an octopus, she quickly detached herself, her heart racing, her cheeks flushed as she furtively examined Mu Sheng. It's fine, I don't mind your tears, Mu Sheng remarked, glancing down at the damp spot on his chest. You Jiang Wan's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson as she shot him a glare. How dare you complain? Huh? I don't mind the tears of the young lady. Perhaps you could bestow a bit more? Mu Sheng grinned. Are you trying to provoke me? Jiang Wan's face was bright red as she lunged at him. Mu Sheng instinctively turned, but in an unsteady moment, Jiang Wan fell against him. They found themselves intimately close, gazing into each other's eyes, their lips nearly touching. After 3 years of marriage, they had never been this close. Jiang Wan, experiencing such proximity for the first time, trembled as she looked at the man she had spent so many days with, instinctively closing her eyes. Mu Sheng was taken aback. How could he not understand Jiang Wan's unspoken thoughts? Yet, according to Jiang Jingji's will, they could divorce in a month's time, and currently, they hardly qualified as true spouses. To kiss or not to kiss? Mu Sheng hesitated for a moment when a commotion arose outside. Something's wrong. Someone has collapsed. The noise jolted Jiang Wan awake, and as she opened her eyes to see Mu Sheng so near, she felt at a loss. The atmosphere inside the car became awkward. Mu Sheng swallowed hard, unable to meet her gaze. Once a fearless warrior, he now stammered, "Shall we go outside to investigate?" "Okay," Jiang Wan replied, her face as red as if blushing. Upon exiting the vehicle, they soon reached the epicenter of the commotion, where an elderly man in white lay on the ground. Appearing to be around 70 years old, with long white eyebrows. He seemed vigorous, yet his eyes and mouth were tightly shut, as if drowning, his limbs twitching and trembling. A robust woman in athletic was kneeling beside him, crying out in panic, her phone still lit, clearly having already called for an ambulance. "Is there a doctor here to help my master? Please," she pleaded, her eyes frantic. "The ambulance is stuck in traffic and will take another 10 minutes to arrive. Is there anyone who can perform first aid? Please save my master." The elderly man's closed eyes and once vibrant countenance were swiftly losing color. It was evident to all present that the situation was dire, and he might not last much longer. As a crowd gathered, many pulled out their phones to record. Yet no one stepped forward, fearing their lack of medical knowledge could worsen the man's condition. The risk of being accused of malpractice loomed large. Mu Sheng stood to the side, frowning as a sense of familiarity washed over him regarding the old man's ailment. Suddenly, the elderly man convulsed violently, rolling on the ground, his hands pounding the earth as if possessed. The crowd gasped in shock. The anxious woman, unwilling to stand by, opened her wallet and threw a bank card onto the ground. 1 million. Whoever can save my master will receive this. Gasps erupted from the crowd. 1 million? This woman must be wealthy. But what good is money if you lack the skill? The old man's condition is clearly serious. I've been a doctor for 3 years and have never seen such a bizarre illness. We should wait for the ambulance. The crowd murmured, yet no one approached. The woman, desperate, scanned the crowd and flung down 2 more bank cards, shouting, 5 million. Just keep my master alive until the ambulance arrives. At the mention of such a large sum, many in the crowd felt tempted to step forward, despite their uncertainties. After a moment's thought, Mu Sheng moved toward the elderly man. Jiang Wan quickly intervened. "Mu Sheng, what are you doing?" "Saving a life," he replied calmly. He could see that the old man's condition was peculiar and perilous. Without immediate intervention, he would succumb within minutes. "Do you truly believe you can help him?" Jiang Wan asked quietly, her concern evident. "That woman is offering a fortune. She must belong to a prominent family. If you fail, you could create animosity. Trust me, I am confident in my abilities," Mu Sheng assured her, meeting her gaze with unwavering composure. Jiang Wan, gripping Mu Sheng's wrist tightly, instinctively loosened her hold as she saw his calm confidence. With a nod, Mu Sheng turned to the crowd, calling out, "Let me take a look. Are you a doctor? Please save my master. The ambulance won't arrive for another 10 minutes. The robust woman, seeing Mu Sheng, grasped his arm desperately. "If you can save him, the 5 million is yours." Mu Sheng had never handled a bank card before. He gazed intently at the elderly man. The old man's eyes remained tightly shut, and blood seeped from the corners as he struggled, his breath unstable, on the verge of collapse. Without uttering a word, Mu Sheng reached out and placed his hand on the old man's wrist. The elder's internal organs were damaged, yet his vitality surged with unusual strength. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Sheng grasped the gravity of the elder's condition. "Do you have silver needles?" he inquired. Yes, I've always carried them." A robust woman hurriedly produced a set of silver needles contained within a golden silk nema box, prompting Mu Sheng to regard her with renewed interest. Her identity was evidently extraordinary. Without hesitation, he swiftly took the silver needles and positioned them on the elder's wrist. The 5 divine needles would channel the energy through the meridians. Fortuitously, the elder's own vigorous life force made the insertion of the needles considerably easier for Mu Shang. Although beads of sweat still formed on his forehead, he flicked the silver needles. Energy flow through the meridians. As the needles trembled lightly, the old man's tightly shut eyes, mouth, and ears quivered suddenly. In the next moment, the elder let out a muffled groan and violently spewed forth a mouthful of blood. Mu Shang did not pause. He continued to grasp the next needle. Just then, a commotion arose as Jiang Taoqin and Han Shui, a couple that had descended from upstairs, squeezed into the crowd to observe the spectacle. Upon witnessing Mu Shang administering the needles, Jiang Taoqin instinctively exclaimed, "TSK, this useless fellow actually knows medicine?" Han Kuya, already harboring disdain for Mu Shang, particularly after he ignored their confrontation with Jiang Mulong on the stairs, expressed her contempt even more sharply. He knows medicine? Even a sow could climb a tree. Useless, causing trouble, and he might end up in prison for killing someone. As she finished speaking, she lunged for Mu Shang's wrist, shouting, "Useless! Didn't you hear me telling you to stop? Get away!" Mu Shang retaliated with a sharp slap, sending Han Shui sprawling to the ground. Then he resumed his focus on the silver needles, fully concentrated. Only one last needle remained. Once that needle was inserted, the elder would awaken completely. However, in the next instant, the robust woman suddenly retracted the box, regarding Mu Shang with suspicion. "You're not a doctor, are you?" "He's no doctor, just a useless son-in-law of the Jiang family." Before Mu Shang could respond, Han Shui, recovering from her fall and covering her face, scolded, "Miss, don't be deceived by this person. His name is Mu Shang, a live-in son-in-law of the Jiang family, unemployed and living off others." "Do you really think he could be a doctor? The Jiang family? That second-rate family? So he is the good-for-nothing from the Jiang family. No wonder he looks a bit familiar," she scoffed. "This waste is only here for that 5 million. They should really take a good look at themselves in the mirror, truly overestimating their capabilities." With Han Shui's remarks, the crowd began to realize that Mu Shang clearly lacked medical knowledge and was merely acting for monetary gain. "What? You aren't a doctor at all?" Su Kueishua's anger flared as she grasped Mu Shang's hand. "If you're not a doctor, why are you meddling with my master?" At that moment, the elder suddenly opened his mouth, vomiting a large quantity of congealed blood. His chest heaved violently. "See, this is the result of your meddling," Jiang Taoqin observed with a cold smile. "You, a worthless individual with no medical skills, are endangering an elderly man for money? Truly heartless. Indeed, shameless," remarked a bystander who had eagerly awaited a chance, but was preempted by Mu Shang. Mu Shang struggled to free himself from Su Kueishua's grip, but her strength was unexpectedly formidable. If he were to pull too hard, it might jeopardize the needle placement. He paused, his expression serious. "There is still one needle left. If I do not place it, the elder's life remains in peril." Jiang Taoqin sneered. "You worthless fool, what do you understand? Be quiet." Just then, Jiang Wan squeezed into the crowd, confronting Jiang Taoqin with pointed words. "Miss, when you cried for help, no one came to assist you. Mu Shang was only trying to help. If anything goes wrong with your master, feel free to call the police on us." Jiang Wan's voice was icy, exuding an unprecedented assertiveness as she pointed at Jiang Taoqin, adding, "And who do you think you are to insult my husband? Even if he is useless, he is not someone you can bully." As she concluded, an irresistible aura radiated from Jiang Wan, momentarily startling Mu Shang, who felt a flicker of gratitude. This was the first time Jiang Wan had exerted herself so fiercely to defend him. Jiang Taoqin was taken aback, not anticipating this woman would care so much for her ineffectual husband. With a snort, he retorted, "Once he kills the man, it will be too late to call the police. Are you sure you can save my master?" Su Kueishua scrutinized Mu Shang, her gaze piercing. She examined his eyes, calm yet untroubled, entirely unlike those of a petty person. "I stake my life on it," Mu Shang affirmed with a nod. "All right, then hasten to act." Su Kueishua. Jiang Taoqin's expression darkened. He had not expected Su Kueishua to agree to let this good-for-nothing treat her master. He spoke urgently. "Miss Su, this is impossible. How can this useless man possibly practice medicine? And you?" Su Kueishua glared at him fiercely. Jiang Taoqin fell silent. He was merely a leech on the Jiang family, relying on Jiang Mulong to elevate him. which only fueled his contempt for Mu Shang. He had stood by, mocking, all while refusing to assist. If he could heal, he would have long seized the 5 million. Su Kueishue supported the elderly man and continued, "Now proceed. If you can save my master, I will reward you handsomely. But if anything goes awry, the Su family will not be lenient." Han Shui stood nearby, reveling in the calamity, laughing loudly. Just wait to die." Mu Shang ignored her, gripping the silver needle and targeting the old man's spine. With energy coursing through him, he pierced the needle in, releasing a surge of vitality. The elder collapsed to the ground, expelling a copious amount of black blood. After the expulsion, the elder's complexion improved slightly. His eyes opened, and his breathing gradually became more regular. "Master, are you all right?" Su Kueishue quickly supported the elder. Jiangwan breathed a sigh of relief. Among the crowd, only Mu Shang furrowed his brow as he regarded the elder. Although this treatment had resolved the immediate crisis, it was evident that future complications could arise. The danger had passed, yet the root cause remained. The elder merely choked on food. "You were just lucky to have him expel it," Han Shui remarked sarcastically. "Even if you weren't here, the elder would have been fine." Jiang Wan frowned slightly, taken aback that Jiang Taoqin would not only deny Mu Shang's capabilities, but also attempt to sully his reputation. How could a person be so shameless? "Make way! Make way!" At that moment, the hospital ambulance finally arrived. Due to the throng of onlookers outside, several medical staff could only jog through to reach the scene. They approached the revived elder, placing him on a stretcher, and after administering oxygen, his complexion returned to normal. It was evident to all that the crisis had been averted. The elder had choked on food. In the future, he should avoid large bites. The paramedics casually examined the vomit on the ground and made their assessment. Choked? Su Kueishue was taken aback. She and her master had not eaten anything prior. However, since the medical staff had said so, she could only nod in acknowledgement, promising to be more cautious in the future. She glanced at Mu Shang. Regardless of circumstances, her master had only survived due to his intervention. She promptly retrieved 2 bank cards from her wallet, saying, "Sir, here is 5 million. "No need," Mu Shang shook his head. "I did not intervene to seek payment." "I fear there might be some issues, which is why he hesitates to take the money," Han Shui remarked sarcastically from the side. Su Kueishue furrowed her brow. It is often said that concern leads to chaos. Although she leaned towards Mu Shang, Jiang Taoqin's constant chatter made her doubt Mu Shang a little. Perhaps, as Jiang Taoqin suggested, there may be problems. Otherwise, what reason would one have to refuse the immediate 5 million? "I hope our grandfather can escape danger." Su Kueishue cast a meaningful glance at Mu Shang, turned, and entered the ambulance, leaving with a flourish. Jiang Taoqin watched Mu Shang with glee. Jiang Wan felt uneasy, asking, "Mu Shang, are you all right? With your husband taking action, what could possibly go wrong?" Mu Shang replied with a grin. However, Jiang Taoqin scoffed. "Is everything all right? If he truly had confidence, why not take the 5 million? Perhaps he fears retribution from the Su family after I've exposed him. You had an accident when you were a child, right?" Mu Shang suddenly turned to Jiang Taoqin. "Do you think you possess the ability to deduce my background?" Jiang Taoqin retorted disdainfully, "Get lost, you useless coward. Between the ages of 7 and 10, you fell into the sea and were struck by a fishing boat, resulting in lingering pain in your abdomen." Mu Shang continued, ignoring him. "Even when using the restroom, you still feel discomfort down there." Jiang Taoqin's contempt faded, replaced by shock. How do you know?" His experience of being struck at 8 years old and the current ailment mirrored Mu Shang's description so closely that he almost believed Mu Shang had somehow uncovered his secrets. Mu Shang smiled faintly, narrowing his eyes. "The doctor mentioned in the hospital that you might face infertility, right?" He added, "Feel free to be more confident. Just remove the mite." The atmosphere around them suddenly grew tense. Han Shui's expression changed dramatically. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Jiang Taoqin's face turned ashen. He knew his own body best. With his varicocele obstructing blood flow, how could he possibly conceive a child with his wife? Mu Shang remarked, "I've seen your nephew. He resembles your neighbor quite a bit." Han Shui felt frantic. "Dear, don't listen to this nonsense. We should leave at once." Mu Shang replied coolly, "If you truly don't believe, why not test it for yourself? You wait. I'll prove you wrong." He immediately pulled out his phone and dialed, putting it on speaker. "Old Wang, where are you?" "I'm at home." "What's up, old Jiang? Do you need something?" Came the voice from the other end. "A while back, I installed cameras at home. Jiang Taoqin gritted his teeth, feigning casualness. I saw you had an affair with my wife, didn't you? The voice on the other end faltered. Old Jiang Yu. You found out? Let me explain. I truly regret it. At that moment, Han Shui was already terrified beyond measure. It was over. Truly over. Dear, please let me explain, Han Shui stammered. Mu Shen smiled, taking Jiang Wan's hand, and walked away, leaving Jiang Taoqin, whose face turned livid, to turn and slap Han Shui fiercely across the face. Chapter 42. He is a fraud. The next morning, Jiang Wan awoke early to prepare for work. The recent waste material incident had served as a wake-up call, reminding her to be vigilant against potential betrayal. She tightened her scrutiny over her subordinates. Zhao Lin left, as usual, to play cards, leaving Mu Sheng alone at home to tidy up. Just as he was settling in, a phone call came through. Young Master Mu, are you there? Recognizing Lu Jianhua's voice, Mu Sheng replied, Old Lu, haven't I told you to just call me Xiao Mu? All right, I'll call you Xiao Mu then, Lu Jianhua said. Initially worried that the incident with Li Nong might have caused Mu Sheng to harbor prejudice against him, Lu Jianhua felt relieved to hear Mu Sheng's friendly tone. Old Lu, what can I do for you? Mu Sheng inquired. I have an old friend whose health has suddenly deteriorated since last year. Suffering from persistent pain and swelling in his limbs, Lu Jianhua stated plainly. The only relief comes from immersing his hands and feet in ice water. He has practiced martial arts for decades, but this issue has only arisen in recent years, worsening considerably. I have come to Jiangnan to seek treatment for him, but after a month, there has been no improvement, and his condition only seems to weaken. Yesterday, he fell while out with his apprentice, experiencing excruciating pain. If not for the assistance of a passerby, it could have ended tragically. Lu Jianhua expressed his confidence in Mu Sheng. Xiao Mu, I truly have no means to help. I am here to ask for your assistance. No problem. I'm rather bored at home, Mu Sheng readily agreed, though I cannot guarantee a complete cure. As long as you take action, I will be at ease. Lu Jianhua nodded vigorously. Where are you now? Should I come and pick you up? No need. Just send me the address. After hanging up, Mu Sheng took a taxi around 10 o'clock to the estate in the western part of Jiangnan. This estate was vast, patrolled by numerous servants and security. Those residing here belonged to the elite families of Jiangnan, with even first-tier families lacking the qualifications to live here. After paying the fare, Mu Sheng walked a short distance along a mountain path to reach the estate. He mused that he should acquire a car for himself. Navigating errands alone would be much more convenient with one. Lu Jianhua was already waiting for him at the entrance. Upon entering the grand hall, adorned with various antiques and rare plants, Mu Sheng was struck by the opulence. The yellow pearwood furniture alone was worth a fortune, easily amounting to billions. Dr. Lu, you finally arrived. Where's the expert you mentioned? As Mu Sheng surveyed the surroundings, an elderly voice echoed from the second floor. Surrounded by several bodyguards and servants, an elderly man descended the staircase. The old man was tall and appeared vigorous, yet his eyes betrayed a profound weariness. Despite his robust demeanor, he gave off an impression of imminent fragility, as if the aura he exuded was nothing more than a fragile bubble, ready to burst at a touch. Mu Sheng immediately recognized him as the elderly man who had fainted the day before. He thought to himself how small the world truly is. Song Yinming, I have brought the expert with me, Lu Jianhua said with a smile, gesturing toward Mu Sheng. It took a great deal of effort to invite him. If he is willing to help, there is a 90% chance your ailment can be cured. Their relationship was evidently more than that of mere patient and doctor. I appreciate your assistance over the past month. The old man nodded with a smile, though he added, life and death are determined by fate. I have long perceived this. Even if the treatment fails, it matters not. The family members standing near him displayed expressions of sorrow, clearly aware that the old man's condition was dire. This is the expert I mentioned, Lu Jianhua said, pointing at Mu Sheng. This is Mu Sheng, whose medical skills far surpass my decades of practice. Mu Sheng, his medical skills exceed yours? Song Yinming looked at Mu Sheng without a hint of condescension, nodding with a smile. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. For Dr. Lu to praise you so, there must be something extraordinary about you. I appreciate your efforts. Mr. Song, you are too kind. I will do my utmost, Mu Sheng replied, extending his hand for a handshake. At the same time, he assessed the elderly man's condition, which remained concerning as it had been the previous day. Based on Mu Sheng's judgment, the elder's ailment stemmed from years of martial arts practice, leading to obstructed meridians, resulting in complications that even Lu Jianhua could not resolve, as it transcended mere medical issues. The acupuncture he performed yesterday could only alleviate the immediate symptoms. The root cause still lingered within the old man's body. It is indeed you, the deceiver. At that moment, a girl rushed down from upstairs, the very same burly woman from yesterday. You fraud. My master was clearly choking, and yet you claimed it was a meridian issue. How dare you come to my master's home, hoping to continue your deceit? The coarse woman pointed at Mu Sheng and shouted, "Someone, take him to the police station." As her words fell, two security guards emerged from the entrance, standing at Mu Sheng's sides. "Kuei Shui, what is going on? Do you know him?" Seeing the scene unfold, Song Yinming was taken aback. "You call him a fraud? Is there perhaps some misunderstanding between the two of you?" The youth before them was brought by Lu Jianhua. How could he possibly be a fraud? "He is indeed a fraud, master. Last night, he nearly caused your death," Su Kuei Shui said, hands on her hips, glaring furiously. "When you collapsed last night, he claimed your meridians were at fault and attempted to treat you, but when the doctor arrived, he stated that you were unconscious due to choking." Several members of the Su family cast skeptical glances at Su Kuei Shui. Mu Sheng appeared far too young to be a doctor. Following the hospital's diagnosis, it was indeed confirmed that a blockage in your throat caused the fainting, and the doctor further asserted that this young man was merely administering random acupuncture, which provided no help whatsoever. Su Kuei Shui spoke through gritted teeth. "For the sake of 5 million, you would disregard a life." Upon hearing this outcome the previous night, Su Kuei Shui was infuriated, realizing Mu Sheng had deceived her. Yet, with her master gravely ill, she had no time to confront him, planning to settle the score later. Little did she expect him to come knocking this very morning. A blockage in the meridians, particularly in the throat where they are dense, indeed caused the appearance of choking. Mu Sheng calmly stated, "If it weren't for me, your master would likely have died last night." His words echoed in the suddenly silent hall. "You dare to curse my master?" Su Kuei Shui's face darkened. "Is it possible that what your relatives said yesterday was false? Are you not the useless scion of the Jiang family? Or have you obtained a medical license?" She had long harbored hostility towards Mu Sheng, and now, seeing his arrogance, she could no longer contain herself. Young Mu indeed married into the Jiang family and lacks a medical license. At this moment, Lu Jianhua interjected without hesitation. "However, I can assure you that his medical skills are undoubtedly superior to mine. Though he lacks a medical license, if he were to speak, I would willingly concede my reputation as a divine doctor. As for that 5 million, that is utter nonsense. I offered him 10 million a few days ago, and he refused. Such a person would not be interested in a mere 5 million. Lu Jianhua's voice was loud and resounding. Su Kuei Shui found herself unable to refute him, only managing a cold huff. "That only indicates that you, Grandpa Lu, have also been deceived by him. Gui, how dare you speak to your Grandpa Lu in such a manner?" Song Yinming glared at Su Kuei Shui. She shrank her neck and stood quietly to the side. "Brother Mu, I apologize. My disciple is poorly disciplined. Please forgive her." Song Yinming spoke amiably. "Lu Jianhua and I share a close friendship. Naturally, I trust his recommendations. Moreover, I have consulted countless renowned doctors, yet there has been no remedy. Brother Mu, please proceed without reservation." "Mr. Song, you flatter me," Mu Sheng replied with a bow. The elder's approachable demeanor encouraged him not to stand on ceremony. He nodded and said, "I will be straightforward. I can treat your ailment." Su Kuei Shui let out a cold laugh. "Oh, you can treat it?" Mr. Song's condition stems from martial arts practice, caused by excessive training in his youth, compounded by flawed techniques, leading to issues with his body's meridians. Mu Sheng analyzed calmly. Song Yinming was taken aback, his face lighting up. "Brother Mu, you are correct." He had long been a master of martial arts, belonging to a distinguished lineage. Yet in his later years, he suffered from ailments that he had suspected might relate to his training methods. However, after consulting many famous doctors, he found no answers. Mu Sheng continued, "I can treat you, and once healed, I can ensure your future practice is unharmed, for within your techniques lies a flaw in energy circulation. As long as I intervene to amend it." Amending techniques again? Su Kuei Shui could no longer hold back, exclaiming, "You should at least be practical in your fabrications. Technique? Do you think they can be modified so easily? Why not claim you have become a martial artist who can shift objects with mere thought?" The absurdity of his words was too amusing. Song Yinming furrowed his brow. What Mu Sheng claimed was indeed astonishing. Modifying technique? His own 6 decades of martial arts mastery had not reached such a level. Could it be that this young man surpassed him in martial prowess? He found it hard to believe. Leave, you charlatan. If you continue your nonsense, I will break your legs. Su Kuei Shui declared, perceiving Mu Sheng as rendered speechless after being exposed. Just then, a loud screech of brakes echoed at the entrance. As a brand new Rolls-Royce ascended the hill and stopped at the manor's gate, the driver exited and opened the door, revealing 2 figures. The elder, dressed in a traditional suit and wielding a cane, exuded an imposing presence. Following him was a lively young girl. Mu Sheng's heart stirred with surprise. He recognized both the elder and the girl. It was Gu Mushuan and Gu Qingxian. Master, I have come to see you, Gu Qingxian exclaimed excitedly, dashing past her grandfather into the Su household. Qingxian, you have finally returned. Su Kuei Shui quickly welcomed her with the servants. They were close friends, sharing the same master, and their bond was strong. My master and Grandpa Lu have been deceived by a charlatan. You must come and help me. With that, she turned back and glared fiercely at Mu Sheng. Qingxian is a true disciple of my master, far stronger than I am. She could easily send you flying with a single kick. Why don't you leave? A charlatan? Where is he? Gu Qingxian, infuriated, rolled up her sleeves and scanned the surroundings. She squinted at Mu Sheng, momentarily stunned, then beamed. Mu Sheng, you are here too? She eagerly approached him. What brings you here? Gu Qingshuan's eyes sparkled like crescent moons. Ever since the Jiang family banquet, she had wanted to find Mu Sheng, but realized she had no way to contact him, which troubled her greatly. She felt too shy to approach the Jiang family, considering he was now a married man. Seeing him now filled her with immense joy. By the way, this little old man here is my master, Song Yinming. Do not be fooled by his age. He is incredibly powerful, and you might not be his match. Right? Kuei Shui. This is the expert I mentioned before. Gu Qingxian excitedly turned to Su Kuei Shui and took her hand. Your cousin was pestering me, and he was brought to his knees by just 3 punches from him. You should have seen his expression. It was hilarious. Gu Qingxian pointed at Mu Sheng, overflowing with excitement like a child. Upon witnessing this, Su Kuei Shui was left utterly dumbfounded. Su Ku was a prominent figure among the younger generation in Jiangnan, frequently participating in various martial arts competitions, always the center of attention. She was aware of her cousin's affection for Gu Qingxian and believed him worthy of her. However, just days prior, her cousin had returned home battered and had since ceased all talk of pursuing Gu Qingxian, as if he had been severely reprimanded. She had been curious who in Jiangnan could possibly defeat her cousin. Now it appeared it was Mu Sheng. Lu Jianhua was also taken aback by Gu Qingshuan's attitude, but seeing Su Kuei Shui's expression, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Just moments ago, Su Kuei Shui's accusations towards Mu Sheng had left him displeased. If it were not for his connection with Song Yinming, he would have lost his temper long ago. Now, witnessing this scene, even the Gu family has stepped in to support Mu Sheng. What more could Su Kuei Shui possibly say? Qingxian, is he truly the master you spoke of? Su Kuei Shui asked incredulously. Indeed, Kuei Shui, you wouldn't be mistaking him for a charlatan, would you? Gu Qingxian remarked, noticing the expression on Su Kuei Shui's face. Coupled with her previous comments, she furrowed her brow and added, Kuei Shui, I must tell you, even if you are my dear friend, if you continue to slander Mu Sheng, I shall be quite upset. I. Su Kuei Shui opened her mouth, rendered speechless. Chapter 44, Buried Alive. She never anticipated that Gu Qingxian would have such a close relationship with Mu Sheng. Gu Mushuan stood to the side and discerned the situation from their conversation, chuckling. Kuei Shui, you are overthinking it. If Mu Sheng were truly a charlatan, then I would be even less than a fraud myself. Old Master Gu, I did not mean that. Su Kuei Shui said, feeling embarrassed, particularly as even the head of the Gu family in Jiangnan held Mu Sheng in such high regard. Who exactly is he? Just a son-in-law of the Jiang family, is he not? Who in all of Jiangnan does not know him as the first waste? Yet now, Gu Mushuan values Mu Sheng so highly, and even the esteemed Lu Jianhua speaks highly of him. Could it be that there are 2 Mu Shengs in Jiangnan? Sukuis inquisitive gaze thoroughly examined Mu Sheng. Old Master Song. Although I have not witnessed Mu Laodi's medical skills, I can genuinely vouch for his character, Gu Mushuan said, stroking his beard. I suggest you allow Mu Laodi to give it a try. Lu Jianhua chimed in. I vouch for his reputation. Mu Sheng will undoubtedly prove effective. Brother Mu, Kuei Shui is being unreasonable. I apologize on her behalf. I hope you will not hold it against her. he continued, with the assurances from the two elderly friends. Song Yinming no longer worried excessively. He deeply bowed to Mu Sheng, saying, "You may proceed with your treatment. Whether I live or die, I accept my fate. If you succeed, you shall be my savior, and in the future, I will face any hardship for you. If you fail, I shall not blame you, for without you, I might have perished yesterday." His current condition was excruciating. When the illness struck, he felt his body swelling, breathless. Although Mu Sheng appeared quite young, what could he do? Yet, since old Master Song had faith, Mu Sheng would surely meet expectations. Mu Sheng supported Song Yinming, initially intending to leave, but upon seeing the old man's condition, he felt compassion and chose to stay. Lu Jianhua followed closely behind, whispering, "Little Mu, do you need silver needles? I have some prepared, but given Song Yinming's current state, the influx of silver needles may cause a reverse flow of blood, which is why I have refrained from using them." "I have brought silver needles," Mu Sheng replied. Lu Jianhua inquired further, "Little Mu, is there anything else you require? Just instruct me." "No need, it's not as complicated as you think," Mu Sheng said helplessly, as Lu Jianhua had always been eager to assist since the time he taught him about acupuncture. All right, Lu Jianhua scratched his head awkwardly, realizing he had spoken too much, and clasped his hands together, standing quietly beside Mu Sheng. Gu Qingxian watched with wide eyes, as she had never seen Mu Sheng treat anyone before. He approached Song Yinming, pressed on his acupoints, bent down, and directly lifted him. "Suquic suifronith, questioning mushinkis intentions." However, at this moment, everyone held their breath, unable to interrupt. "Qingxian, open the door and bring a shovel," Mu Sheng commanded, ultimately selecting Gu Qingxian as his assistant. Gu Qingxian hurried off to comply. Mu Sheng carried Song Yinming outside, and the onlookers exchanged confused glances, unsure of Mu Sheng's intentions, but quickly followed him out. In the garden, due to the Su family's fondness for greenery, various plants flourished, and a small plot was cultivated with cabbage, radishes, leeks, and other vegetables, specially allocated by the Su family because Grandma Su enjoyed gardening after her retirement. "Koeshiwa, can we use this land?" Mu Sheng stood before the small plot. "What do you need this land for?" "This is my grandmother's land." Suquic suifronith. At that moment, a stooped, robust elderly lady appeared, assisted by a servant, looking towards Song Yinming with a hint of sorrow. "Oh, why is it so lively today? Song Yinming, are you holding a disciple recruitment meeting again?" After speaking, she sighed gently, feeling pity for Song Yinming's current state. "Ge Uching Suan informed Mu Shen. This elderly lady is Grandma Su." "Hello, Grandma Su. May I borrow this piece of land? It will aid in treating old Master Song," Mu Sheng politely requested. Upon hearing it could cure Song Yinming's ailment, the old lady readily agreed. "Sure, young man, feel free to use it. If you can heal old Master Song, it will be a great deed for me too. No need for formality." "Thank you, Grandma Su." Mu Sheng smiled and nodded, then turned to Gu Qingxian. "Qingxian, please help me dig a hole here." Without hesitation, Gu Qingxian picked up the shovel and leaped into the field. Though she had never farmed before, as a martial artist, she possessed remarkable strength and effortlessly cleared the vegetables, then began to dig a hole as instructed by Mu Sheng. Everyone looked on in bewilderment. What's going on? Wasn't he supposed to treat old Master Song? Why is he digging now? In no time, Gu Qingxian had excavated a large pit, 1.5 meters long and wide, yet 2 meters deep. She shook off the dirt from her shovel, jumped out of the pit, and asked Mu Sheng, "I've dug the hole you asked for, but what is it for?" "Of course, it's to bury old Master Song," Mu Sheng replied nonchalantly. "What?" Gu Qingxian was taken aback, her mouth agape as if an apple could fit inside. "Mu Sheng, he is still fine. Why would you plan to bury him?" Simultaneously, the Su family members surrounding them wore expressions of confusion. "Mu Sheng, what do you mean by this?" Su Koeshiwa stepped in front of Mu Sheng, scolding him. "I agreed to let you treat my master. I didn't give you permission to act recklessly. How can I trust you now?" The head of the Su family stood behind her, equally indignant. After all, Song Yinming was not only Miss Su's master, but also a benefactor to the entire Su family. They would not allow him to be so insulted. "Grandpa, what exactly is Mu Sheng doing? You are elderly and well-informed. Surely you know?" Gu Qingxian stood to the side, her curiosity piqued. Although she did not believe Mu Sheng would harm old Master Song, she could not discern his intentions. Well, this." Gu Mushuan furrowed his brow, admitting, "Grandpa is not well-versed in antiquities or medicine, so I am uncertain." "TSK. Then you're saying you cannot even compare to Mu Sheng in antiquities, Gu Qingxian scoffed. This elicited an irritated response from Gu Muxian, who huffed in frustration, unable to refute her. This young man, Grandma Su spoke up, anxiously glancing at Mu Sheng. Among the crowd, only Song Yinming remained unperturbed. Sulao, Guik Sui. Do not worry. I have entrusted my life to Mu Laodi today. I believe he will not harm me. Mu Sheng nodded earnestly, assuring Grandpa Song. I will certainly not harm you. Rest assured, I know what I am doing. Upon finishing, he placed Song Yinming into the hole and began to fill it with soil. Moments later, Song Yinming was buried, with only his head remaining above ground. Chapter 45, Apprenticeship. Su Kueishue was furious at the sight. You bastard. What are you doing? Silence. Without reservation, Mu Sheng exclaimed, Speak another word, and do you believe I will refrain from treating your master? Su Kueishue, filled with resentment, promptly closed her mouth and glared at Mu Sheng. Should any misfortune befall her master, even with Gu Qingxian and old Lu present, she would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon Mu Sheng. Old Song, are you all right? Mu Sheng inquired, crouching beside Song Yinming. I am fine, though I feel somewhat uncomfortable due to the pressure. Song Yinming replied with a wry smile, never anticipating that in his lifetime he would experience being buried alive. Then, I shall proceed. Everything unfolded as planned, and in the next moment, Mu Sheng suddenly produced 3 silver needles, forcefully piercing them into the Bai Wei, Shou Xing, and Shun Ting acupoints. The onlookers instinctively held their breath, intently focusing on Mu Sheng's actions as he inserted the needles. Lu Jianhua, with clenched fists, yearned to be closer to Mu Sheng to observe the process. After the needles were inserted, Mu Sheng refrained from withdrawing them, gently twisting the needle tails. 5 minutes swiftly elapsed with nothing occurring, causing Su Kueishue's expression to grow increasingly icy. Just as she was about to rebuke Mu Sheng, she suddenly noticed Song Yinming's eyes widen. Brother Mu, I feel a current of energy surging within me. Yes, this is due to my silver needles. There is no need for alarm. There may be a significant reaction shortly. A significant reaction? Gu Qingxian and the others felt a surge of apprehension as they fixed their gaze on the unfolding scene. The next moment, boom, the ground erupted violently. A pit 2 meters deep exploded, and the earth shattered into dust, raining down like a storm. This spectacle left everyone in sheer awe. Such a tremendous commotion. Suddenly, Gu Qingxian exclaimed as though she had made a discovery. Master, you can circulate your energy. Master can actually circulate energy? They congratulated their master, thrilled to see him regain his strength. Gu Qingxian was beside herself with excitement. Her master had deteriorated since falling ill 2 years ago, and last year he could not circulate energy at all, suffering excruciating pain otherwise. Whoosh! Mu Sheng drew the 3 silver needles back into his hand, feeling drained. The recent effort had cost him dearly. Old Song, you may emerge now. As his words fell, Song Yinming leapt from the pit, his energy flowing freely, no longer plagued by that agonizing sensation. He was overjoyed, seizing Mu Sheng's hand. Benefactor, you are truly a divine physician reborn. You have cured my ailment. I not only feel no pain, but I can also practice martial arts. His voice trembled with emotion, tears of joy welling in his eyes. Song Yinming, a martial artist at heart, had dedicated his life to the pursuit of martial arts, and being unable to practice due to illness was more tormenting than death itself. You may practice martial arts, but for the next 6 months, it is best to refrain from circulating energy. Mu Sheng pressed on Song Yinming's body a few more times. Sensing the changes within, Song Yinming's eyelids twitched, and he bowed deeply, clasping his fists. Benefactor, your life-saving grace, I shall never forget. Lu Jianhua and the others could clearly see that Song Yinming's illness had indeed been cured. Little Mu, what exactly just happened? Lu Jianhua's eyes sparkled with curiosity. I have studied Old Song for over half a month. His internal energy was erratic, yet I was utterly helpless. How did you accomplish this? Mu Sheng replied with a calm smile. In truth, Old Song was not suffering from a disease, but rather from a deviation in his practice. During proper training, one experiences various effects of energy cultivation, most of which are normal. However, if an error occurs in the technique and is not corrected promptly, it can lead to persistent psychological and physical issues. So, you mean that my technique is flawed? Song Yinming could hardly believe it. Mu Sheng nodded with a smile. From my deduction, your technique is a form of hard martial arts. Indeed, this technique is known as the shattered rock fist, left by my master. Song Yinming replied, honestly, I have trained for 60 years to achieve my current level. Exactly. Mu Sheng continued. This technique's energy cultivation went awry, commonly referred to as deviating from the path, resulting in the reversal of energy flow and nerve damage. Fortunately, Old Song's solid foundation allowed him to endure until now. Otherwise, an ordinary person would have succumbed long ago. Upon hearing this, everyone was enlightened. No wonder that when Old Song fell ill, his eyes closed tightly, and he experienced swelling throughout his body. It was due to the reversal of energy flow. Mu Sheng elaborated, Old Song's internal energy had been stagnant for a long time, and since energy is associated with fire, alleviating this internal heat is fundamental to curing him. But why bury Old Song in the ground? Gu Qingxian asked, her curiosity piqued. I know the answer. Lu Jianhua, as if suddenly enlightened, interjected, wood generates fire, and fire generates earth. Little Mu buried Song Yinming in the ground as a countermeasure, using the earth to expel the internal heat. That is why there was such a tremendous disturbance. Indeed, you possess keen insight. Mu Sheng nodded in approval. Pleased by Mu Sheng's affirmation, Lu Jianhua radiated pride, reminiscent of years past when he had received guidance from Mu Sheng. Mu Shen, if we continue to train under the master, will we also deviate from the path? Gu Qingxian suddenly expressed her concern. As her words fell, Song Yinming, Su Kashiwe, and the others fell silent. If a flawed technique could lead even someone as adept as Song Yinming to deviate, their fate would undoubtedly be worse if they continued training. Old Song, do you have a manual for that hard martial arts technique? Mu Shen inquired suddenly. I do, benefactor. What are your intentions? Song Yinming responded. Do you have a pen? Yes, benefactor. Please wait a moment. Shortly after, Song Yinming retrieved a fountain pen and produced a martial arts manual he had hidden in his pocket, puzzled as to what Mu Sheng needed with paper and pen. After perusing the manual, Mu Sheng made a few modifications and drew 2 lines. Upon completing this, he handed the manual back to Song Yinming. Benefactor, this is... Song Yinming held the manual, suddenly frozen in shock. His eyes widened in astonishment, an expression of overwhelming joy washing over him. Energy surging within him, nearly spilling over. Had his face not been aglow with happiness, onlookers might have thought he was falling ill again. Thud! The next moment, Song Yinming knelt before Mu Sheng. Benefactor, I pay my respects. He could hardly believe it. The unparalleled technique bestowed upon him by his master, the source of his formidable reputation, was now altered by Mu Sheng with a few light strokes. It was a stroke of genius indeed, not wanting to miss the opportunity to express his gratitude. He knelt down, acknowledging the virtue of imparting wisdom and the grace of rebirth. What? Gu Qingxian was taken aback, watching this spectacle in disbelief. After a moment's contemplation, as if realizing something, she imitated her master and knelt, calling out, Master, what about you? Mu Sheng turned and looked at Su Kashiwe, a smirk gracing his lips. In an instant, Su Kashiwe's countenance turned as pale as a sheet. Chapter 46. The boss arrives. Little Mu, are you truly not considering coming with me to Yinjing? With your abilities, you could easily assume the position of dean. I have already prepared the medical license for you. As they exited the villa, Lu Jianhua implored Mu Sheng, filled with regret. What merits does the Jiang family possess that warrants your prolonged stay? Their brilliance is overshadowed, and I feel it is unjust for you. At worst, you could simply leave the Jiang family. With your capabilities, you deserve grander aspirations. Old Lu, I remain with the Jiang family due to a promise. I cannot depart just yet. Mu Sheng chuckled, shaking his head. In gratitude for saving my life, I owe 3 years of service, and there is still a month remaining until the appointed time with Jiang Jingji. Very well, little Mu, should you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to seek me out. Lu Jianhua sighed helplessly as he drove away. Just as Mu Sheng was preparing to buy some groceries to cook dinner, his phone rang, and to his surprise, it was Zhao Lin calling. Zhao Lin regarded him as nothing more than a useless intruder. Had it not been for the stipulations of her husband's inheritance, she would have likely expelled Mu Sheng from their home long ago. Over the past 3 years, their communication had been painfully sparse, with every call merely a demand for labor. Mom, what is it? Mu Sheng answered the phone. The voice on the other end was cold, accompanied by the sound of mahjong tiles clattering, clearly indicating the presence of a gaming table. Zhao Lin's commanding tone cut through the air. Relatives are coming over tonight. Prepare more dishes. Before Mu Sheng could inquire about the number of guests, She abruptly hung up, accustomed to such treatment. He swiftly grabbed a shared bicycle and pedaled towards Nancy Road. Lu Jianhua's Rongmei Club was situated along that route, and he intended to finalize the transfer of the club's ownership. Nancy Road is a bustling area in Jiangnan, a considerable distance from his home. After cycling for over half an hour, he reached his destination, further solidifying his resolve to purchase a car when time allowed. As he entered Rongmei Club, he approached a staff member at the front desk. "Hello, where can I find Tang Xiaoya? Isn't that Mu Sheng?" Just then, a fragrant breeze wafted through, and a stunning woman in high heels stepped in, accompanied by a portly man. This was Shen Yinxia, a close friend of Jiang Wan, who had met Mu Sheng before. What a grand display to summon someone. But tell me, do you even have the right to meet President Tang, given your status as a mere parasite? Shen Yinxia derided, unabashedly revealing Mu Sheng's identity before the onlookers. A useless man, the first disgrace of the Jiang family. Being Jiang Wan's confidant, she harbored a deep disdain for Mu Sheng. Previously, she had urged Jiang Wan to divorce him multiple times via WeChat, only to be met with Jiang Wan's furious refusal, nearly resulting in her being blocked. In her eyes, Mu Sheng was utterly unworthy of Jiang Wan. Shen Yinxia's voice was loud enough to draw attention, and the predominantly female crowd began to murmur among themselves upon learning that Mu Sheng was the Jiang family's son-in-law. "Miss Shen, I would appreciate it if you could temper your words," Mu Sheng replied coolly. "I am here to see President Tang." "You, a mere useless man, think you have the right to see President Tang?" Shen Yinxia scoffed. "Are you here to buy cosmetics to curry favor with Jiang Wan? Do you truly believe that with your status, you could afford anything from President Tang? Huh, even if she were to sell it, would you have a means to purchase it? The cosmetics at Rongmei Club are beyond your financial reach. Furthermore, you are jobless and living off the Jiang family's money. How embarrassing." With that, she pointed at the box held by the man beside her, exclaiming, "Look, this is the latest cosmetic line, the Rongmei Platinum Series. My boyfriend bought it for me." Mu Sheng cast a brief glance at the portly man, realizing that this was not Yuan, indicating that Shen Yinxia had moved on to another partner. "Hello, I am Zhang Hui, the manager of Rongmei Club." The overweight man chimed in, his demeanor radiating arrogance. "If you're here to purchase cosmetics, I can offer you a discount, given my authority." "Cosmetics? Can he even afford that?" Shen Yinxia sneered. "Honestly, you should just buy something off the street. Zhang Hui, don't waste your time on him. He's just a freeloader, and even with a discount, he wouldn't be able to afford it." A crowd had gathered, their expressions eager for entertainment as they listened to the exchange. "Are you finished?" Moshenkis gazed hardened. "If you are done, kindly step aside and do not obstruct my business." Had the person blocking his path not been a woman, he would have slapped her long ago. Shen Yinxia stepped back, anger bubbling within her. "I warn you, stay away from Jiang Wan. You are unworthy of her, and this is not a place for someone like you. So be careful, or I will call security to have you removed." Mu Sheng paid her no mind, merely smiling faintly as he settled onto a sofa. "This seat is not for you. Please leave." Zhang Hui's expression twisted into a mocking grin. He was instructed to await a significant individual and couldn't be bothered to engage with Mu Sheng. Soon his phone buzzed. It was Tang Xiaoya inquiring Zhang Hui. "Has President Mu arrived?" "Not yet," he hastily replied. "I've been in the lobby and haven't seen anyone drive in." To him, Rongmei Club, valued at 10 billion, was a place where only affluent individuals tread. The voice on the other end sounded distracted. According to the scheduled time, President Mu should have arrived by now. At that moment, Mu Sheng quietly smiled and headed towards the elevator. Tang Xiaoya? He was there to meet her regarding the transfer of Rongmei Club. Shen Yinxia shot Mu Sheng a glance, dismissing him as a Navi boy seeking knowledge, and spoke to Zhang Hui in a condescending tone. "You mentioned a significant individual is coming. We should quickly escort the riffraff out. What if he dirties the carpet?" "Indeed, how could I forget that?" Zhang Hui smacked his forehead, then turned to Mu Sheng with irritation. "Useless man, please leave at once. If you offend our important guest because of your presence, you will bear the consequences." Ignoring him, Mu Sheng continued towards the elevator. "Hey, I'm talking to you." Zhang Hui couldn't suppress his anger. Ready to physically eject Mu Sheng when his phone rang again. "Hello, President Tang. What can I do for you?" "Zhang Hui, what are you doing?" "I just spoke with old Lu, and he said President Mu has already arrived." The voice on the other end was filled with frustration, as if ready to chastise Zhang Hui. "Huh? He's already here?" Zhang Hui covered the phone, sweat pouring down his forehead. He quickly scanned the lobby, but all he saw were women coming and going, applying makeup, with no sign of the distinguished guest. President Tang, are you sure? I've been in the lobby the whole time, and no one has come in. Zhang Hui asked instinctively. Are you implying that old Lu is deceiving me? The voice turned increasingly sharp. Not at all. That's not what I meant. Zhang Hui was sweating bullets, his eyes darting around the lobby. President Tang, could you describe what President Mu is wearing and what car he arrived in? That way, I can identify him. There was a brief pause on the line before she replied. He was personally brought by old Lu. As for his attire, he is dressed in a sports shirt, sneakers, and black pants. Sports shirt, sneakers, black pants. Zhang Hui repeated, scanning the crowd. His gaze landed on Mu Sheng, and he suddenly froze. Tang Xiaoyi added, our new boss is quite young and low-key, so be careful not to mistake him. Zhang Hui, still processing the information, instinctively nodded yes. After hanging up, he scrutinized Mu Sheng once more, noting that his attire matched Tang Xiaoyi's description perfectly. The new boss's surname is Mu, and he is young and unassuming. This young man before him, if you remember correctly, is Mu Sheng, isn't it? President Mu? Zhang Hui stammered, as if struck by lightning. Yes, Mu Sheng replied, nodding and flashing a bright smile. Zhang Hui sank to the ground, utterly aghast. Chapter 47. The Rongmei Crown Series. President Mu, I apologize for the misunderstanding. President Mu, President Tang is waiting for you upstairs. I sincerely hope you can overlook my previous remarks and not take them to heart. Zhang Hui forced a smile, fully realizing that this man was indeed the significant figure he had been awaiting in the lobby. What? Shen Yingxia gasped in disbelief, her voice rising in pitch. He is President Mu? How is that possible? How could this be possible? Zhang Hui exclaimed with a stern expression. General Manager Mu is distinguished in appearance, a paragon of talent, and has earned Chairman Lu's utmost trust. It is indeed our honor for him to take over Rongmei Club. Shen Yingxia, you must promptly apologize to General Manager Mu. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Shen Yingxia retorted, her agitation evident. How could a mere son-in-law, a worthless individual relying on the Jiang family, possibly have any connection with Lu Jianhua? You must be mistaken. Is this call of yours deliberately orchestrated? She pointed an accusatory finger at Mu in a fit of rage. Zhang Hui, call General Manager Tang again and ensure you aren't being deceived. The mockery in Shen Yingxia's eyes was unmistakable. How could this useless person possibly be the trusted owner of Rongmei Club? Yet in the next moment, Zhang Hui's actions left everyone astounded. He stepped forward and struck Shen Yingxia 3 times across the face. Slap, slap, slap. Each blow was delivered with force. When the 4th slap fell, Shen Yingxia staggered back, unable to withstand Zhang Hui's strength, and fell to the ground. Disbelief etched on her face as she stared at him. You dare hit me? Of course I do. Zhang Hui's eyes blazed with fury. You dare offend General Manager Mu? Get lost. I am breaking up with you, and you are now blacklisted from Rongmei Club. You shall never set foot in here again. Security, throw her out. Zhang Hui commanded without hesitation, pointing towards the door. The security personnel, who had been spectating, were momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events. However, upon Zhang Hui's orders, they swiftly approached and unceremoniously expelled Shen Yingxia from the premises. General Manager Mu, please come in. Zhang Hui bowed respectfully as he ushered Mu Sheng into the office on the 5th floor. The office was exceedingly spacious, boasting an area of 70 to 80 square meters, furnished with exquisite decor that exuded opulence, resembling a small residence. Various rare antiques adorned the walls, and through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, one could behold the breathtaking scenery of the southern Jiangnan region. A mature and elegant woman reclined languidly on the sofa, and upon seeing Mu Sheng's arrival, she immediately rose and approached him with utmost respect, saying, General Manager Mu, you have finally arrived. Indeed, Mu Sheng nodded, taking a seat on the sofa. You may leave now. Tang Xiaoyi displayed no hint of dissatisfaction as she waved Zhang Hui out. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Hui's heart raced with excitement, further convinced that expelling Shen Yingxia was an astute decision. After closing the door carefully, Zhang Hui silently vowed never to associate with Shen Yingxia again. Lu Jianhua had already briefed him over the phone regarding the details. The contract was prepared, and Mu Sheng merely needed to sign it to finalize the transfer. General Manager, are you truly not planning to let me continue managing Rongmei Club? Tang Xiaoyi inquired, batting her long eyelashes. She had initially assumed that upon Mu Sheng's appointment, he would ruthlessly eliminate a significant number of staff and then appoint his trusted aides to manage the establishment. It's fine. I'm not well-versed in the beauty industry. It would be more convenient for you to manage it. Mu Sheng casually waved his hand, adding, besides, this company is too small for me to make my mark. Too small? Tang Xiaoya's lips parted in surprise. If such words had come from a lesser individual, she would have deemed it boastful. However, in Mu Sheng, she saw only the confidence of a commanding presence. A company valued at 10 billion is too small? What exactly would allow you to exert your influence? Tang Xiaoya gazed at Mu Sheng, murmuring to herself. Little did she know that Mu Sheng's bank balance alone exceeded 10 billion. She then rushed back to her desk, opened a drawer, and retrieved a beautifully wrapped gift box, presenting it to Mu Sheng. I have heard that General Manager Mu has a beautiful wife. So this gift is for you, she smiled, believing that Mu Sheng's wife would surely appreciate it, as it was meant to convey her heartfelt intentions. What is this? Mu Sheng opened the box to find 2 exquisitely packaged sets inside, each containing 5 bottles of cosmetics, their appearance remarkably elegant, even featuring a password lock for security. From a distance, one could catch a whiff of a unique fragrance. Although Mu Sheng could not discern the materials used, he was certain they were of extraordinary value. This is the latest cosmetic line from Rongmei Club, the Crown Rongmei, Tang Xiaoya enthusiastically explained, confident that Mu Sheng's wife would love it. Jiang Wan works tirelessly at the company and often on construction sites, inevitably developing wrinkles on her face. This cosmetic line would be the perfect gift for her. Very well. I appreciate it, General Manager Tang, Mu Sheng replied, not indulging in further conversation as he stowed the box away. He then took the elevator down and departed from Rongmei Club. Next, Mu Sheng visited the market to procure dinner. Though Zhao Lin had not mentioned who would be coming, he assumed it to be relatives and bought enough food for 8 people. He was familiar with the vendors, making the shopping process quite efficient. And soon he had completed his purchases, riding a bicycle back home. At 5:30 in the evening, he returned home to find Jiang Wan still at work. He took the gift from his pocket and placed it at the entrance, intending to surprise Jiang Wan upon her return. After all, after 3 years of marriage, this would be his first gift to her. Carrying 2 large bags of groceries into the living room, he found a person lazily sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in their phone. Brother-in-law, you're back? Mu Sheng merely nodded and walked straight into the kitchen. Over the past 3 years, whenever Zhao Lin returned to her family home, she would encounter several relatives, and Mu Sheng was quite familiar with their behavior. Thus he chose to ignore them. Zhao Shuwen, Zhao Lin's elder brother, had a name that suggested intelligence, yet he was utterly uneducated, constantly boasting about himself, only to borrow money from Zhao Lin when he ran out, with Jiang Wan ultimately footing the bill. As for his son, who lounged on the sofa playing mobile games, Mu Sheng couldn't be bothered to spare him a glance. The boy was quite lewd, having frequently harassed classmates during high school until he was finally beaten into submission, a classic bully who preyed on the weak. As for his wife, Jiang Hua, she and Zhao Lin were cut from the same cloth, perpetually sharp-tongued, leaving Mu Sheng with no fondness for their entire family. Oh, Sister Zhao, your worthless son-in-law has returned, Jiang Hua remarked coldly, her voice dripping with sarcasm as it echoed from the television. Isn't it time you got cooking? Zhao Lin shot a glance at Mu Sheng, issuing a frosty command. Mu Sheng said nothing as he carried the bags into the kitchen. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Hua and Zhao Bo couldn't help but stifle their laughter, reveling in the sight of him dutifully obeying their whims, finding his situation even more pathetic than they had imagined. By the way, Sister Zhao, have you heard about the latest trending cosmetics? Jiang Hua's gaze shifted back to the television, pointing excitedly at an advertisement for Rongmei Club. Zhao Lin's interest peaked as she watched the screen and asked, isn't the Crown Rongmei Club located in Jiangnan? Indeed, I've heard many friends say that now that it's finally in Jiangnan, they must visit at least once. Sister Zhao, have you been? Of course. Jiang Wan has taken me there several times. Zhao Lin lied effortlessly, her heart betraying no sign of guilt. The two women shared a conspiratorial laugh, reveling in their conversation. Topics among women often varied, but cosmetics and clothing invariably sparked the most excitement. A Premier Beauty Salon. Rongmei Club's recent launch of the Crown Rongmei series had captured considerable attention, garnering rave reviews and even praise from various influencers and celebrities. Touted as the most effective cosmetics of the past 2 decades, The Crown Rome set was limited to just 5,200 sets nationwide. While that number might seem substantial, when distributed across provinces, it amounted to a mere handful. Indeed, the queen of cosmetics. Which woman would not desire such a luxury? Even due to its scarcity, this cosmetic set has been driven up to an astonishing price of $2,800,000 on the black market, yet remains elusive. Zhao Lin and Jiang Hua's eyes gleamed with envy. A cosmetic set priced at $2,800,000, even the wealthiest families would feel a pinch. If they were to possess it, they would undoubtedly become the center of attention among relatives and friends. Sister Zhao, Valentine's Day is approaching. How delightful it would be to receive such a cosmetic set, Jiang Hua remarked, glancing at Zhao Shuwen as if implying something. Zhao Shuwen turned away, choosing silence. What a farce. The Crown of Beauty set is nothing but a commodity without a market, even if he were to buy it. He could never afford such an extravagant price. Let his wife dream on. Sipping his tea, he attempted to change the subject. By the way, where is Jiang Wan? I haven't seen her. Jiang Wan is currently overseeing a project at Muron Company and is extremely busy. She will likely have to work overtime, Zhao Lin boasted, reveling in her daughter's accomplishments. After this project, she will collaborate with the Mu family, a prominent name in Yanjing. She simply cannot spare much time. In their hometown, she was the most fortunate among her siblings, having married into an affluent family, and everyone knew it. Sister Zhao, you must be so proud of raising such a wonderful daughter. You are a celebrity back home. I feel more confident when I speak in public, Jiang Hua praised. Unlike my son, who seems to do nothing all day. Mom, Zhao Bo interjected, discontented. It's just that jobs are scarce, and they only look for those with experience. I just graduated. How am I supposed to find work? Indeed, son, it's tough to find jobs these days, Zhao Shuwen echoed sympathetically. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lin waved her hand dismissively, promising, don't worry. My daughter knows the owner of Muron Company, and I'll introduce you for a job there. Thank you, Aunt. You really are impressive, Zhao Bo replied with a smile. Zhao Lin, whose vanity was easily stroked, beamed at the compliment. It's a small matter. Soon, Mu Sheng finished preparing the meal, and Jiang Wan arrived home. Mu Sheng, this food looks sufficient, Jiang Wan announced after washing her hands. Come, let us eat together. She felt a twinge of pity as she watched Mu Sheng bustling about in the kitchen. What are you doing? Let that useless fellow be. Zhao Lin shot a glare, unable to restrain her irritation. With just these 7 dishes and a bowl of soup, we won't have enough to eat. Make 2 more dishes. Jiang Wan, pained by her mother's words, replied, but we can't possibly eat all this. Nonsense. Jiang, we have larger appetites coming from the county. We can finish it all, Jiang Hua interjected. Zhao Bo had already begun eating, grabbing a large chicken leg and stuffing it into his mouth, proclaiming, Mom, I can finish all this food. Brother-in-law, make a bit more. Did you hear? After we finish eating, you can join us at the table, Zhao Lin coldly commanded. Mu Sheng chuckled, unfazed by their barbs, accustomed to such family dynamics. If that's the case, I won't eat, Jiang Wan retorted, her face flushed with anger. With a loud clatter, she set down her bowl and walked over to Mu Sheng. Mu Sheng, let me help you. He was about to refuse, but, seeing the sincerity in her eyes, smiled and nodded. Please, dear wife, could you chop this radish? Certainly, Jiang Wan replied, her cheeks reddening as she picked up the knife. This scene only served to infuriate Zhao Lin further, but she could not show weakness in front of her relatives, allowing Jiang Wan to assist in the kitchen. Zhao Lin secretly harbored another thought. Perhaps after her daughter learned the hardships of cooking and household chores, she would grow to despise this useless man even more and divorce him sooner. After dinner, everyone felt satisfied and sprawled lazily on the sofa, continuing to watch television, leaving Mu Sheng alone in the kitchen to wash the dishes. Soon, a gasp echoed from the living room. Mu Sheng instinctively turned to see Jiang Hua examining the cosmetics displayed at the entrance, her eyes darting back and forth, thoroughly intrigued, her mouth agape in astonishment. Wow, whose cosmetics are these? They are exquisite, casually left at the entrance, Jiang Hua exclaimed, picking up the cosmetics for a closer inspection, and suddenly inhaled sharply this. This looks like the Crown of Beauty series? Is that true? Zhao Lin rushed over upon hearing the name. They had just discussed this topic before dinner. How could she not recognize the latest offering from the Crown of Beauty salon? After finishing the dishes, Mu Sheng walked out of the kitchen. Say, Mom, these cosmetics. Shu, what business is it of yours? Zhao Lin, caught up in excitement, turned to Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan, did you buy this for Mom? Jiang chuckled wryly. Mom, I know those cosmetics cost over 200,000. My project just started. How could I afford that? True, if you had bought them, you would have mentioned it. Zhao Lin's gaze brightened once more. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? With so few people around, aside from you, could be Zhao Bo. As for Mu Sheng, in Zhao Lin's eyes, this useless man could never afford such luxury. He was immediately ruled out. Perhaps it was Zhao Bo who bought it. Jiang Hua suddenly exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she rushed to the living room, asking, Zhao Bo, did you buy these cosmetics? Zhao Bo, lounging on the sofa, focused on his phone, rubbed his eyes and replied, Mom, which cosmetics? The Crown of Beauty series. Jiang Hua danced with excitement. No one in Jiang Wan's family bought them. And your father and I wouldn't either. So it must be you. How could you buy something so expensive without telling me? Her tone brimmed with exhilaration, as if she had already concluded that it was indeed her son who had made the purchase. Zhao Lin looked at the cosmetics with envy before casting a disdainful glance at Mu Sheng. Mom, you are so clever. Sensing that the cosmetics might be unclaimed, Zhao Bo's eyes twinkled mischievously, and he burst into laughter. I managed to get this from a friend. I intended to surprise you. I didn't expect you to find out so quickly. He glanced at the cosmetics again, then turned to Zhao Lin, bowing slightly. I am truly grateful for Aunt Zhao's assistance, so I brought you a gift, hoping you will like it. Jiang Hua chimed in eagerly. Really? Is there one for me too? She opened the box, and indeed, there were 2 sets of cosmetics inside, causing her to beam with joy. Of course, I wish both of you eternal beauty, so please take care of yourselves, Zhao Bo declared proudly. I will gladly accept it, Zhao Lin replied with a smile. Cool, mate. Let us use them together. Zhao Lin nodded enthusiastically, eagerly grabbing the gift box of the Crown of Beauty series, something they had long anticipated. Now that they had it in hand, they were determined to try it out and later post pictures to flaunt their acquisition on social media. Wait, why can't I open it? Zhao Lin suddenly exclaimed, pressing down on the cosmetics, but finding the glass case stubbornly sealed. Is there something wrong? Jiang Hua furrowed her brow. It shouldn't be like this. After much fussing, they discovered it was indeed impossible to open. How can this be? This is the Crown of Beauty series, the latest model. It shouldn't be defective right out of the box. They lacked an instruction manual and were unaware that the box was equipped with a password lock. Now, holding the cosmetics in hand, no amount of fiddling could unlock the box. Zhao Lin felt a wave of frustration. She had intended to experience the effects of these premium cosmetics, yet they remained tantalizingly out of reach. Zhao Bo feigned outrage, declaring his intention to lodge a complaint, exclaiming that the cosmetics were rendered useless if they could not even be opened. Mu Sheng sighed, unable to bear the scene any longer, and stepped forward to take the cosmetics. Zhao Lin and the others gasped in alarm. You fool, put that down. That's a gift from Zhao Bo. Let go. Can you afford to compensate for these cosmetics worth hundreds of thousands if you break them? Zhao Bo bellowed indignantly from the side. Standing closest, Jiang Wan instinctively reached out, intending to restrain Mu Sheng. Her mother and relatives were already agitated, and Mu Sheng's actions could easily provoke their anger. Without uttering a word, Mu Sheng gently placed his hand on the glass box and pressed a few numbers of the password entry. A crisp, unlocking sound echoed, revealing the exquisite Rongmei Crown series before everyone's eyes. Zhao Bo was taken aback, pointing at Mu Sheng in disbelief. How did you manage to open it? Because it is indeed my purchase, Mu Sheng replied with a calm smile. The air fell into a stunned silence. Chapter 49. A pleasant aroma. Everyone stared at Mu Sheng in astonishment. Zhao Bo stood rooted, his expression grim. He had initially hoped to exploit this situation to extract a few tens of thousands from the Jiang family. But with Mu Sheng's revelation, not only were Zhao Bo's schemes dashed, but he also felt utterly humiliated. To assert in front of the gift's owner that it was his own purchase left Zhao Bo feeling exposed. Is this truly a gift from you? Jiang Wan could not help but inquire. Of course. We've been married for 3 years, and I've yet to gift you anything. With 520 approaching, my dear wife. I hope you like my present, Mu Sheng said, handing the cosmetics to Jiang Wan and gently squeezing her hand. Delicate bubbles appeared like snowflakes on her palm, exuding a comforting warmth and softness. This is real. Although it was her first experience, the sensation surpassed all cosmetics she had ever used. In that instant, she felt electrified, goosebumps rising all over her body. Jiang Wan gasped and dashed to the restroom. In front of the mirror, she squeezed a bit more, gently applying the essence foam to her face, carefully massaging it in. The pleasant sensation elicited a soft sigh from her throat. Gazing at her reflection, she still found the scene surreal, as if everything unfolded in a dream, fragile and ephemeral. You once mentioned that staying in the Jiang family meant proving to Grandpa that women are no less than men. Yet, you toil day and night at the company. And it pains me to see you so. Mu Sheng leaned against the doorframe. Speaking softly, you have wrinkles at the corners of your eyes. Huh? Jiang Wan instinctively froze, then scrutinized her face. The late nights had indeed left faint, barely noticeable lines at her eyes. But after using the essence foam, not only had the wrinkles vanished, but her skin also appeared more radiant and fair. Jiang Wan turned back to Mu Sheng, tears welling in her eyes. Unable to hold back, she leaped into Mu Sheng's arms. He smiled blissfully. After all this time, only Jiang Wan regarded him with such sincerity. Though he had yet to fully realize it, he had to admit that Jiang Wan occupied a significant place in his heart. Stepping back, the beauty in his embrace had her makeup smeared from tears, yet her smile remained stunning. Don't look, don't look. Jiang Wan wiped her tears, turning her head away, pouting as she asked, do you dislike my wrinkles? Not all. You are my wife, today and for a lifetime. Mu Sheng replied with a smile. Jiang Wan was momentarily speechless, her nose tingling. Having grown up, she had never heard such enchanting words of affection. She buried herself into Mu Sheng's embrace once more, offering a tender kiss. Mu Sheng felt as though struck by lightning, standing there in shock. It was his first kiss. Though brief, it felt as if an eternity had passed. Still lost in the sweetness, he savored the moment when Jiang Wan pushed him away, her face flushed. Rushing out of the restroom, dear daughter, how was the effect? Upon seeing Jiang Wan emerge with a rosy complexion, everyone immediately surrounded her. Assuming her flushed face was a result of excitement, Jiang Wan, still blushing, remained silent, lowering her head further upon seeing Mu Sheng exit the restroom. Deep within, she herself was puzzled by her sudden boldness in kissing Mu Sheng. Perhaps the repeated shelter he provided had fostered a profound sense of dependence in her. Wife, this aroma is delightful. Mu Sheng entered the living room, touching his lips with a radiant smile. Jiang Wan kept her head bowed, her face burning with embarrassment. The Rongmei Crown series truly works wonders. Unbeknownst to the crowd, the subtle shift in their relationship went unnoticed, as all attention remained focused on the effects on Jiang Wan's skin. After observing, they could not help but exclaim in awe. Jiang Wan is only 20, and the results on her skin are so apparent. Imagine if I used it. Jiang Hua could not suppress her admiration, suddenly reaching for another glass package, saying, Jiang niece, since you want to use 2 bottles completely, why not give one to me? Absolutely not. Before Jiang Wan could respond, Zhao Lin firmly rejected, stating with conviction, this belongs to my daughter. If it's to be given, it can only be to me. Zhao Jia, you look so young and beautiful. Unlike me, a faded flower. Perhaps you can let me have this cosmetics? Jiang Hua tightened her grip on the package. Let what? This is our family's property. If you want it, have your son buy it himself. Zhao Lin retorted. You. Jiang Hua's fingers trembled in anger as she glared at Zhao Lin. What about me? You know what I mean? This was originally my daughter's purchase, Zhao Lin asserted, her temperament already fiery. Mu Sheng stood aside. Indifferent to the ownership of the Second Crown series, the Rongmei brand belonged to his assets, and should Jiang Wan desire it, he could procure dozens of sets at any time. Oh, there are also several beauty vouchers for Rongmei here. Zhao Lin, rummaging through the glass cabinet, suddenly discovered a few half-price beauty vouchers tucked behind the cosmetics. Jiang Hua, who had been sulking, now displayed excitement, exclaiming, Zhao Jia, there are 5 beauty vouchers here. Just enough for the 5 of us. Indeed, Mom, I also wish to experience the beauty treatment. Men need upkeep too. Zhao Bo chimed in enthusiastically, hoping to impress with his appearance. Zhao Lin's expression shifted. She had intended to reserve the vouchers for herself. Zhao Jia, you previously mentioned taking me to Rongmei. It wouldn't be a false promise, would it? Jiang Hua inquired with a frown. This remark infuriated Zhao Lin, who raised the beauty vouchers triumphantly, declaring, false? Not at all. I'll take you all right now. Finishing her statement, she took Jiang Wan's hand, continuing, tonight. I'll treat your aunt and the others to beauty treatments. Those unrelated need not join, as there aren't enough vouchers. The unrelated she referred to, of course, was Mu Sheng. Mom, Jiang Wan instantly grew anxious, realizing that the Rongmei Crown series and the beauty vouchers were all gifts from Mushang. It was excessive to occupy the spotlight while excluding him. I have plans tonight. You all go ahead. Mushang shook his head, saying it's all right. You coward. You actually have some self-awareness. Knowing it would be a waste to go, Xiaobo teased. But Mushang, if they do this, I won't go either. Jiangwan felt a surge of indignation, expressing her frustration on his behalf. It's nothing. You all go ahead. I really have matters to attend to. Mushang interrupted. Two families took 2 taxis to go out. After Mushang waved them off, he returned home to tidy up the dishes, a smile lingering on his face, accompanied by a faint fragrance at the corner of his lips. In the taxi, Zhao Bo snorted coldly, expressing his disdain. I never expected that this exquisite crown series would be gifted by that worthless fool. He must have deliberately kept silent to embarrass me. The scene they had just witnessed had thoroughly instilled resentment in Zhao Bo towards Mushang. He must have begged for it from somewhere. No matter, in the end. Who benefits from this? Jianghua chuckled. Just avoid being reckless next time. Don't worry, Mom. This time that useless fool just got lucky, Zhao Bo scoffed. Jianghua glanced at the taxi behind them, her mind racing with thoughts. She turned to Zhao Shuwen and remarked, Jiangwan actually had the chance to hitch a ride on the Mu family's grand ship. She must have made quite a fortune during this time. It's very likely that the Crown series is something she bought herself, intending to humiliate us. Having earned so much, we cannot simply let it slide. Besides helping us find jobs, she should lend us some money. We just arrived in Jiangnan, and without money, how can we survive? This time, you should borrow 200,000. No, make it 500,000, Jianghua boldly declared. Zhao Shuwen hesitated momentarily before questioning. Isn't that a bit excessive? Jianghua retorted with a look of certainty. How can it be too much? They're so wealthy. What's a little borrowing? We will certainly pay her back. She was resolute in her intent to secure 500,000 that evening. Upon arriving at the beauty salon, they strode in with confidence. Zhao Bo, with an air of entitlement, shouted, Hurry up. I have a Rongmei voucher. A bunch of laborers dare to neglect me? Do you want me to report you? The staff at the door felt their pride wounded by such treatment, but there was nothing they could do, given that he held the prestigious VIP voucher. As they settled in, a group of elegantly dressed ladies approached to provide massages. After 2 hours, when Zhao Lin and Jiang Wan were in a daze, Zhao Shuwen suddenly said, Zhao Lin, I need your help with something. Zhao Lin waved her hand, still lost in the bliss of the massage. Brother, don't stand on ceremony. Just tell me, and I'll certainly assist you. Since we just arrived in Jiangnan, we have no connections, and your daughter is so accomplished, having linked up with the Mu family. Zhao Shuwen spent quite some time flattering her before finally asking, Could you lend me some money? Yes, Zhao Jia. You should help with this little favor, Jianghua chimed in. Zhao Lin, being rather mercenary, perked up at the mention of money, fully aware of her brother's reputation. How much do you need to borrow? Zhao Lin inquired. Not much, just this amount. Zhao Shuwen gestured. 5,000? Zhao Lin responded incredulously. Jianghua, lying nearby, grew anxious. Zhao Jia, what do you mean? Even if you don't lend us money, you can't insult us like this. 5,000 is hardly sufficient. Then how much do you want? Zhao Lin gritted her teeth, considering that if it were 50,000, she could manage to scrape it together for the sake of face, given that Zhao Shuwen's family had been boasting about her for quite some time. 50,000, Jianghua stated bluntly. What? You want 50,000? Zhao Lin snapped back to reality. Although she had some spare cash, 50,000 was beyond her reach. If she had that much, she wouldn't be struggling financially. Securing 50,000 would likely require her daughter to misappropriate funds. Sister Zhao, your daughter is now closely associated with the Mu family. Projects are coming one after another. We've heard that the project with the Mu group is worth 100 million, Jianghua remarked, her tone tinged with envy. 100 million in profit is something we poor folks could never earn in several lifetimes. Now we're just asking to borrow 50,000. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Zhao Lin frowned. While she was aware of her daughter's project, the cooperation with Mu Group was still in its early stages. 50,000 was simply unattainable for her. Aunt, you could consider taking a loan from a bank. I know a good friend who might help. If you put up the house in the county as collateral, you could get at least 800,000, Jianghua suggested. Aunt, what do you mean by that? Jianghua interjected, her expression darkening. She wanted to borrow 50,000 without any intention of repayment, but if they took a bank loan and defaulted, their house in the county would be at risk. I'm just offering a suggestion, Jianghua replied. I'm speaking to your mother. What business do you have here? Jiang Hua snapped coldly. I don't care. Zhao Jie, just tell me how much you can lend us. The staff nearby, overhearing the exchange, stifled their laughter. To be at Rong Mei for a massage, one must be wealthy, especially those gifted with such exclusive vouchers. Witnessing Jiang Hua's family's penny pinching was a first for them. I can only manage 50,000, Zhao Lin responded, adopting a confrontational demeanor. Fine, 50,000 it is. We came here with nothing. When can you give us the money? Jiang Hua inquired. Even the smallest of mosquitoes is still meat. Once we secure the 50,000, we can slowly negotiate for the rest. I refuse to believe we can't extract 50,000 from Jiang Wan's family, she resolved. Tomorrow, once the bank opens, Zhao Lin replied. All right, tomorrow it is. Jiang Huan nodded, a smile finally breaking through her demeanor. Seeing the family's joy, Zhao Lin felt a bitter taste in her mouth. But she knew she couldn't reclaim the money. With a cold huff, she turned her head away. Jiang Wan also felt stifled in the room and stepped outside to get some fresh air on the balcony. Are you Miss Jiang? At that moment, a woman draped in a red robe approached, exuding maturity and charm. Yes, Jiang Wan nodded. And you are? I am Tang Xiaoye, the manager of this Rome May salon. She introduced herself, extending her hand for a handshake, which Jiang Wan accepted. As she looked down, she noticed a black membership card in her hand. This is a lifetime free membership card to our Rome May salon. We hope you will visit us often, Miss Jiang Wan. Why are you giving this to me? Jiang Wan blinked, momentarily taken aback. Rome May salon, free for life. She understood that a single treatment here cost at least a few thousand, while some could reach into the tens of thousands. The value of that lifetime free card was nearly in the millions. If she were to inquire the reason, it would be because, Miss Jiang Wan, you have chosen a good husband. Tang Xiaoye regarded Jiang Wan with a look of deep envy, thinking that despite a lifetime of hard work, one could never compare to someone who simply married well. What do you mean? Jiang Wan frowned, puzzled about how this lifetime free card related to Musheng. It seemed that the exquisite Crown Series cosmetics were also brought back by him. Just then, Zhao Lin burst through the door, rushing towards Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan, come quickly. Something major has happened. Jiang Wan's heart raced as she followed her mother. What's going on? Descending the stairs, she found a crowd gathered in the second-floor hall of Rome May salon, whispering and pointing. What happened? Jiang Wan navigated through the throng. Upon spotting her, Jiang Hua breathed a sigh of relief and approached. Jiang Wan, you're finally here? I was terrified. Did you bring the money? At that moment, a tattooed man beside them spoke, his voice menacing. Behind him stood several burly men, each with a fierce demeanor, their bodies marked with scars that spoke of violent pasts. Among them, the most imposing was a nearly 2-meter-tall man adorned with a gold chain, exuding an intimidating presence. Beside him stood a strikingly beautiful woman, although her eyes were red and fixated on Zhao Bo. What money? Jiang Wan bravely inquired. Jiang Jie, they are extorting us. Zhao Bo, crouching on the ground with his neck retracted, thought he had found salvation with Jiang Wan's arrival and began to shout again. You little brat, stop talking nonsense. The man with the gold chain kicked Zhao Bo to the ground. You were the one who made the first move, harassing my girlfriend and damaging her pendant. We demand compensation. I didn't It was your girlfriend who was flirting with me, Zhao Bo retorted. This is clearly extortion. Don't think we're easy to bully. My sister is from the Jiang family. Jiang Wan frowned, fully aware of Zhao Bo's character, knowing that even his cosmetics could be claimed as gifts from him. It was remarkable that anything uttered from such a person could hold a shred of truth. Moreover, at such a critical moment, he still dared to provoke the man with the gold chain, displaying utter foolishness. The Jiang family? The man with the gold chain scoffed. Is it the nearly dead Jiang Sanyi? A second-rate family. He means nothing to me. Jiang Wan was rendered speechless with anger. Even Jiang Hua, who was typically the most boisterous, fell silent, clearly understanding that their opponent was far more formidable than the Jiang family. The surrounding crowd erupted with mocking laughter. What a joke, clearly unaware of their insignificance. They must be from out of town, thinking they're superior just because they know a second-rate family. They're truly courting disaster. The disdain from the crowd made Jiang Hua acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. The Zhao family sat silently on the ground, clearly using Jiang Wan as a shield. Reluctantly, Jiang Wan stepped forward and said, I understand the situation. My nephew was at fault, but I'm not sure how to resolve this. Compensation, 500,000. The woman beside the man with the gold chain replied coldly. 300,000 for the pendant, and 200,000 for my emotional distress. Upon hearing this, Zhao Bo's face turned ashen. Chapter 51. The eccentric 500,000. Both Jiang Wan and Zhao Lin gasped in shock, while Zhao Bo lowered his head to the ground, too afraid to speak. Jiang Wan's expression darkened. 500,000 was no small sum for her. Though she was the CEO of a company, all funds were tied up in operations, and she had no way to produce such an amount unless she sold her house. At that moment, Jiang Hua, unaware of the danger, exclaimed, "Is that worthless pendant really worth 300,000? This is clearly blatant extortion." The man with the gold chain sneered, "I bought that pendant today from Hermes, and I have the receipt. Do you think it isn't worth 300,000? Even if it is, it was that cheap woman who seduced me first." Jiang Hua continued to argue defiantly. Suddenly, the man with the gold chain slapped her across the face. "Shut your filthy mouth." Zhao Bo, witnessing his mother being struck, dared not move, keeping his head down. "Are you not going to say anything?" Jiang Wan asked coldly. At that moment, if Zhao Bo had been willing to apologize, perhaps they could have shown some mercy. Instead, Zhao Bo's demeanor changed. "What does this have to do with me? I just arrived in Jiangnan and cannot possibly come up with that much money. If someone has to pay, let it be you. It has nothing to do with me. Besides, you brought me to this place. If it weren't for you, this wouldn't have happened. Maybe you all colluded to trick my family." Upon hearing this, not just Jiang Wan's family, but even the onlookers were left dumbfounded. How could someone be so shameless as to utter such words? "Mother, did you hear that? They clearly coveted the free vouchers for the venue and insisted on coming here. And now they're shifting all the blame onto you," Jiang Wan said coldly. "What do you mean, Zhao Bo? Are you saying that bringing you here was my fault?" Zhao Lin was also furious, fully aware of her family's poor character. Yet this was too heartless. "What's wrong with that? You brought us here," Zhao Bo argued stubbornly. "Indeed, Zhao Jia, your Jiang family is affluent. This amount is mere pocket change for you, isn't it?" Jiang Hua added. Zhao Shuwen displayed no semblance of masculinity, allowing the two to argue. As he had no means to produce 500,000, Jiang Wan, who had initially come to resolve matters, now felt utterly disheartened by their attitude. She turned to the man with the gold chain and said, "We cannot afford that amount. Find the person responsible for the damage." "Mother, since Aunt has said that, it has nothing to do with us. Let us go." Zhao Bo's family was now the one left in shock. The man with the gold chain paused momentarily before sneering, "It doesn't matter who pays, as long as I don't receive the money. I'll break this kid's hands." Zhao Bo, terrified at the mention of broken hands, cried out, "Mother, help me. I don't want to die." He was now utterly frightened. "Brother, we truly cannot come up with that much money," Jiang Hua panicked. "Not a problem. Just leave 2 hands behind." The man with the gold chain waved his hand, and his henchman immediately stepped forward to restrain Zhao Bo. "Help. Mother, save me. Mother." Zhao Bo broke down in tears, terrified to the point of nearly wetting himself. Jiang Hua, being a protective mother, clung tightly to Zhao Lin's arm. "Sister, you cannot treat us this way. Zhao Bo is only 23. If you do this, you're pushing us to our doom." She fell to her knees, pleading desperately. "Huh, weren't you just blaming us?" Zhao Lin scoffed, uninterested in further conversation. "Mother, ignore these people. They brought this upon themselves," Jiang Wan added. "Jiang Wan, you absolutely cannot leave. If you go, what will happen to my son?" Jiang Hua pleaded repeatedly. "Besides, he is your own nephew." Despite the bond of blood, Zhao Lin looked at Zhao Bo and found it hard to be ruthless. However, she had no means to gather such a large sum and had to turn to Jiang Wan. "Daughter, they realize their mistakes. Can we help them?" "Mother, how can we help? 500,000 is no small amount. What do you expect us to do?" Jiang Wan replied irritably. Jiang Hua frowned and suddenly interjected. "It's simple. Why not sell your house? Sell it for $1 million, and after compensation, you'll still have 500,000 left. Besides, since you need to borrow money from us, why not borrow another 50,000? Jiang Wan laughed in exasperation, her expression one of disbelief. This family had reached a level of absurdity beyond comprehension. Jiang Hua still did not realize her own fault and audaciously requested an additional 50,000. Helping such people was pointless. They were nothing more than a family of vampires, oblivious to their own ruin. "Perhaps we should first call father. He is the head of the family and should have some influence," Zhao Lin suggested. "Mother, how could grandfather possibly intervene in this matter? Furthermore, they have made it clear that they look down on the Jiang family. Even if he comes, it will yield the same result. Jiang Wan sighed, realizing she had no choice but to contact him. Who? Zhao Lin asked curiously. Mu Sheng. Mu Sheng. That useless man? Zhao Lin stared at Mu Sheng in disbelief, exclaiming, Jiang Wan, are you out of your mind? What can that good-for-nothing do? Jiang Wan, you should really consult your grandfather, Jiang Hua added, shaking her head. Mu Sheng is simply a soft man. What can you expect from him? Even if he comes, he'll only end up getting beaten. You should seek help from someone with real standing. Indeed, Jiang Wan, you have gone too far. If you don't wish to assist, you should simply say so. Must you bring Mu Sheng into this? Is this not a blatant humiliation directed at me? Zhao Bo's face also reflected anger. Jiang Wan was so enraged that words escaped her. How could this fellow, who had been thoroughly subdued, still possess such an air of superiority? If he did not wish to assist, then so be it. She would no longer serve him. No, sister, go ahead and strike. I have no objections. Seeing two thuggish figures approaching with knives, Zhao Bo immediately cried out in panic. Jiang Wan exhaled, retrieved her phone, and stepped aside, truly reluctant to trouble Mu Sheng. Hello, Jiang Wan, have you been missing me? The call connected swiftly, revealing Mu Sheng's voice, smooth and charming. Jiang Wan felt her cheeks flush. Yet, this was not the time for flirtation. She paused momentarily before solemnly stating, I have encountered a bit of trouble. Could you possibly come to assist me? All right, I shall come at once. After hearing the details, had Jiang Wan not spoken up, Mu Sheng would have had no interest in intervening. Ultimately, he acquiesced. Sister, there's more. I have heard that your cousin, Jiang Mulong, possesses extensive connections. You should call him as well. Upon seeing Jiang Wan hang up, Zhao Bo's anxiety surged, and he hurriedly interjected, This concerns whether your brother will be left disabled. Do not treat this lightly. Be quiet, Jiang Wan retorted coldly. Inviting Jiang Mulong would only lead to further humiliation. Zhao Bo's face turned a shade of iron as he glared at Jiang Wan. Chapter 52. A family of ungrateful wolves before long. Mu Sheng strode into the hall of the Rongmei Club. Mu Shen, Jiang Wan exclaimed joyfully, her heart swelling with gratitude. He always supported her unconditionally. Brother-in-law, over here, Zhao Bo also called out, though his expression was peculiar. He found it hard to believe that Mu Sheng could resolve this matter, but at this point, he was her only lifeline. Mu Sheng nodded at Jiang Wan, deliberately ignoring Zhao Shuwen and Jiang Hua, who stood among the crowd. He was already well informed about the situation. They had brought this upon themselves. Had Jiang Hua not spoken up, he would not have come at all. Haven't you introduced yourself? Mu Sheng approached the burly man with the gold chain. The man glanced at Mu Sheng, snorted derisively, and said, I am Scarface. You are the infamous intruder, aren't you? Indeed, Mu Sheng acknowledged, moving aside to say, Can we speak privately? Scarface was taken aback, but followed nonetheless, his impatience evident. What do you wish to discuss? 50,000, if you have the money. Then hurry and hand it over. I have no time to waste. Mu Sheng replied coolly, Do you know Black Jiao? Black Jiao. Scarface's expression morphed into one of disbelief. Black Jiao is my senior. What, you a mere dependent know him? Have you been watching too many dramas? Thinking you can intimidate me with a name? Since he was a subordinate of Black Jiao, this would be simpler. He took out his phone and immediately dialed a number. Hello, Black Jiao. Scarface sneered at the scene, utterly unconvinced that Mu Sheng knew Black Jiao. Mu, brother. Black Jiao, reclining on a couch, jolted upright, cradling the phone in his palm. Brother Mu, you're the real boss. Just call me Xiao He. What can I do for you? I have a minor issue I would like to trouble you with. Could you resolve it? Mu Sheng replied calmly, recounting the situation. I thought it was something serious. Not a problem at all. Rest assured, I will handle it perfectly for you. Black Jiao immediately stated. He still vividly recalled the incident at the farmhouse when Mu Sheng had effortlessly dealt with Wang Qingquan. He was elated to work for such a prominent figure. After giving a few instructions, Mu Sheng handed the phone to Scarface. Scarface hesitated, but ultimately accepted it. Let's go. Mu Sheng turned and gently said. Jiang Wan nodded, obediently standing beside him. Where do you think you're going? Do you think you're someone important? They haven't even agreed to release anyone. Zhao Bo scoffed at Mu Sheng. Warning, if you offend him, I foresee trouble for you. Mu Sheng did not spare Zhao Bo a glance and continued. Mother, let us also depart. Zhao Lin appeared somewhat bewildered. Has it been resolved? She had even heard them speak. Just as the crowd was beginning to doubt, Scarface approached Mu Sheng respectfully. Lowering his head, Brother Mu, We acknowledge our wrongdoing. Please forgive us and do not hold it against us. Scarface returned the phone to Mu Sheng. His demeanor transformed as if he were an entirely different person. To have such a significant figure as a friend must indicate an extraordinary status. Yet, he found it strange why he would be a mere intruder in the Jiang family. How much is this pendant worth? I shall compensate you accordingly. Mu Sheng nodded, for he was not unreasonable. Brother Mu, you exaggerate. It is merely a broken pendant. No need for compensation. Scarface waved his hands, adding, rather, we were at fault for disturbing your sister-in-law. This 20,000 is for emotional distress. Sister-in-law, this card contains 20,000. Scarface handed a bank card to Jiang Wan. 20,000? Jiang Wan was momentarily stunned. Mu Sheng chuckled softly. 20,000 was not a concern for him. Scarface's generosity aligned with his character. After apologizing profusely to his girlfriend, Scarface bowed to Mu Sheng and said, Brother Mu, my sincere apologies for the disturbance today. I will certainly come to make amends next time. Everyone was taken aback. Just moments ago, he had been menacing, yet now he was actively apologizing. What manner of person was this young man? What gave him such influence over Scarface? Why are they behaving this way? Jiang Wan gazed at Mu Sheng in confusion. Perhaps it is due to a sudden awakening of conscience. We should hasten home. Mu Sheng deflected. A sudden awakening of conscience? How could one suddenly apologize and then produce 20,000? Jiang Wan was about to press further when Scarface forced a stiff smile and said, Sister-in-law, it is indeed a matter of conscience. I believe if everyone contributes a little love, the world would be a better place. However, Jiang Wan remained incredulous. But, no buts, let us leave quickly. Mu Sheng urged. Yes, let us go. Jiang Hua's family immediately headed outside, eager to leave the premises. At the entrance of the Rongmei Club, Jiang Wan continued to ponder this matter. But since Mu Sheng was unwilling to elaborate, she refrained from questioning further. During their exchange, she had vaguely heard the name Black Jiao. Perhaps he had once again enlisted the help of a friend. Take this money. I cannot accept it. Jian Van insisted to Mu Sheng. Do not worry about it. Jiang Hua, however, was unrelenting, extending her hand. Jiang Wan, my son has been injured and we must go to the hospital soon. Let this 20,000 serve as medical expenses for our family. Before Jiang Hua could grasp the bank card, a hand firmly seized hers, applying such pressure that it left her fingers bruised. Mu Sheng, what are you doing? Zhao Bo erupted in fury. Accustomed to bullying those weaker, he had just refrained from offending Scarface and now unleashed his anger on Mu Sheng, raising his fist threateningly. Release my mother. Thud. Mu Sheng kicked Zhao Bo in the abdomen. Zhao Bo, unable to land a blow, clutched his stomach and staggered backward, crashing into a utility pole. Grimacing in pain. Mu Sheng, what is your meaning? You actually dare to strike my son? Jiang Hua's eyes immediately turned red, pointing accusingly at Mu Sheng. Mu Sheng regarded Jiang Hua coldly, stating, if you utter another word, I shall strike you as well. Jiang Hua felt a tremor of fear. Mu Sheng's icy gaze instilled a sense of dread within her, yet she still mustered the courage to retort, I am your aunt. How dare you treat me this way? You pathetic fool. You are truly courting death. Zhao Bo, holding his stomach, gritted his teeth. If it weren't for me, your son would be facing the prospect of losing both hands tonight. And yet you still expect money? You are utterly shameless. Mu Sheng said, do you believe that I can have Scar retrieve your son's hand with a single word? This statement rendered Jiang Hua instantly speechless. They had not forgotten how Scar had ingratiated himself with Mu Sheng. Although the reasons were unclear, they knew better than to offend him. Leave. Mu Sheng grasped Jiang Wan's hand and strode away, leaving the Jiang family standing in place, their faces a disconcerting mix of green and purple. Chapter 53. Hiring an assassin. Zhao Shuwen. Aren't you going to do anything about your sister? After Mu Sheng departed, Jiang Hua unleashed a torrent of anger upon Zhao Shuwen. Zhao Shuwen, being spineless, had not dared to speak up even when his son was captured. Now, faced with Jiang Hua's wrath, he merely shrank back, accustomed to such treatment. Son, are you all right? Are your injuries serious? If you're badly hurt, I will certainly demand medical expenses from Zhao Lin. Jiang Hua turned to Zhao Bo, who was clutching his abdomen on the ground. I'm fine. No need for a hospital, Zhao Bo replied, though he was quite battered. Nevertheless, he had something that weighed heavily on his mind. Mom, I've realized something. Don't go to Zhao Lin's house for money tomorrow morning. I have a plan that will allow us to make a fortune, Zhao Bo declared fiercely. A fortune? What do you intend to do? Jianghua inquired, perplexed. Mom, are you really that naive? Do you believe Scar has suddenly developed a conscience? It's undoubtedly because Mu Sheng has stuffed him with money. Zhao Bu isn't. Consider the Rongmei Crown series and the Rongmei coupons in Zhao Lin's home. That useless fellow must have struck it rich. Indeed, that useless fellow must have come into a windfall. Otherwise, how could he afford cosmetics priced over 2 million? Jianghua nodded in agreement, but then asked, but his fortune has nothing to do with us. He certainly won't lend us any money. Just the thought of Mu Sheng's cold demeanor made Jianghua feel a chill, robbing her of any courage to even ask for a loan. Rubbing his abdomen, Zhao Bo's eyes glinted with a sinister gleam. I don't intend to borrow money. That useless fellow's sudden wealth must have come from a lottery win, and judging by his spending, it must be a considerable sum. I estimate it to be around 5 million. 5 million. Jianghua gasped. That's right. What he spent thus far amounts to just over 300,000. That useless fellow must now have at least over 1 million. I think we should seize the opportunity and snatch it from him. Zhao Bo unveiled his plan. All right, so, how do we proceed? I'm listening to you, Jianghua responded, nodding. The three of them were entirely unconcerned about the consequences of their actions. Their eyes were solely fixated on money. I know a thug named Black Bear. After the job is done, we'll give him 400,000, and he will definitely take action, Zhao Bo stated. The following morning, as per routine, Mu Sheng drove Jianghua to her workplace. Since last week, Mu Sheng had become her full-time chauffeur, a role he embraced willingly, arriving promptly at the company in trance each day. Just then, Mu Sheng's phone rang, and upon glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from Zhang Xianlong. Zhang Xianlong, known as Dragon Lord, was a man who commanded half of Jiangnan and was now under Mu Sheng's supervision alongside Su Zebang. Donning his headset, he quickly heard the voice on the other end. Young Master Mu, I apologize for my incompetence and request punishment. Mu Sheng inquired, what has happened? Zhang Xianlong trembled as he replied. This morning, I was informed by my subordinates that someone intends to spend 400,000 to take action against you. He had only recently become Mu Sheng's subordinate, and such news left him in a state of panic. Is it the Mu family? Mu Sheng frowned slightly before dismissing the thought. While the Mu family's influence was somewhat limited, the saying a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse held true. Even a weakened force would not expend 400,000 to hire an assassin. Continue, Mu Sheng said calmly. I dispatched men immediately to stop them, but was too late. My people seemed to be in a rush. They had already gone to another location before I could intercept them. I had given instructions along the way. They should not accept this job. However, if they can't find anyone, I fear. Dragon Lord's voice quivered. They will seek out desperate individuals to act against you. Mu Sheng frowned, pondering who could harbor such a profound grudge against him. He had always kept a low profile, and apart from the Mu family, it was hard to imagine anyone else wanting him dead. Suddenly, as Mu Sheng turned the car, an urgent roar of an engine pierced his ears. A pitch-black van sped towards him. The velocity was such that he could not react in time, and he could only watch helplessly as the van crashed into him. Boom! The sound was deafening, like thunderclaps. Almost instantly, Mu Sheng unfastened his seatbelt, pushed open the door, and tumbled out of the vehicle, rolling several times before landing on a patch of grass. Meanwhile, at the crash site, the red BMW was crushed into a V shape. The midsection caved in, and the doors were torn apart, exposing the metallic innards. Young Master Mu, what happened over there? Young Master Mu, Dragon Lord shouted anxiously on the phone. At that very moment, the black van's doors swung open, and 5 men and women emerged. The leading man, standing at 1.60 meters, was extraordinarily muscular, gripping a dagger and sporting a fierce expression. Behind him stood another man of similar height, both appearing remarkably alike, though the left-handed one had an exceptionally developed left arm. Both bore tattoos of wolves. The left-handed man stepped forward, sneering, "You must be Mu Sheng?" Mu Sheng did not respond, his gaze drifting past him to the 3 individuals standing behind, his voice chilling, as if he were encased in ice. Uncle Aunt, are these individuals you hired? The 3 were, without a doubt, Zhao Bo's family, their faces twisted with malevolent smirks. Zhao Bo craned his neck defiantly, stating, Mu Sheng, hand over the money, and we may spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame us for our ruthlessness. Is it because of the 20,000 in the bank card from yesterday that you would hire an assassin to kill me? Mu Sheng retorted coldly, observing the 3. Stop with the nonsense. They say you have at least 2 million on you. Hurry and hand over the money, and I can offer you a swift death. The left-handed man declared, turning back to the others. You three, decide how you wish to die, and make it clear. What? The words stunned everyone. Zhao Bo could not help but shout, Wolf brother, this isn't what we agreed upon. Of course it's different. I have changed my mind. We both want that 2 million. The left-handed man replied with a grin that revealed uneven teeth, sending chills down Zhao Bo's spine. Wolf, right? Put these 3 in the van. The left-handed man gestured. At his command, Wolf Right kicked Zhao Bo, sending him into the van, then seized Jiang Hua by the hair, dragging her inside. Murder is a crime. You can't do this. Jiang Hua exclaimed in desperation. Wolf brother, we don't want the money anymore. Please let us go. Zhao Bo pleaded, kneeling and knocking his head against the ground, never imagining that hiring an assassin could lead to their own demise, to the point of losing control of his bladder. Shut up. If you keep yelling, I'll make you regret it. Wolf Right stabbed his knife into Zhao Bo's thigh, blood gushing forth. Zhao Bo's eyes welled with tears from the pain, and he howled before losing consciousness. Jiang Hua and Zhao Shuwen clamped their mouths shut, terrified to make a sound. Mu Sheng casually found a small stool, amused by the scene. He had witnessed foolishness before, but this was the first time he had seen someone so foolish as to play with fire and self-immolate. Kid, stop laughing and hurry up with the money. Wolf Left raised his head, revealing a cruel smile. Otherwise, you will learn the hard way just how formidable we are as wolves. They were indeed wanted criminals, notorious for their brutal methods. The number of victims they had claimed had already surpassed double digits. It was incomprehensible where Zhao Bo had found such individuals. Wolf Right, finish him off. The wolf commanded that we had already taken enough lives in Jiangnan. Once we completed this job, we would relocate. Wolf Yu twisted his arms. A look of disdain plastered across his face as he approached Mu Sheng. Rest assured, I shan't dispatch you so swiftly. I will sever your fingers one by one until you divulge the origins of that money. With a swift motion, he aimed to slice off Mu Sheng's little finger. Mu Sheng, without uttering a word, evaded the blow with a deft twist of his body. Cry now, you worthless fool. A cruel smile crept across Wolf Yu's face. He had tormented individuals like Mu Sheng far beyond a mere dozen times. His blade descended with pinpoint accuracy. The air trembled with the force of his strike. However, soon astonishment flickered across Wolf Yu's features as he swung his knife, only to witness Mu Sheng effortlessly dodge the attack, landing a punch squarely in his abdomen. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him. In the next moment, Mu Sheng raised his leg, delivering a downward strike onto Wolf Yu's shoulder. Crack! The impact forced Wolf Yu to his knees, the sound of shattering bones echoing ominously. His legs were utterly incapacitated. This scene left Wolf Zhua gasping in shock, his heart pounding with disbelief. He had never expected that Mu Sheng, a spineless wretch, could so easily cripple his brother. You dare to harm my kin? Even if you beg for mercy on your knees, you are as good as dead. I will shatter your bones and torment you until your last breath. Wolf Zhua's eyes widened with fury as he lunged forward with his dagger. Swoosh! The air whistled, and the 3 individuals hidden within the van barely caught a glimpse of the fleeting shadows. Thud! As Wolf Zhua took 2 steps, his eyes bulged. His crimson pupils filled with terror and disbelief. When had the dagger pierced his own chest? He opened his mouth to inquire but could only spit blood before his sturdy body collapsed to the ground with a dull thud. He died with his eyes wide open, a visage of shock etched upon his face. Mu Sheng retrieved his phone. Zhang Xianlong was still shouting on the other end, and soon he heard the familiar voice. Zhang Xianlong, come over and clean up this mess. Chapter 54. Struck lucky at this moment, the scene fell into a profound silence. The Jiang family, confined within the van, stared in disbelief. Mu Sheng, a mere coward, had somehow managed to dispatch 2 notorious killers with just a couple of punches. Though they could not comprehend the events, Jiang Hua felt a glimmer of gratitude in her heart. At least they had survived. Had Mu Sheng been slain, the 3 of them would likely have met a similar fate at the hands of Wolf Zhua and Wolf Yu. Before long, Lord Long arrived at the scene. Upon observing the collision marks between the vehicles, he had already deduced the general circumstances. When he noticed the 2 sprawled on the ground, his breath caught in his throat. It was them. Lord Long's brows furrowed. He had seen these 2 in the newspapers, notorious criminals with a bounty of $1 million on their heads. They had committed numerous heinous acts in nearby cities, claiming no fewer than 20 lives with their brutal methods and exceptional combat prowess, making even his subordinate Ahu no match for them. Young Master Mu, I apologize for my tardiness. Zhang Xianlong hurriedly disembarked from his vehicle, addressing Mu Sheng with utmost respect. Bang, bang, bang. He turned to see the Zhao family trapped inside the van, Jiang Hua desperately banging on the glass. Nephew, come help us, open the door. Young Master Mu, who are they? Zhang Xianlong inquired. Unfamiliar. Mu Sheng shook his head. Unfamiliar? Zhang Xianlong, astute as he was, quickly grasped the underlying reason from Mu Sheng's indifferent demeanor. He waved his hand, commanding, these individuals likely have connections to Wolf Zhua and Wolf Yu. Take them all back. Understood. Several burly men swiftly dragged the Jiang family out of the van. Nephew, what are you doing? Jiang Hua's words were cut short as a fist connected with her face. What are you shouting for? Young Master Mu is not someone you can address so casually. Fists fell upon them, and soon, the three were left half-conscious, dragged into the van. Lord Long, may I request a favor? Mu Sheng spoke at that moment. Young Master. Say on. Zhang Xianlong leaned in attentively. Could I borrow your car? My wife's vehicle was wrecked, and I need to explain. Mu Sheng gestured toward the mangled remains of the BMW behind him, knowing that even if Jiang Wan approached, she would hardly recognize it as hers. Of course, no problem. Zhang Xianlong handed over the keys to his BMW 7 Series. Young Master, I rushed out today and didn't bring a better car. Why not take this one? And when I return, I'll send you 2 Lamborghinis. No need, this one will suffice. Mu Sheng accepted the keys. Jiang Wan drove a BMW 3 Series. The similar brand and appearance would suffice to deceive her. On time, Mu Sheng parked the car in front of Jiang Wan's company. As she emerged, initially annoyed that he was late to pick her up, her expression morphed into one of surprise upon seeing the pristine BMW. What is going on? Jiang Wan asked incredulously. Just this morning, she had entrusted him with a car, and now he had upgraded it to a 7 Series? Cough, cough. Mu Sheng cleared his throat. Do you believe I struck lucky today? Struck lucky? You want a BMW 7 Series? Jiang Wan frowned. What about my other car? Did you leave it home? Well, that's the peculiar part of this stroke of luck. Mu Sheng paused, adopting a serious tone. This time, BMW is hosting a trade-in lottery, and I happen to be the fortunate winner, so you exchanged a 3 Series for a 7 Series? Jiang Wan picked up on the thread. Mu Sheng, feeling a bit guilty, wiped the sweat from his brow, keeping his gaze fixed ahead. Indeed. Jiang Wan was momentarily taken aback before a look of envy crossed her face. Wow, my husband is quite lucky. Where's this event? I want to participate. Perhaps I could score an even better car. Oh well. Mu Sheng avoided her gaze, feeling awkward. Maybe it's better not to. This one is already quite good. Slap. Jiang Wan smacked her pristine thigh, her chest heaving with indignation. Mu Sheng, have you grown bold, daring to deceive me? If you don't clarify, I'll walk home myself. Mu Sheng recognized that this excuse was flimsy, but he couldn't reveal that it was a gift from Lord Long, as Jiang Wan disapproved of his dealings with those in the underworld. He could only say, I bought it with my private savings. Where did you get private savings? Jiang Wan frowned. Since Mu Sheng had moved in, he received only a few thousand as living expenses each month, not counting money for groceries, and even that wouldn't cover the cost of this vehicle. I saved up from before, Mu Sheng replied. I accidentally crashed your other car. You crashed it? Are you all right? Jiang Wan immediately grew anxious, scrutinizing Mu Sheng from head to toe. Only after confirming that he was unharmed did she pout, dissatisfied. Being rich is nice, but for now on, drive carefully and pay attention to safety, understood? Mu Sheng nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Upon returning home, Jiang Wan decided not to mention the incident to Zhao Lin, avoiding unnecessary complications. The next morning, Mu Sheng, as usual, saw Jiang Wan off. After bidding her farewell, he headed to the Mu Corporation. Inside the company, he found Su Zebang and other executives discussing the Wesi project. The reclamation task was now complete, and the next phase involved a significant housing construction plan. This residential project was extensive, featuring numerous sub-projects, including high-end villas and newly constructed villa zones, all situated in prime locations, with no more than 100 units in total. The newly built villa project was thriving, while the older villa area, being already constructed, required no earth-moving. Mu Sheng had entrusted its management to the Gu family. He has also decided on several buildings, which he plans to move into once the renovations are complete. Master Mu, by next week, the land reclamation project will be fully completed, at which point Jiang Wan will oversee 1/3 of the project in Ping District. Su Zebang has reported that we will inject 80 million into Jiang Wan's company as startup capital, with the remaining payment to follow upon project completion. Mu Sheng nodded. The West Sea project is quite extensive. It would be impossible for Jiang Wan to manage it all alone. Dividing it into 1/3 is sufficient to keep her occupied. Once she completes this portion, the profits will elevate the Jiang family into a first-class clan. Under such merits, even if old Master Jiang is reluctant to acknowledge it, the position of head of the Jiang family will likely fall to Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan, I promise you that I would help you gain grandfather-s recognition as the head of the Jiang family, and I shall fulfill that promise. Mu Sheng whispered as he gazed out at the West Sea. At that moment, his phone rang incessantly. Master, where are you? Have you forgotten the promise you made to me today? Gu Qingxian said anxiously. Mu Sheng glanced at the time. It was only 10 in the morning. He hung up the phone, thinking there were still 5 hours until their agreed meeting at 3 in the afternoon. However, Gu Qingxian, having not seen Mu Sheng for several days, was no longer shy about seeking excuses. With the connection of being his disciple, she called him again without hesitation. Master, today's opponent is formidable. You must arrive early to prepare. Just as she began, the call was cut off again. When had this young lady ever been hung up on like this? Furious, she pounded her plush bear on the bed, muttering, Mu Sheng, you wretched Mu Sheng. I could just kill you. After a busy morning, Mu Sheng finally left the office around 1 in the afternoon, ready to have lunch before his appointment. To his dismay, his phone displayed an overwhelming number of missed calls, over 100. Had she really been calling all morning? I'm eating. If you call me again, I won't show up. Mu Sheng declared before hanging up once more. This time, Gu Qingxian dare not call again. The hard-won reinforcements were crucial. If Mu Sheng failed to appear, they would be doomed. Chapter 55. A proposal in a secluded room at the Yinda Martial Arts School. An elderly man and a young man sat on a sofa with eyes closed, resting. Master, the young man suddenly spoke. You have consistently won more than lost against Song Yinming. Why do you still agree to spar with him? The youth's confusion was evident. The elder smiled gently and replied, Xiang Anyu, do you truly believe your master engages in such trivial endeavors, seeking out a defeated opponent for a duel? Have you not observed any changes in recent years? The elder, Ouyang Fuse, was a master of martial arts known for his impressive skills in the He style. He often sparred with Song Yinming, slightly surpassing him in skill. As Ouyang Fuse's disciple, Xiang Anyu was a standout among the younger generation, and many believed he would eventually become the head of the He martial arts school. Xiang Anyu struggled to recall the circumstances of his master's previous encounters. Let me tell you, Song Yinming's martial arts, though aggressive, have some flaws in his training. His hard-style martial arts emphasize energy and strength, yet his internal energy is now unstable. He is not my match. The last time I barely won was because I deliberately let him. Ouyang Fuse chuckled softly. But master, if you can win, why intentionally lose? Xiang Anyu remained perplexed. A man like him values face above all, given my annual sparring experiences. His internal energy has diminished year by year. At this point, you could likely defeat him. Ouyang Fuse continued. You have a fondness for his disciple, do you not? Perhaps you could use the marriage proposal as leverage. Xiang Anyu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his master would consider his feelings in this duel. He had long admired Gu Qingxian, and if he proposed on the spot, tying it to the outcome of the duel with Song Yinming, it might truly come to fruition. Thank you, master, Xiang Anyu expressed, deeply moved. Although his strength had waned this year, he still had a solid foundation. You must be cautious during the duel. Do not underestimate your opponent, Ouyang Fuse advised. Yes, master, I will give my all, Xiang Anyu affirmed. At the Yinda Martial Arts School, nearly all members were present, knowing that it was the annual duel with Song Yinming. Every year, they gathered to witness the clash of experts, and martial artists could not afford to miss such an opportunity. However, apart from Gu Qingxian and Song Yinming, no one knew that Mu Sheng would attend. Shortly after, when Song Yinming entered the dojo, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. Senior Song Yinming, you have finally arrived. Senior Song, how have you been? My father has sent you ginseng as a gift. Senior Song, I finally meet you. I've been practicing for 3 years and have some questions about my martial arts. I hope you could guide me. As the head of the Yinda Martial Arts School, only those with innate talent like Gu Qingxian, Su Ku, and Su Kueishiwe could be accepted as his disciples. Most others trained under different instructors, often never having met Song Yinming himself. Thus, when he stepped into the dojo, a wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. With a smile on his face, Song Yinming nodded and the dojo quickly fell silent. Ouyang Fuse, seated in his place, bore a faint smile. In the eyes of the spectators, he was only slightly stronger than Song Yinming. If his disciple were to defeat Song Yinming, it would undoubtedly stir the martial arts community. Even if Xiang Anyu lost, Ouyang Fuse would still be confident of victory. Is senior Song Yinming going to spar with Ouyang Fuse himself? How wonderful! It is a tremendous honor to witness such a duel. Master, please begin. Despite the annual duels, the crowd could hardly contain their excitement. This was a rare opportunity for observation, and everyone was eager to see the contest unfold. Qing Xian, it's been a while. Xiang Anyu gazed at Gu Qing Xian with a fervent intensity, an unmistakable possessiveness in his eyes. Gu Qing Xian, not fond of Xiang Anyu, merely snorted and said nothing more. Song Yinming, today we face off, and our audience is unprecedentedly large. How about we introduce some stakes? Ouyang Fuse stroked his beard with a smile. What stakes do you propose? Song Yinming asked, frowning at the old man's intentions. My disciple Anyu has long admired Qing Xian. If you lose today, let us arrange their betrothal. What do you say? Ouyang Fuse suggested. Song Yinming was taken aback. He expected the old man to be so shameless, making a move on Gu Qing Xian. Moreover, he likely knew that Song Yinming was not in peak condition and had come prepared. Mu Sun, what do you think about this? Song Yinming inquired, frowning. Gu Mu Sun remained calm. He had heard from his granddaughter that Mu Shang would attend, so he was confident. I have faith in old Song. Ha ha ha, Song Yinming. Even old Gu has no objections. Why are you still hesitating? If you can defeat me, I will acknowledge that your broken rock fist surpasses our He fist and spend 2 weeks instructing at the Yinda Martial Arts School. How's that sound? Ouyang Fuse proposed. Song Yinming felt a jolt of surprise. These two demands were exactly what he had long desired. In his youth, he was proud and powerful, and the broken rock fist dominated all styles. However, Ouyang Fuse was notoriously stubborn, refusing to concede that the He fist was inferior. Now, gaining recognition and being able to teach at the Yinda Martial Arts School would significantly elevate Song Yinming's standing in the martial arts world. Song Yinming, if you still harbor fear, I shall have my disciple, Xiang Anyu, take action this time, Ouyang Fuse stated. Xiang Anyu stepped forward and clasped his fists, requesting guidance from Elder Song. Song Yinming furrowed his brow, finally understanding the ulterior motives of this old man. Anger surged within him. Ouyang Fuse was indeed aware of his dwindling strength. Not only did he bring his disciple to embarrass him, but he also sought to marry Gu Qing Xian. What masterstroke, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Qing Xian, is your master practicing the rock-shattering fist or the tortoise fist? Ouyang Fuse remarked, observing Song Yinming's hesitation. Gu Qing Xian was infuriated. How could her master be likened to a timid turtle? Gritting her teeth, she whispered to Song Yinming, Master, hasn't Mu Sheng cured your ailment? Go up and defeat him decisively. Song Yinming revealed a bitter smile. Mu Sheng had instructed him not to exert himself for 6 months, lest he leave behind a lingering affliction. Elder Song, if you truly fear to engage, I shall not press you, Xiang Anyu taunted. At that moment, the onlookers murmured in disbelief, unable to fathom why the esteemed Elder Song would shy away from a confrontation. Finally, Song Yinming spotted Mu Sheng entering through the door, his brow relaxing as he spoke. As an elder, engaging in combat against you would be seen as unworthy. Therefore, I shall have one of my disciples fight in my stead. If he loses, I shall consent to your marriage with Gu Qing Xian. Chapter 56. Defeat. Upon hearing Song Yinming's words, the surrounding disciples turned their attention to Gu Qing Xian and Su Ku. It was well known that Song Yinming had 4 disciples, yet only 2 were truly exceptional, Gu Qing Xian and Su Ku. Although Gu Qing Xian had received the essence of Song Yinming's teachings, her time in martial arts was brief, resulting in her limited prowess. Thus, most believed Su Ku would be the one to take the stage. However, Su Ku had faced Xiang Anyu numerous times and had never emerged victorious. A rematch seemed destined for failure. At this juncture, Mu Sheng had reached Song Yinming's side, utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. Director, how could Su Ku possibly contend with Song Yinming? I suggest you take matters into your own hands and resolve this contest yourself. Indeed, Elder Song, Su Ku has faced Xiang Anyu many times without success. His skill in martial arts is simply inferior to Xiang Anyu's. The crowd echoed their concerns. Hearing the murmurs around him, Su Ku felt indignant but remained silent, knowing that despite being hailed as a rising star among the youth of Jiangnan, His abilities indeed fell short of Xiang Anyu's. Even if he were to fight, it would only end in embarrassment. When did I ever suggest Su should compete? I have a closed-door disciple whom I have simply not mentioned, Song Yinming asserted, bracing himself. He had not consulted Mu Sheng about this, and now feared that Mu Sheng might be unwilling. Yet, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to push forward. A closed-door disciple? Who might that be? Director Song, you have a disciple I was unaware of? Song Yinming pointed to Mu Sheng, declaring, he is my closed-door disciple. He? The crowd collectively stared, momentarily stunned. Who is he? I've never seen him before. He can't possibly be from the martial arts community, right? He doesn't even wear our Yinda martial arts school uniform. How could he be Elder Song's disciple? As the spectators remained puzzled, Mu Sheng himself felt bewildered. He leaned toward Gu Qinxian and asked, Qinxian, you asked me to come help, but I didn't agree to pretend to be a disciple. Master, just consider it a favor. Elder Song has no other choice. Gu Qinxian replied, playfully shaking Mu Sheng's arm. And if you lose, I shall have to marry. Would you truly let me go? I think Xiang Anyu is quite commendable. A paragon of elegance, Mu Sheng jested. Gu Qinxuan's cheeks flushed, and she indignantly waved her fists at Mu Sheng, retorting, if you dare to hold back. Don't blame me for being rude. I shall give it my all, Mu Sheng promised, his demeanor turning serious. He could discern that Ouyang Fuyus, though not as formidable as Song Yiming in his prime, was still a master steeped in martial arts for decades, brimming with vitality and not to be underestimated. Nonetheless, should a confrontation arise, Mu Sheng was confident in his own abilities. With a smile, Mu Sheng approached Song Yinming, clasped his hands together, and respectfully stated, Master, it is an honor to fight on your behalf. Song Yinming cast a grateful glance at him. Had Mu Sheng not agreed to participate in this charade, he would have faced not only defeat, but also disgrace before the crowd. Just you? Ouyang Fu's contemptuous gaze he fell upon Mu Sheng, a derisive laugh escaping him. The hardstyle fist emphasizes rigorous training, with palms sharp enough to sever iron. However, Mu Sheng's hands were slender and delicate, bearing no resemblance to those of a martial artist. Thus, Ouyang Fuse concluded that Mu Sheng was utterly without skill. His eye, Mu Sheng replied calmly, nodding slightly. Have you trained in martial arts? Your abilities are inferior to my disciple, who has trained for merely 2 years. Do you truly wish to challenge my foremost disciple? Ouyang Fuse scoffed, dismissing Mu Sheng as unworthy of his time. Young man, lacking strength, I advise you to refrain from interfering. Martial arts are unpredictable, and you risk losing your life. I possess confidence, Mu Sheng replied, unfazed. He added, should Elder Ouyang be willing to grant me guidance, I would gladly accept. You. Ouyang Fuse's expression darkened at this remark. This young man dared to suggest a spar? Was he fit to compete? Ouyang Fuse, are you afraid? Song Yinming retorted with a smile. Although he longed to teach this arrogant youth a lesson, he refrained from appearing overly aggressive, allowing his sleeves to swish coldly as he addressed Song Yinming. Very well, let your disciple take the stage first. Should he fail, it will be your turn. He then turned to Xiang Anyu, his voice icy. Anyu, finish this swiftly. Do not keep Elder Song waiting. The implication was clear. Xiang Anyu was to unleash his full strength without mercy. Master, I shall exert myself to the utmost. Xiang Anyu pledged, his own ire ignited by Mu Sheng's audacity. He leaped onto the stage, pointing at Mu Sheng with a chill in his voice. Let's begin. I strike hard. And if you're afraid, remember to concede early. Mu Sheng bowed his hands in return and also ascended the platform. The onlookers craned their necks. Though it was not a duel between Song Yinming and Ouyang Fuse, it promised to be a fierce clash nonetheless. Who do you believe will emerge victorious? It should be Xiang Anyu. He is Ouyang Fuse's most prized disciple. Yet that unfamiliar figure seems to be Elder Song's closed-door disciple as well. If they were to engage, the outcome remains uncertain. The crowd murmured, their eyes aflame with curiosity. Elder Song, you should prepare to take the stage, Ouyang Fuse noted coolly, confident in his disciple's abilities. For he had come to defeat Song Yinming. Should his disciple fail, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. Song Yinming chuckled. No rush, no rush. Soon, a collective gasp resonated from the stage. Defeated? So swiftly? The disparity in their strengths was bewilderingly vast. The disciple standing beside Ouyang Fuse gasped, exclaiming, Master, we have lost. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Fuse's grin widened, for he had anticipated this outcome. He calmly declared, Song Yinming, did I not tell you that your disciple was inadequate? Now, it is your turn to step up. Master, that is not what I meant, protested the disciple, swallowing hard, his voice lowered as he continued. It was Xiang Shixiang who lost. After speaking, he retreated to the side, refraining from further comment. At this moment on the stage, only Mu Sheng stood tall, and the audience fell into a hushed silence. Ouyang Fuse maintained a smile on his face, yet his entire demeanor seemed petrified, standing vacantly in place. Chapter 57. The Most Spectacular Battle. Was he mistaken? Master, did senior brother Xiang truly lose? His disciple added. Ouyang Fuse darkened his expression as he glanced at the arena, where Xiang Anyu knelt on the ground, clutching his abdomen, his complexion exceedingly grim. Lost. It felt as though his heart had been struck, his breath suddenly constricted. Could it be that he had genuinely been defeated? How long had it been since he ascended the stage? If it were Mu Sheng who had fallen, he could accept it. After all, Xiang Anyu was his carefully nurtured disciple. Yet the outcome was utterly contrary to his expectations. How could he lose so swiftly after taking the stage? Master, I'm sorry. I have disappointed you, Xiang Anyu said, descending from the arena with a pained expression. I was too careless and underestimated my opponent. He had not anticipated that an obscure individual would possess such formidable strength, exerting immense pressure on him from the moment he stepped onto the stage, delivering blow after blow, leaving him only to endure the assault. However, Xiang Anyu was unwilling to concede that he was inferior to Mu Sheng, as that would imply admitting that his master was not as skilled as Song Yinming. How many times have I told you not to underestimate your opponents? Did you merely let it go in one ear and out the other? Ouyang Fuse remarked coldly. Please, master, punish me, Xiang Anyu said, kneeling directly. Ouyang Fuse, uncertain if he could ascend the stage now, was suddenly interrupted by Mu Sheng's voice from the platform. The crowd erupted in surprise. Even Song Yinming was taken aback for a moment. He had thought Mu Sheng would retreat after defeating Xiang Anyu. But now he intended to challenge Ouyang Fuse? Did he truly possess the confidence to defeat Ouyang Fuse? This young man was exceedingly arrogant, believing that vanquishing Xiang Anyu granted him the right to challenge the esteemed Ouyang Fuse. How could he possibly be his match? The spectators murmured among themselves, certain that the next match would end in catastrophe. Indeed, this was recklessness beyond measure. The disciples within the martial arts hall looked at Mu Sheng with indignation, perceiving him as merely lucky to have bested Xiang Anyu, utterly unworthy of challenging Ouyang Fuse. Su Kueishue's face paled. He understood that Mu Sheng could not possibly rival Ouyang Fuse, and quickly urged, Mu Sheng, come down. Mu Sheng, however, remained resolute, his gaze unwavering. After years of warfare, he had severed countless enemies' throats, living alongside blades and blood. Now, after 3 years of tranquility, he yearned to experience once more the exhilarating thrill of life and death struggles. Among the onlookers, only Gu Qinxian regarded Mu Sheng with admiration. This was the man she had set her sights on. If he lacked such courage, how could he stand tall? Ouyang Fuse, are you afraid? Gu Qinxian teased with a smile, her words adding fuel to the fire. Ouyang Fuse's expression turned icy as he leaped onto the arena. His disciple had just lost face. If he retreated now, he would lose his own dignity today. My disciple inadvertently lost to you, and you truly believe yourself to be a master? Very well. Let me teach you a lesson, you arrogant and ignorant young man. Ouyang Fuse's face was frigid as he pointed at Mu Sheng, declaring, 10 moves. I will only use 10. If you can withstand my 10 moves, I will admit defeat. Mu Sheng clasped his hands, brimming with fighting spirit. Ouyang Fuse clenched his fists, producing explosive sounds akin to popping beans, and in the next instant, his fists surged forth like thunder, aiming directly for Mu Sheng's face. Mu Sheng's body trembled slightly as he sidestepped and struck back. Bang! Their fists collided, causing the arena to shake, and the audience collectively held their breath, realizing at that moment that Mu Sheng was not weak. In fact, he was frighteningly strong. This exchange could even be described as the most spectacular match they had ever witnessed. Boom, boom, boom. The instant they clashed, they exchanged 4 blows. The terrifying force emanating from their fists caused Mu Sheng's joints to quiver as he absorbed the impact, his expression remaining utterly composed. Ouyang Fuse's countenance, however, had long since lost its calm. He had not encountered anyone capable of trading blows with him, aside from Song Yinming. He practiced a hard-hitting style of boxing, his power so immense that it could pierce through steel plates the thickness of fingers. The disciples, observing closely from below, had already discerned the extraordinary nature of this encounter. Their expressions filled with astonishment. This fellow dared to exchange blows with Ouyang Fuse? How impressive! From the intensity of their momentum, it seemed they were evenly matched. Who is he to possess such terrifying strength? Suku watched in disbelief, gasping in shock. This Mu Sheng had not even been using his full strength against him previously. Had Mu Sheng fought as he did on the arena, not even 3 punches would have been possible for him to endure. On the platform, the two withdrew their fists simultaneously, and then Ouyang Fuse's body suddenly shuddered as his fists swept horizontally from below. The punch grazed Mu Sheng's nose, creating a fierce wind that stung his cheek. Following a mighty shout, their fists collided once more. Bang! A resounding crash echoed, prompting the crowd to instinctively cover their ears. After the deafening sound, both men gradually retreated to opposite sides of the arena. After 10 moves, you still stand? Not bad, quite impressive. Ouyang Fuse regarded Mu Sheng with admiration. Since the first punch, he had been attacking with all his might. Even a seasoned martial artist would have long since knelt upon the arena. Yet Mu Sheng withstood 10 blows, his back straight and proud as a mountain. Ouyang Fuse's prowess is remarkable as well, Mu Sheng said. Ouyang Fuse cast a cold glance at Song Yinming, snorting, Song Yinming. He is not even trained in the rock-shattering fist. He is not your disciple, is he? Ouyang Fuse, you seek me today not without purpose, I presume? Song Yinming replied, amusement dancing in his eyes at Ouyang Fuse's acknowledgement of defeat. Rest assured, once I recover, I will challenge you again, and you will be thoroughly convinced. Humph! Ouyang Fuse scoffed. We shall see. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Ouyang Fuse, his face darkened, departed with Xiang Anyu and the others. The disciples of the martial arts hall were left in a state of bewilderment. Having already been astonished by Mu Sheng's victory over Xiang Anyu, they were now utterly flabbergasted at Ouyang Fuse's concession. Though they had only exchanged 10 blows, it was simply unfathomable. Grandfather, he is so handsome, Gu Qinxian whispered to Gu Mushuan. Gu Mushuan nodded. Mu Sheng's performance indeed warranted the description of exceptional brilliance. As Mu Sheng gazed at the throng of disciples eager to converse with him, he hastily said, Grandfather Song, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. With that, he quickly made his exit from the martial arts hall. The keen-eyed Gu Qinxian followed closely behind, jogging to catch up with him. Why are you following me? Mu Sheng queried helplessly, as Gu Qinxian trailed him outside, silently smiling and observing him, seemingly intent on following him home unless he spoke. Zhao Lin had not gone out for cards today. If she saw this scene upon returning home, it would surely lead to endless trouble. And even Jiang Wan would learn of it. Gu Qinxian tilted her head and said, I just like following you. Is that a problem? Of course not. You are the eldest daughter of the Gu family. Who has the right to stop you? Mu Sheng replied with a wry smile. By the way, Mu Sheng, when do you plan to divorce Jiang Wan? Gu Qinxian suddenly inquired. What? Mu Sheng frowned. Why was she suddenly bringing up Jiang Wan? It's nothing. Gu Qinxian shook her head, quickly changing the subject. Master, are you free today? Chapter 58, Class Reunion. Mu Sheng furrowed his brow. If this person continued to follow him, he would inevitably end up going home with her. It was better to resolve it sooner. So he asked, What is it? I have only an hour to spare. That's more than enough. Come on, let us go shopping. Gu Qinxian exclaimed, taking Mu Sheng's hand and dashing towards the mall. The shopping mall is an establishment under the auspices of the Gu family. Gu Qinxian selects clothes while Mu Sheng foots the bill, appearing to outsiders as a couple perfectly matched by fate, inciting envy. Gu Qinxian quickly accumulates a plethora of garments, typically favoring high-end brands costing thousands or even tens of thousands. However, during this selection, she predominantly chooses pieces priced at a mere few hundred. Yet her radiant smile remains undiminished. After bidding farewell to Mu Sheng, she returns home and meticulously repacks all the garments, seemingly with no intention of wearing them again. She places these items at the very center of her wardrobe, disregarding the luxury brands worth over 10,000 that flank them, as they pale in comparison to the ones gifted by Mu Sheng in her heart. Upon Gu Qingxuan's departure from the mall, Mu Sheng lingers in the store, entering an upscale jewelry shop where he pauses, captivated by a stunning necklace displayed in the window. He imagines how beautiful Jiang Wan would look adorned with such a piece. Just then, a couple enters the store. The woman, noticing Mu Sheng's mesmerized expression, cannot help but scoff. Look, dear, only a man lacking ambition would gawk at jewelry from outside, unlike us who can purchase whatever we desire. The man, suppressing a chuckle, suddenly recognizes Mu Sheng and exclaims, Aren't you Jiang Wan's husband? To which Mu Sheng replies coolly yes. The man, having seen Mu Sheng before, likens him to Zhang Wenjie, a former classmate of Jiang Wan's from high school. Huh, so you're that pathetic loser. No wonder you're like a dog, pressing your face against the glass. He continues with mocking laughter. With the upcoming class reunion, I assume you're hoping to buy a necklace for Jiang Wan? Don't waste your time. The jewelry here starts at tens of thousands. As a man living off a woman, how could you afford that? You'd be better off picking up something from a street. The shop assistants also display disdain. Having recognized Mu Sheng as the so-called loser who merely gazes at jewelry without the means to purchase any, Mu Sheng frowns, catching the mention of a class reunion. Yes, Jiang Wan hasn't he informed you? The man feigns ignorance, then taunts, of course, Jiang Wan would be embarrassed each time she attends. Bringing you along now? She'd surely be too ashamed to show her face. The woman covers her mouth, laughing derisively as she glances at Mu Sheng. What a disgrace to marry a man like you. You can't even attend a simple class reunion without feeling humiliated. After finishing her remarks to the sales staff, the couple exits, leaving Mu Sheng furrowing his brow in contemplation. He realizes that in the 3 years since he entered the Gu family, he has never attended such a gathering, nor does he have any desire to partake in a competition of status. However, hearing the man's words, it seems Jiang Wan suffers each time she goes. He can endure being looked down upon, but he cannot bear the thought of Jiang Wan facing any slight. Have you finished your gawking? Can we leave now? One of the sales staff remarks, irritated that they hadn't expelled him sooner, asserting that a person like him could never afford jewelry. Just then, several employees finally voiced their disdain, having deemed Mu Sheng unworthy of their attention since his arrival. They dismiss him as a mere onlooker, and now, with the man's pointed remarks, their jeers grow louder. Mu Sheng casts them a cold glance before exiting the jewelry store, stepping into an adjacent establishment of equal prestige. Oh, we scared him away. He must feel too ashamed to remain here. Let us hurry to the next store and not let someone like him linger, one of the saleswomen exclaims. Such a pathetic loser, doesn't he belong in a high-end store? As the staff prepare to confront Mu Sheng, a fresh-faced sales assistant approaches him. We have discounted jewelry starting at $3,000. If you're interested, I'd be happy to assist. However, another employee interjects, Don't be fooled by him. Yes. Before she can finish, Mu Sheng interrupts coldly. What is your most expensive piece? The assistant, taken aback, hesitates. Assuming Mu Sheng merely wishes to browse or buy the least expensive item, given his humble attire. The most expensive. Our crown jewel is this, she stammers, pointing to a stunning necklace displayed in the central glass case, adorned with dozens of diamonds and a radiant ruby, priced at over 93 million. I'll pay for it now. Please package it, Mu Sheng states directly. Why you want to buy this? It costs 93 million, the assistant stutters, uncertain. I can see that. Mu Sheng replies, producing a credit card. Did you really just purchase it? The young assistant clutches the card, grappling with disbelief that a sum of 93 million could vanish so quickly. The mocking sales staff from the previous store enter, their disbelief palpable. You can't possibly afford 93 million. You must be joking. One derides. We know you can't handle our ridicule, but if you want to pretend, at least ensure you have the means to back it up. Mu Sheng remains unfazed, ready to move on if this store refuses to sell. The assistant hesitates, recalling her training, and after a moment of resolve, inserts the card into the POS machine. Please enter your password. Do you genuinely think he has that kind of money? That's over 90 million. Young lady, this is your first day, right? Don't let him deceive you. Yes, broke. Get him out of here. The other salespeople watch Mu Sheng, eager to see how he would respond. Yet in the next moment, the POS machine beeps and the atmosphere shifts dramatically. This is impossible. They collectively gasp. How could this man, dressed in such cheap attire, possibly charge 90 million? Even the young assistant stands frozen, unable to comprehend the reality unfolding before her. Did it really go through? 93 million, an amount they would never see in a lifetime, just spent right in front of them? The assistant, trembling, hands the card back to Mu Sheng and begins to package the necklace with utmost care, holding her breath to avoid any mishap. Sir, the necklace is ready, and we're also offering a 3 million ring as a gift. Very well, Mu Sheng replies, taking the bag and stepping outside. The sales staff from the previous store, now pale and regretful, realize that this single transaction could sustain them for a lifetime. They're left with a profound sense of remorse. Chapter 59. Zhao Lin's dread. Mu Sheng returns home with a gift box, wary of leaving the necklace in the entrance where Zhao Lin might spot it, for he would have no explanation to offer. Zhao Lin remains on the sofa, engrossed in a phone call, seemingly with Zhang Wenjie, her expression brimming with excitement. Unbothered, Mu Sheng focuses on preparing dinner. Mom, dinner's ready. Jiang Wan enters the living room, drawn by the aroma, while Zhao Lin continues her animated conversation. Oblivious to the world around her, Zhao Lin wore a smile, knowing something was afoot. By the way, Jiang Wan, you must dress beautifully tomorrow. Tomorrow? Why? Jiang Wan asked, puzzled. You'll find out soon enough. There's a surprise in store, Zhao Lin teased. Reluctant to divulge more, she ended the call, leaving Jiang Wan smiling as she sat her chair. By the way, what about uncle and aunt? During dinner, Jiang Wan mentioned her relatives, noting their absence in seeking financial assistance lately. Although she had only borrowed 50,000, typically they would be eager to visit for even 5,000. Yet now, it seemed they had no intention of asking for money. I don't know. Perhaps something happened, and they returned to their hometown, Zhao Lin speculated. 50,000 is enough for me to enjoy mahjong for quite some time. I'm quite pleased they haven't come around. As for what happened, I couldn't care less. Jiang Wan, however, felt something was amiss. With Zhao Bo's temperament, it was likely trouble had arisen. Should she call them? Let us eat first. They might just be busy. Mu Sheng interjected, lowering his head to eat. Eat, all you do is eat. What good is it to have raised you all this time? Zhao Lin shot him a cold glance. Finish your meal and take out the trash. Yes, Mu Sheng nodded. The project at Mu Ran Company was nearing completion, and the entire process had gone smoothly. Jiang Wan lay in her room, a long-lost smile gracing her face. What's got you smiling so joyfully? Mu Sheng leaned against the doorframe. Why should you care? Jiang Wan retorted, unable to suppress her grin. You are my wife, of course I care. He replied with a chuckle. Well, that's just a husband listening to his wife. Jiang Wan smiled, but then her expression turned solemn as she looked at Mu Sheng. My father's will is due in a month, and my mother has been incessantly reminding me. What will you do then? Though reluctant to admit it, Mu Sheng had carved out a significant place in her heart over the past 3 years they had spent together. Being together like this was quite nice. Mu Sheng hesitated, quickly shifting the topic. I ran into one of your high school classmates today. High school classmates? What good are they? Now all they do is compare their lives, Jiang Wan scoffed, unwilling to elaborate. Not quite. They mentioned a class reunion. You haven't attended in a while, and I'd like to go with you this year, Mu Sheng said. I'm not going. Jiang Wan quickly rejected, not even considering it. Zhang Wenjie would also be at the reunion, and she despised seeing him. At these reunions, it's all about who bought a car or who became a CEO. It's utterly meaningless, all just vanity. Jiang Wan sighed. If you go, you might become the subject of ridicule. That is precisely why I should go, Mu Sheng replied nonchalantly. You are the president of the company now, with the Mu Ran collaboration and the Shihai project worth billions. Who would dare mock me when you are my wife? I've never seen someone so confidently admit to living off someone else, Jiang Wan remarked, though her heart swelled with delight. After so long of striving, Mu Sheng's acknowledgement filled her with strength. Who made my wife so exceptional? Mu Sheng laughed. In that case, take me along. I've never been to a class reunion. It will be good to broaden my horizons. Rest assured, I won't embarrass you, he added. After a moment of silence in the room, Jiang Wan took a long pause before decisively nodding. All right. Upon returning to her room, Zhao Lin quickly walked in. Seeing Mu Sheng emerge from Jiang Wan's room, she eyed him suspiciously and coldly remarked, What are you doing in my daughter's room, you good-for-nothing? Mu Sheng ignored her and headed for the door. Did this good-for-nothing touch you? Zhao Lin pressed, entering the room, her brow furrowed. Mom, can you please stop calling him that? His name is Mu Sheng, and he is my husband. Jiang Wan protested, displeased. Zhao Lin shot Jiang Wan a glare, sternly stating, He is indeed a good-for-nothing, living off you daily. Jiang Wan, I warn you, you are on the verge of divorce. Do not develop feelings for him at this time. Jiang Wan opened her mouth, but sighed instead. After 3 years with Mu Sheng, she had unconsciously developed feelings for him. Now, his recent actions only deepened her affection, flooding her heart with warmth. Even if they were to divorce, She could no longer imagine opening her heart to anyone else. You must attend a reunion tomorrow. I'll take you in the morning, understood? Zhao Lin left the room after delivering her ultimatum. The next morning, Mu Sheng rose early, only to find that both Jiang Wan and Zhao Lin had already left. As he prepared to step out, Zhao Lin returned, plopping onto the sofa and coldly commanded, "You will stay home today and do house chores. You are not allowed to go anywhere." "Why?" Mu Sheng frowned, an uneasy feeling creeping in as he hastily gathered his clothes and moved towards the door. Zhao Lin, in a moment of panic, grabbed his arm, scolding, "I said you can't go. You good for nothing. Do you hear me? If I truly want to go, can you stop me?" Mu Sheng retorted, shaking off her grip. "Do you want me to slap you?" Zhao Lin pointed at him, her fury palpable. As her words fell, Mu Sheng halted, standing at the entrance, his gaze dark and resolute as he replied, "You may attempt it." Zhao Lin hesitated, raising her hand but instinctively pausing in midair, unsure of what to do. A powerful sensation surged within her. She realized that if she struck him, dire consequences could ensue. "My patience is not an invitation for you to overstep your bounds. If it weren't for Jiang Wan, you wouldn't have the right to speak to me like that." Mu Sheng's expression was as cold as ice as he delivered his final words and pushed the door open to leave. Zhao Lin's eyes reflected fear. She sensed the same formidable presence Mu Sheng had exhibited when confronting Jiang Hua, a chilling aura that sent shivers down her spine. Chapter 60. Those who block me shall perish. While Zhao Lin trembled in fear, Mu Sheng raced towards the Imperial Club, the venue for the class reunion. As he pondered calling Jiang Wan for updates, he discovered his iPhone 6 had shut down and refused to restart. He tossed the phone into the trunk and pressed the accelerator. 20 minutes later, Mu Sheng's car pulled into the parking lot of the Imperial Club. The BMW 7 Series, a standard yet respectable vehicle, parked in the space assigned by the attendant before he stepped out. At the entrance of the Imperial Club stood a row of beautiful young women, aged between 18 and 22, each of whom would capture attention anywhere else. Yet, within the Imperial Club, they stood obediently to greet incoming guests. It was no wonder that class reunions were often held here. The level of service alone was enough to inflate any man's vanity. Upon entering, Mu Sheng was greeted by a chorus of gasps from the second floor. Ascending the stairs, he found the floor transformed into a sea of flowers and balloons. A grand display of red roses was arranged, adorned with countless pink balloons, demonstrating significant effort in its arrangement. Amidst the roses, Mu Sheng spotted Jiang Wan, and standing among the flowers was a man clad in a red suit, tall and refined, exuding an air of elegance, as if he were one with the roses. He held a red box and wore a gentle smile. This man was none other than Zhang Wenjie. He had prepared for this moment for a long time, intending to confess his feelings to Jiang Wan at this reunion. He believed that with his charm and a meticulously chosen gift, he would surely win her heart. "Zhang Wenjie, Jiang Wan is here." Suddenly, a classmate waved at Zhang Wenjie. He knelt on one knee, lifting the box in his hand. As he opened it, a dazzling diamond necklace emerged, sparkling in front of everyone. 16 intertwined necklaces shone brilliantly. "Jiang Wan, I like you," he proclaimed. As he spoke, the net filled with balloons above them suddenly split in two, showering countless pink balloons from above, cascading down like a romantic rain. "Wow, it's a confession. I've seen this necklace. It's a limited edition from Dior, worth over 3 million. The crowd murmured, intrigued. Who is this wealthy suitor? If someone proposed to me like that, I would say yes immediately. Handsome, rich, and romantic. I envy this woman. The onlookers were astonished by the spectacle. Flowers, balloons, and a diamond ring. Any girl witnessing such a scene would have been weak in the knees. The excited cheers around him bolstered Zhang Wenjie's confidence. He was convinced that Jiang Wan would choose him over that inept Mu Sheng. At that moment, he took out the engagement ring, cradling it in his palm, eager to breach Jiang Wan's defenses. 5 years ago, I had to leave to study abroad after graduating high school, but even though I was away, you were always on my mind, as was our life in high school. Now I am back. I understand that the incident at the restaurant may have caused you distress, but I have returned to make amends for my mistakes and my longing. With heartfelt delivery, Zhang Wenjie continued, Jiang Wan, leave that ineffectual man and marry me. I will ensure your happiness. The crowd erupted in cheers, while Jiang Wan's classmates expressed their envy. Among them, Zhang Wenjie was undoubtedly the most successful. Then a chorus of women shouted, marry him, marry him. However, Jiang Wan stood there, her expression as cold as ice. I appreciate the flowers and the ring, But I'm already married, she stated calmly. Even though Zhang Wenjie's circumstances were superior to Mu Sheng's, Jiang Wan felt no affection for him. A girl nearby chimed in, Jiang Wan, don't be stubborn. Zhang Wenjie has liked you for a long time. I know you have a husband, but he is just a waste. Zhang Wenjie repeated earnestly, Jiang Wan, leave that ineffectual man. Only I am worthy of you. Jiang Wan, feeling increasingly irritated, frowned and replied, Zhang Wenjie, I will say it once more. I have a husband. Zhang Wenjie's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his smile. I know, but I don't mind. I genuinely like you. The crowd gasped in surprise. This woman was already married, and yet he pursued her so fervently. High school classmates rallied behind Zhang Wenjie, saying, Jiang Wan, with a man who loves you so much. What more could you want? Yes, a talent like Zhang Wenjie is hard to find. How can you refuse? Your husband is just a useless man, living off his family for 3 years. What good is that? A classmate, namely Renan, scoffed, Jiang Wan, marry him, marry him, marry him. The audience echoed in excitement. Jiang Wan furrowed her brows and coldly retorted, Zhang Wenjie, do you not understand human language? I've said it, I have a husband, and his name is Mu Sheng. How am I any less than that ineffectual man? Zhang Wenjie could no longer contain himself. His once smiling face now darkened. Mu Sheng stood at the staircase, deeply moved. Now understanding Zhao Lin's intentions for stopping him earlier, he immediately walked toward Jiang Wan. However, as he stepped onto the staircase, he was blocked by several burly bodyguards. The lead bodyguard, wearing sunglasses, had a frosty demeanor. Young Master Zhang is confessing. Leave at once. She's my wife. What does this have to do with you? Mu Sheng replied coldly. Oh, so you are the ineffectual man young Master Zhang spoke of? The lead bodyguard sneered. Step aside. Mu Sheng's eyes narrowed, a glint of menace showing. I want to let you. The other 2 bodyguard approached, so it's you, the useless one. Are you feeling humiliated? Can't stand seeing your wife being proposed to? But what can a good-for-nothing like you do? Young Master Zhang said that if you show up, just kneel at the entrance and watch your wife being proposed. The bodyguards mocked Mu Sheng shamelessly, with the lead bodyguard pointing a finger at him. The others jeered, watching Mu Sheng with disdain. Your wife is being proposed to, and you can only watch from outside. What a pathetic situation. Kneel. The bodyguards pressed down on Mu Sheng's shoulders, threatening him with the slightest pressure to make him kneel. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed through the staircase as the towering figure of a bodyguard, nearly 2 meters tall, froze in place before collapsing to his knees. Anyone who blocks my path shall perish. Mu Sheng's gaze was icy as he walked past the bodyguards without uttering a word. In the hall, cheers continued, but Zhang Wenjie's face was now grim. Jiang Wan, what am I lacking compared to that inept man? The crowd fell silent, sensing Zhang Wenjie's growing anger. Jiang Wan, hurry and say yes. Such a wonderful opportunity will be gone if you miss it. Yes, you are high school classmates. He has pursued you before. Didn't you like him back then? He has prepared so long for this. Don't you think it's unfair to reject him? Jiang Wan's classmates chided her, believing her actions were unreasonable. Jiang Wan's expression remained cold. Any lingering goodwill she had toward Zhang Wenjie had vanished. To pressure her into agreement, he even enlisted her mother and classmates, an act as coercive as it was shameless. You ask me what makes you inferior to Mu Sheng? Jiang Wan's face turned pale, her voice icy. In my eyes, you are inferior to him in every way. Zhang Wenjie was taken aback, his face turning pale. He never expected Jiang Wan to be so attached to that ineffectual man. You ungrateful wretch. Do you know how much I spent to win your affection? Zhang Wenjie pointed an accusing finger at Jiang Wan, fuming. Since you refuse, you must compensate me for these gifts. Do not blame me for preparing these. Jiang Wan coldly remarked, her eyes filled with an icy disdain. To be rejected and still be asked to pay? Her impression of Zhang Wenjie had plummeted to the lowest depths. Had she known, she would have abstained from attending this gathering. You will either compensate me or comply. There is no alternative. Zhang Wenjie, infuriated, reached out toward Jiang Wan. Suddenly, his hand was firmly seized by another. The crowd turned in shock to find Mu Sheng standing beside Jiang Wan, wearing a smile. How did you even get in here, you worthless fool? Zhang Wenjie stammered, momentarily taken aback. He had clearly hired bodyguards to prevent such an intrusion. Before I lose my temper, get lost. Mu Sheng remained silent, simply stepping in front of Jiang Wan. Upon seeing him, Jiang Wan's expression turned frosty as she huffed. Why are you so late? Had Mu Sheng arrived sooner? She would not have had to endure Zhang Wenjie's harassment. Mu Shang sighed. My mother prevented me from leaving this morning. Jiang Wan's mood softened slightly, but her anger persisted as she retorted, it's all your fault. I told you I shouldn't have come to this reunion. No worries, I am here. Mu Shang softly grasped Jiang Wan's hand. His warm touch filled her with a sense of security, despite her desire to pull away. This was Jiang Wan's so-called useless husband? How pitifully shabby he seemed. Such a coward could never be worthy of Jiang Wan. If he had any sense, he would leave before it was too late. He could never provide her with the happiness she desired. Indeed, he would only drag Jiang Wan down. The surrounding classmates began to murmur in agreement, feigning concern for Jiang Wan. Several female classmates regarded Mu Shang with disdain. To admit acquaintance with such a spineless individual would be a source of embarrassment. With everyone rallying behind him, Zhang Wenjie smirked and coldly declared, a useless fool. Trying to compete with me? Do you even know your own status compared to mine? I have become the director at Muron Company, and soon I will be managing the West Sea project for the Mu family, earning over 10 million annually. And you? Just a freeloader. Can you even support Jiang Wan? Zhang Wenjie threw out the most crude, yet realistic of challenges. Mu Shang smiled lightly. 10 million? Is that a lot? The pocket money from the Mu family alone amounts to $1 billion. The crowd fell silent, staring at Mu Shang in disbelief. Then, laughter erupted among them. 10 million is a lot. That's the funniest joke I've ever heard coming from this useless fool. One of Jiang Wan's high school classmates laughed sharply, pointing at Mu Shang. 10 million? Don't even mention that he has such money. I would be impressed if he could pull out 1,000. I could pull out 1,000. Would you kneel and apologize? Mu Shang said, grinning at the woman. She opened her mouth, but fell silent. Oh, do you really have 10 million? Zhang Wenjie couldn't help but laugh. If you had 10 million, you wouldn't have been empty-handed in the box earlier. Now, take a look at the gift I prepared for Jiang Wan. With those words, he opened the box in his hand, revealing a necklace radiating brilliance. A necklace adorned with several 5-carat diamonds appeared before everyone. Countless women gasped in astonishment. What woman does not adore diamonds? Moreover, this necklace comprised 13 diamonds, and even a single one could fetch hundreds of thousands at auction. Jiang Wan, this necklace is for you. Made of 13 diamonds, it symbolizes my everlasting love for you. Zhang Wenjie said, his eyes blazing with desire. Jiang Wan, grant me this opportunity. Jiang Wan frowned, though she was reluctant to admit it. The diamond necklace in Zhang Wenjie's hands was indeed priceless. She worried that Mu Shang would not withstand the ridicule and urged, husband, let's go. Before she could finish, Mu Shang reached out and grabbed the necklace from Zhang Wenjie's hands. A diamond necklace? Worthless junk. I spent 9 million on this at the jewelry store. If it gets damaged, can you afford to compensate me? Zhang Wenjie shouted in anger at Mu Shang's actions. He tossed it to ground, crushing it underfoot. A miser who even demanded his money back for a rejected gift could possibly spend over 9 million on a necklace? Even if it were 9 million, so what? With a cold smile, Mu Shang opened the gift box in his hand. A radiant glow burst forth, even more dazzling than what Zhang Wenjie had revealed. Looks quite bright, given your status. You wouldn't be gifting an electric bulb, would you? Li Runin initially hesitated before bursting into laughter. Gifting is not about who spends the most. A few classmates snickered, mocking Mu Shang's audacity in trying to compete with the director. Mu Shang smiled faintly, opened the box, and revealed the contents to the crowd. A long diamond necklace, held delicately in his hands, sparkled as the 12 diamonds collided, producing a sound akin to crystal chimes. The centerpiece was a stunning ruby, pure and transparent under the lights, resembling a flickering flame, igniting the heart. How beautiful! As the two necklaces were compared, Zhang Wenjie's offering instantly faded into obscurity, becoming all the more ludicrous as his largest diamond paled in comparison to the smaller diamonds adorning Mu Shang's necklace. So, are you saying your gift is trash? Mu Shang remarked, his smile unwavering. Zhang Wenjie's face turned ashen. Mu Shang carelessly tossed Zhang Wenjie's necklace to the ground as if it were mere refuse, then gently placed the necklace around Jiang Wan's neck. This necklace suits you perfectly, Mu Shang said, smiling. The long, swan-like neck adorned with the necklace radiated brilliance. And Jiang Wan smiled softly at Mu Shang, her expression ethereal and captivating. In that moment, she seemed like a flower amidst verdant foliage, exuding an elegance that rendered the surrounding women envious. The crowd exclaimed in unison, "It's simply breathtaking. I've seen this. It's the national beauty." the most precious exhibit from the Jiangnan Fengxiang branch, worth over 90 million. Suddenly, an astonished voice broke out. Li Runin pointed at the necklace and exclaimed, "It's a fake." She knew Mu Sheng was a good-for-nothing. Jiangwan only gave him a meager allowance of 10,000 a month. Such an extravagant piece could never be within his means. Thus, her first instinct was to declare the necklace a forgery. Zhang Wenjie looked closely and noted the high quality and brilliance of the diamonds. It did not appear fake. Yet his vanity prevented him from admitting it. "It's fake," he insisted. Upon hearing their accusations, the crowd fell silent. Facing the skepticism, Mu Sheng calmly replied, "This necklace is genuine. I saw it just a few days ago at Fengxiang. How did you acquire it?" Li Runin stepped forward, her gaze fierce. "You might fool others, but not me. I have a friend who works at Fengxiang. If you don't confess, I can call them and expose you." "Huh, I suspect it was stolen," she added. "How could a mere son-in-law afford something worth over 90 million? As Li Runin's certainty spread, several female classmates smirked disdainfully, their previous shock having vanished. Mu Sheng's expression hardened as he stated, "This necklace is mine." "Ha ha ha, did you buy it?" Li Runin clearly did not believe it. How could a useless person like you, who relies on Jiangwan for a living, possibly afford a necklace worth over 90 million? Don't try to deceive us. There are only two possibilities for you showing that necklace. Either it's a counterfeit you bought from the roadside, or you stole it. Seeing the situation was amiss, Jiangwan touched the necklace around her neck and quickly said, "Regardless of its authenticity, I would cherish any gift you give me." "Fool!" Mu Sheng turned his head gently and replied, "How could the gift I gave you be fake?" However, even Jiangwan found it hard to believe that Mu Sheng could produce such a sum. "Huh, still unwilling to admit it? Liruonan Sukofud, had disdain palpable." This useless person truly won't give up until he sees the truth. "I'll call a friend right now to see what you have to say then." She promptly took out her phone and dialed, putting it on speaker to ensure everyone could hear. "Hello, Mr. Wang, I apologize for the interruption," Li Runin began. A lethargic voice responded from the other end. "Ah, is this Miss Li Runin? What can I do for you?" Li Runin mustered a smile and continued. "I visited Fengxiang recently and admired the store's treasure, the national love. Is it still available? I would like to see it again." "Oh, that one," Mr. Wang said, "was just bought yesterday." "What?" Li Runin gasped, shocked that the national love, valued at over 90 million, had been purchased. "Yes," Mr. Wang confirmed. "Strangely enough, it was bought by someone named Mu Sheng, and he paid in full, even refusing other accompanying jewelry. I've never seen someone so extravagant. If not for a call from my sales staff, I wouldn't have believed it myself. Is it really sold? Not stolen by Mu Sheng?" "Li Ruonan yeld in disbelief." "Miss Li, what do you mean by that?" Mr. Wang's tone turned stern. "Mr. Mu is a valued customer of Fengxiang. Please refrain from making baseless accusations, or we will be forced to involve legal action." A distinguished guest who spent over 90 million contrasted starkly with a mere acquaintance. Any discerning individual would choose the former. "This is impossible, absolutely impossible." When the call ended, Li Runin was furious. How could a son-in-law who relies on Jiangwan for support afford the national love? It must be fake. That necklace is a counterfeit, isn't it? Hand it over, so I can see. Li Runin lunged at Jiangwan, attempting to snatch the necklace away for a closer inspection. No one anticipated such a sudden action. Jiangwan, startled, closed her eyes, standing frozen in place. "This is a gift for my wife. You have no right to touch it," Mu Sheng said calmly before delivering a sharp slap to Li Runin. The sound echoed loudly as Li Runin fell to the ground, clutching her face in agony. A hush fell over the crowd. Even the dullest among them realized that the necklace Mu Sheng had gifted must indeed be genuine. After all, it was worth over 93 million. Chapter 63. Borrowed, everyone gasped, their astonishment reaching its peak. The jewelry in the man's hands was undeniably purchased from Fengxiang. Amid their shock, the onlookers regarded Mu Sheng with newfound suspicion. How could a mere useless person afford such an extravagant item? Zhang Wenjie was equally perplexed. However, with the class reunion just beginning, he could not leave without suffering embarrassment, especially since he had come for Jiangwan. It was intolerable for him to be overshadowed by someone he deemed inferior. As the crowd dispersed, around 30 classmates ascended the staircase and entered the private room, albeit with some distance from Zhang Wenjie. Although they did not actively engage with Mu Sheng, their gazes held a hint of respect. Mu Sheng's gift had left them astounded. The Imperial Club was indeed the most luxurious entertainment venue in Jiangnan. with astonishingly spacious private rooms. Even with 30 individuals present, there was no sense of crowding. The classmates quickly settled in, with Jiang Wan sitting beside Mu Sheng. "Thank you," Jian Van whispered to Mu Shen. Mu Sheng smiled and replied, "What are you thanking me for? I'm your husband. It's only right for me to do this." "Thank you. This is the best gift I have ever received." Jiang Wan's eyes sparkled, her breath fragrant. She was not a materialistic woman. In fact, she preferred a grounded life. Yet, that did not mean she did not appreciate luxury. She had thought that after marrying Mu Sheng, her life would be ordinary, but tonight she experienced a moment of brilliance. Albeit fleeting, and it brought her joy. "Don't worry, there will be even better gifts in the future. This necklace is nothing," Mu Sheng reassured her gently. "In the future?" Jiang Wan's cheeks flushed, a hint of confusion in her voice. "Will there be a future for us?" With her father's will approaching, she knew their paths would soon diverge. Pressured by her mother, Jiang Wan could hardly believe she could endure. Having said that, she removed the necklace, casting a reluctant glance at it before handing it back to Mu Sheng. "What are you doing?" Mu Sheng was taken aback. "Of course, I'm giving it back to you." Jiang Wan huffed. "You truly expect me to believe you can afford a necklace worth over 90 million? It's likely borrowed, but I still appreciate it. You've helped me save face." Though reluctant, Jiang Wan understood that such invaluable items did not belong to her. If it were damaged, even selling the Jiang family estate wouldn't be enough for compensation. Mu Shen couldn't help but laugh, saying, "This is genuinely a gift for you. Are you still pretending? Then tell me, where did you get the money to buy it?" Jiang Wan's gaze bore into Mu Sheng. Mu Sheng hesitated, aware that revealing the truth about his family's division and the threats against him could endanger her. After a moment, he placed the necklace back around Jiang Wan's neck, saying, "Even if it's borrowed, there's no need for you to return it so soon." "Fine." Jiang Wan put the necklace back on, emphasizing, "But if it needs to be returned, you must tell me in advance." Mu Sheng chuckled and could only agree, "All right. Cut it out." Zhang Wenjie and Li Runan, sitting nearby, immediately scoffed at this exchange. Their disdain was palpable. Initially, they thought this useless person had hidden depths to afford the national love, but now it seemed he had merely rented it, perhaps even colluding with manager Wang. It was utterly pathetic. Upon hearing this, the crowd's attitude towards Mu Sheng shifted dramatically. "Jiang Wan, long time no see. Let's toast." Someone stood up with a glass in hand. Jiang Wan nodded and raised her glass as well. Though Mu Sheng stood too, he was ignored by several classmates. To them, a man who borrowed a necklace for a gift was the epitome of uselessness. This, however, did not dampen their spirits. The group feigned sophistication, occasionally flashing their expensive watches and discussing investments, embodying the airs of high society. Mu Sheng became their stark contrast. It was unclear who started it, but soon the group was animatedly discussing the Western Sea project. "You all must have seen the news about the Mu Corporation, right? Our company is determined to secure a portion of the project at any cost." Someone spoke confidently, detailing the immense potential of the venture. Even a small share would yield substantial profits. "Jiang Wan, do you have any news from your company?" At that time, the Mu Group was the first to extend an olive branch to you, and when the press conference arrives, it is sure to present you with a significant project. "Indeed, our company has yet to receive an invitation. Jiang Wan, I hope you can facilitate a connection for us." Alas, it seems that the capable companies have likely been pre-selected for the project, leaving those like us to merely observe from the sidelines. A group of men raised their glasses to Jiang Wan, engaging in lively conversation. "Although I have received an invitation, I remain unaware of the specific collaborative projects." Jiang Wan replied, waving her hand. The Mu Group's stance has always been rather ambiguous, which leaves even Jiang Wan uncertain about the attendees of the press conference and the extent of this collaboration. "I see, however, simply receiving an invitation is already quite an achievement. By the way, Wenjie, as the director of the Muron Company, you should be well informed about this matter, right?" "Yes, Wenjie. After all, we are high school classmates. If there is good news, do not keep it to yourself. Once I earn some money, I will definitely reward you generously." Many turned their gaze toward Zhang Wenjie, while others cast derisive looks at Mu Sheng. In their eyes, someone like Mu Sheng, deemed a weakling, had no capability other than borrowing a few things, rendering him incapable of integrating into their circle, and he could hardly comprehend their conversations. Nevertheless, they occasionally glanced at him, indulging their own vanity through ridicule. Unconsciously, Zhang Wenjie became the center of attention, and although he felt a surge of joy within, he maintained an air of nonchalance. lifting his glass and taking a gentle sip, saying, "Of course, I have received this news. To my knowledge, the head of the Mu Group is none other than Su Zebang, who is also the president of Muron Company. However, it is said that there is a member of the Mu family above Su Zebang who will oversee this project, possessing a decisive voice in its execution. As long as we can gain his approval, we will surely have a share in the West Sea project." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan lifted her head to look at Zhang Wenjie. She had been listening intently to their conversation, as she placed great importance on this project. Although the Jiang family had gathered information suggesting that the Mu Group would seek collaboration with them, promising a profit of at least 100 million. Such news felt implausible without a signed contract. Moreover, this collaboration significantly impacted her acceptance by the Jiang family. Noticing Jiang Wan's gaze, Zhang Wenjie's expression swelled with pride as he proclaimed, "As the director of Muron, I, of course, have secured the project, and I possess 10 invitations for the press conference." At this declaration, the crowd erupted in excitement. "Is that true, Wenjie? You are truly remarkable. 10 invitations for the press conference? Wenjie, we were close friends in high school. You must reserve one for me. And me too, Wenjie. I help you out in fights back in school. You cannot forget me this time." With Zhang Wenjie speaking, everyone eagerly anticipated the chance to obtain an invitation from him. "Well, the number of spots is limited. I will think it over carefully," Zhang Wenjie replied with a smile and a wave of his hand. At that moment, a male classmate suddenly directed his gaze toward Mu Sheng, stating, "Wenjie, while you have not decided on your candidates, there are certainly some who should not attend, such as Mu Sheng." Him? Zhang Wenjie looked at Mu Sheng, his expression immediately revealing disdain. What qualification does he have to attend such an important occasion? This weakling does not belong here. Ha ha. Perhaps this weakling will somehow manage to borrow an invitation? Another classmate mocked, emphasizing the word borrow. Mu Sheng remained unfazed, calmly responding, "Indeed, I have received an invitation. It was Su Zebang who informed me." Ha ha ha. This is too funny. This weakling dares to speak. Do you even know who Su Zebang is? He is a member of the Mu family, a business magnate. I, as the director of Muron, have hardly seen Su a few times. He personally invited you? You must be exaggerating. Zhang Wenjie laughed heartily. Amidst the ridicule, Mu Sheng maintained a composed demeanor. He was well aware of whether he had received an invitation. At that moment, Jiang Wan furrowed her brow slightly and stole a glance at Mu Sheng. She understood Mu Sheng. He was not one to speak without basis. Yet, even she had only received an invitation and had never met Su Zebang personally. How had Mu Sheng accomplished this? Huh. So even if I do not take you with me, you can still appear at the Mu family's press conference? Zhang Wenjie remarked with a teasing anticipation. I am quite eager to see your demeanor at the press conference. Observing Zhang Wenjie's arrogant demeanor, Mu Sheng smiled lightly and replied, "We will undoubtedly meet, and I hope you are not frightened when that time comes." Frightened? Mu Sheng, you truly are relentless, are you not? Zhang Wenjie, engerd bimushinkis calumnes, pointed at him and shouted, "What if you do not attend the press conference? If I do attend, then what?" Mu Sheng countered, "If you appear at the press conference, I will kneel before you in public and bark like a dog. But if you do not go, then whenever I see you, you must kneel and bark for me." Zhang Wenjie sneered, "Do you dare?" Upon hearing this, a smile involuntarily crept onto Mu Sheng's lips. He had never encountered such a foolish person, intent on cornering himself. "Good." Mu Sheng nodded with a smile. "Haha, just wait to kneel." Zhang Wenjie scoffed. The classmates watched Mu Sheng with amused expressions, convinced that this time, the weakling would surely bring shame upon himself. At this moment, Jiang Wan could not help but leaning closer, saying, "Mu Sheng, are you confident? If not, I can contact President Su to see if he can bring you along. Rest assured, I will gain entry to the press conference." Mu Sheng replied calmly. He was the centerpiece of the conference. It would be impossible without him. The gathering continued, but seeing Mu Sheng remain so nonchalant infuriated Zhang Wenjie, who, having already suffered embarrassment in the hall, was eager to witness Mu Sheng's humiliation. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly gestured to Li Runin, calling her over. "Runin, come with me for a moment." Upon seeing Zhang Wenjie's gesture, Li Runin immediately pushed back her chair and stood up. As she stepped outside, her body brushed against Zhang Wenjie's, her voice soft as flowing water, saying, "Wenjie, what do you need me for?" She had harbored feelings for Zhang Wenjie for quite some time, yet he had always been preoccupied with Jiang Wan. "I have something important to discuss with you." Zhang Wenjie replied with a smile, placing his hand on Li Runen's shapely waist. Though he was fond of Jiang Wan, it did not hinder him from engaging with others. As he caressed Li Runen, he continued, I have a task for you. What kind of task? Li Runen inquired. Quite simple. I have long found that weakling intolerable. And given that he has spent so much time with Jiang Wan without even touching her, he must be desperate. Zhang Wenjie swiftly laid out his scheme. When the time comes, you will lure him to the restroom and then scream pervert, publicly accusing him of harassment. At that point, I will swiftly gather our classmates to subdue this weakling and promptly call the police. In the face of your accusations, this weakling will have no way to defend himself, and he will undoubtedly end up in prison. Zhang Wenjie said coldly, a glint of malice in his eyes. Once Mu Sheng is arrested for harassment, he will be locked away, and Jiang Wan may even be thoroughly disappointed, perhaps even leading to a divorce. Should Jiang Wan divorce, I will have ample opportunities to win her over. However, won't this also be a crime? Li Runen expressed her apprehension. Fear not, I will not speak. You will not speak, and there are no cameras in the restroom. Who would know? Zhang Wenjie reassured her. But, do not hesitate. This is 50,000. If you help me, it will be yours. Zhang Wenjie placed a bank card on Li Runen's thigh. Li Runen immediately beamed with delight as she accepted the bank card, nodding repeatedly. Wenjie, rest assured, I will definitely lure Mu Sheng out. Mu Sheng sat silently at the table, quietly eating his meal. Upon entering the private room, Zhang Wenjie cast a cold smirk in his direction. Go ahead and eat, you worthless fool. It seems your life will be spent behind bars. Unaware of the unfolding events, Mu Sheng sat for a moment before feeling the room's stifling atmosphere. He informed Jiang Wan that he intended to step out for some fresh air, to which she nodded in agreement. As Mu Sheng exited, Li Runen's eyes suddenly sparkled, and she whispered something into Zhang Wenjie's ear before promptly rising to follow Mu Sheng. The corridor on the 5th floor featured balconies that could be pushed open. Mu Sheng lit a cigarette while gazing out the window. Hey, Mu Sheng, Li Runen called out from behind him. He turned, his expression icy. What is it? Can't I come out to chat with you, if there's nothing else? Li Runen desa, sticking out her tongue playfully. Honestly, why are you always so cold? I just wanted to enjoy some fresh air with you. As she spoke, she deliberately tugged down her clothing, revealing her fair shoulders and a hint of cleavage. I have a wife, Mu Sheng replied flatly, turning his head away. And what of it? Li Runen huffed, her breath heavy as she pressed her chest forward. Besides, it seems your wife doesn't care for you at all. Can you really endure spending your days doing laundry and cooking at home? Whether I can endure, it is none of your concern, Mu Sheng retorted coldly. I'm just standing up for you, Li Runen said, frowning. She thought to herself how he couldn't even speak ill of his wife, which seemed rather pathetic. Yet, recalling Zhang Wenjie's task, she pressed on. Mu Sheng, Jiang Wan has probably never let you sleep with her, right? To be honest, you are quite handsome. More so than any of my past boyfriends. What do you think of me? If you're willing, I could. As she reached the end of her sentence, Li Runen leaned closer to Mu Sheng, her breath warm and enticing, her clothing quickly slipping off. Mu Sheng, can we talk in a restroom? Why the restroom? Mu Sheng found the situation amusing, though he had a fair appearance. He couldn't fathom why she would be so forward after he had slapped her just half an hour ago. Something about her intentions seemed ulterior. Before he could voice his thoughts, a drunken voice called out from behind him. Hey, little beauty, if you're really that thirsty, you can look for me too. A lewd laugh followed as a man approached from behind, his gaze brazenly roaming over Li Runen's curvaceous figure. This man was Guan Yang, the deputy manager of the Emperor Club, known for his extensive connections and often seen drinking with the elite. Having just finished his drinks, he was eager to relieve himself when he spotted the beautiful Li Runen, who was pursuing a man clad in shabby attire, a clear indication of his lowly status. As Li Runen hugged her chest in defense, Guan Yang, emboldened by alcohol, could no longer restrain himself and pushed through the balcony door. Who are you? What do you want? Li Runen exclaimed, infuriated at being interrupted mid-conversation. Of course, I came to find you, little beauty, or should I say, big beauty? Guan Yang leered at her. With your looks, why waste time on this poor loser? You should come with me. I can guarantee you anything you desire. What I choose to do is none of your business. Li Runen snapped back, her annoyance evident. Get lost. Oh, I didn't expect you to have such a fiery temper. Guan Yang chuckled, unperturbed by her hostility. Leaning against the railing, Mu Sheng observed the scene with indifference. Li Runen's intentions were clearly not sincere, and Guan Yang was evidently no saint either. He couldn't be bothered to involve himself in such matters. What's so funny? Guanyang pointed at Mu Sheng. You better step aside, or else. Do you think I care about your threats? Mu Sheng frowned, uninterested in engaging this man. He took a step back, then delivered a powerful punch to Guanyang's gut, quickly following up with a slap to his face. With a thud, Guanyang crumpled to the floor as Mu Sheng dusted off his hands. The corridor echoed with Guanyang's anguished cries. Li Runin emerged from the balcony, her clothing torn, revealing large swathes of her fair skin, tears streaming down her face. Mu Shen, I'm so sorry. Thank you so much. Don't mention it. Mu Sheng replied nonchalantly it was nothing. He had only exerted half his strength, but it was sufficient for Guanyang to wallow in pain. What's wrong, Guan manager? A lean man peeked out from a nearby room, alarmed at the sight of Guanyang groaning on the floor. Call the others. I want him dead. Guanyang showed that, pointing at Mu Sheng, his voice hoarse with rage. Who dares to touch you, boss? Just say the word, and I'll break every bone in his body. Who has the audacity to cause trouble at the Emperor Club? Within moments, the lean man summoned a group of muscular thugs, blocking the entire balcony. Guanyang had already been helped up from the ground, his nose still bleeding, wincing in pain as he glared fiercely at Mu Sheng. You arrogant little insect, he spat. Weren't you just so brazen? Dare to lay a hand on me? Let me tell you, even if the King of Heaven were to come today, you would still be doomed. Chapter 66. The play becomes reality, surrounded by the crowd. Mu Sheng furrowed his brow slightly and said, It's too crowded here. Let's go to the main hall. Sure, let's head to the second floor. Guanyang scoffed. In such a cramped space, he found it difficult to teach Mu Sheng a lesson. Moreover, on the fifth floor, most of the guests were affluent individuals, and if a brawl broke out, it would certainly disturb others. After all, he was the deputy manager here. Mu Sheng and Li Runin were trapped in the center, making their way toward the grand staircase. The corridor, which was 4 to 5 meters wide, felt exceedingly congested. Meanwhile, in the private room, Jiang Wan noticed that Mu Sheng had been gone for quite some time and felt puzzled. Stepping outside, she was alarmed to find him encircled by a throng of people. Mu Sheng, are you all right? Why are so many people surrounding you? Upon hearing Jiang Wan's voice, Zhang Wenjia's spirits lifted. Thinking that Li Runin had swiftly accomplished her task, he immediately leaned out of the private room. Outside, Mu Sheng was beset by a group of thugs, while beside him, Li Runin's clothing was tattered, portraying a look of grievance. How could there be so many ruffians? Zhang Wenjia frowned, realizing that the situation was entirely different from what he had orchestrated. However, since a spectacle was unfolding, he refused to miss out and promptly exited the private room to follow along. The classmates, who were previously engaged in lively conversation in the private room, followed Zhang Wenjia outside one by one. Thus, they marched in a grand procession from the 5th floor to the 2nd floor of the Emperor Club. The hall on the 2nd floor was spacious, and the remnants of balloons and roses had been cleared away. Upon arrival, Mu Sheng found himself quickly encircled by layers of ruffians. 2 security guards, witnessing the unfolding chaos, approached to inquire about the situation, but quickly retreated upon recognizing Manager Guan. Mu Sheng, what on earth happened? Jiang Wan asked anxiously from across the throng. She desperately wanted to reach him for clarification, but the sheer number of thugs made it impossible. She could only watch from a distance. Surrounded by dozens of people, Manager Guan stood at the front, his physique resembling that of a pig, his left cheek still swollen and red from the earlier altercation, blood lingering at the corner of his mouth. His eyes filled with palpable hatred. Insect, do you know who I am? Guanyang sneered loudly. I don't know. Mu Sheng shook his head. My name is Guanyang, the deputy manager here. Guanyang's face twisted with rage as he barked. At his declaration, the onlookers gasped in unison. It turned out to be Guanyang. Although he was the deputy manager of the Emperor Club, the establishment was under the control of Dragon Master, holding a significant status in the entire Jiangnan city. With Dragon Master possessing extensive wealth, he could not always be present at the club. Thus, when he was absent, Guanyang was practically the law of the land. This young man had surely found himself in unfortunate circumstances by provoking him. Dare to strike me, you filthy insect? You are finished. Guanyang sneered, commanding you to break his legs. Yes. 2 of the bulliest thugs standing behind Guanyang stepped forward. Bang! Just as they raised their legs to attack, Mu Sheng kicked them down to the ground, causing them to kneel and howl in pain. How dare you fight back? Try hitting me again, I dare you. Guanyang shouted in fury. All of you, attack him together. A crowd of thugs surged forward. As they lunged at Mu Sheng, A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Wait. Who? Manager Guan instinctively paused, and the two thugs halted their movements. Don't act rashly, Guanyang. Zhang Wenjie called out from the outskirts of the crowd. Guanyang sized up Zhang Wenjie, failing to recognize his identity. But noting his attire suggested he was a well-to-do young heir, he asked again, Who are you? My name is Zhang Wenjie, he replied. My father is Zhang Kogu, the one involved in overseas trade. Overseas trade? Guanyang's memory sparked. He recalled meeting a wealthy overseas trader named Zhang Kogu who had connections with the Mu family. Upon returning, he had secured a directorship position for his son in a company and seemed intent on integrating him into the Mu group. Guanyang's expression shifted. Despite the formidable background of Zhang Wenjie, this was still the Emperor Club. He coldly replied, Ah, young Master Zhang, what brings you here? The surrounding thugs, unfamiliar with Zhang Wenjie, parted to allow him to approach. Zhang Wenjie stepped up to Mu Sheng, his face beaming with pride. Manager Guan, what transpired here? These two surrounded individuals came from the same private room as I. Humph. So what if they came with young Master Zhang? Offending me cannot simply be overlooked. Guanyang coldly retorted. Despite his reluctance to offend Zhang Wenjie, he had spent too long in the Emperor Club to simply let Mu Sheng off the hook. Zhang Wenjie glanced at Mu Sheng again, chuckling, Manager Guan, no need to be so angry. This lady is indeed my friend, but I am not particularly acquainted with this man. You may handle him as you see fit. Handle him as I see fit? Guanyang hesitated, quickly realizing that Zhang Wenjie was also targeting Mu Sheng. It dawned on him that the woman was likely sent by Zhang Wenjie to entice Mu Sheng. With this insight, Guanyang feigned righteous indignation, pointing at Mu Sheng and declaring, Young Master Zhang, it's not that I lack respect for you, but this guy has truly crossed the line. Earlier in the corridor, I witnessed him harassing a lady, and when I confronted him, he not only ignored my warning, but also brutally assaulted me. Guanyang spoke passionately. I cannot swallow this anger. Even if you do not allow me to take revenge, I shall certainly report this to the authorities. Boom! As Guanyang's words fell, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. Each gaze directed at Mu Sheng dripped with disdain. Harassing a woman? No wonder her clothes are in tatters. It was this beast who did it, and he not only harassed a woman, but also assaulted someone. This is utterly outrageous. Indeed, I cannot stand for this. If I encountered such a scoundrel, I would beat him to a pulp. We cannot show mercy to such trash. Standing aside, Zhang Wenjie wore a smug expression as he observed Mu Sheng. Although the situation had deviated slightly from his plans, the outcome remained the same. This time, he intended not only to tarnish Mu Sheng's reputation, but to ensure he was imprisoned entirely. You pathetic fool, you are finished. Zhang Wenjie thought triumphantly. Chapter 67. Why aren't you kneeling there? Impossible. Mu Sheng could never do such a thing. At that moment, Jiang Wan spoke up in fury. Guanyang was taken aback for a moment, mockingly questioning, why is it impossible? Because Mu Sheng is my husband, Jiang Wan declared fiercely. We have been together for 3 years. I know he could never be that kind of person. Jiang Wan's voice was filled with anger. She could not believe Mu Sheng would behave in such a manner. If he truly harbored such intentions, it would have manifested over the past 3 years. Yet, the truth was the opposite. No matter how alluringly she dressed after a shower, Mu Sheng remained unfazed. How could he ever force himself on Li Runin? You're his wife? Guanyang surveyed Jiang Wan in surprise, taken aback by the revelation that Mu Sheng had such a beautiful spouse. A pang of jealousy surged within him, prompting him to continue his slanderous tirade. Heh, you truly are deceived by appearances. If what I claim is false, then why would he assault me? As the deputy manager of the Emperor Club, my words carry weight, and I would not falsely accuse another. I refuse to believe it. I will call the police to review the surveillance footage. Jiang Wan declared, her stance unmistakable. She was resolute in her disbelief. You wish to see the footage? Guanyang felt a flicker of unease. To ensure customer safety, the Emperor Club was equipped with comprehensive surveillance cameras, except in restrooms and private rooms. Yet, the request to view the footage would expose him. No need for such complications. I possess evidence far more compelling than any camera. Guanyang cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, to be frank, access to the club's cameras is not granted to everyone. I lack the authority to invade customer privacy. It would be better for the involved parties to clarify matters directly, as the party subjected to harassment, with her clothes in tatters. Her words could hardly be dismissed as falsehoods. With that, Guanyang pointed at Li Runin beside Mu Sheng. Indeed, it is best for the involved party to speak. I concur, another voice chimed in. Let her reveal the truth. It cannot be clearer. Yes, and I trust that in such circumstances, no woman would jest about her integrity. Upon hearing Guan Yang's opinion, the crowd nodded in agreement. Witnessing the tears in Li Runen's eyes and her pitiful demeanor invoked a wave of sympathy. The murmurs among the onlookers shifted focus back to Li Runen. She furrowed her brow, glancing between Mu Sheng and Guan Yang, her expression betraying hesitation. Despite her disdain for Mu Sheng, had he not intervened on the balcony, she might have already been dragged into a private room by Guan Yang. Mu Sheng had saved her, yet she could not betray him. Runen, you know what to say, don't you? Zhang Wenjie interjected, his tone laced with veiled threats. Just as Li Runen was about to speak, her expression changed, and lowering her head, she pointed at Mu Sheng, stating, "Yes, it was he who attempted to assault me. Manager Guan arrived just in time to rescue me." A stunned silence enveloped the crowd as they turned to Mu Sheng, astonished that this coward could indeed sink so low. "Mu Sheng, what manner of man are you? How could you perpetrate such an act?" a fellow student exclaimed, stepping back as if to distance himself from Mu Sheng. The previously murmuring crowd transformed into a chorus of condemnation. With the girl herself admitting the truth, what more was there to discuss? He was the perpetrator. Mu Sheng furrowed his brow, gazing at Li Runen, her shamelessness exceeding his expectations. Stepping forward, he asked coldly, "I saved you from peril, and instead of gratitude, you choose to slander me?" "I." Li Runen met his gaze momentarily before panic set in, and she retreated 2 steps, unable to speak. Her pitiable appearance ignited a protective instinct in the men present. "What do you want? Are you still intent on causing harm? Is there no law left? Call the police. We must alert them." Zhang Wenjie vor a triumfansmirk, mokin mushenk. You have a wife, yet you engage in such disgraceful behavior. How desperate can you be? It appeared he had found a release for his pent-up frustrations, finally able to vent the anger he had felt after being humiliated on the 2nd floor. "Now you truly have no defense." Guan Yang scoffed, joining in the derision. Among the crowd, only Jiang Wan shook her head, insisting, "This cannot be true. Mu Sheng would never do such a thing. He is not that kind of person." "Jiang Wan, it would be best for you to divorce someone like him as soon as possible," Zhang Wenjie said, moving closer to her, feigning comfort. Jiang Wan brushed his hand away with a sharp slap, coldly responding, "My husband does not require your judgment. Even now, you cling to your delusions?" Zhang Wenjie's expression stiffened, a shadow of malice flickering in his eyes. Surrounded by the crowd, Mu Sheng's expression grew increasingly frigid. He looked at Li Runen, a bitter smile creeping across his face. Indeed, such a woman, like a dog that cannot change its nature, would never show gratitude, even after being saved. She would turn and bite the hand that fed her, driven by greed. "Everyone, please settle down." As the center of attention, Zhang Wenjie raised his hand, and the crowd fell silent. He surveyed the room before continuing. "This man is the husband of my classmate Jiang Wan. Although he is an outsider, he is still someone I know. If the police are called and he is imprisoned, his life will be ruined." "So he is an outsider?" "Mu Sheng. I've heard of him. The biggest good-for-nothing in Jiangnan. Who doesn't know?" "Bah, this scum isn't fit to be called a man, young Master Jia. You needn't concern yourself with his dignity. Just call the police." The crowd erupted in outrage. Zhang Wenjie reveled in the atmosphere he had stirred, waving his hand as he declared, "How about this? He may be my friend, but I will not condone wrongdoing. He has bullied this girl, and fortunately, he has not caused her serious harm. In my opinion, he should kneel before her and apologize, and I will consider this matter resolved." After making his point, Zhang Wenjie walked over to Li Runen, removing his jacket and draping it over her shoulders. "Li Runen, I trust you can accept such a punishment, correct?" Yes, Li Runen nodded, her head bowed, unable to meet Mu Sheng's gaze. "That will suffice." Seeing her agreement, Zhang Wenjie approached Guan Yang, stating, "Manager Guan, I apologize for my friend's actions. While he kneels, please feel free to retaliate. I hope you won't report this incident." "Young Master Zhang, that is acceptable." Guan Yang nodded vigorously, his face flushed with excitement. He had long sought an opportunity to retaliate, and now that Zhang Wenjie had spoken, he could hardly contain his joy. Fearing no objections, more importantly, he dared not involve the police. If they arrived and questioned the surveillance footage, what would he do? Who is this man? He seems to possess a sense of justice. I believe he is the one who confessed in the hall earlier, isn't he? What a pity. The woman he has pursued so fervently has married such a scoundrel. Indeed, this man handles matters with fairness and decisiveness. Only he deserves Jiang Wan. Mu Sheng, this coward, should depart as soon as possible. As Zhang Wenjie spoke, the voices of condemnation filled the hall. Witnessing the unfolding scene, Zhang Wenjie could hardly suppress his smugness. Coward! Did you think that borrowing a necklace would grant you authority? You are far from my level. Zhang Wenjie, I am fine. Is this truly necessary? Li Renin spoke up, unable to bear it any longer. Over the top? Guanyang interrupted with a cold laugh. I don't think so at all. His 2 punches injured me. If he does not wish to kneel, he can compensate me with 100 to 80,000 in medical expenses. Guanyang's face twisted with rage. He had to retaliate for the pain he had endured. Otherwise, how could he continue to live in the Emperor Club? Zhang Wenjie sighed, appearing resigned. As he approached Mu Sheng. Mu Sheng, I've done my best. Just admit your mistake to Manager Guan and kneel there. And we shall consider this matter as if it never occurred. He added, no need to thank me. Although you are a coward, you are still Jiang Wan's husband. Helping you is only right. Mu Sheng, standing at the center, cast a sidelong glance, coldly retorting, why don't you kneel instead? Zhang Wenjie was taken aback. The surrounding crowd, including Guanyang, Li Renin, and Jiang Wan, stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend that Mu Sheng would suddenly say such a thing. The hall fell into an instant silence. Chapter 68. Lord Long has arrived. What? What did you say? Zhang Wenjie asked in disbelief. The atmosphere was thick with tension, as if time itself had been paused, leaving everyone frozen in shock. They never anticipated that Mu Sheng would dare to utter such words. Initially, they assumed he would be compelled to kneel and apologize, for no one wished to spend half their life behind bars. Yet, the reality was far from their expectations. Mu Sheng raised his head, casting a cold gaze at Zhang Wenjie, and articulated slowly, I suggest you kneel there until the event concludes. The Imperial Club typically wrapped up in the early hours of the morning, and with it only being 2 in the afternoon, forcing him to kneel would surely cripple him. How dare he feign concern for assistance? Get as far away as you can. The moment his words left his mouth, Zhang Wenjie was incensed, igniting the fury of the onlookers. Who does this little brat think he is? This is utterly outrageous. They muttered. If he won't accept help, then let the police deal with him. He should learn a lesson. You insolent brat, if you don't kneel today, you won't leave here alive. Guanyang shouted forcefully, gesturing for the thugs surrounding them to move in. The henchmen, unable to contain their aggression, advanced with their clubs raised, ready to strike. Zhang Wenjie shot a cold glance at Mu Sheng, sneering, You're the one seeking death. Don't expect my help. Do I require your assistance? Mu Sheng did not even flinch. You. Zhang Wenjie trembled with rage, his finger jabbing at Mu Sheng in frustration, unable to articulate further. Finally, he threw his hands up in exasperation, declaring, Manager Guan, this matter is yours to handle. At those words, Guanyang seemed to be invigorated, roaring as he charged forward with his minions. Seize him, he bellowed, pointing at Mu Sheng. Yes. The henchmen surged forward, brandishing their clubs. Observing the scene, Guanyang folded his arms, a smug smile creeping across his lips as he envisioned Mu Sheng being mercilessly beaten into submission. Don't kill him, but make sure to break his legs so he can kneel before me. However, before he could finish his command, his expression morphed into one of disbelief as a colossal figure emerged before him. No, not one, but a multitude. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of fists connecting with flesh echoed in his ears, and as the wind howled, Guanyang turned to see countless silhouettes raining down, forming a veritable mountain of bodies. You wish to slap my face? Mu Sheng stood before Guanyang, calm and unfazed. I. Manager Guan's palms were clammy with sweat as he instinctively glanced around. No one remained beside Mu Sheng. He could not fathom that the infamous weakling of Jiangnan possessed such remarkable prowess, single-handedly incapacitating dozens of thugs. This was the strength of a martial arts master. Yet, he had no time to ponder this. Thud! Mu Sheng grinned, and with that, he unleashed a powerful punch straight into Guanyang's face. The latter's 200-pound frame was lifted off the ground by a single blow. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. A 200-pound man, sent flying by a mere punch? The henchmen who had just scrambled to their feet gaped in astonishment, forgetting to intercept Guanyang as he soared 5 or 6 meters through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The immense pain left Guanyang curled up, his left cheek instantly swollen. Ugh! Guanyang gasped, spitting out a mouthful of blood, mixed with teeth, onto the floor. What now? Did you not wish to fight me? Mu Sheng strode confidently toward Guan Yang, who was now like a mouse before a cat, retreating in fear. Did you not desire to break my legs and force me to kneel here? Mu Sheng grasped Guan Yang's tie and hoisted him up. Why not give it a try yourself? In an instant, Mu Sheng kicked Guan Yang's knee, causing him to cry out in pain and drop to both knees. Crack! The sound of shattering bone echoed, contorting Guan Yang's face in agony. At that moment, several henchmen clad in black suits rushed down from the upper floor. They were no ordinary thugs, their physiques impressive, yet they were still dispatched by Mu Sheng's kick. How does it feel to kneel? You can remain there until the event concludes. Mu Sheng coldly remarked, holding on to Guan Yang's tie, his stance unwavering. Did you not think I was being excessive and wish to intervene? He turned to survey the crowd. Here I stand. Why do you not come forth to enact justice? As his words fell, a wave of terror swept through the hall, scattering the crowd. Those who had pretended to uphold righteousness, condemning him and threatening to call the police, were now rendered mute with fear. Zhang Wenda's face darkened, and even though Mu Sheng did not look his way, he found himself retreating in trepidation. Li Runin was equally stunned, unable to comprehend Mu Sheng's extraordinary capabilities. The hall was silent, save for Jiang Wan, who remained fixated on Mu Sheng. She had never believed he would resort to such actions. His strength was irrefutable proof. If he possessed such skill, would he be discovered if he sought to impose himself? And if he were, would Guan Yang even have a chance to escape? Such slander was utterly ludicrous. Suddenly, someone shouted from the back, and the crowd erupted into commotion. Make way, make way. Lord Long has arrived. Is it truly Lord Long? How rare. The crowd buzzed. Lord Long was the true mastermind behind the Imperial Club, and this young man dared to strike the deputy manager. He was likely to face dire consequences. Guan Yang, feeling both astonished and relieved, writhed in desperation, pleading Lord Long. Save me. The other thugs, upon hearing Lord Long's name, also refrained from advancing, opting instead to stand respectfully to the side, awaiting his arrival. Zhang Wenjie wore a cold smile, for Lord Long's reputation was known far and wide as the foremost underground power in Jiangnan. He controlled a significant portion of the territory and possessed immeasurable wealth. If he truly sought Mu Sheng's life, a mere word would unleash countless men upon him, ensuring his demise without a trace. You dare to lay hands on someone in Lord Long's territory. You are doomed. Not even 10 lives would suffice. Zhang Wenjie laughed maniacally. Chapter 69, Mr. Mu. Clear the way. Lord Long is coming. The crowd parted as the henchmen in black suits made way. A middle-aged man clad in a black cloak emerged from the throng. Lord Long advanced, exuding an aura of authority, each step radiating immense pressure that compelled the crowd to instinctively retreat. All eyes were fixated on Lord Long, whose name was recognized by virtually everyone. He wielded power over Jiangnan, but few had ever seen him in person. Lord Long, save me. Guan Yang, now on his knees, struggled to crawl toward Lord Long like a desperate dog. What is happening here? Lord Long inquired, his brow furrowing, his expression dark as storm clouds. He was all too familiar with Guan Yang's character. Though he was indulgent and lustful, he possessed discernment and connections with various influential families in Jiangnan, which was why he had attained the position of deputy manager at the Imperial Club. However, the most crucial point is that, as a mere subordinate, he was actually assaulted within the confines of the Imperial Club. Regardless of the right or wrong of the situation, Long must take action to restore his dignity. Otherwise, how could he navigate the waters of Jiangnan in the future? Earlier, I discovered him sneaking in from the balcony. Guan Yang knelt on the ground, weeping profusely, recounting the events of Mu Sheng's prior misconduct, including his harassment of another's girlfriend and the subsequent violence, embellishing the tale with every detail. With each word, Long Ye's expression darkened further, and by the end, his eyes glowed with a fierce crimson, barely containing his wrath. At that moment, Zhang Wenjie approached, adding his own commentary. It is essential to recognize that the individual before them was Long Yi, a prominent figure in Jiangnan, one whose father would steer clear of indifference. If he could curry favor with Long Yi, perhaps a meal with his father, and Long Yi would multiply his pocket money several times over. Long Yi let out a cold snort, fists clenched, glaring at Mu Sheng's retreating figure, his eyes filled with murderous intent. This was indeed an act of folly. Never had anyone dared to cause such a ruckus within the Imperial Club. At this juncture, Long Yi was merely a few meters away from Mu Sheng, yet he failed to recognize him. Still seething, He advanced with his entourage toward Mu Sheng. Ha ha ha. Kid, even if you kneel today, your fate is sealed. Guan Yang followed closely behind Long Yi, with Zhang Wenjie in tow. At that moment, a sinister smile crept across Guan Yang's face as he envisioned Mu Sheng's demise at Long Ye's hands, lying lifeless in a pool of blood. Little did he anticipate that as Long Yi raised his hand, ready to strike, his body suddenly froze. Mu Sheng turned with a smile, their distance now a mere half-meter. Upon witnessing Long Ye's pause, Guan Yang panicked. Long Yi, finish him off quickly, he bellowed, desperate for Mu Sheng's demise before his very eyes. You are. Long Yi stared blankly at Mu Sheng's face. Long Yi, this is the brat from the Jiang family, the useless one, creating chaos in our imperial club. Not only did he assault me, but he also forced me to kneel here. You must kill him. Guan Yang cried out, his voice raw. Long Yi, I can indeed testify that Mu Sheng provoked first. Zhang Wenjie chimed in with a venomous tone. As the chorus of anger erupted around them, Long Ye's mind finally grasped the situation. Guan Yang sought to harm Mu Sheng. Long Ye's legs nearly buckled, and he almost knelt before Mu Sheng. Through recent experiences, he had come to realize that Mu Sheng was far from the feckless individual rumored in Jiangnan. Rather, his stature and connections were formidable. He vividly recalled the notorious Erlang's crushing defeat at Mu Sheng's hands. Moreover, having just allied with Mu Sheng, how could he dare to strike him? That would be tantamount to courting death. Was he the one causing the disturbance? Long Yi feared he might have misidentified the situation and sought confirmation. It was indeed him. Guan Yang shu in anger. Long Ye's countenance shifted dramatically, and a fierce resolve flickered in his eyes as he swiftly turned and delivered a resounding slap to Guan Yang. The sound echoed sharply, and Guan Yang was left stunned, his cheeks swelling and blood streaming down. Clutching his face in agony, Guan Yang questioned, Long Yi, why did you hit me? What have I done wrong? Mr. Mu, I sincerely apologize. Zhang Xianlong disregarded Guan Yang entirely, bowing deeply before Mu Sheng. Mr. Mu, I never anticipated my subordinate would act so foolishly and provoke you. Not only Guan Yang, but everyone else stood in shock. When had they ever witnessed Long Yi showing such deference to another? Long Yi, feeling the urgency of the situation, added a kick that sent Guan Yang sprawling to the ground, barking, Mr. Mu is a distinguished guest here. If he commands you to kneel, you shall remain here until the gathering concludes. What? The crowd was left astounded. What on earth was happening? Mu Sheng was, in fact, a valued guest of Long Yi. How could this be possible? Zhang Wenjie trembled, unable to fathom the relationship between Mu Sheng and Long Yi. The others, once confident, now wore expressions of dread, retreating from the scene, fearful of potential repercussions from Mu Sheng. In the blink of an eye, the crowd had thinned significantly. Zhang Wenjie contemplated fleeing, yet felt trapped by Mu Sheng's presence. Overwhelmed, he found himself on the verge of tears. Mu Sheng spoke coolly, You have arrived at an opportune moment. I require your assistance with a matter. Long Yi stepped on Guan Yang's foot with force, grinding it as he declared, My subordinate has offended Mr. Mu. I will ensure he offers a proper apology. Whatever punishment you deem fit, I will not murmur a word of complaint. Guan Yang howled in pain, trembling as he knelt. His resentment toward Mu Sheng had morphed into sheer terror, as if he were encased in ice. He could not fathom Mu Sheng's true nature, yet he instinctively knew that his plight was dire. Not yet. Mu Sheng interjected. Do not kill him just yet. I have questions for him. Mu Sheng shook his head, his gaze sharp as it landed upon Li Runin, his voice icy. Shall he speak, or will you? I. Li Runin stammered, her legs trembling as she collapsed onto the ground. Chapter 70. The truth revealed. Li Runin's eyes brimmed with tears, filled with regret. She had initially believed Mu Sheng to be an insignificant outsider lacking any connections, but now it was evident he was anything but ordinary. Even Long Yi bowed to him in respect. What was his true identity? However, it was too late for her to regret her actions. All she could hope for now was that Mu Sheng would not pursue her further. Overwhelmed by his reprimand, she found herself seated on the floor, her legs giving way. This matter, actually, she faltered. Beside her, Zhang Wenjie turned ashen. He too had played a part in this incident, and if Li Runin spoke up, would he also be implicated? Forget it. A woman like you may not even speak the truth. Mu Sheng waved dismissively. Long Yi, I have a favor to ask. Mr. Mu, please go ahead. Long Yi bowed his head, his heart racing. Could you retrieve the surveillance footage from the 5th floor corridor to the balcony? The video will not lie. I wish to clear my name, Mu Sheng requested. The crowd, initially retreating, halted in their tracks. They were all aware of the situation. Li Runin had accused Mu Sheng of misconduct, and Guanyang had intervened, only to be assaulted. Now that Mu Sheng sought to review the footage, could there be more to the story? The crowd gravitated back, eager to uncover the truth of the matter. Not a problem, Long Yi promptly commanded. Soon, a staff member rushed to the monitoring room, copying the fifth-floor footage. Another individual brought in a projector, setting it up at the back of the hall. The surveillance video quickly materialized before everyone. Fast forward, Long Yi ordered coldly. At that moment, Jiang Wan stepped forward, standing beside Mu Sheng, her eyes fixed intently on the screen. No one yearned to unveil the truth more than she. The video accelerated to the moment Mu Sheng exited the private room, then resumed normal speed. On the screen, Mu Sheng walked to the balcony, pushed open the window, and leaned against the railing to enjoy the breeze. Soon after, Li Runin entered through the balcony door. With a sultry demeanor, she provocatively approached Mu Sheng, pressing her hand against her chest. Although the surveillance video captured no sound, it was evident from the visuals that Li Runin initiated the seduction. A few murmurs of disdain arose from the onlookers, labeling her as shameless. Then, Guanyang appeared on the video, his bloated figure swaying as he walked, evidently intoxicated. Upon noticing Li Runin's exposed figure, he barged in, seizing her and dragging her out while laughing boisterously, his actions brutish as he violently tore her clothing. Li Runan, in a state of panic, shouted something at Mu Sheng, who then intervened, delivering a punch and a slap that sent Guanyang crashing to the ground. Subsequently, Guanyang called upon a throng of people, surrounding Mu Sheng and escorting him downstairs. The surveillance footage concluded here, leaving everyone in the Emperor Club speechless, as if a mute button had been pressed, enveloping the room in a heavy silence. The truth was revealed. Everyone understood that Manager Guan had assaulted Li Runin and that Mu Sheng had come to her rescue, only to be unjustly accused in return. After watching the video, Mu Sheng's gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon Li Runin. "Do you have anything to say?" Li Runin trembled, bursting into tears. Her sobs were heart-wrenching as she pointed towards Zhang Wenjie, saying, "I'm sorry, Mu Sheng, I was wrong. I should not have slandered you. He forced me to do this, threatening that if I refused, he would send dozens of strong men to assault me. I was scared. I never wanted to slander you." Trudisore. Li Runin repeatedly bowed her head to Mu Sheng, pleading for his forgiveness. Zhang Wenjie turned pale at that moment. "What about you, Manager Guan?" Long Yi glared at Guanyang, emphasizing his name with disdain. As the true owner of the Emperor Club, he could not have been unaware of Guanyang's actions, merely choosing to overlook them until now, when Mu Sheng was involved. I, Guanyang stuttered, unable to articulate a response. "Damn it, I raise you to be my dog, not to create trouble. You are fired, effective immediately." Long Yi seethed, delivering a powerful punch to Guanyang's face. Guanyang lay there, convulsing like a lifeless pig, a foul odor emanating from his trousers. "Drag him out and clean up the mess," Long Yi commanded coldly, pulling a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his hands. "Yes, sir." The bodyguards in black swiftly dragged Manager Guan away, while others fetched mops to clean the floor and sprayed air freshener. This wretched woman is truly disgusting. She was saved and yet dared to accuse him. Indeed, we owe our gratitude to Long Yi for upholding justice. Otherwise, Mu Sheng would have continued to suffer unjust accusations. The onlookers chimed in, realizing they had wrongfully blamed Mu Sheng. Jiang Wan gleefully took Mu Sheng's hand, proudly addressing her classmates. "Did you see? I told you. Mu Sheng is innocent. He could never commit such an act." The high school classmates looked grim, having relished in Mu Sheng's humiliation earlier. "Long Yi, I acknowledge my fault in this matter, and I am willing to apologize." Zhang Wenjie finally spoke up, hoping his family's reputation in Jiangnan would spare him from severe consequences. Long Ye's fists clenched tightly, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the tense atmosphere. The young master of the Mu family was not someone to be trifled with. But Zhang Wenjie had offended Mu Sheng, and it was not Long Ye's place to decide his fate. Mu Sheng glanced at him coolly, his voice icy. "Kneel." "What?" Zhang Wenjie froze, only to hear Long Ye's thunderous command, "Kneel." Long Ye's authoritative tone left no room for argument. "Did you hear, Mu Sheng? Kneel down. If you dare to stand up, I will break your legs." With a forceful kick to his knee, Zhang Wenjie collapsed to the ground, his face contorted in agony. "It hurts. It burns." He could hardly bear the humiliation of kneeling before someone he deemed inferior. Mu Sheng, are you satisfied now? He asked, kneeling as he grimaced in pain. Long Yi ignored him, turning to Mu Sheng with utmost respect. Mu Sheng nodded, uninterested in further discussion, and left with Jiang Wan. Once they were gone, Long Yi could no longer contain his rage, raining down blows upon Zhang Wenjie until he was left breathless, unable to even scream. He then turned to Mu Sheng's former classmates, his voice cold. If any of you dare to speak a word of today's events, don't blame me for being rude. The classmates stood in stunned silence, fearful of Long Ye's wrath. Yet, each harbored a burning question. How could the supposed weakling possess such power? On the way home, Jiang Wan was filled with curiosity but held her tongue, pondering Mu Sheng's true identity. She didn't need to ask. Time would reveal all. What mattered was that Mu Sheng bore no ill will towards her or the Jiang family. As they passed the luxurious villas by the West Sea, Jiang Wan slowed her pace, lost in thought. What are you looking at? Are you worried about handling the project poorly? Mu Sheng inquired. Of course not. I was admiring the villa district at the center of the West Sea, Jiang Wan replied, her face alight with longing. The reclamation project had long been completed, and the villas closest to the sea were remnants of past investments, representing the pinnacle of luxury in Jiangnan. Few families could afford to reside there. If I could live there, even my grandfather and Jiang Mulong would not dare to look down on me. Being so close to the West Sea would make my commute much easier. Mu Sheng glanced at the villas, casually stating, this is the construction area of the Mu Group, and several of those buildings have already been purchased and are being renovated. I plan to gift one to you. What are you talking about? Jiang Wan shot him a bewildered look. Gift me? Do you have any idea how expensive those villas are? Over 100,000 per square meter. And the ones with pools are over 1,000 square meters, worth billions. Do you understand what that means? Billions, a sum unattainable for most, yet for Mu Sheng, it was insignificant. With 10 billion in pocket money alone, he could easily afford hundreds of billions if he wished. He had already purchased the villa. Let us go, he smiled, not pressing the matter further. When the renovations were complete, Jiang Wan would understand. Upon returning home, they found Zhao Lin sitting in the living room with a dark expression. Instantly, Mu Sheng sensed something was amiss. Zhao Lin stood up and demanded, why are you two only just returning from the class reunion? There were some delays, Mom. Why are you still awake? Jiang Wan replied nonchalantly, my daughter refuses to speak. Do you have nothing to say? Zhao Lin's gaze was fixed on Mu Sheng as she exclaimed angrily, you spineless coward. I'll give you one chance to confess. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude. Has Zhang Wenjie called you again? Mu Sheng asked nonchalantly. The two had been in frequent contact. It was Zhang Wenjie who had initiated the engagement gift, and now, this situation was not difficult to deduce. Seeing Mu Sheng's calm demeanor, Zhao Lin erupted in furious curses. You coward! You actually let Zhang Wenjie kneel before you? How dare you, a mere Doran's son-in-law, act so boldly? He brought this upon himself by offending me. He deserves to kneel. Mu Sheng replied coldly after glancing at Zhao Lin. Huh, does he care about a coward like you? You must have provoked him first. Zhao Lin retorted, wholly unconvinced. At that moment, Jiang Wan stepped forward, saying, Mom, the situation is not as you imagine. Zhang Wenjie was indeed excessive, which is why Mu Sheng demanded he kneel and apologize. Daughter, I know you have a soft heart, but don't speak up for that spineless coward. Zhao Lin pointed at Mu Sheng, berating him. What can someone like you, who has been coddled since childhood, possibly be worth? You can insult me, but do not involve my parents. Mu Sheng interjected, stepping closer to Zhao Lin, his voice chilling like ice. The mention of parents was Mu Sheng's Achilles heel. Zhao Lin, sensing the murderous intent in his eyes, instinctively recoiled, recalling his actions before leaving. However, with Jiang Wan by her side, Zhao Lin gathered her courage and continued. Do you really think you have a point? If it were not for Jiang Zhengji, you wouldn't even qualify to enter my home. You do not deserve to be called my son-in-law, nor do you have the right to demand an apology from Zhang Wenjie. I tell you, Zhang Wenjie is worthy of Jiang Wan, while you will be expelled from the Jiang family once the agreed time arrives. What are you even worth? Go and call Zhang Wenjie to apologize immediately. Mu Sheng's eyes turned icy. What if I refuse to apologize? Then get out. This is my house. You have no right to stay here. Zhao Lin pointed furiously at the door. Fine. Once I finish renovating the house I bought for Jiang Wan, you won't have the right to move in either, Mu Sheng retorted with a cold smile. In truth, had it not been for Jiang Wan, he would not have stayed here at all. You bought a house? What can you possibly afford? Zhao Lin scoffed mockingly at Mu Sheng's retreating figure. Jiang Wan, growing anxious, rushed after him but was pulled back by Zhao Lin. Mom, what are you doing? This coward dares to talk back to me. I've longed to show him his place. Zhao Lin was seething with rage. He has threatened me more than once. If this continues, will there be no place for me in this house? But Mom, your words are incredibly hurtful. How can you throw Mu Sheng out? Where'd he go? Jiang Wan reproached. Huh, didn't he say he bought a house? Zhao Lin sneered. But you cannot treat him this way. He has worked hard for this family. Without him, my company would have collapsed long ago. Jiang Wan's eyes were red with anger. Just him? What help can he possibly be to your company? Zhao Lin clearly did not believe her. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something and coldly remarked, Jiang Wan, you aren't actually developing feelings for this coward, are you? I assure you, that cannot happen. With only half a month until your father S will is read, once the divorce is finalized, you should be with Zhang Wenjie. Mom, I'll say this once more. I did not like Zhang Wenjie at all, Jiang Wan exclaimed, alarmed at the mention of divorce. Compared to him, Mu Sheng is 1,000 times better. All right, you dare to talk back to me now? I might as well die. My husband is gone, my son-in-law is a coward, and now even my only biological daughter is opposing me. What meaning is there in my life? I might as well end it all. Zhao Lin dramatically threw her hands up, sitting down on the floor and starting to cry and make a scene, with tears welling in her eyes. Jiang Wan looked at her mother and sighed. Is your daughter's happiness in marriage only about money? Mom, if you truly intend to throw Mu Sheng out, then you should throw me out too, Jiang Wan coldly declared before storming out. Chapter 72. Chu Yi. After leaving the Jiang family, Mu Sheng instinctively walked toward Shihai, a cigarette dangling from his lips, gazing at the flowing rain, lost in thought. After 3 years of living with the Jiang family, he had developed some feelings for Jiang Wan. Compared to the passionate days of his past, he had always thought that a mundane life was quite good. However, he now realized he was mistaken. In today's society, being poor was in itself a flaw. To others, the impoverished were seen as wrong even in their very existence. As he stared at the moonlit river, Mu Sheng prepared to head to the villa to check on the renovations when suddenly, he was captivated by a woman by the roadside. The woman had short, sleek hair and was clad in denim, her strong, shapely legs glowing under the light. Chehui. Mu Sheng was momentarily stunned, memories flooding back. Chuze, why are you still looking at that photo? Is this your wife? Don't speak nonsense. This is my sister, Chu Yi. Isn't she beautiful? A man with camouflaged paint on his face laughed from the trench. I tell you, Mu Sheng, you are too old. Do not even think about pursuing my sister. It's impossible. Get lost. Ha ha. 5 years ago, within the Dragon Group, after a brief chat with his teammates, Mu Sheng embarked on his final and most unforgettable mission with the group. That time, it seemed the enemy was aware of all their plans, having laid a trap for them. Everyone perished, leaving only Mu Sheng to miraculously survive. When I joined the Dragon Group, I knew there would come a day of reckoning. I haven't accomplished anything significant in life, so let my life be sacrificed to ensure the captain's escape. Captain, you must survive. If you meet my sister, please take care of her. Finally, on the deck, the wind howled like a drum. With a loud explosion, Mu Sheng leaped from the ship. The once renowned Dragon Group of Donghua country had vanished overnight. An era had come to an end. Mu Sheng, severely injured and unconscious in the water, would have perished had he not encountered Jiang Jingji's family's sightseeing yacht the next day. Now, seeing the sister of an old comrade, Mu Sheng felt a rush of joy. Who are you? How do you know my name? The woman stepped back, her face filled with caution. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Stay back. I know Taekwondo. Mu Sheng, jolted by the woman's exclamation, realized he had become overly excited. I apologize. I encountered an old friend and got a bit overwhelmed. By the way, is your brother named Chu Zhe? Upon hearing the name of his former comrade, the woman's expression turned more puzzled. How do you know my brother? Because I am a close friend of your brother, a friend for life. Mu Sheng's penetrating gaze made her uneasy. He took 2 steps back, stammering, wait. I need to go home and ask my brother first. Checking her phone, Chu Yi, still skeptical, distanced herself from Mu Sheng. To her, he seemed like a stalker, and she suspected he had spied on her and her brother. Sighing helplessly, Mu Sheng quietly followed behind her. Chu Yi hurried along, as if she had something urgent to attend to, turning into a small community and entering a building. Building 7. Mu Sheng silently noted down her address. As he continued up the stairs, he suddenly heard sounds of a quarrel and a scuffle coming from inside an apartment. Don't worry, I will move out in a few days. Once I sell the house, I will return the money to you. Please leave quickly. The room was permeated by a faint scent of decay, the surroundings chaotic and desolate. An impatient voice from a small-time thug broke the silence. Damn it. How much is this rundown place worth? Do you know how much your father owes us? Over 500,000. Now that he's run off. What am I supposed to do if you try to escape? Under the weight of pressure, Chu Yi's voice trembled. Don't worry, I won't run away. I'll pay off this debt for him. Just stop coming after me. I've severed ties with him. Following this, her meek voice continued. You all should leave first. The sounds of smashing and wrecking had ceased, and one could only imagine that the few appliances and furniture in the room had been utterly destroyed by the thugs. Huh, you think you can just cut ties? How the hell should I know where your father is hiding? Let me tell you, if we don't get the money today, we won't be leaving. But, considering your decent looks, let me collect a bit of interest first. What do you want? Era, grab her. Once I'm done having my fun, she'll be yours. A loud crash echoed as the bare-chested thug lunged toward Chu Yi. But suddenly, the iron door was flung open and a wave of icy suffocation rushed into the room, as if someone had seized the thug by the throat. If you dare lay a finger on her, I'll make you wish you were never born. Mu Sheng's voice was as cold as ice. He had never anticipated such a scene unfolding in Chu Yi's home. The thought of his fallen comrades' kin being subjected to such humiliation filled him with rage. Who the hell are you? This is none of your business. Better get lost. Sanlong is under the Black Lord's command. Do you know what happens to those who cross him in Jiangnan City? The leader of the thugs glared at the suddenly entered Mu Sheng, his expression icy, eyes filled with bloodlust, and the invisible pressure he exuded made them tremble. He assumed Mu Sheng was merely a friend of Chu Yi's, enraged by her mistreatment. However, though startled, he was not afraid. Who in Jiangnan City didn't he know the notorious Black Lord? Stalker? How did you follow me here? Chu Yi, pressed against the wall, looked up at Mu Sheng in surprise. Stalker? Mu Sheng was taken aback. It turned out Chu Yi had mistaken him for someone tracking her, explaining her hurried escape earlier. Big brother, please help me. My father owes them money, and they're going to hurt me. Chu Yi's voice trembled with desperation. She understood the gravity of the situation. The only one who could save her was the man before her, albeit her hopes felt bleak. Oh, I thought you were a hero, but you're just as bad as the rest. The thug leader sneered at her, calling him stalker. Before I get angry, kneel and bow to me 3 times, and I might let you off. Who knows, after I'm done with my brothers, you might even get my leftovers. I don't want to resort to violence in front of a child. Mu Sheng's brow twitched, a surge of murderous intent emanating from his chest. I'll give you 30 seconds to kneel and bow 3 times, then crawl out. His voice thundered with authority. What did you say? Kneel? Sanlong laughed uproariously. Who do you think you are? Even if you kneel now, it's too late. 10 seconds left. Mu Sheng glanced at his watch. He then turned to Chu Yi, gently taking her hand. Chu Yi, this place is too old. Let us move out. I'll find you a new place to stay. Chu Yi, not that. Still in a daze. They stepped toward the door. What, you want to leave? Don't want her to see you kneeling? Sanlong laughed. Now I understand why you gave 30 seconds. It's to let her out first to save yourself from embarrassment. As they approached the exit, Sanlong moved forward, placing a hand on Mu Sheng's shoulder, intending to force him to kneel. Bang! Just as Sanlong reached out, Mu Sheng suddenly sidestepped, gripping his right hand and thrusting it forward. Crack! Sanlong's hand was caught in the door frame as it slammed down. The sound of bones snapping echoed in everyone's ears. My hand! My hand! Sanlong wailed in agony. Damn it! Everyone get him! Kill him! With that, the bulliest thug, Eru, charged at Mu Sheng, wielding an iron rod aimed at his head, while the others surged forward. Sanlong, clutching his severed hand, grinned maliciously. No matter how tough you are, can you take on a crowd? Mu Sheng remained silent, responding only with his fists. Bang! A loud crash reverberated as one thug was sent flying, crashing into the coffee table, shattering cups in the process. Sanlong's expression froze. He hadn't even seen how Mu Sheng had struck. Time us up. Mu Sheng glanced at his watch, stepping forward, his gaze landing on Sanlong, transforming into a fearsome figure with icy, murderous eyes. Sanlong hesitated for less than a second before immediately kneeling, banging his head 3 times on the floor. A strong premonition gripped him. If he didn't kneel, he might die here. Mu Sheng retracted his murderous intent, casually wiping his hands. I hope you never appear in front of her again, or else. Absolutely not. Never again. Sam Long trembled, not daring to raise his head from now on. She is my ancestor. I'll crawl away if I see her. Let us go. Mu Sheng walked over to Chu Yi. Chu Yi followed Mu Sheng, still in shock, realizing the so-called stalker was actually a formidable expert, a super expert. They left the neighborhood, while the thugs remained inside, kneeling amidst the wreckage and blood. Mu Sheng would not allow Chu Yi to return to that dilapidated place, so he found a hotel to settle her down. The receptionist eyed them curiously, intentionally mentioning only having a double room, causing Chu Yi's face to flush crimson. Uncle Mu, do you really know my brother? After much deliberation, Chu Yi finally asked. Mu Sheng's expression darkened. Uncle? He was barely in his 20s. I meant brother Mu. Chu Yi quickly corrected herself. My brother left home years ago, saying he joined a big company and sent money home every year. But later, he said he had to go abroad for work, and I lost contact with him. My father gambles every day, spending all the money my brother sent. I've written to him countless times and even visited the police station, but there was no news. It's been 3 years. I just want to know where he is. I miss him so much. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, buried in her hands. Having carried the weight of her family's troubles alone for 3 years, she finally found someone to confide in and couldn't hold back her sorrow. Mu Sheng hadn't anticipated her sudden outburst. He embraced Chu Yi, feeling at a loss, the truth about her brother's demise still lodged in his throat. You and your brother are currently engaged in a significant business deal abroad, leaving him unable to spare any time, which is why I was asked to return and take care of you. Really? Chu Yi's eyes brimmed with tears, and Mu Sheng felt the warmth pressing against his chest. Realizing that this girl was quite remarkable, he shifted his gaze and reassured her, do not worry, your brother's fine. Then, I call my brother? I miss him so much, Chu Yi said, her eyes glistening with tears. I'm afraid that's not possible. Why? Is that request too excessive? Chu Yi expressed her dissatisfaction. No, it's not excessive. However, your brother is currently in an uninhabited area and cannot make any calls. Not wishing to dwell on the subject any further, Mu Sheng redirected the conversation. Chu Yi, you can stay here for now. Once the Shihai Villa is renovated, you'll be able to move in. As for tuition and living expenses, I have some money on this card that you can use for the time being. Mu Sheng handed her a bank card, placing it in her pocket. The Shihai Villa? Isn't that a place only the wealthy can afford? Mugo, are you quite wealthy? Cheui bilinkit in surprise. Just a little money, not comparable to your brother. Mu Sheng replied with a smile, tinged with bitterness. To sacrifice oneself for the country, that is true heroism. Upon exiting the hotel, Mu Sheng went to inspect the renovation progress of the Shihai Villa. Given the current pace, it was expected to be completed in about half a month. Rest assured, Jiangze, I will take good care of your sister. He murmured as he gazed at the river scenery, adding with conviction, I pledge my life on it. Memories of his once glorious days flooded his mind like scenes from a film. Do not worry, brother. I, Mu Sheng, will never forget your grievances. Jiang Wan walked out of her home and found her way to the Shihai district. Upon seeing Mu Sheng standing alone by the river, she could not help but stop. Under the dim light of the street lamps, his solitary figure appeared elongated, gazing at the river with a subtle expression of a hero in twilight. Jiang Wan felt a pang in her heart, reflecting on the years of Mu Sheng's tireless dedication and his current plight. She realized she had rarely understood him, even once regarding him as a spineless individual. With reddened eyes, she approached Mu Sheng. Chapter 74. Unworthy of entry, what are you doing out here? Mu Sheng turned in surprise upon seeing Jiang Wan. I'm sorry. Tears streamed down Jiang Wan's face as she hurriedly embraced him. Are you all right? Feeling the warmth in his arms and the faint fragrance at her nose, Mu Sheng's heart stirred, and he held her tightly. Mu Sheng, I am sorry. It's because of me that you've had to endure so much at home, Jiang Wan said, her voice trembling as she held him. I apologize on behalf of my mother. Will you return home with me? Mu Sheng took a deep breath and nodded. All right. Thank you. Jiang Wan wiped the tears from her eyes. It's nothing. I don't blame you. He shook his head. From now on, as long as I am here, I will ensure my mother does not criticize you. Jiang Wan said earnestly, I will change my mother's perspective and make her accept you. Hearing this, Mu Sheng felt a flicker of emotion and teased. So, it seems I will be relying on my esteemed wife from now on? I've always been more capable than you. It's my duty to support you. Jiang Wan finally smiled, her chest puffed out with pride. When they returned home, Zhao Lin was already back in her room. Perhaps due to Jiang Wan's earlier threats or other reasons, Zhao Lin merely scoffed upon seeing Mu Sheng, her attitude remaining cold and distant. Nevertheless, Mu Sheng paid no mind. He focused on doing what was necessary. 2 days later, the highly anticipated press conference of the Mu Corporation commenced, awaited eagerly by all the prominent families of Jiangnan. They understood that securing even a small project could significantly elevate their family status, and the moment had finally arrived. At the exhibition center, reporters surrounded the entrance, and numerous companies moved swiftly to obtain invitations, each guest striding confidently into the venue. Those without invitations remained undeterred, waiting outside in hopes of catching a glimpse of the Mu Corporation's figures. These noble families from Yinjing knew that even a minor project leak could suffice for their sustenance. Jiang Wan, you've arrived. Zhang Wenjie, who had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time, waved and approached her. Beside him stood 10 high school classmates whom he had brought along. Jiang Wan, wearing sunglasses, felt no desire to associate with them. Upon spotting Zhang Wenjie, she coldly nodded and walked towards the venue. Zhang Wenjie remained unperturbed, following her with a smug expression. By the way, where's your husband? He inquired, flanked by his classmates, who had gained entry through him, thus forming a circle around him. Indeed, where is that spineless fellow Mu Sheng? Didn't he say he would come? They chimed in, mocking. Ha ha, perhaps he was just boasting. How could that coward possibly have the qualifications to be here? Does he think he deserves an invitation from Su Zebang? Yi Kuei surveyed the attendees, noting many from first-rate families, yet Mu Sheng was nowhere to be found. Yi Kuei, mind your words. How dare you speak so casually of Su Lao's name? Zhang Wenjie admonished coldly. He may present himself as a director of a company, but everyone in attendance knew Su Zebang was from the Mu family. Yi Kuei immediately covered his mouth, silenced. Zhang Wenjie reveled in his status, nodding satisfactorily as he continued. As for that spineless Mu Sheng, do you really believe his words? Look around. Who here doesn't possess millions or billions? What right does he have to be here? Indeed, the others echoed in agreement. But if he doesn't show up, then when he encounters someone later, he'll likely have to kneel and bark like a dog. Yi Kuei chuckled, glancing at Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan's expression hardened, and she remained silent. That morning, when she awoke, Mu Sheng was still asleep. Truthfully, she was uncertain whether he would come. I doubt he will. As they entered the hall and stood at the entrance for a moment without spotting Mu Sheng, Zhang Wenjie feigned disappointment, shaking his head. I thought he might sneak in. It seems he lacks even the courage for that. I suppose I'll need to adopt a dog from now on. Laughter erupted among the group. With such a powerful master as Zhang Wenjie, Mu Sheng likely wouldn't have the chance to be happy. Indeed, otherwise, why would he gamble? Perhaps he wishes to curry favor with you. Wenjie, someone added. Who would have thought that this coward is rather clever? The classmates continued their teasing, showing no regard for Mu Sheng's dignity. Even Zhang Wenjie sneered. Viewing Mu Sheng's reliance on others as a foregone conclusion, forget it. Having such a spineless leech is enough to infuriate anyone. Upon entering the venue and taking their designated seats, the room gradually filled with attendees as time dragged on, yet Mu Sheng remained absent. And Zhang Wenjie grew increasingly confident in his assumptions. At the top floor of the Imperial Club, Su Zebang reclined on a sofa, addressing Gu Sun. Are you satisfied with this contract? Satisfied, of course. Gu Sun replied eagerly, grinning widely. He initially thought that although he had befriended Su Zebang, this was ultimately a project of the Mu family. It was said that there were no friends in business. He would be content to earn a few billion from this deal. To his astonishment, Mr. Su directly entrusted 1/3 of the collaborative project to him, which, upon completion, promised profits in the billions. Gu Mushuan was overjoyed and eagerly nodded in agreement. Mr. Su, the time for the press conference has arrived, and many are awaiting your appearance. A secretary announced at the door. The guests and reporters had gathered, awaiting the official commencement of the event. Indeed, Shibing, it's time for you to make your entrance. Everyone is eagerly anticipating it, Gu Mushuan remarked, nodding. No rush, Su Zebang replied calmly. The protagonist today is not me. Not you? Then who is it? Gu Mushuan furrowed his brow, puzzled. Could there be someone more formidable than Su Zebang present today? This individual is the overall leader of this project. You should be familiar with him, Su Zebang said, rising and heading toward the door. Gu Mushuan, unable to contain his curiosity, implored, Zebing, please don't keep me in suspense. I truly cannot fathom who could be more qualified to oversee this project than you. Su Zebing remained silent as he approached a presidential suite and pushed open the door. A young man stood within, gazing silently out at the view. Mu. Brother Mu Gu Mushuan was utterly stunned. Chapter 75. Mr. Mu Brother Mu Gu Mushuan's mouth opened, his expression frozen in disbelief. The youth in the suite was none other than the familiar figure of Mu Sheng. Despite Gu Mushuan's high regard for him, the moment he saw Mu Sheng, he was still taken aback. He never imagined that the esteemed individual Su Zebang spoke of, the head of this project, would be Mu Sheng. Mr. Mu, Su Zebang respectfully addressed at the door. Come in, Mu Sheng turned to reply. Su Zebang entered, holding the contract with reverence. Young Master Mu. The contracts with the Jiang and Gu families have been drafted. Would you like to review them? Grandfather Gu, do you have any suggestions regarding this contract? Mu Sheng inquired, turning his head. No, we of the Gu family are already quite satisfied to receive this contract. Gu Mushuan hastily nodded, his heart racing as he gazed at Mu Sheng. Initially, he believed Su Zebang and Mu Sheng merely shared a friendly rapport. However, it now appeared that Mu Sheng likely had connections to the Mu family. Su Zebang was the spokesperson for the Mu family in Jiangnan, and gaining his acknowledgement indicated an extraordinary status. No wonder there were rumors outside that the Mu group extended an olive branch to Jiangwan. It was all due to Mu Sheng's involvement. Let us proceed, Mu Sheng said indifferently, stepping out the door with an imposing aura that left Gu Mushuan rooted in place. Seeing Mu Sheng's retreating figure, Gu Mushuan finally regained his senses and, lowering his voice, asked Old Su, what exactly is Mu Sheng's status? Why not inquire yourself? Su Zebing replied with a wry smile. Without Mu Sheng's command, he dared not disclose his identity. How could I dare? Gu Mushuan's face flushed crimson. Then ponder it slowly. After all, being with him brings us no harm. Su Zebing chuckled at Gu Mushuan's flustered state before following closely behind Mu Sheng. Gu Mushuan opened his mouth to ask another question, but ultimately shook his head and sighed. At the same time, a subtle worry crept into his heart. How could such an individual be relegated to a mere figure in the Jiang family? What were his true motives? Moreover, he had learned that his granddaughter, Gu Qingxian, had already developed feelings for him, which represented both a boon and a threat for Qingxian. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Mushuan clenched his teeth and decided not to dwell on it further. Since he chose to trust Mu Sheng, he would wholeheartedly cooperate with him. Deep within, he felt a strong premonition that following this young man might lead him back to the Gu family in Yanjing. The press conference had already commenced for half an hour, but Su Zebang and the others had yet to appear, leaving those in attendance perplexed. However, no one dared to voice complaints. As this was a project of the Mu group, and even if he did not attend today, no one would dare to utter a word of dissent. Len Ye, why hasn't Mr. Su arrived yet? Wasn't the press conference supposed to start at 2? A classmate seated nearby remarked, scanning the room. He had prepared extensively for this project and was eager to begin. It doesn't matter whether Mr. Su comes or not. After all, that good-for-nothing Mu Sheng is not qualified to be here. I truly wonder what sort of ridiculous expression he will have when he meets Director Zhang in the future. Another classmate laughed. Yi Kuei could not help but snicker, envisioning Mu Sheng's embarrassment. What is the hurry? After all, that good-for-nothing will learn how to bark like a dog every time he meets Director Zhang. We have plenty of time ahead. The crowd erupted in laughter. But what if this good-for-nothing has a change of heart? Someone suddenly inquired. He dares? Zhang Wenjie replied with a sinister smile. If he dares to back out, I'll have someone break both his legs. At that moment, the atmosphere in the venue grew lively as numerous elite families and business associations rose to greet each other. Hello, Mr. Su. You look as spirited as ever, Mr. Su. Wishing Mr. Su good health. Regarding this cooperation, a luxury car halted outside, and Su Zebang and Gu Mushuan emerged, making their way toward the exhibition center. Flanking them were various conversations, while Gu Qingxian waved from her seat, complaining, Grandfather, why did you take so long to arrive? Director Zhang, I can't be mistaken. That fellow is Mu Sheng. I assenti it? Just then, Yi Kuei pointed toward the entrance. As Su Zebang and Gu Mushuan entered the venue, a young man in a suit discreetly walked in, and to Zhang Wenjie's surprise, it was indeed Mu Sheng. How'd he get in? Indeed, and judging by the security's demeanor, it seems they didn't stop him at all. I clearly saw that he didn't even pull out an invitation. The crowd began to murmur about Mu Sheng. Zhang Wenjie was momentarily taken aback. But soon a cold smile crept onto his face. Haha, I wonder how he managed to enter. It turns out he planned to sneak in amidst the chaos when Mr. Su arrived. This good-for-nothing has quite the tricks up his sleeve. Let's go. Since we're old friends, let us greet him. A few people rose to follow, with Zhang Wenjie calling out, "Oh, isn't this Mu Sheng?" Blocked by the crowd. Mu Sheng halted, responding coolly, "Is there something you need?" "Nothing much. I just saw someone trying to sneak in under false pretenses and thought I'd kindly remind him." Zhang Wenjie grinned. "Indeed, good for nothing. Do you have an invitation?" Yi Kuei added with a sneer. "None," Mu Sheng replied calmly. "Oh right, I almost forgot." Yi Kuei suddenly slapped his forehead, sarcastically stating, "Didn't you say Mr. Su personally invited you?" "Mr. Su is right up ahead. Why don't you go greet him?" "I've already done so." Unfazed by their mockery, Mu Sheng merely glanced at them and continued forward. To him, their statuses were akin to mere insects on the roadside. He wouldn't waste time engaging with them. "Damn, you worthless fool really think you have the ability to sneak in here?" Zhang Wenjie seethed with rage at being ignored. "Sir, the conference is about to begin. Please remain quiet." A security guard soon approached and stated. Zhang Wenjie immediately quieted down, knowing better than to act out in such a venue. He could only glare at Mu Sheng with malice in his eyes, silently plotting to find a moment after the event to force Mu Sheng to kneel before him and beg like a dog. As Mu Sheng made his way toward the backstage, he suddenly heard someone calling his name from behind. Turning around, he saw Jiang Wan hastily approaching him. "You really came?" Jiang Wan exclaimed, her face alight with joy. She had spotted Mu Sheng upon entering, but had avoided dealing with Zhang Wenjie and his group, waiting until Mu Sheng left before following him. "Would I dare to deceive you?" Mu Sheng smiled as he replied. "However, how did you manage to obtain the invitation letter?" Jiang Wan inquired with curiosity, her eyes scanning up and down. At that moment, Su Zebing had already taken the stage, microphone in hand, declaring, "Welcome everyone to the Mu Group's press conference. I am Su Zebing, a director of Mu Ran Company and the project leader for this endeavor. Here with us is one of our partners, the esteemed head of the Gu family of Jiangnan, Gu Mushuan." Gu Mushuan rose and cupped his hands in greeting, prompting a wave of enthusiastic applause from the audience. Given the Gu family's prestigious background in Yanjing and their status as a top-tier family in Jiangnan, it was no surprise they were involved in the collaboration. It is said that we should employ the wise rather than rely on kinship. As I am now advanced in years and not as vigorous, we have recruited a fresh talent for this project. Su Zebing continued with a smile. "Allow me to introduce Mr. Mu, the general manager of the West Sea project at Mu Group." The audience erupted in applause once more. Mu Sheng adjusted his tie and walked toward the stage. Jiang Wan instinctively thought to reach for Mu Sheng, but hesitated, her expression one of disbelief. In her eyes, Mu Sheng was stepping confidently onto the stage, taking a seat beside Su Zebing. Applause filled the room, yet Zhang Wenjie and his companions remained silent, rendered speechless by shock. They had not anticipated that the young talent Su Zebing referred to was, in fact, Mu Sheng. How could this be? How could this so-called waste of a person be the one? Yi Kuei's face darkened considerably. He had envisioned a scene of Mu Sheng kneeling before him and had even planned to capture the moment for social media, only to be doused by the cold reality before him. Zhang Wenjie took a deep breath, his expression and demeanor gravely serious. He could not fathom how Mu Sheng had ascended to the stage and was appointed as the project leader by Su Zebing. Yet, the scene unfolded right before his eyes. When Mu Sheng took his place at the center stage, Su Zebing graciously vacated his seat for him, leaving the audience in astonishment. A man so young, possessing the authority to influence the Mu Group's projects. What on earth was happening? It seemed the power to dictate life and death in this matter lay firmly in his hands. Had they known to curry favor with him earlier, they would have seized the opportunity to present him with gifts while he was still accessible. Alas! Who could have predicted that Su Zebing would choose an outsider to oversee such a significant affair? These remarks were particularly irksome to Zhang Wenjie and his companions, especially since he had boasted to his classmates just days prior about his connections and status as a director at Mu Ran Company. Now, in comparison to Mu Sheng, he felt utterly diminished. The allocation of this project was straightforward. Mu Sheng spoke calmly. The West Sea Villa project will be managed by the Gu family, while the Ping District properties will be overseen by Jiang Wan from the Jiang family. The remaining third of the project will be handled directly by Mu Ran Company. This is my allocation. The audience erupted in applause once more, taken aback by Mu Sheng's decisive division of the project into 3 segments. Yet also intrigued. What family was this Jiang family he mentioned? It was no wonder they were puzzled. The Jiang family was a second-tier family, and in Jiangnan, with dozens of such families, it was not surprising that they had not heard of them. Jiang Wan, watching from the audience, could hardly conceal her delight as she remarked, "Is this the assistance you promised to leave for me within the Jiang family? It is indeed a delightful surprise." The Ping District properties represented a project worth billions. Collaboration with Jiang Wan would elevate her status within the Jiang family to unprecedented heights. At that moment, Jiang Wan comprehended the true reason behind the Mu family's initial offer of support. It was all due to Mu Sheng. "I merely confirmed the project partners," he concluded, then took a seat. "Su, please continue." "Su, please proceed," Mu Sheng reiterated as he settled down. "Indeed," Su Zebing replied, taking the microphone. One by one, the prominent family heads from the audience surged forward, eager to engage Su Zebing. Although the partners for the Mu group had been established, there remained intricate details to resolve. Even the smallest advantage gleaned from such affluent families could yield substantial returns. As the press conference progressed into its later stages, Mu Sheng eventually descended from the stage. "Young Master Mu, do you truly have no intention of managing the Mu group?" "Su Zebing zet pet fun in quit baksta." Mu Sheng shook his head, stating, "Su, you're well aware of my previous endeavors. My expertise lies in combat and healing. Yet I am utterly unversed in business affairs. Therefore, it would be best for the company to remain under your stewardship while I take a back seat. However, this opportunity could serve to establish your reputation. Even if it ends in complete loss, it matters not. The elder master cares little." Mu Sheng was at a loss for words. Indeed, the wealthy could be quite capricious, spending billions merely to restore their name. Although he understood his father's intentions to make amends for the indignities he had faced over the past 3 years, Mu Sheng shook his head. "It is sufficient for me to make a brief appearance. If I become too prominent, it may hinder my ability to operate effectively." "Very well. Su Zebing note that. Then, what the upcoming banquet? Attend as you wish. I have other matters to attend to," Mu Sheng replied, waving his hand dismissively as he exited. Meanwhile, most attendees had congregated for the celebratory banquet, although they would not reap immediate benefits. Forging connections with Su or the Gu family could prove advantageous in the long run. "Master," Gu Qingxian called out cheerfully from behind, waving her hand. "Why have you come out?" Mu Sheng turned to inquire. "Since you are not attending the banquet, it holds little appeal for me as well." Gu Qingxian shrugged casually. "But master, you are truly remarkable. You not only excel in healing and combat, but also possess acumen in business. The cunning of such merchants is what I find most challenging." Mu Sheng chuckled. "I am merely fortunate." "Indeed, just a fortunate waste," a resentful voice interjected nearby. Zhang Wenjie and his companions had been denied entry to the celebratory banquet at Mu Sheng's behest and were unceremoniously ejected. As they reached the entrance, Zhang Wenjie, upon spotting Mu Sheng, could not contain his anger. "Mu Sheng, you are well aware that your fortune is the only reason you have assumed the role of leader. In terms of true authority, you are beneath me, a mere director. Otherwise, you would not share my fate of being barred from this banquet. The Mu family merely regards you as expendable trash. I warn you not to revel too soon. In my eyes, you will always be a waste." "Oh," Mu Sheng replied nonchalantly, casting a glance at Zhang Wenjie, who seemed little more than a clown in his eyes, unworthy of eliciting any ire from him. "We shall see. You pathetic fool." Zhang Wenjie seethed. Yet, as he turned to leave, those around him remained still, instinctively gravitating toward Mu Sheng, wearing smiles of obsequiousness. "Mu Sing, no. It is now appropriate to call you Director Mu. Do you recall me? I toasted you at the reunion." "Indeed, Mu Sheng back in high school. Jiang Wan and I were desk mates. Perhaps we could share a meal sometime? Director Mu, here's my business card." Witnessing this scene, Zhang Wenjie was left dumbfounded, his fingers trembling with rage as he pointed at the crowd. "What are you doing?" The group turned to glance at Zhang Wenjie, disregarding him entirely. Those who could generate profit were the true masters. Zhang Wenjie had become obsolete, and there was no reason to curry favor with him. It was far wiser to befriend Mu Sheng, for he might consider altering the project allocations, possibly yielding substantial gains. "You will regret this," Zhang Wenjie fumed, nearly exploding with anger. Just as he was about to storm off, Mu Sheng stepped forward, blocking his path. "I nearly forgot. You mentioned that if I appeared at the press conference, you would kneel and bark like a dog, correct? Mu Sheng gazed at Zhang Wenjie, his tone indifferent. Who do you think you are? You think you can command me? Get out of my way. Zhang Wenjie retorted, turning on his heel, clearly intent on evading accountability. Chapter 77. The Three Rules. How dare you? You pathetic coward. Issue orders to me? Zhang Wenjie scoffed coldly before turning to leave, dismissing Mu Sheng's words entirely. At that moment, a frigid voice emerged from behind him. Su Zebang approached with a glacial expression. Su Zenedo. Zhang Wenjie turned back, almost doubting his own eyes. How could this worthless Mu Sheng command the attention of Su General? Even though he had become the project leader, he wouldn't even be granted entry to the banquet. Su Zebang was not one to show him any courtesy. Su General, I was just. Zhang Wenjie stuttered, trembling at the thought of crossing his superior. Before he could finish, Gu Qingxian interjected, Su Grandpa, this guy is backing out of our agreement. He promised to kneel and bark like a dog. Yet now he attempts to evade. Zhang Wenjie's face turned crimson with shame. He had initially believed he could escape this predicament, as Mu Sheng held no power or influence. What could he do? But now, Su General and Gu Qingxian were both involved. Zhang Wenjie, do you remember your wager? You said that if I attended the press conference, you would bark like a dog in front of me. Did I misstate anything? Mu Sheng regarded Zhang Wenjie coolly. Kneel and bark like a dog. Zhang Wenjie found himself momentarily speechless. He had never believed Mu Sheng would show up at the press conference, which was why he had agreed to the bet. If he truly knelt down, the incident would undoubtedly spread like wildfire across social media, and his reputation would be utterly ruined. Zhang Wenjie, you would be wise to honor our agreement. Otherwise, our company will reassess your credibility and consider your termination. Moreover, no company in Jiangnan will dare to employ you apart from Yuan Corporation, Su Zebang threatened. Zhang Wenjie's face drained of color. Panic gripped him. Losing his job was one thing, but if Su General intervened, it could jeopardize his father's position as well. He would have nowhere to turn in all of Jiangnan. Zhang Wenjie gritted his teeth. To kneel or not to kneel? Kneeling would be humiliating, yet refusing would make him a target for the entire Jiangnan. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately chose to kneel obediently and bark like a dog. The classmates surrounding him fell silent for a moment before erupting into peals of laughter. Zhang Wenjie, kneeling on the ground, felt his face burn with shame and resentment. Mu Sheng, this is all your fault. Just wait. I, Zhang Wenjie, will not rest until I have my revenge. One day, I will trample you beneath my feet and repay this humiliation tenfold. You merely clung to Su General's coattails. Once you lose your usefulness, you will be discarded like the trash you are. As Jiang Wan approached, she paused in surprise. Ha ha ha, Miss Jiang, this is Zhang Wenjie's dog act. Yi Kuei explained with laughter. Indeed, just look at how well he performs. If a perfect score is 100, I would give him 101. He resembles my dog even more than my dog does. If I had brought a bone, I would have thrown it to him. The classmates continued to chuckle. It was evident that Su Zebang was targeting Jiang Mulong, and by mocking Zhang Wenjie, he might even gain Su General's favor. After all, the name Su Zebang carried immense weight in Jiangnan. Jiang Wan, witnessing the scene, suddenly covered her mouth and let out a giggle. Zhang Wenjie, kneeling there, felt as though he could die from embarrassment. Yet, he dared not rise, cursing Mu Sheng in his heart. I'll kneel here until the banquet ends, and if I don't see you afterward, just wait. Su Zebang gestured toward the door and, with a nod to Mu Sheng, returned to the banquet. Zhang Wenjie glared at the retreating figures, gritting his teeth, yet remained on his knees, muttering curses. You worthless scum, when the Gu family kicks you out, I want to see you beg for death. Though he spat insults, Zhang Wenjie remained kneeling, too fearful to move. He no longer had the luxury of offending Su General. Once outside the venue, Gu Qingxian and Jiang Wan walked side by side, captivating the attention of many. However, Mu Sheng, caught between them, felt quite uncomfortable. Jiang Wan cast a wary glance at Mu Sheng, instinctively blocking his arm. The air was thick with tension. Gu Qingxian furtively assessed Jiang Wan. Despite her pride, she could not deny that Jiang Wan was exceptionally beautiful. Yet, she was not to be outdone. Master, how did I perform this time? Gu Qingxian suddenly asked, puffing out her chest. Master? Jiang Wan exclaimed in disbelief. Mu Sheng, you've taken on a disciple? Mu Sheng shook his head vigorously. She asked, joking. I have no disciple. Seeing Jiang Wan's astonished expression, Gu Qingxian felt a swell of triumph, and waved her hand. Master, I'll take my leave now. You're welcome to visit my home next time. You've been to her house? Jiangwan exploded. No, how could I have gone to her house? Mu Shen protested, glancing at Jiangwan. Then swear it. I swear, I've never been to Gu Qingshuan's home. Mu Shen sighed, feeling helpless as Gu Qingshuan's loose tongue had put him in a precarious position. Upon hearing this, Jiangwan's expression softened slightly, but she still marched ahead, fuming. Mu Sheng chuckled wryly and hurried to catch up. Why are you chasing after me? Go find your precious disciple. Jiangwan snapped, shaking off Mu Sheng's arm. What if I really go to find her? Mu Sheng asked, pretending to turn away. You dare. Jiangwan's cheeks flushed as she pointed angrily at him. If you do, I swear I'll. At this, Mu Sheng instinctively clutched his legs, feeling a chill run down his spine. Seeing his frightened demeanor, Jiangwan finally smiled triumphantly. I'm your wife. Though my attitude toward you has not been the best these past 3 years, I'm still your wife. Thus, from today onward, I shall lay down 3 rules. Go ahead, Mu Sheng replied with a wry smile. He knew refusing would only prolong the inevitable. First, you are not to see Gu Qingxian from now on, Jiangwan declared. This, Mu Sheng hesitated. He still had business to attend to with Gu Mushuan. And what if Gu Qingxian were around? After a moment, he added, the Gu family has helped us quite a bit. Not meeting them would be like cutting ties. Then from today onwards, you are not to seek out Gu Qingxian first, Jiangwan amended after some thought. Fine, Mu Sheng conceded. For he held no feelings for Gu Qingxian anyway. Point 2. Jiangwan continued, raising a finger. From now on, you must call me wife when we are outside. Not a problem, Mu Sheng agreed without hesitation. Noticing Jiangwan hesitating over the third point, he asked, what is the third rule? The third point is, Jiangwan's face flushed crimson, as if summoning great courage. She finally uttered, you need not sleep in separate rooms anymore. You can come to my room. Her voice was barely audible, and Mu Sheng strained to hear. What? Nothing, just 2 points. Jiangwan abruptly changed her tune and quickened her pace, striding ahead. Mu Sheng suddenly understood something, left stunned, his heart aching as if he could not breathe. Chapter 78. Compensation early the next morning. As Mu Sheng prepared to head out for breakfast, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he found Jiang Sanyi and several others standing there with grim expressions, and Jiang Mulong lurking behind, casting a malicious glance at him. Grandfather, what brings you here? Mu Sheng asked, somewhat surprised. Without uttering a word, Jiang Sanyi and the others entered the living room. The small space quickly felt crowded with relatives, and only Jiang Sanyi took a seat, while the others stood nearby, looking ready to accuse him. Grandfather? Jiangwan rubbed her eyes as she stepped out of the bedroom, her face a portrait of shock. Zhao Lin was also stirred awake by the commotion in the living room, just as she prepared to unleash a tirade. The sight of Jiang Sanyi and others quelled her fury, and she obediently stood aside. The atmosphere in the living room was suffused with a solemn air. You spineless wretch, I never imagined you possessed such capability. Managing to establish connections with the Gu family and General Su, Jiang Mulong remarked with a sinister tone. Standing nearby, what relationship do I have with General Su? That seems irrelevant to you, Mu Sheng replied nonchalantly. Jiang Mulong's gaze turned icy. What audacity did this spineless wretch possess? The Jiang family had learned of the events at the press conference yesterday, and it was only then they understood that the appointment of Jiang Wan as the person in charge of Mu Ran Company stemmed from this spineless wretch. They were utterly baffled as to what merit this coward had that could earn him General Su's favor. Was it Dr. Liu who introduced you? Jiang Sanyi suddenly interjected coldly. Yes, Mu Sheng nodded, uninterested in elaborating. Why didn't you mention this sooner? If we hadn't watched the press conference, I would still be oblivious to this connection. Jiang Mulong scolded, pointing a finger at Mu Sheng. Mu Sheng cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Mulong, a cold smile gracing his lips. Why should I inform you? You. Jiang Mulong was incensed, smoke practically emanating from his ears. This coward dared to act so brazenly before him. Fine, this has already transpired. I won't hold it against you, Jiang Sanyi said, an undercurrent of anger in his voice. However, you must do something to make amends to the Jiang family. Make amends? A hint of a sardonic smile played on Mu Sheng's lips. It was absurd that they were seeking recompense for the situation. He inquired, what exactly does Sanyi wish for me to do? Quite simply, since you are acquainted with old Su, assist our Jiang family by speaking a few good words on our behalf. Ideally, we would like to secure some collaborative projects, Jiang Sanyi stated. Didn't Jiang Wan already secure the housing project? Mu Xing asked knowingly. At this, Jiang Mulong grew anxious and snapped. That's not a collaboration with the Jiang family. You merely utilized your own connections to procure it for Jiang Wan. In the end, it merely benefits you. Jiang Sanyi remained seated, his expression dark as water. He had only one grandson, whom he cherished dearly. Last night, Jiang Mulong had come to him, asserting that Mu Sheng harbored intentions to subvert the Jiang family, wanting to control the entire clan through Jiang Wan. Now, observing Mu Sheng's demeanor, was he truly intent on swallowing the Jiang family whole? The Jiang family must never fall into the hands of an outsider. Mu Shen, I am not referring to the project awarded to Jiang Wan, but rather to the collaborative projects for Jiang Mulong, Jiang Sanyi coldly stated. No, Mu Sheng firmly refused. Jiang Sanye's eyes widened in fury. This coward dared to refuse him. Zhao Lin, witnessing this, became anxious and rebuked. Coward, how dare you speak to grandfather in such a manner? Are you not aware of your place? Apologize at once. Mu Sheng ignored Zhao Lin, continuing, Grandfather, for the past 3 years, you have treated Jiang Wan like an outsider, offering scant assistance, and even when Jiang Mulong schemed against her, you favored Jiang Mulong. Under such circumstances, how can you expect me to help? His voice was clear and resonant. The relatives of the Jiang family stood dumbfounded, unable to believe that Mu Sheng had the audacity to speak such words. Although what he said was true, had he considered the repercussions of his statements? After all, the Jiang family was still under the dominion of Jiang Sanyi. Jiang Wan stood to the side, her eyes brimming with tears. She covered her mouth, murmuring, Mu Sheng? Only she understood that all of Mu Sheng's actions were for her sake. However, if you wish for my assistance, it is not an impossibility. Just as Jiang Sanyi was on the verge of erupting in fury, Mu Sheng spoke softly. It is quite simple. If you appoint Jiang Wan as the future head of the Jiang family, I will ensure the Jiang family secures additional collaborative projects. Father, please do not acquiesce to this good-for-nothing's demands. Chun Shui exclaimed in a panic. Grandfather, how can Mu Sheng dare to make demands of you? We must insist that Jiang Wan divorce him immediately. Otherwise, he will never regard us with any respect. Jiang Mulong insisted. The position of family head rightfully belongs to him. It could never belong to Jiang Wan, and he would not permit such a possibility to occur. The person married to him is me. What right do you have to meddle? Zhan Van asserted, stepping firmly beside Mu Shen. This scene astonished the relatives. They had always perceived Jiang Wan as someone who would never grow close to Mu Sheng, let alone adopt such a stance. Jiang Mulong wore a cold smile. The more Jiang Wan resisted, the more disdainful grandfather would become towards her. Enough. Everyone be quiet. Jiang Sanyi pounded the table, declaring, Mu Sheng, I will agree to your request, but I demand that the project for the Jiang family yield no less profit than those for Jiang Wan. As long as you can achieve that, I will officially acknowledge Jiang Wan's status at the Jiang family centennial banquet in 3 months. Mu Sheng was inwardly astonished. This old man had the audacity to demand 1/3 of the remaining profits. Did he not fear whether he could digest such a request? Fine, he replied, nodding in agreement. For Mu Sheng, this sum was hardly significant. He accepted readily. Having achieved his aim, Jiang Sanyi was eager to leave this dismal place behind. With a flick of his sleeve, he led everyone out. Mu Sheng, impressive indeed. You now possess such significant capability, Zhao Lin remarked with a mocking tone, casting a sidelong glance at him. Once Jiang Wan ascends to the position of family head, your divorce will be a considerable accomplishment. Zhao Lin relied on Jiang Wan for her current lifestyle. If Jiang Wan truly became the head of the family, her future would be considerably more comfortable. This was why she bore resentment towards Mu Sheng yet refrained from obstructing him. Mu Sheng, uninterested in Zhao Lin's provocations, turned to gaze out the window, watching as Jiang Sanyi and the others left the community in a grand procession, letting out a soft sigh. He understood that matters were not as simple as they appeared. He hoped they would keep their promises and not force him to take matters into his own hands against the Jiang family. Upon returning to the Jiang family villa, the relatives dispersed, leaving only Jiang Mulong behind, visibly dissatisfied. Grandfather, why would you entrust the position of head of the Jiang family to Jiang Wan? She is merely a woman, and now she places her utmost trust in Mu Sheng. Are you not afraid that the Jiang family's legacy will fall into the hands of another? I'm well aware, Jiang Sanyi replied, equally incensed by the matter. particularly by Mu Sheng's earlier demeanor, which was nothing short of egregiously arrogant. Were it not for the connection with the Gu family, he would have expelled Mu Sheng from the Jiang family long ago. However, with project collaborations, the Jiang family maintains its standing in today's society. Money is the ultimate power, but the position of family head, Jiang Mulong was deeply concerned. Rest assured, that position will eventually be yours. The reason I say this now is to stabilize Jiang Wan, Jiang Sanyi asserted. In his heart, he had always favored Jiang Mulong. His current lack of capability presented an opportunity to hone his skills through this project. When the banquet arrives, I will ensure that spineless wretch is thoroughly expelled from the Jiang family, and the projects Jiang Wan holds will be handed over to you. Ah, I see. Grandfather truly has my best interests at heart, Jiang Mulong said, his frown transforming into a smile. You may leave now, Jiang Sanyi waved his hand. Jiang Mulong, wearing a triumphant expression, exited the villa. Observing Jiang Mulong's retreating figure, Jiang Sanyi's countenance remained as dark as water. Today's conversation had convinced him that Mu Sheng was a perilous individual. If he did not act swiftly, the Jiang family might truly undergo a change of surname. Chapter 79. A Collision of Vehicles. Following the events with Jiang Sanyi, Zhao Lin ceased to mention the engagement tied to Jiang Zhengji's will. Clearly, she feared that pressuring Mu Sheng for a divorce at this juncture would lead the Jiang family to miss out on the project, which was also Jiang Sanyi's directive. Nevertheless, Zhao Lin continued to treat Mu Sheng with condescension, frequently directing him to perform household chores. She understood that Mu Sheng would eventually seek a divorce, hence her indifferent attitude towards him. Mu Sheng, unbothered by Zhao Lin's antagonism, was simply grateful that she did not trouble him. After Zhao Lin left to play cards, Mu Sheng drove to the Shihai Villa district. This villa area had been established prior to the project and was later acquired by the Mu Group, subsequently incorporated into the Shihai project. Such an upscale villa community is typically inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Although Mu Sheng had purchased two of the most luxurious villas, he was stopped at the gate because he was still registered under Jiang Wan's vehicle, which had been damaged in an accident, and he had not updated the registration. Please assist me with the registration, Mu Sheng said, pointing to the license plate as he stepped out of the car. The security guard smiled faintly and replied, You may leave. What does that mean? Is the villa district closed today? Mu Sheng frowned. It's not closed. It's simply not open to someone like you. The guard shot back, glancing at Mu Sheng with disdain. This is a villa district. Only residents are permitted entry. You should leave. Are you so certain that I am not a resident? Mu Sheng chuckled in disbelief. He was taken aback by the guard's apparent arrogance, considering his car was worth nearly $1 million. The guard's tone turned icy. Listen, I've seen many like you since the Mu Group's project became popular. People coming here to show off and take photos. Let me tell you, the residents here are all prominent figures from Jiangnan, and you have no right to enter. At that moment, a convertible Ferrari pulled up, occupied by a man and a woman. The man, wearing sunglasses, drove with one hand, while the woman, with striking red curls, reclined in his embrace, exuding allure. As a Porsche parked behind them, its driver honked incessantly. What a piece of junk. Get out of the way. To the driver, a car worth just over $1 million was akin to trash, and he unleashed a barrage of insults. Mu Sheng frowned, but remained silent. The guard, witnessing the scene, rushed forward with renewed enthusiasm. Young Master Wu, you've returned. What kind of operation is this? A junk car parked at the entrance. It's nauseating. Wu Kuwen, the scion of the Wu family from Jiangnan, exclaimed. The security guard, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly replied, Young Master Wu, it seems this person isn't a resident. Yes, just waiting for registration. Turning back to Mu Sheng, the guard expressed his disdain. I'll say it one last time. Leave now. Don't delay young Master Wu's entry. Mu Sheng had encountered many arrogant individuals, but this blatant disregard was new to him. I will say it one final time. I demand to register and enter, he stated coldly. Are you looking for trouble? The guard's face twisted in anger. Just as he was about to call for assistance, Wu Kuan grew impatient, stepped out of the Ferrari, and kicked the door. You think this junk car belongs in a villa district? Get lost. Mushenkis Braun Furovet. If this car is damaged, you won't be able to afford the repairs. Wu Kuan laughed uproariously. You think I can't afford it? You're a joke. Believe it or not, I'll smash your car, and you'll be begging for forgiveness. The alluring woman in the Ferrari watched the unfolding drama with amusement, having witnessed countless reckless youths meet their downfall. You can certainly try, Mu Sheng replied coolly. How dare you? Wu Kun seated. He had never encountered such audacity. With his female companion watching, he couldn't back down. If you're brave, don't move. I'll run you down. He climbed back into the Ferrari and slammed the accelerator, heading straight for Mu Sheng's BMW. Bang! The BMW flipped over from the impact, airbags deploying, while the Ferrari sustained significant damage, its front end crumpled. The nearby security guard was left trembling. To waste a luxury car worth millions like that was beyond reckoning. You think I care about your broken car? Wu Kun sneered, reveling in the chaos he had created. You must be heartbroken. That car of yours is probably all you own, right? Wu Kun dismissed the BMW with contempt, declaring, I could buy several of your cars with just one of mine. To me, this car is merely a toy. I have 5 more in my villa. Can you afford this kind of play? Are you certain you wish to continue? Mu Sheng's smile hinted at a deeper meaning. I have never shied away from a challenge. Mark my words, for every car you own, I'll crash one of mine. Wu Kun doasted ruthlessly. If you're not brave enough, crawl through my legs, and I'll forget this incident, he taunted. The woman beside Wu Kun watched intently, intrigued by Mu Sheng, who seemed wealthier than many of the reckless youths she had encountered before. However, she believed the outcome would remain the same, a disastrous confrontation with Wu Kun. Without hesitation, Mu Sheng took out his phone and dialed. Zhang Xianlong, someone has damaged your car. Zhang Xianlong? Both Wu Kun and his companion were taken aback, their expressions shifting to mockery. Who was this person? His name was unfamiliar, likely someone from a remote corner. On the other end, upon hearing the name, Zhang Xianlong thought Mu Sheng was apologizing for the damage. Mr. Mu, it's quite all right. A car is just a car. I don't mind. But I do. Mu Sheng replied calmly, though his voice was laced with barely contained fury. Bring your best cars to the Shihai Villa District. If one is damaged, I will replace it. Mu Sheng concluded before hanging up. Wu Kun laughed derisively. How many cars do you have in your garage? Bring them all here. Moments later, a vehicle entered the Villa District, an 18 model Ferrari, worth 4 million. Mu Sheng glanced at the leading car and stated nonchalantly, So what? My car was a 20-year-old model, worth $1 million more. Wu Kun retorted, his confidence unshaken. Mu Sheng remained silent, observing the procession of vehicles. A McLaren, valued at $7 million, drove in next. Wu Kun's demeanor began to shift, sensing the tension rise. A Rolls-Royce Phantom, priced at $9 million, followed. Wu Kun staggered, nearly falling over, disbelief etched on his face. How could this individual possess such wealth? As luxury cars continued to roll in, the entrance to the Shihai Villa District filled rapidly. Mu Sheng ignored Wu Kun's flustered state and pointed to the last car, a Lamborghini Veneno, a limited edition, worth $98 million. 12 in total. I wonder if these cars are sufficient for you to crash. Thud! Wu Kun collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. 12 top-tier luxury cars stood before him. The cheapest worth $4 million, with several exceeding $10 million. The Lamborghini Veneno, the ultimate prize, was nearly worth $100 million. Wu Kun could only stare in shock, his mind racing with confusion, unable to fathom how this seemingly inconspicuous individual amassed such an impressive collection of luxury vehicles. His female companion stood frozen, equally stunned by the revelation. With her exquisite beauty and figure, she had climbed into the beds of many wealthy heirs. Yet she had never encountered someone as affluent as Mu Sheng. If Wu Kun drove his sports car like a bumper car, then Mu Sheng arrived in a roller coaster. The array of luxury vehicles was truly dazzling, causing many passers-by to pause, gazing blankly towards the West Sea Villa area, speculating that a top-tier wealthy young man must be hosting a grand banquet. Otherwise, how could such an abundance of luxury cars have converged here? Brother Long, I have brought all these cars. Do you have any further instructions? The last vehicle came to a halt, and Long Yi respectfully opened the door and bowed slightly. Let them park here. Mu Sheng nodded in acknowledgement. After speaking, he turned to Wu Kun, who was crumpled on the ground, and said, You wanted a collision, didn't you? I've had my men bring all these cars. Go ahead and crash them. Brother Long, is that you? Wu Kun's complexion turned ashen upon seeing the man step out of the car, plunging him into utter despair. He had been puzzled about who this Xianlong could be to command such a fleet of luxury cars. And only now did he recall that Long Ye's real name was Zhang Xianlong. However, it had been ages since anyone dared to call him by his name. Who on earth was this man? Wu Kun trembled, collapsing to his knees. Brother Long, I'm sorry. I didn't know he was your friend. I realized my mistake. Long Yi remained silent, his gaze sweeping towards the entrance of the villa area where a BMW lay overturned. That was the very car he had gifted to Mu Shang. Witnessing this scene, Long Yi felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He had initially been pleased to have gifted Mu Shang a car, hoping to cultivate a closer relationship, but now that the vehicle was wrecked, he felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate this blind fool. What do you think you are? How dare you damage a car I gifted to Brother Mu? With that, Long Yi stomped his foot onto Wu Kuan's abdomen. Wu Kuan's agonized screams echoed at the entrance. The security guard, witnessing this, was drenched in cold sweat. He had never anticipated the situation would escalate to this extent. You are Wu Kuan, aren't you? Pray for your own salvation, daring to offend my master. You'd better call your father quickly. If he arrives late, let him come to collect your corpse, Long Yi exclaimed, slapping Wu Kuan across the face. Wu Kuan was utterly stunned. This man was actually Long Ye's elder brother. Long Yi was the leader of the Jiangnan forces. To be his elder brother, what kind of identity and background did he possess? And you? Long Yi turned his gaze towards the woman beside him. The red-haired lady felt weak and stammered, I don't know him at all. I'm just a bystander. I'm leaving right now. She scrambled away from the villa area, not daring to look back. Brother Mu, is this acceptable? Long Yi, having completed his task, turned back with respect. Mu Sheng nodded. Seeing his satisfied expression, Zhang Xianlong instinctively straightened his posture. Brother Mu, I was wrong. I truly realized my mistake. Please, I beg you to spare me, Wu Kuan pleaded, crawling to Mu Shang's feet. Mu Shang chuckled lightly just now. You wanted me to play with you. Have you forgotten so soon? I'm sorry, Brother Mu. I'm nothing but trash. I beg you, treat me like a fart and let me go. Wu Kuan had fully grasped the gravity of the situation. If Mu Shang did not speak up, he would likely find it impossible to leave today. If you wish to play, I shall indulge you, Mu Shang replied coolly, kicking Wu Kuan aside. Wu Kuan's face fell into despair. Long Yi stood to Mu Shang's left, inwardly sneering. Could offending Mu Shang truly be resolved with an apology? Before long, Wu Kuan's father, Wu Yuan, arrived, drenched in sweat. Upon seeing Mu Shang and Long Yi, and glancing at the overturned vehicle, he surmised the situation and unleashed a torrent of curses upon Wu Kuan. You ungrateful son, how dare you offend Brother Long? Kneel and apologize at once. Wu Yuan shouted angrily. The Wu family was indeed a first-class clan, but they were merely the bottom tier among them. To offend not just Long Yi, but also Mu Shang was a grave misstep. He hasn't offended me. He has offended my master, Mu Shang. Long Yi stepped aside, bowing to Mu Shang. Master Long? Wu Yuan was bewildered. Long Yi was already a figure at the pinnacle of Jiangnan. What kind of identity did his master possess? A shiver ran through him as he instinctively recalled the name Yanjing. Looking back at Mu Shang's silhouette, Wu Yuan suddenly turned and grasped Long Yi's hand, saying, Brother Long, you must be quite familiar with him, right? Please say a word on my behalf. I truly realize my mistake. Long Yi frowned, shaking off Wu Yuan's hand. What authority do I have to alter Brother Mu's decision? You must resolve this yourself. Do not entertain thoughts of resistance, or else. With a mere word from my master, the Wu family will no longer exist in Jiangnan. Wu Yuan was rendered speechless. The weight of such a threat was staggering. This was the extent of his power? You troublesome fool. Why can't you stay out of trouble? Why don't you just die? Wu Yuan seized Wu Kuan's head and slammed it against the ground. Only after nearly beating Wu Kuan to a pulp did he kneel before Mu Shang, saying, Brother Mu, my son is ignorant. Please show mercy and spare his life. Whatever you desire, I will ensure your satisfaction. Ensure my satisfaction? Your son promised me he would compensate for the damage to my car, Mu Shang replied coolly, looking down upon Wu Yuan. Brother Mu, I will offer you the entire Wu family. From now on, I will be your servant. Wu Yuan trembled as he spoke. To serve? Mu Shang said with a hint of amusement. I prefer to keep dogs. Wu Yuan was taken aback, immediately kneeling and exclaiming, Woof, woof, woof. Brother Mu, how about you keep me as your old dog? In Jiangnan, I will heed your every command. Whoever you tell me to bite, I shall bite. Zhang Xianlong inhaled sharply, his opinion of Wu Yuan soaring to new heights. Wu Yuan demonstrated a remarkable ability to bend and yield, though he appeared to have lost all dignity. His future status might just soar. After all, in Jiangnan, not everyone had the opportunity to serve Mu Shang. In Long Yi's eyes, he and Wu Yuan were merely dogs at Mu Shang's command. Mu Sheng smiled faintly and turned towards the security office. Upon reaching, he calmly knocked on the desk, saying, "May I enter now?" "Why, yes, you may," the security guard stammered, his legs trembling in fear. He had just received a call from the Gu family, informing him that the man before him was a resident of the villa area and had also purchased 2 high-end properties on the mountaintop. The mountaintop housed the most prestigious villas, and having acquired 2, this man's status was undoubtedly remarkable. As Mu Sheng entered the villa area, the 2 properties he purchased were nearing completion, utilizing only materials devoid of formaldehyde. Once the renovations were finished, he would be able to move in. The next step was to await the completion of the renovations so that Jiangwan and Chu Yi could move in respectively. After wrapping up his affairs, Mu Sheng left the villa area. The luxury cars that had been parked at the entrance had long departed, and the previously overturned vehicle had been restored to a brand new BMW 7 Series. The remaining security guards were mopping the floors, and the guard who had initially blocked Mu Sheng was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, a phone call came in from the Rongmei Club under Mu Sheng's name. There had been an incident Chapter 81, the secret recipe at this moment. In the office of the Rongmei Club, as Mu Sheng pushed the door open, he found a group of people seated around the office. Tang Xiaoya lounged in the center, slumped against a recliner, appearing utterly lifeless as if her soul had departed. He directly sat down before Tang Xiaoya, poured himself a cup of tea, and inquired, "What has happened? Why you look so pale?" "Everyone, please leave." Tang Xiaoya waved her hand. The board members all exited, their faces betraying their barely concealed anger. Once they departed, Tang Xiaoya suddenly knelt down. "Young Master Mu, I'm sorry." Mu Sheng was taken aback, hastily helping her up. "What on earth has transpired? Please clarify your thoughts, young Master Mu. Your trust in me, entrusting the position of director at Rongmei Club, makes me feel responsible for the recent events." The ever-composed and elegant Tang Xiaoya could no longer contain her emotions and began to weep as she spoke. "Despite Zhang Hui's previous offense against you, which you chose to overlook, I could not allow him to remain in his position. Unexpectedly, Zhang Hui somehow received the news and left ahead of time. Moreover, he stole the entire formula for the Crown series from Rongmei Club and sold it to our competitor, Qinyan Club. Qinyan Club swiftly adjusted their prices and launched a similar Crown series formula. Furthermore, he continuously undercut our pricing, reducing the profits of our scar treatment products to a perilously low level, resulting in almost no one purchasing our offerings from Rongmei Club. Tang Xiaoya's eyes were bloodshot. This predicament had begun when Mu Sheng departed from Rongmei Club. During this time, she had worked tirelessly, scarcely catching a moment's rest. However, since Mu Sheng trusted her with the company, she was reluctant to trouble him. Yet, she never anticipated that matters would escalate to a point beyond her control. Qinyan Club, which had always been under the thumb of Rongmei Club, now possessed the formula and immediately replicated it. The Crown series products primarily catered to the elite of Jiangnan, who still recognized Rongmei Club, thus minimizing the impact. However, the repercussions for our scar treatment products were devastating. It was shocking to discover how deeply Zhang Hui had infiltrated the company. Had we not discovered it in time, he would have likely stolen even more than just the crown and scar treatment products. With a sorrowful tone, Tang Xiaoya addressed Mu Sheng. "Young Master Mu, please dismiss me. I will not take a single cent of my salary this year. This misfortune is entirely my fault, leading Rongmei Club to suffer such a severe blow." However, the anticipated fury did not materialize. Mu Sheng smiled lightly, unperturbed. "Continue your work. I truly do not mind how Rongmei Club performs financially. This company was given to me by Liu Jianhua, and I never intended to rely on it for profit. Nevertheless, Zhang Hui's actions have indeed crossed a line." Young Master Mu Tang Xiaoya looked up, astonished. "A company valued at 10 billion, and you are unconcerned?" Her face quickly registered a look of deep emotion as she nodded vigorously, saying, "Very well, since you trust me, I shall not disappoint you again. Starting today, I will seek out Zhang Hui. Once I find him, we will have a witness to prove that Qinyan Club's products are plagiarized from Rongmei Club, allowing us to halt their production." Mu Sheng shook his head, his eyes narrowing. "That would be too merciful for Zhang Hui." "What do you mean, young Master Mu?" Tang Xiaoya paused, taken aback. "I will handle Zhang Hui's situation, and even if we manage to shut down Qinyan Club, the formula has already been leaked. Even if they cease production, it will undoubtedly spread to various small workshops." Mu Sheng took a sip of tea and casually stated, "In short, The only viable solution now is to develop a superior scar treatment product. This will not only outclass Chinyan Club, but also elevate the reputation of Rongmei Club. After a moment's contemplation, he offered his opinion. Although he did not care much for Rongmei Club's business, it was a gift from Liu Jianhua, and it had taken considerable effort to reach this point. If he were to ruin it, Liu Jianhua might not voice his displeasure, but there would inevitably be some lingering resentment. But how could they produce a better scar treatment product? Tang Xiaoya agreed with Mu Sheng's viewpoint, yet she was troubled by the prospect. Our product was just developed this year. It hadn't even turned a profit before being stolen. To create another would take at least 4 to 5 years, far too long. It's quite simple, I will provide it. Mu Sheng smiled. Having perused countless texts in the Mu family library, he had come across many ancient remedies. Young Master Mu, you? Tang Xiaoya gasped, looking at Mu Sheng. Indeed, you should have a pen, right? Mu Sheng rose to his feet. Tang Xiaoya blinked, replying, of course. Mu Sheng took out a pen, tore a sheet from notebook, and began writing swiftly. Soon, a secret formula for scar treatment was completed. This is the scar treatment formula. Take it to the RD department. It should be significantly better than the previous formula they developed. Mu Sheng handed the note to Tang Xiaoya. As she examined the list of ingredients, Tang Xiaoya could not help but smile wryly. To her, Mu Sheng appeared to be merely a wealthy young talent, and she was unsure of his medical expertise. The previous formula had been developed with Liu Jianhua's involvement. Could Mu Sheng's knowledge of medicine surpass Liu Jianhua's? Tang Xiaoya found it hard to believe. However, since Mu Sheng was now her superior, she could not voice her doubts. She delicately inquired, Young Master Mu, have you used our scar treatment products? I haven't. Mu Sheng replied bluntly, but the results will undoubtedly exceed his. Exceed? Tang Xiaoya scoffed softly, realizing the formula seemed unreliable. The scar treatment product from Rongmei Club had an efficacy rate of up to 80% for scar removal. Even for scars that could not be completely eliminated, the products significantly reduced their visibility. Now Mu Sheng claimed it would be several times more effective, making it hard for Tang Xiaoya to believe. A sense of disappointment crept in. She had come seeking a solution, only to be met with what seemed like an ineffectual remedy. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave, Mu Sheng said. Tang Xiaoya nodded. Thank you, young Master Mu. Yet, she felt a profound sense of despair. It seemed that Rongmei Club was truly facing its demise. Chapter 82. A startling discovery after Mu Sheng departed. Tang Xiaoya, her face etched with sorrow, entered the RD department. The staff were slumped over their desks, visibly dejected. The theft of the formula they had spent years developing signified the loss of the foundation upon which Rongmei Club relied for survival. Beginning next week, Chinyan Club would likely start mass-producing products that rightfully belonged to Rongmei Club. At that point, the entire beauty market occupied by Rongmei Club would be entirely usurped by Chinyan Club. Old Master Yao, do you have any suggestions? Tang Xiaoya turned her gaze to the elderly man with graying hair among the crowd. He was the core of the RD team, Yao Buchuan. Yao Buchuan specialized in medicinal materials. Though not as renowned as the illustrious Liu Shini, he was well respected in the industry. Had it not been for Liu Shini's intervention, Yao Buchuan would likely not have remained in the RD department, thus granting him a prominent position at Rongmei Club. I have only thought of one method, Yao Buchuan said after a moment of silence. Please share, Old Master Yao, Tang Xiaoya urged. Sigh. This method has more drawbacks than benefits. Yao Buchuan sighed. Over the years, I have refined the scar treatment formula to its utmost efficacy. To improve it further in a short time is beyond my capability. However, I could substitute some of the ingredients with cheaper alternatives. While the scar removal effect would decrease by 20%, the cost could be halved. Tang, this is my idea. I would prefer not to proceed in this manner unless absolutely necessary. After stating this, Yao Buchuan shook his head, falling silent. Tang Xiaoya also lapsed into silence. A 20% reduction in efficacy, yet a doubling of profits seemed a tempting proposition. However, the reality was far more complex. Scar treatment products primarily catered to women with scars, who place paramount importance on effectiveness. They seldom concern themselves with price. Moreover, such a move would pivot Rongmei Club, previously positioned as a high-end brand, towards the realm of cheap beauty products, making it vulnerable to public criticism from competitors. Yao Buchuan's concerns were indeed valid. Reluctantly, she truly did not wish to choose this path unless absolutely necessary. Was there truly no other way? A sigh resonated through the crowd. In Tang Xiaoya's heart, Desolation enveloped her. The indifferent Mu Sheng might not care, but she held the name Rongmei Club in profound esteem, for it was a venture she had nurtured herself, akin to her own child. She was unwilling to relinquish it. Supporting her forehead with her hand, she felt in her pocket the note written by Mu Sheng, and a bitter smile escaped her lips as she crumpled the note into a ball, preparing to toss it into the trash. At that moment, a voice of reprimand pierced her thoughts. Wait. It was the voice of Elder Yao. Elder Yao, what is it? Before Tang Xiaoye could react, Elder Yao snatched the note from her hand, his gaze fixated on the words Mu Sheng had left behind. His brow furrowed and relaxed alternately, and by the end, his face was filled with astonishment as he slammed his palm on the table. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the crowd and Tang Xiaoye were exceedingly peculiar. Elder Yao, what is the matter? Did you discover something? Hush! Elder Yao is beginning to prepare the medicine. Someone whispered. In their eyes, Elder Yao laid the note upon the table, deftly extracting medicinal herbs with a single hand, placing them into the vessel. Everyone watched intently, refraining from speaking. Elder Yao, a master of his craft, handled each herb as if they had been meticulously measured, beginning to grind them without the need for weighing. Soon, a fragrant aroma wafted throughout the research room. How delightful! Tang Xiaoye twitched her nose. As time passed, a milky white viscous liquid began to appear in the medicinal vessel. With a swift motion, Elder Yao drew a dagger and made a small cut on his arm. Crimson blood flowed out in an instant, shocking everyone into silence. Why had Elder Yao suddenly harmed himself? However, in the next moment, without a hint of hesitation, he applied the milky white ointment over his arm. Tang Xiaoye contemplated a possibility, but remained silent, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Elder Yao's arm. 5 minutes. 15 minutes. The onlookers remained entirely focused for a full 2 hours. Yao Buchuan stood up. The ointment on his arm had already solidified, forming a scar-like skin over it. Adhering to his arm, he inhaled deeply, suddenly tearing off the ointment. The scar created by the dagger had vanished entirely, the healing area smooth and seemingly reborn. This effect is exponentially superior to our previous formulations, gasped someone in disbelief. The scene sparked a flurry of discussions among the crowd. The once despondent research department now radiated vitality. With this formula, how could they possibly falter against Xinyan Club? General Manager Tang, from whose hands did this formula originate? Elder Yao's voice trembled, his fists clenched, and his face flushed with excitement. Tang Xiaoye, still in shock, regained her composure and awkwardly replied. It was recommended by the new general manager, Mr. Liu. Initially, she had thought Mu Sheng had intentionally deceived her with a hastily scribbled formula. But it was now evident that this formula was vastly superior to their previous products. Tang Xiaoye felt her face burn. Thankfully, Mu Sheng was not present, or she would rather dig a hole and hide. No wonder he was recommended by the esteemed Dr. Liu. I was initially concerned about the new general manager's decision-making, but it seems he is more than qualified to lead us. Yao Buchuan laughed heartily, pointing at the formula. Although I have yet to conduct formal tests, I estimate that this formula's efficacy is 8 times that of our previous one. With this formula, we need not fear Qinyan or even the Maon group. I am confident that once this formula is produced, Rongmei will have the opportunity to expand into Yanjing. At this proclamation, the crowd's eyes sparkled with hope. Leaving Jiangnan? This was the lifelong ambition they had fought for. Thanks to General Manager Tang, I would never have obtained such an excellent formula otherwise. It's nothing. Just a small effort on my part. Tang Xiaoye quietly nodded, her face still flushed. Yao Buchuan waved his hand, continuing from today onward. Everyone will work overtime to expedite the production of this formula, striving to deliver a resounding blow to them when Xinyan launches their product. Yes, the crowd responded in unison, filled with enthusiasm. Chapter 83. My name is Mu Sheng. In the morning, Mu Sheng awoke and, upon opening the door, discovered Tang Xiaoye seated at his doorstep. Her eyes barely open, appearing as though she had been waiting for an eternity. What brings you here? Mu Sheng inquired, surprised. He instinctively glanced back, noting that Jiang Wan had yet to rise, and quietly closed the iron door, leading Tang Xiaoye downstairs. Tang Xiaoye rubbed her eyes incessantly, clearly having stayed awake the entire night. Upon witnessing Mu Sheng's furtive actions, she couldn't help but tease, "Are you that afraid of your wife finding out?" Mu Sheng remained silent as he guided her out of the neighborhood, before finally asking, "What do you need me for?" "Here." Tang Xiaoya suddenly tossed a black vial filled with ointment towards Mu Sheng. He caught it with a puzzled expression. "What is this?" "This is the formula you provided me earlier, and we have now produced it." Elder Yao even added some precious materials. "To express our gratitude, we have brought the first batch of ointment to you," Tang Xiaoya explained. Without even glancing at it, Mu Sheng casually accepted it, placing it in his pocket, and continued. "By the way, did you bring the sunscreen I asked for?" "I did." Tang Xiaoya nodded eagerly, retrieving a tube of ointment from her bag. "This is our latest sunscreen from Rongmei Club. Apply it, and even if you bask in the sun for 8 hours, your skin won't darken at all." "Very well." Mu Sheng took the ointment with enthusiasm and turned to leave. Jiang Wan was currently busy with work, frequently visiting the construction site, and she would surely appreciate this sunscreen. Watching Mu Sheng's departing figure, Tang Xiaoya let out a silent sigh. This man before her was the general manager of Rongmei Club, with assets in the billions. A mere formula he casually provided could dictate the trajectory of the entire beauty market. She found it difficult to comprehend why he also bore the identity of a pitiful wretch despised by all in Jiangnan. Over the years, few had managed to capture Tang Xiaoya's heart, yet this man, astonishingly remarkable, had intruded upon her defenses. Alas, his affection lay with Jiang Wan. Soon after, she averted her gaze and drove back to Rongmei Club. Meanwhile, Mu Sheng, after a brief return to slumber, awoke and set off with the sunscreen towards the construction site. Upon arrival at noon, he quickly located Jiang Wan, who was donned with a safety helmet, exuding an air of determination, albeit drenched in sweat, which tugged at his heartstrings. Despite having advised her repeatedly that there was no need for her to be present at the site, she remained obstinate, insisting on being hands-on. Just then, 2 white commercial vehicles suddenly halted at the entrance of a construction site. The doors swung open, and 7 or 8 individuals clad in black t-shirts stepped out. The men wore sunglasses, projecting an air of arrogance, while the women, one of whom had a triangular-shaped face and tattoos on her arms, led the charge. The woman with the triangular face kicked over a stack of bricks at the entrance, her impatience palpable as she shouted, "Who is the site manager? Come out! Hurry up! If you don't show yourselves, don't blame us for being unyielding." Her companions brandished clubs, their fierce demeanor causing the workers, who had initially approached, to instinctively retreat. Jiang Wan furrowed her brows and stepped forward, but Mu Sheng suddenly advanced, standing before the woman with triangular eyes. He inquired, "I am the person in charge. What is it that you need?" "Mu Sheng." Jiang Wan was taken aback, not realizing when Mu Sheng had arrived. The woman with triangular eyes glanced at Mu Sheng, produced a business card, and coldly stated, "My name is Huang Ziru. I am a construction materials wholesaler, and I have taken charge of the supplies for your construction site. From now on, all your cement, stone, bricks, and rebar will be provided by our company. As for the supply of materials, we are not limited. We can provide as much as you need. If you require other materials, we can procure those as well." She lit a cigarette and asked, "Do you understand?" A man beside her handed Mu Sheng a price list. Mu Sheng glanced at it briefly. Though he was not well versed in construction materials, it was evident that the prices were exorbitant. Excluding transportation, this wholesaler also demanded a monthly shipping fee of 200,000, clearly a scheme to extort money. "No, thank you. We have our own supply channels," Mu Sheng replied calmly. Huang Ziru spat out her cigarette in frustration and retorted, "Am I negotiating with you?" I said, "We will deliver materials daily, and whether you want them or how you use them is your business. However, once the materials are delivered, you must pay." She added, "Besides, your construction project is substantial. You wouldn't refuse to pay, would you?" Jiang Wan's expression changed. This was a blatant case of coercion. Upon hearing this, Mu Sheng chuckled incredulously and asked, "What will you do if I refuse to pay?" "Refuse to pay?" Huang Zira laughed, pointing at Mu Sheng. "Try it and see what happens." The man beside her cracked his knuckles, brandishing a crowbar. "If you don't pay, I'll break your legs right now." "Oh," Mu Sheng said with interest. "So you also dabble in the underworld?" "Ever since Long Yi took me as his subordinate. It's been a long time since anyone dared to stir trouble here. Enough with the nonsense. Sign the contract now and hand over $1 million, and I'll pretend nothing happened," the burly man said coldly, pulling out a stack of contracts. With a swift motion, Mu Sheng tore the contract in half without even glancing at it and tossed the pieces to the ground. "Before I lose my temper, clean this up and get lost." "How dare you?" The man, infuriated, raised the crowbar, and swung it at Mu Sheng's head. Mu Sheng stepped back with a smile, effortlessly dodging the attack. The man's speed was so slow that it felt like child's play to Mu Sheng. He couldn't even be bothered to throw a punch at these inexperienced thugs. With a swift kick, both men fell to their knees before Mu Sheng. "You better wait. I'm really getting angry." The man gritted his teeth, making a phone call. "Hey cousin, I've been bullied. Hurry and bring someone to help me get revenge." He pointed at Mu Sheng. "If you can cough up 2 million now, we can settle this. Otherwise, prepare to beg for mercy." Mu Sheng shrugged, his demeanor indifferent. 10 minutes later, a van arrived. "Who dares to bully my cousin? Speak up. What's your name? Be polite, and I'll only break one of your hands." As soon as the vehicle stopped, an arrogant voice emerged from the window, followed by 4 or 5 brash young men who stepped out, cigarettes dangling from their mouths, clearly disregarding Mu Sheng. "I, Mushen Chakeld, I am Mushen." Thud. The moment one of the youths stepped out of the vehicle, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Thud. A youth wearing sunglasses flicked a cigarette in his hand. As he exited the car, upon hearing Mu Sheng's voice, his legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed to the ground. He stared at Mu Sheng, mouth agape, almost able to fit an apple inside, trembling as he knelt before Mu Sheng. It was none other than Wu Kuan, the one who had encountered Mu Sheng in the villa district. Mu Sheng. Wu Kuan could never forget that name. Upon seeing Mu Sheng's face, he completely crumpled to the ground, his head hitting the ground heavily. Mu Sheng regarded Wu Kuan with a faint smile and continued, "I am indeed Mu Sheng. Now, brothers, do you intend to break my left hand or my right hand? Cousin, this is the guy. Look at how arrogant he is. Take care of him." The man wielding the crowbar, still unaware of the situation, pointed menacingly at Mu Sheng. "How dare you?" Wu Kuan suddenly sprang up and dealt a heavy slap to the crowbar man's face. Thud! The man stumbled and fell to the ground. In the next moment, Wu Kuan did not spare another glance at him, but knelt before Mu Sheng. "Brother Mu, I am truly sorry. This is all a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" Mu Sheng regarded him coolly. "You brandished a shovel, and you called it a misunderstanding? Young Master Mu, this shovel isn't meant for violence. We understand that the Jiang family's construction site is arduous, and we came to offer assistance." Wu Kuan trembled, forcing a smile. "From today onwards, we'll come every day as free labor. How's that sound?" "Very well." Mu Sheng nodded, smiling. "Later, go to the foreman and get your hard hats. Remember to report every day." "Of course. Thank you, young Master Mu." Wu Kuan was on the verge of tears, yet maintained a grateful facade. "I will cherish this opportunity." "And you?" Mu Sheng glanced down at the thugs, still sprawled on the ground. It surprised him that even the Wu family had a cousin collecting protection money. The crowbar man, realizing the gravity of the situation, kept silent. "How dare you ignore young Master Mu's words? Where do you get the audacity to cause trouble at his site?" Seeing his cousin's silence, Wu Kuan slapped him again, terrified. The man before him was someone even his father would not dare offend, willingly becoming his subordinate. His background was vast enough that a single word could obliterate the Wu family in Jiangnan. If he offended Mu Sheng again, he could only imagine the consequences upon returning home. "It's not me, it's Jiang Mulong. He paid me to create chaos at the Jiangwan construction site and delay the project however possible." The crowbar man covered his head and cried out, "Jiang Mulong?" Mu Sheng furrowed his brows, raising a hand to halt Wu Kuan. "Wait, let him clarify the matter." "Of course." Wu Kuan immediately ceased his actions, grabbing his cousin by the collar and forcing him to kneel before Mu Sheng, barking, "Sun Wenpeng, explain this situation clearly to young Master Mu. If you dare to hide anything, I will end you." I will. Sun Wenpeng nodded vigorously, and, as he began to speak, he recounted the entire story. It turned out that Sun Wenpeng, being a distant cousin of Wu Kuan, was not acknowledged by the Wu family. He had only remained close to Wu Kuan during their childhood, and in times of need, Wu Kuan would lend him a hand. Sun Wenpeng had leveraged this connection to thrive in the area, and most people would give him some respect due to his cousin's influence. Jiang Mulong approached Sun Wenpeng, offering him 500,000 to create trouble at Jiangwan's construction site, aiming to delay the project and exploit it as much as possible. Upon hearing this, Jiangwan clenched her fists, her face flushing with rage. Jiang Mulong. Once again, Jiang Mulong was coveting her project. Recruiting her grandfather to threaten and entice was one thing, but now he sought to sabotage her work through such underhanded means. Jiang Wan could envision the repercussions. should any issues arise with the project. Her family would undoubtedly use her supposed mismanagement as a reason to block her from assuming the position of head of the family. Mu Sheng, standing to the side, instinctively furrowed his brows. Jiang Mulong was like a grasshopper. Though not inherently threatening, he was an irritating nuisance when he jumped around. Master Mu, should we? Noticing the grim expression on Mu Sheng's face, Wu Kuan quietly lowered his voice and made a slashing gesture across his throat. The Wu family had become nothing more than a pawn under Mu Sheng's command. They would dare not only to kill Jiang Mulong, but if Mu Sheng ordered it, to eliminate Master Jiang as well. No need. Mu Sheng shook his head and said, I will fulfill the promise made to Master Jiang. You just need to create some trouble for Jiang Mulong. It would be best if he were overwhelmed and distracted from other thoughts. Upon hearing this, Wu Kuan immediately stood up, respectfully stating, Master Mu, leave this matter to me. You lot, hurry up and get to your feet. After giving one man a kick, several burly figures followed Wu Kuan as they made their way to Jiang Mulong's construction site. At that moment, Jiang Mulong was reclining in an air-conditioned room, reveling in his plans. One son, Wenpeng, extorted Jiang Wan. He would then persuade his grandfather to withdraw financial support for Jiang Wan. At that point, Jiang Wan would have no choice but to watch her project come to a halt, ultimately falling into his hands. You foolish wretch, do you think you can challenge me? Jiang Mulong scoffed. Suddenly, he received a phone call from the foreman, reporting that there was a disturbance at their construction site. Jiang Mulong's expression changed, and he quickly made his way to the site. Son Wenpeng, what are you doing here at our site? Didn't I explicitly instruct you to go to Jiang Wan's? From a distance, Jiang Mulong spotted Sun Wenpeng and a group of people standing at the entrance of the construction site, and he strode forward without hesitation, pointing and reprimanding them. I sent him here. Wu Kuan retorted fluently. Only then did Jiang Mulong notice Wu Kuan beside Sun Wenpeng. He scrutinized Wu Kuan and furrowed his brow, asking, Who the hell are you? Damn it, I am Wu Kuan. Wu Kuan delivered a punch to Jiang Mulong's abdomen, forcing him to stagger back. With a cold smile, he declared, I am here to discuss a contract. Wu Kuan. Jiang Mulong gritted his teeth, recognizing the air of a prestigious family. Just as he opened his mouth to respond, he caught sight of the contract in Wu Kuan's hand, and his expression instantly soured. This was the very contract he had instructed son Wenpeng to handle. Wu Ge, you must be mistaken, Jiang Mulong questioned. No mistake, this is indeed your site. Wu Kuan smirked coldly and waved his hand. Cousin, show them our sincerity. Son Wenpeng and the burly men immediately advanced, brandishing shovels and other tools, and began to smash Jiang Mulong's car to smithereens. Don't go too far. Jiang Mulong's face turned pale, yet he forced himself to maintain composure, shouting, I am a member of the Jiang family, the partner for this collaboration with the Su family. Wu Kuan, if you leave now, I can pretend this never happened. Otherwise, it won't end well for you today. Is it not over yet? Wu Kuan scoffed, having anticipated that the Mu group would not seek trouble with them. He stepped forward, raining punches down on Jiang Mulong. Jiang Mulong, overwhelmed, cowered, and begged, Stop. I will sign the contract. Why didn't you say so earlier? Remember, funds must be transferred at the beginning of each month, and we will deliver the materials. Wu Kuan patted the contract and turned to leave, leading his group away. There were still plenty of bricks at Jiang Wan's site waiting to be moved. Jiang Wan. As he watched them depart, Jiang Mulong stood there, his eyes bloodshot. He clenched his teeth and spat out those words, seething with anger. Though he was unsure why Wu Kuan had attacked him, he was certain this incident was tied to Jiang Wan. Chapter 85. New home acquired that evening, Wu Kuan and his group were still laboring at the construction site. Drenched in sweat, even as their hands trembled from exhaustion, they persevered, loading bricks onto carts. Wu Kuan, we're leaving. If you're tired, you should head home early. Mu Sheng remarked, glancing at the darkening sky. As a pampered heir, Mu Sheng was astonished by Wu Kuan's remarkable tenacity under the sun. To his surprise, Wu Kuan, upon hearing this, seemed invigorated, wiping the sweat from his brow and immediately hoisting a stack of bricks onto the cart with enthusiasm. I'm not tired at all. Jiang Wan watched in disbelief. Mu Sheng, is this Wu Kuan truly the sole heir of the Wu family? At present, yes, but whether he is the only son, you'll need to ask Wu Yuan about that. Mu Sheng replied with a smile. Jiang Wan pursed her lips. Having previously dealt with the Wu family, she recognized Wu Kuan. Her inquiry stemmed from curiosity about how Mu Sheng had become acquainted with him and why Wu Kuan was so eager to work at the site. However, seeing Mu Sheng's demeanor, She feared her questions would yield no answers. Humph, I will uncover your true identity sooner or later. Jiangwan huffed. Mushen chakeld, seemingly unconcerned. The vegetables at home are nearly finished. Are you planning to head back? If not, you could drop me off by the roadside. I can go to the market to buy some. Isn't that too much trouble? I have nothing else to do, so I'll accompany you, Jiangwan insisted. You cook every day. It's quite laborious. Let me handle dinner tonight. Sure. For the past 3 years, Mu Sheng had always been the one to go to the market alone, so this joint outing seemed a refreshing change. He paused before continuing, and besides, I haven't had the chance to taste your cooking yet. You're in for a treat. My culinary skills are extraordinary, Jiangwan declared confidently, raising her fist. Ha! Then I'll lend you a hand, Mu Sheng replied eagerly. They drove to a nearby market, parking their luxury car, which drew the attention of many onlookers. Mu Sheng was quite familiar with this market, and several vendors greeted him enthusiastically. Jiangwan, witnessing this scene, felt puzzled. The previously imposing Mu Sheng now mingled amicably with the vendors, leaving her perplexed by the stark contrast in his identity. Upon returning home, the living room was empty. Zhao Lin had likely gone out and had yet to return. As Mu Sheng prepared to wash the vegetables to make it easier for Jiangwan to chop them later, Jiangwan received a phone call. The expression on her face soured as she listened. With a sigh, she turned to Mu Sheng and said, "Forget about washing the vegetables. Just put them back in the fridge." "What's wrong?" Mu Sheng inquired, taking a seat beside her. "My mom just called. She said she's out playing cards and ran into the He family, and they invited her over for dinner. She want me to join," Jiangwan explained. He Guqin was Zhao Lin's old classmate, and their families had historically been close. However, with the rise of tensions after Mu Sheng married into the Jiang family, their relationship had soured. He Guqin had previously attempted to drive Mu Sheng away by bringing his son He Rong to the Jiang family, but Mu Sheng had remained silent, leading He Guqin to eventually leave. Now, having heard that He Rong had recently received a promotion, bought a new car, and acquired a new house, He Guqin had invited Zhao Lin to showcase his success. Mu Sheng remained calm, nodding. "Then you should go. I'll stay home." "That's out of the question. I can't leave you alone at home," Jiangwan insisted. Last time, her family went for beauty treatments and left Mu Sheng alone. It had caused her enough guilt. This time, she was determined not to repeat that mistake. "Since you insist, I'll accompany you," Mu Sheng said, gently upon seeing Jiangwan's determination. But Jiangwan hesitated. She knew all too well He Guqin's true nature. There had to be some ulterior motive behind his invitation. Moreover, with many friends invited this time, if Mu Sheng attended, he would undoubtedly be ridiculed. "Let's go." Mu Sheng gently took Jiangwan's hand and smiled, saying, "As long as you do not perceive me as a coward. There is no one in this world who has the right to regard me as such." "I could never view you as a coward," Jiangwan replied, shaking her head in a flustered manner. "Then let us go and take a look," Mu Sheng said with a grin. After a moment's hesitation, Jiangwan nodded. Deep down, she understood that if they went, they would merely be subjected to others' boasting. However, if they did not, Zhao Lin would likely cause a commotion upon her return. Before long, Jiangwan arrived at the residential complex where He Guqin lived. The environment was exquisite, constructed by the Muron Group. Jiangwan had recently taken over the newly renovated complex, where the price per square meter exceeded 20,000, with some floors even reaching over 30,000. Such prices qualified as top-tier accommodations in Jiangnan, aside from villas. The security at the entrance conducted thorough checks on vehicles, and upon seeing Jiangwan's luxury car valued at millions, they immediately allowed her entry. Upon reaching He Guqin's home, many guests had already arrived, and Zhao Lin was in the living room, engrossed in a lively card game. "Zhao Lin, your daughter is here. Why not take her on a little tour?" He Guqin said, casually tossing a card onto the table. "This 200 square meter space is quite generous," Zhao Lin remarked enviously. Turning around, she noticed Mu Sheng standing beside Jiangwan. Her expression shifted to one of disdain. "Coward, why did you come along?" "Mom, I invited him," Jiangwan interjected, positioning herself in front of Mu Sheng. "Is this your son-in-law?" He Guqin asked, casting a disdainful glance at Mu Sheng. He recalled how his son had once been very fond of Jiangwan and was quite satisfied with her qualities, only to have this coward interject. "Alas, it is through my son's promotion that I am able to reside here. Recently, he even bought me a new car, but sadly, he is too busy with work and still has not found a girlfriend," He Guqin said dismissively, his words laced with implication. Comparing this, Zhao Lin, are you regretting your choices now? A guest chuckled. Isn't it because Jiang Zhengji insisted on this coward? Zhao Lin retorted coldly, clearly infuriated. Perhaps Jiang Zhengji's judgment is lacking. Someone mused. Indeed, I believe Rong and Jiang Wan are a match made in heaven. Returning to the topic, another guest quipped, so, this son-in-law of yours has a job? Surely, he isn't still playing house husband? The laughter echoed through the living room, leaving Zhao Lin's face darkened with fury as she shot Mu Sheng a glare, as if blaming him for his presence. Just as Jiang Wan was about to suggest leaving, Mu Sheng suddenly spoke up, addressing everyone. Uncle He, I recently purchased a new house, and it has been beautifully renovated. If the opportunity arises, I would be delighted for you all to visit. Upon hearing his words, the crowd fell silent for a moment. Then, an uproarious laughter erupted, with several middle-aged men clutching their stomachs and pointing at Mu Sheng, mercilessly mocking him. Zhao Lin's face turned sour. It was one thing for this coward to embarrass himself, but to boast about buying a house? When had their family ever purchased property? What would happen if Guoqin insisted on visiting? Even if Mu Sheng truly had the means to buy a house, it would likely be an ordinary complex, hardly comparable to the lavishness of Guoqin's residence. Jiang Wan stood beside them, momentarily taken aback, gazing at Mu Sheng with a look of disbelief. He had never lied to her, yet the question lingered. When had he purchased a house? Living under the same roof, she had never heard about this, and it left her somewhat perplexed. I never imagined your son-in-law would actually buy a house. Someone exclaimed. Indeed, Zhao Lin, why didn't you inform us of such a significant event? You've kept it hidden from your card-playing friends. Another chimed in. When will you take us to see the new house? Zhao Jia. Amidst the laughter, Zhao Lin felt utterly humiliated. She threw down her cards and shot Mu Sheng a furious glare, exclaiming, Coward, if you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. In her eyes, this coward could never afford a home. He was merely boasting. Mom, I really have bought a house, and it has just been renovated recently. I only finished the renovations a few days ago, and Haven T had the chance to tell you, Mu Sheng explained. Guoqin, wearing a cold smile, remarked, Well then, since we are all here today, why don't we all go together? It will be a good opportunity to see what your new house is like. Yes, Dad, we have time tomorrow. Shall we set a time? Hisu suggested eagerly, relishing the spectacle. In his eyes, this coward could never compare to his own home, and he looked forward to belittling him in front of Jiang Wan. All right, tomorrow it is. I'll have the driver pick you up. Mu Sheng agreed readily. His current residence was outdated and far from his workplace, while the villa district would provide him with great convenience. Huh, you have a driver? You aren't the CEO of the Mu Group, are you? Hisu grinned, and Mu Sheng's words sparked another round of laughter. At this point, Zhao Lin had lost all desire to stay for dinner. After exchanging a few words with Guoqin, she left, while Hisu specifically asked Mu Sheng about the time for the driver to come the next morning, to which Mu Sheng replied 9 o'clock, further infuriating Zhao Lin. After Mu Sheng departed, Guoqin, filled with disdain, remarked to his card-playing friends, I never thought Zhao Lin's son-in-law would dare to boast in front of us. Did you see Zhao Lin's expression? Huh, she would love to tear his mouth apart in public. Indeed, if he really bought a house, how could Zhao Lin possibly keep it to herself? She flaunted the Crown series from the Rongmei Club for an entire week on social media. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock, I can't wait to see the spectacle, Hisu said smugly, as if he could already envision Mu Sheng's humiliation before everyone. Certainly, the laughter continued. Upon returning home, Zhao Lin marched into the living room and coldly addressed Mu Sheng. Mu Sheng, have you lost your mind? Do you even consider the occasion when you boast? In a single evening, where could we possibly find a new house? I have already arranged everything. Tomorrow morning, we can move in, Mu Sheng replied nonchalantly. Zhao Lin was taken aback. Could it be that he actually had purchased a house? Yet, having been at home for 3 years without working, how could he afford one? Coward, who would have thought? After 3 years at home, how much have you saved? Zhao Lin scoffed sarcastically. Mu Sheng frowned slightly and replied, I did not use Zhang's family money. Not using family money? Then where did you get the funds to buy a house? Aside from our Jiang family, who else would lend you money? Zhao Lin questioned, clearly skeptical. Jiang Wan glanced at Mu Sheng, understanding that he would not lie and that he indeed had considerable wealth. After all, he could afford a nearly $1 million BMW, so purchasing a house should not be out of reach. Mom, I only give Mu Sheng $4,000 a month for living expenses. After accounting for meals, how much could he possibly save? Jiang Wan defended him. Zhao Lin fell silent, unable to retort. 4,000 a month over 3 years barely amounted to 15,000, which, in the pricey Jiangnan, wouldn't even suffice for a restroom, let alone a house. Moreover, Mu Sheng frequently prepared lavish meals for them. But even if he bought a house, he cannot boast about it at the He family. He Guqin resides in the finest neighborhood. Won't we be embarrassed when we see it tomorrow? Zhao Lin continued. Mu Sheng smiled without answering. Tomorrow would reveal everything regarding the house he had purchased. If it truly proves impossible, then seek out Zhang Wenjie. He is the director of the Muron Company, and I have heard that he recently purchased a quaint villa. Although situated in the suburbs, it at least carries a semblance of prestige. Zhao Lin reflected before suddenly exclaiming, "Mother, I refuse to agree." Jiang Wan's expression shifted dramatically as she shook her head emphatically. How could she possibly solicit assistance from someone like Zhang Wenjie? What shall we do then? Rent a place? Is one night sufficient time? Zhao Lin lamented, her pride causing her to endure undue suffering. In the presence of her card-playing friends, she simply could not afford to lose face. With that, she immediately began searching for accommodations on her computer, simultaneously making phone calls to her friends to inquire about available properties. Jiang Wan, unable to intervene, could only allow Zhao Lin to proceed, choosing to accompany Mu Sheng outside, away from the distressing scene. As they stepped out into the night by the riverside, the vibrant lights flickered like stars. Mu Sheng, where exactly did you purchase your house? Jiang Wan complained, her tone akin to that of a scorned wife. You never even told me, she added. I mentioned it in the car, did I not? Mu Sheng replied. Did you? Jiang Wan frowned, deep in thought. Noticing her confusion, Mu Sheng pointed towards the direction of the West Sea Villa area, stating, it's over there. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Wan burst into laughter. Mu Sheng, do you really want me to reiterate the prices of the villas in that area? Each one costs billions. How could you possibly afford it? With a resigned chuckle, she perceived Mu Sheng's gestures as a playful tease rather than a genuine revelation. Fine. If you don't wish to disclose it, just say so. No need to deceive me, she remarked. Before Mu Sheng could explain, Jiang Wan had already walked away. Yet, it did not surprise Mu Sheng that she remained skeptical. Who could have imagined that a few billion worth of villas would be purchased by someone like Jiang Wan? He smiled faintly, observing her retreating figure, and pondered with anticipation. After gifting her the Rongmei Crown series, she had rewarded him with a passionate kiss. Perhaps presenting her with a villa would mean they could finally share a bed. Regrettably, he had turned down her earlier suggestion, a decision he now deeply regretted. The following morning at 9 o'clock, a gathering of classmates assembled outside He Guqin's new residence. Old Tang, you have arrived. He Guqin greeted with a smile. Indeed, I heard Zhao Lin has purchased a new home, so I thought I should prepare myself early, Old Tang replied. I suspect it is merely a standard second-hand property. We are all aware of Zhao Lin's family circumstances. Others chimed in, eagerly anticipating their first glimpse of Zhao Lin's new abode. At that moment, a luxurious bus approached from a distance, halting before them. 2 attendants disembarked, welcoming everyone aboard. From the outside, the bus appeared similar to a standard public transport vehicle, yet its interior was extravagantly adorned. In addition to plush carpets and seats, it boasted refrigerators and televisions along the sides, leaving everyone awestruck. What is the meaning of this? How can a bus be so lavish? One exclaimed. I have ridden in my boss's Bentley twice, and its interior does not compare to this bus. Could it be that Mu Sheng truly bought a mansion? He Guqin's heart sank at the sight. If Mu Sheng's bus was this opulent, did that imply his property was superior to his own? Having mocked him just yesterday, he would find it difficult to maintain his composure if outdone. Father, do not worry. They must be putting on a show. It cannot be genuine, he dismissed nonchalantly, despite his own shock at the bus's grandeur. It is merely a vehicle. If you wish, I could buy you a Bentley upon my return. They're not overly expensive, only 2 to 3 million. The casual mention of such a sum left the others gasping. Cars worth hundreds of thousands were beyond their usual contemplation. Guqin, you are truly fortunate to have such a successful son, one remarked. Indeed, I recall my own son lounging at home after graduation, relying on me. If he possessed even a fraction of Isu's capabilities, I would be eternally grateful. The compliments swelled He Guqin's pride. For even if Mu Sheng had rented a luxury bus, it would be overshadowed by his son's achievements. Nonetheless, he feigned modesty, advising his son, you should save your money. Your yearly salary is only a little over 4 million. Do not squander it. Is fine, father. I am switching jobs soon. and my salary will double to 8 million, Hisu replied. The revelation of an 8 million annual salary left everyone astounded, their attention now solely on Hisu. You're already a CEO and can switch jobs? They marveled. It is merely a managerial position at Longwen Building Materials, Hisu downplayed. Longwen Building Materials? Isn't that owned by the Wu family, a prominent clan in Jiangnan? If you work there, you will be affiliated with an elite family. Though Higuaqian's classmates were ordinary white-collar workers, the name Wu resonated with them. The prospect of Hisu joining such a prestigious company inspired envy, with many hoping for future favors. Hisu, could you assist my son in finding a job? One asked eagerly. Yes, my son is struggling to find work. Anything you could arrange would be appreciated. My daughter just turned 18. Perhaps you would consider her? Amidst the flurry of praise, Hisu felt elated, his smile nearly bursting forth. It is a small matter. I will ensure your sons can report to Longwen when I take up my role, he assured. Ah, thank you. Thank you. His classmates were ecstatic. If Hisu could secure a position at Longwen, their futures would surely be secure. Why did you not mention your job transition to me? Higuaqian feigned reproach. Father, I wanted to surprise you. I shall buy you several more houses to alternate living arrangements, Hisu chuckled. The father and son basked in mutual admiration, while envy radiated from their peers. Suddenly, someone peering ahead exclaimed, Driver, is this not the road to the West Sea Villa area? Have you made a mistake? No, this is indeed the route to the West Sea Villa area, the driver replied nonchalantly. At that moment, everyone froze in disbelief. What? The West Sea Villa area? Aren't we headed to Mu Sheng's new home? Higuaqian instinctively questioned. What do you mean by picked up the wrong person? The driver slammed on the brakes, panic overtaking him. This was a directive from above. If he had indeed made a mistake, his position in the West Sea Villa area would be jeopardized. Damn it, driver. How are you driving? Many stumbled, crashing unceremoniously to the floor. Stop your nonsense. Are you Higuaqian? The driver snapped, glaring at him. Higuaqian nodded apprehensively, yes. I'm Higuaqian. Then there is no issue, the driver concluded. The driver paused momentarily, cursing under his breath before turning back to continue driving. Higuaqian and the others were left in a state of confusion. What was happening? Hadn't they said they had picked up the wrong person? Why were they still moving forward? However, upon seeing the driver's fierce expression, Higuaqian shrank back, not daring to utter a word. Thus, the bus smoothly entered the West Sea Villa district, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. It came to a halt in front of a magnificent villa, allowing everyone to disembark. Once outside, Higuaqian and his companions surveyed their surroundings, their faces etched with bewilderment. The West Sea Villa district. This was indeed the most luxurious area in Jiangnan. Not to mention, the villa before them was situated in the very heart of the district, a residence only the heads of prominent families could afford. What on earth was going on? Panic surged within Higuaqian as he pondered how they had arrived here. Even Hisu, who had been confidently chatting on the bus, now stood silently, afraid to speak. Despite being a standout among young talents, earning a substantial income annually, he felt utterly insignificant in the presence of these elite families. Look, isn't that Mu Sheng? Someone suddenly pointed out. Indeed, Mu Sheng was seen driving a BMW leisurely up the hillside. Chapter 88. The door opens calmly driving. Mu Sheng had traversed this route countless times, familiar with every turn. However, the expressions on Jiang Wan and Zhao Lin in the back seat could only be described as extraordinary. When Mu Sheng drove into the West Sea Villa district, Jiang Wan nearly lost her mind. Where was this? A place reserved for the elite. Had he brought her here to ruin their lives? Stunned, Jiang Wan felt an absurd thought rising within her. Mu Sheng had previously pointed to the West Sea Villa district, claiming he had bought her a new house. Could it be true? But where could he have acquired such wealth? As they wrestled with their thoughts, a security guard approached from the gatehouse and respectfully opened the barrier, leaving Jiang Wan and Zhao Lin momentarily speechless. Zhao Lin leaned out of the car, fearfully inquiring if they had made a mistake. However, upon receiving confirmation, her astonishment deepened. The car halted at the villa's entrance, and as Mu Sheng and Jiang Wan stepped out, they were immediately surrounded by Higuaqian and his group. Mu Sheng, what is your intention in bringing us here? Do you understand the consequences of trespassing in this villa district? Higuaqian glared at Mu Sheng, his face contorted with anger. The West Sea Villa district was under the control of the Gu family, ordinary individuals who sneaked and could face severe repercussions, ranging from a beating to worse. Are you trying to deliberately harm us? Hisu also gritted his teeth. If you're scared, just leave. I thought you were so arrogant yesterday. What happened to your bravado? Mu Sheng alighted from the car with an air of nonchalance, replying coolly. Hisu, infuriated, pointed at Mu Sheng and shouted, "Do you even know where you are? What are you doing, Mu Sheng?" Zhao Lin chimed in. "Aren't you concerned about your future son-in-law? If he doesn't care for his life, will he drag us down with him? I thought of you as a friend, but you've disappointed me. Once the security arrives, I will sever ties with you." The other classmates were equally terrified, voicing their criticisms and hurled insults at him without regard for their past camaraderie. Zhao Lin fell silent. Even though she was accustomed to being headstrong, she felt icy dread in such a place. This was Mu Sheng's territory. She recalled the weight of the security guard's words. It was something she dared not fathom. "Didn't you all want to see my new home? I'm just visiting. What trouble could that possibly cause?" Mu Sheng said impatiently. "New home? Have you lost your mind to say such things? Do you even know how high the property prices are here? Even if you saved every penny for a lifetime, you couldn't afford a house here." Hisu sneered. In his eyes, it was impossible for Mu Sheng to have any connection to the West Sea Villa District. Mu Sheng watched the scene unfold with a smile, amused by the irony. Just yesterday, this group had boasted about visiting his new home, ridiculing him. Yet now, standing at his doorstep, they were utterly cowed, unwilling to enter. Fools, Mu Sheng thought as he glanced at Hisu, uninterested in their reactions. He held the key in hand and turned to walk toward the Villa District. "You." Hisu's face flushed red, anger bubbling within him. Yet he was stunned into silence by Mu Sheng's confidence. A wild thought surged within him. Could this villa truly belong to Mu Sheng? It was impossible. Absolument impossible. Even if Jiang Wan succeeded in a project for the Mu Group, they could barely afford a home here, especially not in this prime location. With a click, Mu Sheng easily inserted the key and opened the door. The onlookers stood frozen, their hearts seemingly halting. The door swung open. This villa truly was Mu Sheng's new home. He Guoqin's expression darkened. He had always looked down on Mu Sheng, believing only his son was worthy of Jiang Wan. He yearned to witness Jiang Wan's regret and then flaunt his superiority to everyone. But today, that dream was shattered. All of Hisu's pride crumbled before this villa, for he knew that even if he lived a lifetime without spending a dime, he could never afford this residence. "Come in. This is your home." Mu Sheng turned to Jiang Wan, speaking gently. Jiang Wan inhaled deeply, her hands trembling as she reached for the door. Yet her feet felt rooted to the ground. Mu Sheng gently grasped her hand, guiding her inside amidst the crowd. The interior was simply yet elegantly decorated, exuding a clean and refreshing atmosphere, with exquisite details that hinted at its refined charm. As Jiang Wan stepped in, she felt as if she were in a dream, her hands entwined in nervousness, feeling out of place within these walls. "Everyone, why not come in and see my new home?" Zhao Lin declared triumphantly, emphasizing the words "new home." Being a woman who valued her image, she had gone to great lengths to find a rental for a new home. Nothing could satisfy her vanity more than this villa. "Old Tang, hurry in. Treat it as your own home. No need to be formal," Zhao Lin called out, her voice loud as if she wished to announce to the world that she had a new home in the West Sea Villa District. "Yes, yes." Tang Li nodded, a bitter smile on his face. Goodness, how could he not feel awkward stepping into a mansion worth billions for the first time? Guoqin stood there, gritting his teeth, refusing to step inside, yet those around him exchanged glances before rushing to flatter Zhao Lin, commenting, "Sister Zhao, who would have thought your son-in-law is so accomplished? You truly are enjoying life." "Indeed, Sister Zhao, I had no idea you were keeping such a high-profile home a secret. One must keep their wealth discreet. You think Sister Zhao is like you, flaunting everything?" As the compliments that should have been directed at him fell upon Zhao Lin instead, Guoqin felt as if he had swallowed something foul, clenching his fists in frustration, wishing he could storm off. Hisu equally despised Mu Sheng, speaking up, "Dad, don't be angry. This house is rented. A loser like him could never afford it." "How do you know?" Guoqin frowned. "These houses aren't easily rented like ordinary apartments. I just asked a friend. These villas were sold before the Jiang family and Mu Group even began their partnership. At that time, Jiang Wan had no income. Where would she get the money to buy it?" Hisu declared confidently. "Therefore, I firmly believe this house must be rented. Let this inept fool revel for a moment. Once we enter, watch as I publicly expose him, leaving him utterly humiliated." Chapter 89. The rented villa. Guoqin nodded slightly, unwilling to believe that this house belonged to Mu Sheng. Although he and Zhao Lin were friends at cards, he had always held himself in high regard in their relationship. Even after Zhao Lin married into a wealthy family, he still considered himself superior, especially since she had a worthless son-in-law. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to his elevated status and believed his possessions, be it car or house, to be far better than Zhao Lin's. If Mu Sheng indeed owned this house, would it not imply that he was more accomplished than Guqin's own son? He was resolutely unwilling to accept such a notion. "Why are you still standing outside? Come in quickly," Zhao Lin commanded, her face betraying her eagerness to show off. Guqin felt disgruntled, but, recalling that Isu would soon unveil the truth, gritted his teeth and forced himself into the villa. "Nothing particularly special here. Just wander around and take a look," Zhao Lin announced in the living room, completely unaware of the villa's decor. Fearing she might reveal her own unfamiliarity since it was her first visit, she encouraged everyone to explore freely. "Mu Sheng, hurry and prepare dinner. I'm starving," she added, waving her hand to direct him. Mu Sheng nodded, having already procured various vegetables and meats a day in advance, stored by the security guard in the refrigerator. He would be residing here, and meals were essential. Jiang Wan still clung to Mu Sheng's arm, whispering, "I'll help too." The onlookers felt an odd sensation witnessing this scene. Zhao Lin instinctively frowned at the sight of her daughter, so close to this inept man. Although she found it hard to accept, the circumstances prevented her from reprimanding them. Isu and others meandered around the house. The villa's decor, while not ostentatious, exuded a refined elegance. Comparing it to their own homes, Isu felt theirs paled in comparison, resembling something from the countryside. After a brief tour, they awkwardly settled on the sofa, offering praises. "Sister Zhao, your new home is truly wonderful. It looks so comforting." "Indeed, Sister Zhao, this embodies the essence of home, a haven from the storms of life. After a long day, who wishes to return to a place adorned with gaudy extravagance? Here, I sense a profound tranquility." "Absolutely, and while the decor is simple, the furniture is exquisite. This sofa, I recognize it. It must be genuine LV leather, worth 400,000. Upon hearing that a single sofa cost 400,000, the group became even more reserved, instinctively rising, fearful of damaging such an expensive piece. "Oh, come now. It's just a trifle. Make yourselves comfortable." Zhao Lin waved her hand, her smile betraying her delight. Guqin, sitting nearby, wore a grim expression. "Zhao Lin, did you purchase this villa? How much did it cost? What do you mean by that?" Zhao Lin snapped back, her composure faltering. "This villa is my new home, bought with my own money, every penny, including the renovations." "Really? You bought it?" Isu interjected with cold amusement. "This villa isn't cheap, especially these buildings in the heart of the city. As far as I know, the price is 480 million, right?" The revelation of such an astronomical price left everyone gasping in disbelief. Despite their expectations, the actual cost far exceeded their imaginations. "So what if it is?" Zhao Lin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly steeled herself. Enjoying the adoration from the crowd, she could not possibly admit to being unable to afford such a property. She would fabricate a justification if need be. "Zhao Lin, villas here do not accept installment payments. Furthermore, your daughter's project is nowhere near completion. You could never produce that sum. So tell me, how did you manage to purchase this villa?" With Zhao Lin at a loss for words, Isu abruptly stood, piercingly declaring, "I suspect this villa is merely rented." "Zhao Lin, stop pretending," he continued, his voice laced with scorn. "To claim a rented house as your own, how shameful." Guqin sneered, "I bet once we leave, you'll have to return this place." The earlier astonishment over the villa's price gave way to a collective realization. A worthless son-in-law and a woman deemed the least valuable in the Jiang family. How could they possibly afford such a home? Their logic seemed undeniable. "Zhao Lin, your family situation is well known. Suddenly acquiring wealth to buy a villa. Does money just fall from the sky?" Isu accused her further. Faced with such scrutiny, Zhao Lin opened her mouth to respond, but found no words. In truth, even she could not fathom from where the funds to purchase this villa had originated. Was it genuinely rented? Just then, Mu Sheng approached, stating calmly, "This villa is mine." "You?" Isu's eyes widened in disbelief. The crowd fell momentarily silent before erupting in laughter, each person regarding Mu Sheng as a source of amusement. Isu clutched his stomach, laughing uncontrollably, his derision unmistakable. "You, a kept man? Do you even have a job?" Isu's mirth was unabated. Guqin's face flushed with satisfaction, After waiting so long, he finally exposed Mu Sheng's deceit. A worthless fool would always remain so, never to transform from a mere chick into a phoenix. I may not have a job, but is purchasing a villa so difficult? Mu Sheng replied, Huh, Mu Sheng, you truly have no shame making such claims. In my eyes, a person like you, a mere wastrel, will likely never stay in such a place again. Hisu did not hold back his mockery. After all, this inept fool had probably never set foot in a villa before. If he didn't gloat now, he might never have the chance again. In my view, you're even less than a waste. Mu Sheng retorted coolly. How dare you? Hisu's expression darkened, and he approached Mu Sheng, ready to unleash a beating. After all, Mu Sheng was merely a worthless man. What consequences would there be? Just as Hisu prepared to strike, a sudden ringing of the doorbell interrupted. Mr. Mu, Wu Yuan is here to visit. Shall I let him in? Wu Zong. Hisu froze, disbelief washing over him. Let him in, Mu Sheng gestured calmly. Hisu seemed to have an epiphany, suddenly grinning. Ah, so this villa is merely borrowed from the Wu family's head. Now that the owner has returned, let us see how you maintain your charade. Chapter 90. You are fired. Knock, knock, knock. The door quickly echoed with a series of knocks. Hisu hastily stepped forward, opening the door with a respectful greeting. Good day, Wu Zong. Wu Yuan, clad in a sharply tailored suit, stood at the entrance, preparing to bow in greeting. Upon seeing Hisu's gesture, he hesitated momentarily and exclaimed, Who are you? Wu Zong. I am Hisu, formerly employed at Feiyang Building Materials. Recently, I signed a partnership with your company and now serve as the manager at Longwen Building Materials. Hisu introduced himself. Manager of Longwen Building Materials? The Wu family boasts numerous enterprises, and Wu Yuan, a mere manager in the construction materials sector, had not given him much thought. He had not even heard of Hisu until now. However, upon seeing him at Mu Sheng's residence, he began to regard him with newfound respect, realizing that Hisu might be someone Mu Sheng knew. Oh, so it's you. Wu Yuan feigned enlightenment, patting Hisu on the shoulder. Hisu, I have high hopes for you. You need not wait for your probationary period. Come to work tomorrow. If you perform well, I shall promote you to general manager. General manager? Hisu was momentarily taken aback. He never expected such swift good fortune. After Wu Yuan spoke, he cast a glance at Mu Sheng. His expression, one of ingratiation. Mu Sheng immediately smiled faintly, unconcerned. Meanwhile, He Guqin was oblivious to this exchange. Upon hearing Wu Yuan's announcement, he trembled with excitement. Wonderful. My son could actually be promoted to general manager. Indeed, congratulations, Mr. He. Who would have thought it would happen so quickly? He has only just joined and already gained Mr. Wu's recognition. Such youthful talent is truly enviable. Hisu, your father, and I have been classmates for many years. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, be sure to lend a helping hand. Of course, no problem, Hisu replied, his smile radiant. Zhao Lin, seated on the sofa, wore a sullen expression. She too had not anticipated that Hisu could become the general manager of Longwen Construction Materials in the blink of an eye. Although he had yet to report to work, Wu Yuan's word made it an indisputable fact. You too, aren't you going to get up? Do you really think this is your home? Hisu turned to Mu Sheng and Jiang Wan, coldly mocking. Jiang Wan's face turned pale, instinctively rising to her feet. Hisu knew the head of the Wu family. It seemed that this truly was Wu Yuan's residence. Could it be that Mu Sheng had indeed rented it? Jiang Wan felt a sense of loss, yet understood that if it were not rented, how could Mu Sheng afford such a villa? Wu Yuan stood awkwardly at the door. Today, having learned that Mu Sheng's villa had just been renovated, he came to congratulate him, but upon seeing so many people inside, he could not discern their relationships with Mu Sheng and dared not speak. Mr. Wu, please take a seat. You needn't trouble yourself to come here for such a trivial matter, Hisu said as he invited Wu Yuan to sit. Not at all. It is no trouble. I have prepared a gift for you, Wu Yuan said, producing a gift box. He Guqin assumed the gift was for his son and unceremoniously opened it, exclaiming, Wow, how dazzling. This isn't a night pearl, is it? A night pearl? I saw online that one the size of a pigeon egg costs over $1 million. Another classmate chimed in. A pearl this size must be very expensive. Not all. It merely costs $3 million each. As a token of goodwill. Consider it a gesture of joy. Wu Yuan smiled, downplaying its value. $3 million? Both Hisu and He Guqin felt a surge of joy. Such a precious gift. And Wu Yuan had given it so readily. How much faith he must have in them. At that moment, Hisu felt as if he were the center of attention. Pride swelling within him, eager to start his position at Longwen Construction Materials. Turning around, he saw Mu Sheng lounging on the sofa, an expression of anger on his face. He pointed at Mu Sheng and berated, "You useless waste. Why don't you get out of the way? In my own home. Why should I move?" Mu Sheng replied coolly, "Your own home? You worthless fool. And you still think of this as your home?" He Su shouted, "Get out of here. This is not a place for you. And if I refuse to leave?" Mu Sheng retorted, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "If you don't leave, I'll throw you out." He Su shouted in fury. With Mr. Wu present, this pathetic figure still dared to put on an act in front of everyone. Unable to contain himself, he swung a fist toward Mu Sheng's head. Just as he threw the punch, he noticed Wu Yuan's expression change dramatically as he seized He Su's wrist tightly. "Mr. Wu?" He Su turned, eager. "There is no need for you to intervene. I will deal with this worthless fool myself." Smack! Before He Su could finish his sentence, a resounding slap struck his face unexpectedly. The force knocked him off balance, sending him crashing to the ground, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Disbelief etched across his face. "Mr. Wu, why did you hit me? What did I do wrong?" Not only He Su, but everyone present, including He Guqin, was left dumbfounded. What was happening? Wasn't Mr. Wu the owner of this villa? Moreover, he had just been on friendly terms with He Su. Why was he now attacking him? The crowd was bewildered. Among them, only Mu Sheng remained seated on the sofa, watching the unfolding scene with an air of indifference. "Mr. Wu, why?" He Su cried, writhing on the ground in pain. "Did you not just promote me to general manager? Who are you to me? Do I know you?" Wu Yuan realized that He Su was targeting Mu Sheng, intending to drive him out. If a confrontation ensued, it would only lead to dire consequences for him. Cold sweat dripped down Wu Yuan's back. "Young Master Mu," he forced a smile, kneeling before Mu Sheng. "This is a gift I prepared for you to congratulate you on your new home." What? With those words, everyone was left in shock. How could the esteemed head of the Wu family be kneeling before Mu Sheng like a dog? Moreover, he was congratulating Mu Sheng. Was it possible that Mu Sheng had indeed purchased this villa? He was merely a worthless figure. How could that be? Jiang Wan was also stunned. At that moment, her doubts vanished, replaced by sheer astonishment. "Thank you, but this gift is tainted. Please, take it back," Mu Sheng replied calmly, shaking his head. "I have other gifts as well." Wu Yuan, his heart racing, hurriedly displayed all the valuable items he had brought. "Young Master Mu, this is a century-old ginseng. This is Huangshan Maofeng tea, and this. I specially prepared this top-grade Hetian jade and jadeite for you. These are the gifts I prepared for you. As for the night pearl, rubbish, purely garbage I picked up from the roadside." With that, Wu Yuan hurled the night pearl out the door, where it shattered upon hitting the stone. Smack! As everyone witnessed the scene, their hearts ached at the sight of the shattered remnants of the $300,000 night pearl. After completing this, Wu Yuan felt it was still insufficient and turned to He Su, his voice icy. "You are He Su, correct? Our Longwen Construction Materials is too small to accommodate a figure like you. You are hereby dismissed. If you wish to sue us for the contract you signed, we shall contest it to the end." Ah! Both He Su and He Guqin collapsed to the ground, their faces ashen. Chapter 91. Where to sleep Su the Wu family. While it may seem like a breach of contract on their part, even if He Su had 100 times the courage, he would not dare take legal action against the Wu family. If the Wu family wished, countless people would emerge, eager to deal with He Su. In the face of such a colossal entity as the Wu family, he was but a small fry. How could he dare oppose them? At this moment, Wu Yuan remained on his knees, continually apologizing to Mu Sheng. The crowd exchanged glances, wanting to speak, but finding no words. Jiang Wan looked at Mu Sheng, who sat beside her, calm and composed, her mind buzzing as she struggled to comprehend the situation. The head of a first-rate family was kneeling before her husband. Heavens! "Sister Zhao, I have some matters to attend to at home, so I will take my leave." "Yes. Sister Zhao, I apologize for any offense I may have caused earlier. I hope you can forgive me. Welcome to visit my home next time. I shall certainly extend a warm reception." After exchanging glances, the classmates began to speak up. As Wu Yuan initiated the conversation, Mu Sheng's formidable presence had already been thoroughly demonstrated before everyone. They were apprehensive about the previous mockery directed at his family, fearing repercussions. Although Mu Sheng was indifferent to their earlier jibes, the palpable examples before them rendered them cautious about provoking him further. The crowd ebbed away like a receding tide. Within the villa, only Wu Yuan, kneeling on the floor, and Mu Sheng, Jiang Wan, and Zhao Lin remained. The atmosphere was oppressive and suffocating. Under such circumstances, Zhao Lin dared not act out, stating she needed to get some fresh air before pulling Jiang Wan outside. Mu Xiao Wu Yuan trembled, still kneeling before Mu Sheng, who represented the Mu family. Mu Sheng's silence rendered him unable to rise. "You may stand," Mu Sheng said calmly. To be honest, he found Wu Yuan's loyalty performance somewhat excessive. However, it had successfully frightened off Zhao Lin's relatives, preventing future troubles. "Thank you, Mu Xiao." Wu Yuan stood up, awkwardly positioning himself before Mu Sheng. After a moment, he spoke. "Mu Xiao, regarding the item you instructed me to find from the Gu family. I have scoured all of Jiangnan, yet I cannot locate it. The finest imperial green jade, raw stone, untouched and unrefined, is only rumored to be found in Yanjing. Yet it is universally concealed within wealthy households, beyond our reach. However, the Gu family has received news that in the coming days, a treasure appraisal conference will be held at the Biliolu in Jiangnan, exclusively for first-rate families. Besides antique auctions, there will be raw stones. And I have heard that several top-quality raw stones exhibiting imperial green characteristics will be there. Mu Xiao, I have already dispatched people to procure these top-quality raw stones." Wu Yuan stated. The cumulative cost of these premium stones would reach several hundred million, nearly exhausting the Wu family's liquid assets. Yet Wu Yuan was undeterred. It was all worthwhile. "No need," Mu Sheng shook his head. Recently, he had conversed with Su Zebang. From him, Mu Sheng learned that his father suffered from a rare and acute form of physical sclerosis, which required an imperial green jade raw stone as a medicinal catalyst for treatment. With his father's health in jeopardy, Mu Sheng felt compelled to take action. "In a few days, just take me there," Mu Sheng instructed. "Understood. I will prepare immediately." Wu Yuan nodded and took his leave. It was not until evening that Jiang Wan and Zhao Lin returned to the villa, their expressions tinged with excitement, as if they had conspired over something delightful. Once inside, Zhao Lin wandered through the rooms before turning to Mu Sheng. "Mu Sheng, will we truly be able to live here from now on?" Her tone was markedly improved compared to her previous demeanor towards him. However, her inquiry still bore a hint of skepticism and disdain. After all, the image of Mu Sheng as a useless person had lingered in Zhao Lin's mind for 3 years, making an instantaneous transformation improbable. Although this villa was purchased by him, she still perceived Mu Sheng as dependent on the Jiang family for sustenance. "Indeed, I will move in my belongings from the old house tomorrow," Mu Sheng affirmed. Zhao Lin frowned and waved her hand. "No need to bring old furniture. We should acquire new appliances and furnishings. This is the Shihai Villa area, the most expensive in Jiangnan. If relatives see us moving in old furniture, what will they think? But how much will that cost?" Jiang Wan hesitated. "Regardless, I refuse to bring the old furniture here. It is entirely inappropriate." "Jiang Wan, you will accompany me to the supermarket for shopping tomorrow." Zhao Lin was resolute, adding, "Besides, leaving the old furniture at the old house allows us to rent it out, which can yield a considerable income." I find Jiang Wan contemplated retorting, but given the villa's vastness and Zhao Lin's insistence on maintaining appearances, if they were to purchase new furniture, it would undoubtedly be brand-name items, costing tens of thousands. After Zhao Lin departed, Jiang Wan surveyed the empty rooms and asked Mu Sheng, "Which room do you choose?" "Me?" Mu Sheng pointed to himself, grinning mischievously. "Whichever room you select, I shall choose as well." Jiang Wan's cheeks flushed instantly. She averted her gaze, and they stood in silence for quite some time. Mu Sheng assumed Jiang Wan was reluctant to agree, but just as he intended to clarify that he was joking, Jiang Wan suddenly pointed to the second floor, stating, "Then, this room will do." Mu Sheng was momentarily taken aback. What did this mean? Was it an agreement? He wished to inquire further, but Jiang Wan had already dashed into the room, locking the door behind her with a click, leaving Mu Sheng both amused and bewildered. "Miss, do you wish for me to enter or not?" Jiang Wan sat on the bed, her face burning with heat. The mere act of speaking the previous line draining her of all energy. Having slept separately for so long, was it now time to share a bed? But this was her first time? Jiang Wan. "Oh, Jiang Wan, you have been married for 3 years, yet you still consider it a first. Should you not feel ashamed?" Mu Sheng had consistently fulfilled his duties as a husband. When would she ever fulfill her obligations as a wife? "I never regarded him as a husband. My father will stated that merely completing 3 years of marriage suffices." What to do now? Why had she suddenly acquiesced to such a request? But if she were to retract her agreement now, would Mu Sheng become angry? At this moment, Jiang Wan covered her face, rambling incoherently. her mind a battlefield between an angel and a devil, wrestling for dominance. Eureka! Jiangwan suddenly conceived an idea. That night, Mu Sheng entered the room with a blanket. Jiangwan sat on the bed, clad in a seductive black nightgown, her delicate skin subtly visible, undeniably alluring. He was, after all, a man, and this rendered Mu Sheng unsure of how to proceed with the blanket. Where shall I sleep? Mu Sheng asked, gazing at Jiangwan, swallowing hard. Over there, Jiangwan. Her face flushed, pointed to a corner of the room, her voice barely audible. Mu Sheng glanced in the direction she indicated, unable to suppress a chuckle. Her bedroom consisted of 2 beds, pushed together, ample enough for 3 or 4 people. Jiangwan was pointing to the other half of the bed. He tossed the blanket onto the adjacent side and climbed onto the bed, his peripheral vision catching a glimpse of Jiangwan's flushed cheeks, causing him to instinctively feel anxious. Does this mean I will only sleep here from now on? Of course, Jiangwan clutched the blanket, equally nervous. An awkward tension filled the room. Unable to tolerate the atmosphere, Jiangwan shifted the topic. By the way, Mu Sheng, where did you acquire the funds to buy this villa? If I say I saved up, would you believe me? Mu Sheng replied. Jiangwan shook her head vigorously. How could he possibly save enough for a multi-million-dollar mansion? Actually, the other day, Wu Yuan and his family had a near accident while crossing the street, and I saved them. To express his gratitude, he gifted me this villa, Mu Sheng explained. No wonder Wu Kuan and Wu Yuan treat you with such reverence, Jiangwan realized. If Mu Sheng had indeed saved Wu Yuan, then everything that had transpired in recent days made sense. You should find a job. I spoke with Mom recently, and if you can demonstrate some changes, she might accept you, Jiangwan suggested. Mu Sheng nodded, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Jiangwan's exposed thighs. And he mischievously inquired, so, once Mom accepts me, can I sleep over? Oh, that is still not possible. When can I come over? Mu Sheng pressed. This depends on your performance, Jiangwan remarked. As for the extent of the performance required, Mu Sheng inquired, yet Jiangwan remained reticent, likely believing that winning her over would be a formidable task. However, Mu Sheng was unconcerned. After all, a coerced affection is seldom sweet. At present, merely sharing a room and inhaling the subtle fragrance emanating from Jiangwan was a delight. Following their exchange, Jiangwan discreetly observed him. Upon witnessing Mu Sheng genuinely turning to sleep, a pang of disappointment stirred within her. Was her attire not alluring enough? Why did he not make a move? It must be said, the thoughts of a woman are the most intricate to decipher. The following morning, Mu Sheng awoke to find Jiangwan had crossed the boundaries of the bed, her upper body sprawled across, with one fair thigh resting upon his chest, an enticing sight. He swallowed hard, feeling a reaction stir within him. To touch or not to touch? Remembering the lesson from before, Mu Sheng hesitated not and extended his right hand towards Jiangwan's thigh. The surface was smooth and wonderfully elastic, reminiscent of cotton candy. Before long, Jiangwan stirred awake, her eyes flying open at the sight of Mu Sheng's hand, and she let out a startled scream. Ah, Mu Sheng, what are you doing? You're pressing against me. How am I supposed to get up and brush my teeth? Feigning a look of helplessness, Mu Sheng pointed at her thigh. Jiangwan's face flushed crimson, without a word. She scrambled out of bed and dashed out of the bedroom. Mu Sheng, feeling the lingering sensation in his hand, could not help but mutter, "This leg is truly soft." After breakfast, Jiangwan's flushed cheeks had regained much of their color, yet she still kept her head lowered, avoiding Mu Sheng's gaze. The Jiang family is holding a meeting at noon. You must accompany me, Jiangwan whispered. A meeting? What has transpired? Mu Sheng asked. I'm not entirely sure, but grandfather mentioned it pertains to funding. Perhaps the loan has arrived today, Jiangwan replied. Originally, the Jiang family operated under the auspices of the third master, who allocated profits to various Jiang family members to establish their enterprises. However, most of the descendants worked within the third master's company, with only Jiang Wan and Jiang Mu Long founding their own. While Jiang Mu Long's success stemmed from his grandfather's substantial financial backing, Jiang Wan had built her company with minimal funds, showcasing her capabilities far exceeding those of Jiang Mu Long. The project in Shihai District required familial financial support from the outset, and Jiang Wan had invested nearly all her deposit into the construction site. Thus, she naturally required assistance from the Jiang family. I wonder how much the third master will allocate us this time, Mu Sheng remarked. I am unsure of the specifics, but we are only short 50 million this time. Grandfather should be able to manage that, Jiang Wan responded. After lunch, Jiang Wan led Mu Sheng to the Jiang family villa. Inside, the third master sat at a round table, surrounded by the Jiang family members, each casting unkind glances at Jiang Wan and Mu Sheng. Jiang Mu Long wore a sullen expression, surprised to see Mu Sheng, whom he deemed a useless husband, have been brought along by Jiang Wan. Now, do you have any solutions to this matter? The third master inquired coldly. At the mention of finances, the room fell silent. Everyone lowered their heads, hesitant to speak. They were accustomed to reaping benefits in the company and had little to contribute in terms of opinions. Grandfather, what is the situation? Jiang Wan asked as she took her seat. Do we not receive the bank loan today? Why does everyone look so troubled? The third master shook his head, his expression frosty. We did secure funds, but it is far from sufficient. How much did we receive? Jiang Wan pressed. 80 million. But it is inadequate for Jiang Mu Long's troubles, let alone the project with the Mu family group, the third master sighed. Upon hearing that 80 million was insufficient to cover Jiang Mu Long's issues, Jiang Wan grew agitated. Jiang Mu Long, what have you done? How could this amount not suffice? The divisions between them were clear, yet the project's allocations were managed by the Mu family group. Jiang Wan was well aware of the funding required. Jiang Mu Long, however, coldly retorted, Don't play the blame game, Jiang Wan. Are you unaware of your own actions? You had Wu's family come to my site to collect material fees, costing over 1 million monthly. Furthermore, they continuously injure my workers. It is evident you do not wish for me to complete the project smoothly. Grandfather has promised you the position of head of the family upon completion, yet you persist in such underhanded tactics. I dare say you are unfit for the role. Faced with Jiang Mu Long's accusations, Jiang Wan's expression hardened. If you had not initiated the collection of material fees on my site, how would you be facing these consequences? Indeed, it was you. Jiang Mu Long's eyes flared with rage. He had yet to heal from the injuries inflicted upon him. Jiang Wan, you intentionally had someone disrupt my site and then frame me. What is your true intention? Jiang Mu Long could never admit to instigating trouble for Jiang Wan, his finger pointing at her in a fit of indignation. Enough. The third master's demeanor was as dark as stormy waters as he set down his teacup. The living room fell silent. After a moment, he spoke. The purpose of this meeting is not to quarrel over right or wrong. The pressing issue at hand is to resolve our financial predicament. The others remained silent, their disinterest palpable as they had no solutions. Grandfather, I believe I have a solution. We need not rely on loans since I recently discovered that Jiang Wan purchased a property in the Shihai district. If we sell that house, we can alleviate our immediate financial crisis. At that moment, Jiang Mu Long abruptly stood, pointing at Jiang Wan. Chapter 93. A loan of 1 billion. As Jiang Mu Long's words fell, the gazes of the Jiang family members turned toward Jiang Wan. Just yesterday, after moving into the villa, Zhao Lin had been enthusiastically posting photos on social media, which had caught the attention of the Jiang relatives. Initially, they believed Zhao Lin had sourced images from the internet, but she had quickly set up a live stream to showcase their new residence, infuriating everyone present. The third master's expression darkened even further. He had longed for a premier villa, only to see Jiang Wan residing in it. This was precisely the reason for convening today's family meeting. Indeed, selling the villa would provide us with funds. After all, a few tens of millions are trivial for Jiang Wan. If she can afford a villa in Shihai district, surely she can spare such a sum. Jiang Wan, do not tell me you are merely renting that villa. The collective gaze of the room sharpened toward her, each harboring the same thought. Jiang Wan ought to sell the villa. Despite their lack of accomplishments, they considered themselves part of an elite lineage, believing themselves superior to all. While Jiang Wan had excelled in establishing a company, the fact remained that she married a man deemed a failure. However, upon learning that she had moved into the Shihai villa, they could hardly accept this affront to their status. Mu Sheng had not anticipated that these relatives would consider selling the property he purchased. This is my house. By what right do you presume to sell it? Jiang Wan slammed her hand on the table, confronting them. Jiang Wan, if you are financially secure, why not sell the house? Jiang Mu Long, basking in his own cleverness, felt triumphant. He was determined to make Jiang Wan face the repercussions of her actions. Since you stirred this trouble, you shall resolve it. With a monthly material cost of 1 million, that amounts to 10 million a year, surely grandfather's loan should suffice for your extravagance? Jiang Wan coldly declared. The trouble you've caused means that if there's a need to sell a house, the first one to go will be yours, Jiang Mu Long. Jiang Mulong was taken aback by the trap he had inadvertently set for Jiang Wan, and now he found himself ensnared. With a flushed neck, he argued, "Your villa is so expensive. Selling just one would suffice. Why should we sell ours?" Jiang Wan retorted without yielding, "Your company is worth even more. Why not sell that instead?" The two faced off in the hall, the tension palpable. Jiang Wan had initially come to secure funding for her company, but upon arriving at the Jiang family residence, her grandfather informed her that not only was the funding insufficient, but she would also need to make up the difference herself. How could Jiang Wan possibly accept this? "Grandfather, do you intend to keep cleaning up Jiang Mulong's mess?" she exclaimed. 1 million is not enough. You expect to cover an additional 80 million for him? Why can't I manage with that much for the same project? Jiang Wan turned to Jiang Sanyi and asked, "Do you need to question my decisions? You are not the head of the Jiang family anymore." Jiang Sanyi frowned. "Jiang Wan, you are being outrageous." Jiang Mulong rose in anger to reprimand her. Jiang Wan's hands gripped the table as she trembled with indignation. It was one thing for her grandfather to favor Jiang Mulong, but now he was asking her to sell her house. Was he suggesting that he was the only one related to Jiang Sanyi by blood? Just then, Jiang Wan's phone chimed. Lowering her gaze, she saw a message from Mu Sheng. Surprised by its content, she looked at Mu Sheng, her eyes wide with disbelief. The message stated that she could independently secure a bank loan for 1 billion. How could she possibly manage that? Moreover, would this not place all the responsibility squarely on her shoulders, something Jiang Mulong and the others would undoubtedly relish? Then came another message that truly left her astounded. "Mu Sheng, are you certain about this?" Jiang Wan's expression wavered. "Trust me," Mu Sheng nodded. Those 3 words were like a soothing balm, instantly calming her. Regardless of the challenges ahead, the mere sound of Mu Sheng's reassurance made her feel invincible, as if no catastrophe could shake her resolve. "All right," she firmly nodded. Next, she addressed everyone once more. "Grandfather, I could secure a loan from the bank to resolve this funding issue." Upon hearing this, Jiang Mulong scoffed. "What good is a few million? You might as well save it for your new house." Chen Shui derisively added. Jiang Sanyi remained silent, his expression clearly skeptical of Jiang Wan's claim. Just then, Chen Shui attempted to speak again, but was interrupted by a calm voice. 1 billion. Will that be sufficient? Everyone turned to find Mu Sheng speaking. "You useless fool. What business is this of yours? Don't think that just because Jiang Wan brought you here, you're a part of the Jiang family." Jiang Mulong sneered. 1 billion? You must still be dreaming. Chen Shui burst into laughter. The Jiang family members shared similar jesting expressions, mocking the audacity of the claim. "Mu Sheng, get out of here. This is not a place for you to meddle," Jiang Sanyi said coldly. Since agreeing under pressure from Mu Sheng to allow Jiang Wan to become the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Sanyi had harbored suspicions about Mu Sheng's intentions towards their family. "Grandfather, it is indeed 1 billion. Jiang Wan glanced at Mu Sheng, a surge of confidence flooding through her as she nodded emphatically. Seeing her determination, Jiang Sanyi furrowed his brow. If she could truly secure 1 billion, then the Jiang family would no longer have to worry about financial constraints. Additionally, he could acquire a large sum of money to purchase a luxury home. "Are you certain you can obtain it?" Jiang Sanyi inquired. "Yes. If not, I will sell the villa to supplement the funds." Jiang Wan assured him decisively. "Very well. If you can achieve this, then I will grant you 20% of Mulong's company shares," Jiang Sanyi stated. "Grandfather, if Jiang Wan receives 20%, wouldn't she also become a director of my company?" Jiang Mulong exclaimed in distress. He could not allow Jiang Wan to obtain company shares. Doing so would complicate his authority within a company. By giving her 20%, you still retain over 30%. It's your own company. What is there to fear? Jiang Sanyi replied sternly to Jiang Mulong, who had caused this ruckus by provoking the Wu family. "But, grandfather, enough. Let us leave it at that for today." Jiang Sanyi closed his eyes, unwilling to discuss further. Jiang Mulong and Jiang Haichao fell silent, realizing the truth in Jiang Sanyi's words. After all, even with 20% given away, he would still hold 35% of the shares, maintaining his position as the largest shareholder with significant influence. What could Jiang Wan accomplish with her shares? The critical factor remained whether Jiang Wan could indeed secure 1 billion. This was no small feat. Even Jiang Sanyi would struggle to obtain such a loan from the bank. "Do you think I will be intimidated by your threats?" "Jiang Wan, you are doomed this time. I shall see how you manage to secure 1 billion. After the family meeting concluded, Jiang Mulong and his family departed in their car. Jiang Mulong sneered from the back seat. Just wait and see. Jiang Wan will be selling her house soon. Ha ha ha. What a tragedy. She has only just moved into this villa, and now she has to let it go. Chun Shui, brimming with self-satisfaction, seemed to relish the thought of Jiang Wan weeping over her impending sale. Given Jiang Wan's financial situation, it was indeed improbable for her to secure such a substantial loan. However, Jiang Haichao expressed his concerns, pondering whether Jiang Wan's audacity to make such declarations stemmed from some hidden confidence. If she truly managed to obtain $1 billion in loans and acquired shares in their company, it could lead to considerable complications. What's there to fear? Chun Shui retorted sharply. Jiang Haichao, you seem to be regressing. Do you honestly believe that Jiang Wan and her family possess any real ability? Jiang Haichao refrained from arguing back, instead gazing pensively out of the window. His years of experience in the business world suggested that matters might not be as straightforward as they appeared. Father, you needn't worry at all, Jiang Mulong reassured him from the front seat. Grandfather took me along to the bank when he secured loans in the past, claiming it was to help me build connections for inheriting the family business. I am acquainted with the president of the top bank in Jiangnan. Although my influence may not be substantial enough for significant loans, I can certainly ask them to deny lending money to Jiang Wan. Very well, Jiang Haichao nodded, feeling somewhat relieved upon hearing Jiang Mulong's words. On the way home, Jiang Wan sat beside Mu Sheng, her mind in a haze. The recent arguments still ignited her anger, but now, reflecting on the exchanges, she felt a twinge of apprehension. Mu Sheng, is it truly possible for me to secure a loan of $1 billion? She inquired anxiously, doubting her own qualifications for such an endeavor. Rest assured, it will be fine, Mu Sheng replied confidently. Her heart eased at his unwavering assurance. Yet, she remained puzzled by Mu Sheng's intentions and could not help but ask, but Mu Sheng, what do you need Jiang Mulong's company shares for? What value do they hold? It was not that Jiang Wan overestimated herself. Rather, Jiang Mulong was known for his extravagant lifestyle, neglecting the management of the company, which was currently valued at just over $30 million, largely propped up by their grandfather's investments. I have my plans, Mu Sheng responded. In due time, I will have a friend speak to the bank on your behalf. You need not rush into borrowing money just yet. Why not? Jiang Wan was left bewildered. Moreover, during the meeting, Jiang Mulong's family had persistently mocked her, and she yearned to confront them by securing that $1 billion immediately. Yet Mu Sheng insisted on patience. Do you still have some funds at hand? Mu Sheng suddenly quitted. Jiang Wan pondered for a moment before replying, I have a little left, but it will only last for half a month. Then, that is sufficient. You mentioned securing a loan of $1 billion, but never specified how soon. Currently, you still have funds, while Jiang Mulong is in a tight spot. Why the urgency? Mu Sheng continued, moreover. And moreover what? Jiang Wan pressed. Nothing important. I have my own arrangements that require some time. Mu Sheng replied, shaking his head. Turning back to Jiang Wan, he flashed a confident smile and assured her, my dear, leave this matter to me. Would I ever sell my own villa? Jiang Wan felt a peculiar itch in her heart, as if swarmed by a multitude of ants at Mu Sheng's enigmatic demeanor. What secrets was he concealing from her?